Lin Yu was originally a maritime mercenary, yet he found himself transported to a quaint fishing village. His stepfather, in a nefarious scheme to sell his sister to a hobbled old man from the same village, deceitfully lured him into the treacherous depths of the sea with the intention of causing his demise. Confronted by a stepfather lower than the swine and a home devoid of any comforts, he resolved to cleave through the towering waves with his own hands. Binding himself to the most formidable tide-chasing system, he discovered it not only enabled the detection of various maritime domains, but also allowed him to exchange captured fish for an array of rewards. From the onset of his oceanic pursuits, he aspired to wed the village beauty, establish a company, and lead his family to the pinnacle of life's achievements. Chapter 1. Rebirth. In Jianyang town, the frothy waves danced in the wind, while fishing boats swayed with the breeze. On a dilapidated fishing vessel, Lin Yu abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. His once white tank top was thoroughly drenched in sweat, and as he surveyed his surroundings in a state of bewilderment, his gaze became unfocused. I am not dead. Lin Yu pinched his cheek, the sharp pain solidifying his realization. Lin Yu had been a maritime mercenary who was betrayed by a teammate during a mission. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in this unfamiliar place, staring at the water's surface reflecting a strange face, causing him to momentarily freeze. Before he could process this, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. It turned out he had traversed into the life of another individual bearing the same name. However, unlike the original Lin Yu, this one was a fisherman from Jianyang town, whose father perished at sea when he was merely 3 years old, leaving him to rely solely on his mother and sister, which is why he had honed his fishing skills from a young age. At the age of 5, Lin Yu had presumed that life would soon become blissful, but this was merely the inception of a nightmare. Reluctant to venture out to fish, his stepfather indulged in vice, mastering the art of debauchery and drinking, and once intoxicated, his true nature emerged. For the sake of Lin Yu and his sister, their mother endured daily torment, laboring with wounds to provide for them, further exhausting her already frail body. When Lin Yu turned 10, Zhang Zhen not only failed to change his ways but intensified his cruelty, drinking excessively at home, beating the two, and coercing the barely teenage Lin Yu and Lin Xin to work as laborers to procure alcohol for him. The two siblings, exceedingly frail, subsisted solely on the discarded, rotten fish from the market. Despite this, Lin Xin never relinquished hope. Instead, she always offered her share of food to Lin Yu. Remember, we must survive and seize the opportunity to exact vengeance upon this beast. Whenever Lin Yu felt overwhelmed, Lin Xin would gently stroke his head in consolation. Clinging to this thought, they persevered through a decade of hardship until Lin Yu grew old enough to fish at sea. Lin Xin, on the other hand, learned sewing from grandma's son at the market, and they managed to scrape by without starving. Just when they believed a brighter future was on the horizon, an enraged Lin Yu confronted Zhang Zhen, who upon realizing his misdeeds had been uncovered, exhibited no remorse. Instead, with a drunken grin, he mocked, "You little brat, are you seeking death? Can't you see I'm busy? Get out." Lin Yu, supporting his disheveled sister Lin Xin, gritted his teeth and declared, "If you dare to lay a hand on my sister again, I will fight you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhen was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, raising a bottle of liquor and smashing it against Lin Yu's head. As the alcohol splattered, blood began to trickle down Lin Yu's forehead, and Zhang Zhen roughly seized him, tossing him to the ground as if he were a mere chicken. "What are you doing? Don't hit my brother. Let him go." Seeing this, Lin Xin desperately attempted to intervene, but was swiftly struck down by Zhang Zhen. Lin Yu, clutching his head in pain, rose to his feet only to witness Zhang Zhen gripping Lin Xion's face, dragging her up from the bed. "Don't move, kid. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. Now that you can earn money, you no longer wish to care for me, right? I'll tell you this, impossible. After all these years of eating my food and wearing my clothes, you think you can just abandon me." Seeing Lin Xion's trembling form, Lin Yu's heart burned with rage towards this beast. However, years of hunger and labor had left him frail, rendering him no match for this scoundrel. Yet, for the sake of his sister, he bowed his head and pleaded, "As long as you spare my sister, I'll pay any price you demand. Just name it." Zhang Zhen paused, casually tossing Lin Xian onto the bed. "I was just contemplating marrying your sister off to the old bachelor Wang Laosi from the neighboring village. His family is offering a handsome sum, 20 pounds of flour and 10 pounds of deep-sea fish. Quite a deal indeed." Zhang Zhen sneered as he grasped Lin Yu's head. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. Wang Laosi was notorious for his repulsive appearance and had previously suffered a leg injury from theft gone wrong, leaving him with a mouthful of yellow teeth. Marrying her off would be akin to sending her into a den of wolves. Yet Lin Yu understood the customs of the village well. He had no means to resist Zhang Zhen. The only course of action was to placate him long enough to escape with Lin Xian from this place. With this in mind, Lin Yu lifted his head, suppressing his fury. "Is it merely 20 pounds of flour, and 10 pounds of deep-sea fish. If you let my sister go, I will provide it. Ha ha, you clever boy. If you wish to avoid the marriage, it's simple. Deliver 50 pounds of deep-sea fish by tomorrow, and we'll call it even. Zhang Zhen chuckled as he retrieved his second bottle of liquor from behind him, observing Lin Xian's tearful, shaking head. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and responded, fine, I'll deliver it tomorrow. But if you dare to touch my sister again tonight, I will expose everything. You won't come out unscathed. Rest assured I can hold off for one night, but tomorrow is another matter. We shall see what unfolds. Zhang Zhen plopped down onto the bed. Sister, wait for me. I will come and take you away tomorrow. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, gathered his belongings, and resolutely left home. As he approached the boat, the sea was already roiling with waves, and the fishermen were well aware that this heralded a change in weather. However, driven by urgency, Lin Yu thought little of it, steering the dilapidated fishing vessel directly into the depths of the ocean, his only thought being to catch fish and save his sister. That night, the deep-sea region indeed unleashed a tempest, and even the most seasoned fishermen could not escape the fate of being engulfed by the tumultuous waves, let alone Lin Yu. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yu found himself transported to another realm, and as he gazed at the ominous clouds brewing in the distance, a foreboding thought arose within him. He was no ordinary fisherman from a humble fishing village. Years of experience as a mercenary had rendered him perceptive to the fickleness of human nature. Although Zhang Zhen had not fished for many years, he possessed an uncanny sensitivity to the weather. The reason he had instructed Lin Yu to catch 50 pounds of fish before dawn was precisely because he anticipated Lin Yu's demise in the treacherous deep-sea waters. This is not good, sister. Lin Yu immediately set aside his concerns, seizing the fishing spear and hastening homeward. A journey that typically took only 5 minutes now felt interminable, and by the time Lin Yu breathlessly reached the doorstep, he heard his sister's anguished cries from within. What are you doing? Stay away. Let me go. Accompanying this was Zhang Zhen's chilling laughter. Do not bother looking. A storm is undoubtedly approaching tonight, and your foolish brother has certainly perished in the sea. You have raised him well. Rather than allowing that scoundrel Wang Laosi to benefit, I might as well indulge myself first. It would not be in vain for having raised you all these years. Bastard, I will fight you. In a fit of rage, Lin Yu forcefully kicked open the door. Chapter 2. Get out. Upon Lin Yu's return, a flicker of hope ignited on Lin Xian's despairing face, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Damn it. You've ruined my fortunes twice in one night. Could not just die quietly? Must you return to court death? Once again, a fortuitous moment was interrupted. Enraged, Zhang Zhen picked up a shard of glass from the ground and slowly approached Lin Yu. Sensing the impending danger, Lin Xian leaped forward to protect her brother. Clutching Zhang Zhen's thigh, Lin Yu, run. Don't worry about me. Damn it, just like your mother, you're a worthless wretch, courting death. Zhang Zhen spat, raising his hand to strike. Bang! Before he could make a move, a tremendous force slammed into his chest, and as he attempted to resist, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Lin Yu seized a harpoon and swept it across Zhang Zhen's abdomen, then pivoted and tightened his grip around Zhang Zhen's throat, using his strength to throw him over his shoulder, sending him flying. Wincing in pain, Zhang Zhen clutched his belly and howled. Just as he contemplated retaliating, he glanced up to see Lin Yu discard the harpoon and pick up a small stool, bringing it down with brutal force. Blood splattered forth as Zhang Zhen crumpled to the side, clutching his head and wailing. Seeing Lin Yu lift the stool again, he cried out, "What are you doing? I'm your father. Do you know the consequences of killing me?" Lin Yu paid no heed to Zhang Zhen's words. All he knew was that this beast deserved to die. Years of experience had taught him that if one must fight, they must ensure their opponent is utterly subdued. Just as he was about to strike, Lin Xian managed to rise and grasp Lin Yu's arm. "Shall you stop? If you kill him, you'll go to prison. Please don't." Lin Xian's voice, tinged with tears, brought Lin Yu back to his senses. Gazing at the terrified Zhang Zhen, Lin Yu dropped the stool and pointed towards the exit. "Get out. I don't want to see you again." With gritted teeth, Zhang Zhen rose. A son dares to strike his father? Who do you think you are? You think you can just tell me to leave? I'll report you. Oof. Not leaving? You still think I'm that easy to manipulate, Lin Yu said calmly, picking up a blanket to cover Lin Xian. "If you choose not to leave, I'll head to the village and show everyone what kind of father strips his daughter of her clothes in the dead of night. By the way, we could visit the police station too. I've already laid my hands on you, and if it comes to it, I'll gladly share a cell with you. Inside, I'll continue to beat you until you can no longer function. Let us see how much pain your body can endure. If I die, you won't fare any better." To deal with a rogue, one must employ rogue tactics. Zhang Zhen never anticipated that the once timid Lin Yu could transform so dramatically in an instant. The expression on Lin Yu's face sent chills down Zhang Zhen's spine, and before he could regain his composure, Lin Yu stood once more. Terrified, Zhang Zhen trembled. "You just wait. I'm not afraid of you. One day, I will make you pay. With that, he hastily clung to the wall and fled. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xian finally exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the bed. Lin Yu, fearful of further troubles, rushed over to comfort her. Sister, are you all right? I'll take you to the hospital. I'm fine. Lin Xian shook her head. It's all thanks to you. If you had arrived, even a moment later, I would have rather died. Don't say such things. With your brother around, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. I'll go out to sea and fish for a living, and I'll open a tailor shop for you. I promise. No one will bully you again. Lin Yu reassured her softly. Xiao Yu, fishing isn't that simple. Our father died at sea, and our mother perished while fishing too. I truly thought I might lose you to the ocean, and I wanted to go with you. Lin Xian said, leaning on Lin Yu and bursting into tears. Seeing Lin Xian's fragile back, Lin Yu felt a surge of heartache. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, the scene before him suddenly shifted. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the ultimate beachcombing system. System loading complete. By harvesting fish through beachcombing, you can exchange points in the system, which can be redeemed for various items. Ding! Newbie gift pack unlocked. Fishing warehouse activated. A translucent light blue screen appeared before him, densely populated with countless fish species, each accompanied by a numerical value. Following this was a dazzling array of items in the marketplace. Lin Yu instinctively scanned the various products. The marketplace not only offered everyday staples like rice, but also allowed for the exchange of various fishing vessels through substantial points. Even an assortment of weapons and radar for use at sea were available. Heaven has come to my aid. I thought the system might have forgotten me. Lin Yu rejoiced internally. Xiao Yu, what is wrong? Xiao Yu. Lin Xian, still crying, noticed Lin Yu grinning at thin air and asked with concern. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu disregarded Lin Xian's inquiry and hurriedly said, Sister, please put on some clothes. I'll check if that bastard has left. I'll be right outside. Just call for me if you need anything. Lin Yu dashed out, grabbing the fish he had caught earlier, and with a mere thought, the catch vanished from his hands. Ding! Host successfully redeemed one yellow croaker, earning 5 points. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled. A common yellow croaker was worth 5 points, enough to exchange for half a bag of flour. The value far exceeded market prices, and in his excitement, Lin Yu picked up a nearby fish basket, focusing his intent. The basket disappeared, revealing a vast, seemingly endless space before him. It resembled a colossal warehouse, illuminated by flickering orange lights, with the previous fish basket lying discarded on the ground. With his storage space, no matter how much fish he caught, it would all fit. Lin Yu felt invigorated. After all, when fishing at sea, the greatest folly was to be greedy and overreach, resulting in loss of both fish and cargo. With his fishing warehouse, that problem was effortlessly resolved. Just as Lin Yu was reveling in his excitement, a concerned Lin Xian followed him outside, finding Lin Yu grinning at thin air. Worry surged within her. Fearing he had been traumatized, she said, Xiao Yu, I'm fine too. I can earn money too, so don't feel too much pressure. You're my only family, and if anything were to happen to you, what would I do? Under the moonlight, Lin Xian's tear-filled eyes made Lin Yu's heart ache, prompting him to pull her into a comforting embrace. Don't worry, from today onwards, no one will bully us siblings again. I promise to lead you to a better life. Chapter 3. Feast on Meat. The following day, Lin Yu rose early, quietly covering Lin Xian with a blanket as she slept before setting out with his fishing rod. Initially, he intended to join a boat at sea, but reconsidered, fearing Zhang Zhan might return, and decided instead to stay home for now. Arriving at the seaside, the morning waves crashed against the shore, and the sun had just begun to rise above the horizon, with the market already bustling with activity. Lin Yu found a secluded spot to sit, took out the bait he had prepared, and, having been a mercenary at sea in his previous life, fishing was as simple as eating to him. After casting the bait, he patiently awaited a bite. In just 10 minutes, he hooked his first flounder, earning 8 points. Within half an hour, he caught 2 more fish, and combined with the yellow croaker from the previous night, he had amassed 30 points. Lin Yu wanted to continue, but his fishing rod was on the verge of breaking. That's enough for today. It's just right to replenish my sister's nutrition, he thought excitedly as he opened the redemption marketplace. 5 pounds of premium rice cost 10 points, and 10 pounds of pork cost 20 points. Perfect. After clicking the redemption button, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he felt a weight in his hands. When he opened his eyes, a bag of pork and rice had appeared. This will last for a while. Lin Yu thought contentedly as he packed up his fishing rod and hurried home. The sight of Lin Yu carrying a bag of rice in one hand and pork in the other immediately drew the attention of numerous onlookers. In Jianyang Town, it is common for the majority of residents to subsist on fish and meat, while pork and rice are considered rare commodities. The mere sack of pork that Lin Yu carries holds considerable value, equivalent to a substantial catch of fish, had he not been acquainted with Lin Yu. One might assume that the townsfolk were all affluent scions. Amidst curious glances, Lin Yu hurriedly made his way home, coincidentally encountering Lin Xian as she stepped outside. "Xiao Yu? Where have you been? You nearly scare me to death. Why didn't you tell me you were going out?" Lin Xian reproached him, unable to contain her concern. Lin Yu replied with a mysterious smile, "I went to get something delicious for my sister. Look what I have here." As he waved the rice and pork in his hand, Lin Xian's eyes brightened. "Pork and rice. But where did you get them? They must be worth quite a bit. You didn't go to the market, did you?" "No, I traded my catch for these," Lin Yu assured her with a grin. "Rest assured, they're from a clean source." Though Lin Xian's expression betrayed skepticism, her hunger ultimately triumphed over her doubts, and she accepted the rice and pork. "Wait, I'll prepare something tasty for you." As Lin Yu watched Lin Xian busily working in the kitchen, memories of their mother flooded his mind. Though he was no longer the same Lin Yu, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. In those early years, the three of them relied on one another. Despite their hardships, subsisting on discarded fish, they found a semblance of happiness. These fish were often fatty and protein-rich, yet lacked substantial nutrition and carried an unpleasant odor. Thus, it was a miracle that Lin Yu and Lin Xian had survived their childhood, having endured malnutrition. After marrying that scoundrel Zhang Zhun, their mother fell gravely ill and passed away, plunging their lives into further hardship, forcing the siblings to scavenge for food. He vividly remembered a spring festival from a few years prior when Zhang Zhun squandered all their money on alcohol, leaving them to rummage through trash for sustenance. They stumbled upon a household discarding leftovers, discovering a piece of fatty pork lymph node among the refuse. To others, it was mere garbage, but to them, it was a treasure. Lin Xian, despite claiming to dislike it, insisted on giving most of it to Lin Yu. Starved and oblivious to her discomfort, Lin Yu devoured it eagerly, even licking his fingers clean, unwilling to waste a morsel of fat. That spring festival had been his most gratifying. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Dinner is ready. This pork is truly delightful," Lin Xian announced, emerging with a steaming platter of pork and rice. "Nothing much. Why did you cook so little?" Lin Yu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "I am starving." Lin Xian chuckled affectionately. "You need to eat more if you're going to work hard. I don't particularly like meat, and it would be wasteful for me to eat so much. Let us share it." "No need, sister. Now that I can earn money, we can have as much pork as we want in the future." Lin Yu attempted to persuade her, but a sharp look from Lin Xian silenced him, prompting a soft smile from her. "I know you can earn money now, but we shouldn't waste it, should we? If this isn't enough, I'll prepare more for you. Now eat." They sat together at the dining table, with Lin Xian thoughtfully serving Lin Yu a generous bowl of porridge, adding several pieces of pork. Famished, Lin Xian eagerly dug into her bowl, savoring the fragrant, oily meat that had been stir-fried to perfection. "Slow down. No one is competing with you," Lin Yu remarked, finally snapping out of his reverie. He quickly offered Lin Xian some food. "Sister, you have to try this. It's even better than what mother used to make." She accepted with a smile, but the mention of their mother dimmed her expression. Noticing this, Lin Yu quickly reassured her, "Sister, don't dwell on it. I won't let anyone bully you again. I'll take care of us. You just need to look beautiful." Lin Xian chuckled at his words, playfully tapping his head. "You're not listening to me at all. I could forego pork and rice, but I can't be without you. You're my only family left. If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to live either. Don't push yourself too hard, okay?" Lin Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Girls Lin Xian's age in his previous life were often pampered and cared for. She had always looked after him, acting as a second mother. Time and again, she had shielded him from harm, enduring abuse herself, despite being merely a 20-year-old girl. The thought ignited a fire within him, solidifying his resolve to provide Lin Xian with a better life. He forced a smile. "What are you saying, sister? I'll be just fine. I still want to see you marry a good husband. All right, our little Yu is the best. Now eat up," Lin Xian said with a contented smile, gently ruffling his hair. "Hey, sister, you should eat too. Girls should have a little more meat on their bones to look good." Lin Yu joked, playfully serving her more food. Chapter 4. Separation. The following day, Lin Yu rose early and, after escorting Lin Xian to the tailor shop at the village entrance, turned back towards home. He separated a portion of the rice left over from the previous day and headed straight to the village chief's house. Although Lin Yu had managed to drive Zhang Zhun away the day before, he knew well that this unscrupulous man would not relent so easily. As long as Zhang Zhun was around, Lin Xian would be at risk, and eventually, he would have to go out to sea, which could spell trouble. Thus, before that day came, he needed to sever ties with Zhang Zhun and seek the village chief's support. The only person he could turn to was the village head, Yu Xiangtian. At 60 years old, Yu Xiangtian was well regarded in the village, known for his kindness. He had witnessed Zhang Zhen's misdeeds over the years and had previously spoken out on behalf of Lin Yu and his mother. However, Yu Xiangtian was also aware of his outsider status and had wished to avoid entanglements with someone like Zhang Zhen, which had hindered him from taking action. With this in mind, Lin Yu knocked on the door of the village chief's residence. It wasn't too long before he heard Yu Xiangtian's voice from within. "Who is it?" "Just a moment." When the door opened, Yu Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback to see Lin Yu, but he quickly stepped aside. "Xiao Yu, what brings you here?" "Gumin, I just pickled some fish and rice. Take some home to taste." "No need, village chief. I have other matters to discuss." Lin Yu replied with a smile. "I'm sure you're aware of the situation with Zhang Zhen." Yu Xiangtian's expression shifted, as the incident had created quite a stir in the village. "I suspected you would come." "Have a seat," he sighed. "It's true that Zhang Zhen has acted wrongly, but we are all from the same village, and your mother didn't marry him. It's difficult for me to intervene. I understand this puts you in a tough position." "Village chief," Lin Yu acknowledged, pulling out the prepared rice and placing it on the table. "Consider this a small token of gratitude for your years of care. I'll need your help once more in this matter." Yu Xiangtian raised an eyebrow, initially expecting a simple offering of seafood. But upon seeing the glistening white rice peeking from the bag, his eyes widened in astonishment. Even as the village chief, he rarely had the opportunity to enjoy rice, let alone a whole bag. Lin Yu's generosity was beyond his expectations. "Xiao Yu, where did you acquire so much rice?" "I can't possibly accept this," he stammered. "Over the years, you've always looked after us and shared food with us. This is just a way to repay your kindness," Lin Yu insisted. Lin Yu pushed forward. "Without your assistance, we would have perished from hunger long ago. Therefore, I implore you to help us once more. That beast has made repeated attempts to violate my sister, and he even intends to marry her off to Wang Laosi from the neighboring village. My mother succumbed to her fate because of him. I must sever all ties and completely dissociate from him. In the future, my sister's safety will depend on your vigilant care." Yu Xiangtian furrowed his brow. A look of profound difficulty etched across his face, a countenance Lin Yu had witnessed countless times over the years. Zhang Zhen, that brute, had a history of domestic violence that was not recent. Villagers had long voiced their concerns. Yet, each time Yu Xiangtian arrived, that scoundrel would coerce Lin Yu and his mother into fabricating lies, or he would feign remorse with tears and snot. A just official finds it challenging to resolve family affairs, and, as a mere village chief, Yu Xiangtian felt powerless. Consequently, he would only offer verbal admonishments, which proved utterly ineffective and only incited Zhang Zhen's rebellious spirit, leading to even fiercer assaults on the trio. Despite this, Lin Yu chose to seek out Yu Xiangtian. For a simple reason. Although Zhang Zhen was a scoundrel, he was not a fool. He understood that antagonizing the village chief would leave him without a haven in Yangjiang village. If he were to venture out to sea, leaving his sister behind would be the safest option for Lin Yu. Observing Yu Xiangtian's hesitation, Lin Yu placed a sack of rice before him and said, "Rest assured, this rice is of impeccable origin, a treasure I have saved over the years. Originally intended as my sister's dowry, it was nearly seized by that scoundrel Zhang Zhen." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Yu Xiangtian's face, though he quickly masked it with feigned reluctance. "I must indeed intervene in this matter, otherwise, rumors will spread about our village. However, this rice is too precious, take it back." Despite his words, the glimmer in Yu Xiangtian's eyes betrayed his true desire for the rice sack. It was no surprise, for in Yangjiang town, few could afford such a quantity of rice. Lin Yu, having discerned Yu Xiangtian's intentions, smiled with relief. "I am reassured now. That beast would not dare offend you again." He promptly urged the rice sack toward him. "This is no burden. I have another matter to discuss. My fishing rod has long been broken, and I have heard of your fine craftsmanship. I wish to exchange it for a new rod." "A fishing rod?" Yu Xiangtian paused, glancing at Lin Yu before regaining his composure. His heart swelled with joy. He was fully aware of Lin Yu's ulterior motives. Living by the coast, fishing rods were the least valuable items in any household, with every family possessing several. Lin Yu was simply using this as an excuse to ensure his rice was accepted. Yu Xiangtian laughed heartily. "You've grown clever indeed. Very well, I shall select a fine fishing rod for you. This one is a cherished possession of mine and guaranteed to catch big fish." With a cheerful demeanor, Yu Xiangtian rose and rummaged through a cabinet at the door, finally producing a beautifully crafted fishing rod after much selection. "This is my treasure, made from the finest materials and crafted over the course of 2 weeks. It is yours. I have always believed you to be exceptionally bright. You are destined for greatness." Accepting the fishing rod with a knowing smile, Lin Yu understood this gesture indicated Yu Xiangtian's agreement. He expressed his gratitude profusely. "I must extend my heartfelt thanks to the village chief. I appreciate your concern regarding the earlier matters. I assure you, I will reward you handsomely. Let's not dwell on it. I will gather the villagers and clansmen tomorrow. Should that scoundrel dare to return, you need only call for me. Furthermore, if you require assistance at sea, send Lin Xian to me with my presence. He will not dare to act recklessly. Rest assured, after exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yu departed from Yu Xiangtian's home with a fishing rod on his back, his spirits buoyed. Noticing the time was still early, he set off towards the seaside. Upon reaching the shore, Lin Yu deliberately sought out a secluded spot, retrieving a small pouch of white rice flour from his pocket. This flour was freshly ground from rice he had prepared that morning, a skill he had honed from his previous life as a mercenary at sea. By grinding the rice into flour and mixing it with some fish bait and water, he could create a premium fish bait. This bait was unsuitable for small fish, specifically designed to attract larger catches. In his past life, Lin Yu had relied on this skill to capture substantial fish. However, should others witness him using rice for bait, they would likely scold him for his wastefulness. Many in this fishing village had lived their entire lives without tasting rice more than a few times, with the occasional holiday allowing them to purchase a small quantity to mix with broth. Lin Yu paid no mind to such judgments, attaching the bait to the hook and leisurely casting it into the water. The bait quickly sank beneath the waves, causing the water's surface to ripple, and the fishing float bobbed in response. A full half-hour passed with no sign of a catch, yet Lin Yu remained unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence. 10 minutes more elapsed before an immense force tugged at the fishing rod, jolting Lin Yu to attention. Finally, the moment had arrived. This time, I won't let you slip away, he thought, filled with exhilaration as he began to wrestle with the rod. As the float danced vigorously, the silhouette of a large fish began to materialize. Joy surged within him. A tuna. What a magnificent specimen. With firm resolve, Lin Yu pulled up the rod, silently acknowledging Yu Xiangtian's impressive craftsmanship as he observed the rod bending gracefully, holding strong without the slightest hint of breaking. Had he been using his old, dilapidated rod, it would have surely snapped in two by now. As the tuna's struggles weakened, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to heave it onto the shore. And upon witnessing the flopping fish, he could hardly contain his elation. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the scene, and the tuna vanished from sight. Ding! Congratulations! Host has exchanged a tuna for 40 points. Goodness, a single tuna is worth several fish from yesterday. Lin Yu marveled in awe, quickly attaching another bait and casting the line once more. With the experience of his first catch, he soon found success again. Another tuna, even larger than the last, also exchanged for 40 points. Excitedly, Lin Yu opened the marketplace, trading his points for more rice, flour, and pork, essential provisions. He rummaged through his clothing, finally selecting a floral dress valued at 5 points, intending to gift it to his sister, Lin Xian. Throughout the years, Lin Xian had scarcely worn new clothing, often scavenging for discarded scraps at the tailor's shop. Yet, she always refrained from making herself a garment, secretly saving the fabric to create clothes for Lin Yu. Although the materials were of poor quality and varied colors, Lin Xian's skill transformed them into beautiful outfits, drawing praise from Granny San at the tailor shop for her talent. Reflecting on this brought Lin Yu a sense of warmth, but his gaze soon fell upon the boats displayed at the bottom of the store. With just 2 tunas, he could exchange for an abundance of food and clothing. If he acquired a fishing boat, wouldn't that lead to fortune? Compared to fishing, the prospect of owning a boat was infinitely more lucrative. One vessel could yield hundreds or thousands of fish, all convertible to points, leading to untold wealth. Regrettably, his family's old fishing boat was unfit for deep-sea ventures, having been granted a second chance at life. He had no desire to suffer the same fate as the previous Lin Yu, who perished while fishing. With this thought, Lin Yu resolved to take action. It appears that I must begin saving points to exchange for a fine fishing boat, as relying solely on fishing will not suffice. Lin Yu pondered while hastening home, eagerly anticipating the sight of Lin Xian in her new clothes. Upon pushing the door open, he found Lin Xian busily preparing a meal. "Sister, I'm back," he exclaimed. Observing Lin Yu's breathless demeanor, Lin Xian couldn't help but chuckle, playfully scolding, "You're not a child anymore. Why are you in such a rush? Quickly wash your hands and get ready for dinner. I've made your favorite pork tonight." As she turned to return to the kitchen, Lin Yu swiftly grasped her arm, declaring, "Sister, look what treasure I brought back for you." Before Lin Xian could react, he produced a floral dress as if by magic, leaving her momentarily speechless. Where did this come from? I've never seen such a style. It's exquisite. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Yu grinned, reveling in the moment, his pride evident. "Of course, I earned it today. I caught an incredibly valuable deep-sea fish to trade for it. Go try it on to see if it fits." "What? No. That must have cost a significant amount of food. It's a waste to buy me clothes. Return it at once." Lin Xin Hotet Ugenti. Lin Yu then revealed the rice and pork he had prepared beforehand, placing them on the table. Don't worry, I didn't lose out. I've exchanged for food as well. It will last us for a while. I simply want to see you looking beautiful, so hurry and change. Ultimately, Lin Xin could not resist Lin Yu's earnest pleas and retreated to the side room. Before long, she emerged wearing the dress. At that moment, Lin Yu was left in awe. The seemingly simple floral dress appeared as if it had been tailor-made for Lin Xin. The fabric hugged her curves gracefully, the perfect length revealing a hint of her fair skin, and with her naturally unpretentious face, even the well-traveled Lin Yu was momentarily spellbound. Is it not flattering? I should quickly take it off and return it. It doesn't suit me, Lin Xin said, turning to change back. Lin Yu interrupted her repeatedly. No, it suits you perfectly. It's the first gift I've given you. If you refuse it, I'll be upset. Seeing Lin Yu feign displeasure, Lin Xin finally relented with a resigned smile. Then I shall accept it, but no more like this in the future. We mustn't waste money. I still need to save for your future wife. Just as Lin Yu was about to tease her, a sudden loud crash echoed from outside as the door was kicked open. Zhang, Lin Yu, are you in there? Get out here. Your grandfather, Wang Laosi, has arrived. The unexpected noise startled Lin Xin, while Lin Yu frowned and peered outside, spotting 7 or 8 individuals wielding harpoons and wooden sticks, led by a bald, limping middle-aged man. It was evident that Wang Laosi from the neighboring village had come to stir trouble. Lin Xin trembled, her face turning pale. Go inside, sister. I can handle this. I don't want them to see you. It will only complicate matters, Lin Yu urged, trying to reassure her. No, I can't leave you alone, Lin Xin insisted. Lin Yu gently pushed her into the room, saying, trust me, I won't do anything reckless. Just hide and don't let them discover you. After closing the door, Lin Yu secured it with a table, only to turn around and find Wang Laosi approaching with his gang. Where's your sister? Wang Laosi demanded, glaring at Lin Yu. She's not home, Lin Yu replied calmly. Wang Laosi, clearly unconvinced, eyed the inner room suspiciously. Whether she's here or not, I'll find out by searching. The others behind him shouted in agreement. Lin Yu smirked coldly. You want TB getting in while I'm here. Wang Laosi was taken aback by Lin Yu's audacity and, feeling provoked, waved his hand. Everyone, let us teach this insolent brat a lesson. The group charged at Lin Yu, brandishing their makeshift weapons. Wang Laosi thought to himself, this little punk thinks he can oppose me? He is asking for trouble. Yet, as they approached, Lin Yu displayed no fear, moving with lightning speed as he struck out. Ah, that hurts. My head feels like it's going to explode. Cries of pain rang out as one by one, the assailants fell to the ground, unable to rise again, their cries growing more desperate. Wang Laosi stood stunned, his mouth agape, utterly shocked. He had brought sturdy men with him, all notorious for their ferocity in fights, yet none could withstand a single blow from Lin Yu. Having been a mercenary at sea, Lin Yu found handling these 7 or 8 men akin to child's play, moving toward Wang Laosi with an air of nonchalance. You were quite the talker earlier. Why the silence now? Wang Laosi's expression shifted rapidly, fear creeping into his demeanor as he retreated. Don't come any closer. If you lay a finger on me, you won't see the sun rise tomorrow? Lin Yu chuckled. Do you even believe what you're saying? Wang Laosi trembled, swallowing hard as he glared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, so what if you can fight? The law is what matters now. Your deceased father accepted my bride price, and I'm here to take Lin Xin back for marriage. If you dare obstruct me, I'll report you. How quickly he had transformed from a threatening figure to a legalist. Lin Yu scoffed internally, fixing his gaze on Wang Laosi with icy determination. Who accepted your bride price? Go find out who it was. As for me, I'll say this clearly. My sister will never marry you. Wang Laosi's face darkened with fury, his fists clenched. But the cries of his fallen companions made him reconsider. You little brat, today you've gotten the better of me, but mark my words, I will marry your sister. Just wait. With that, he cursed and left, accompanied by his begrudging companions. Lin Yu pushed the table aside and stepped inside. Lin Xin, who had been hiding beneath the bed, covered her mouth in fear, but emerged upon hearing Lin Yu's voice. Xiaoyu, are you all right? I was terrified hearing the commotion outside. Feeling Lin Xin's concern, Lin Yu experienced a peculiar warmth. Sister, I'm fine. I've driven Wang Laosi and his gang away. Lin Xin nodded, her expression shifting as she bit her lip. Xiaoyu, it's all because of me that this trouble has come upon you. I'm so sorry. Perhaps you should leave this town and seek your fortune elsewhere. Sister, what nonsense are you talking? I want to leave. I want to fish well and give you a good life, Lin Yu asserted firmly, understanding her desire to protect him. You're too good to me, Xiaoyu. You must be hungry after being outside. Let me prepare something delicious for you. Thank you, sister. Lin Yu watched Lin Xin's retreating figure, silently resolving that the immediate priority was to distance himself from Zhang Zhun and deal with Wang Laoxi's threat. Only then could he focus on fishing and redeeming various items from the strongest coastal system, ultimately leading his sister to a better life. Lin Xin prepared a sumptuous feast. Xiaoyu, these are all your favorite dishes. Do try them, she urged. All right, sister, he replied. The two siblings were enjoying their meal when a cacophony of curses erupted from the doorway. You two are feasting inside, while I'm left to languish outside, drinking the cold winds. Step aside, and let me have a proper meal. Zhang Zhun's eyes sparkled with greed as he gazed at the food on the table. After being driven away the previous day, he had spent the night in a dilapidated boat by the seaside, now famished and freezing. He could no longer endure the hunger and had returned. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Lin Yu and Lin Xin indulging in their meal, and his temper flared. Seeing Lin Xin tremble, Lin Yu quietly offered her some words of comfort before standing up with a stern expression, fixing Zhang Zhun with a cold gaze. If you want food, prepare it yourself. This is the meal for my sister and me. It does not concern you. Zhang Zhun, furious, felt as if he might explode. You ungrateful brat. You've grown wings and dare to speak to your father this way? I've raised you for so long. What's wrong with taking a little food from you? Lin Yu scoffed inwardly, wondering where Zhang Zhun found the audacity to utter such words. According to his memories, Zhang Zhun had taken to heavy drinking after marrying and had never contributed anything worthwhile. He had been the one draining their family's resources all along. Have you nothing to say? Step aside. I'm starving for meat. Can you bear the responsibility for my hunger? Zhang Zhun demanded, advancing forward. Lin Yu took a couple of steps closer, glaring at Zhang Zhun, and calmly retorted, if you desire meat, go seek your esteemed relative, Wang Laoxi. I'm certain he would be delighted to treat you. Zhang Zhun's expression shifted dramatically, halting in his tracks. What do you mean by that, you brat? Let me enlighten you. Wang Laoxi came by earlier with a group, claiming you had accepted his bride price and intended to forcibly take my sister. I dealt with him quite handily. Wang Laoxi gasped, instinctively retreating. He had assumed his age and physical limitations were the reason for his inability to match Lin Yu. But witnessing Lin Yu's prowess had made it clear just how formidable he truly was. A few days prior, he had accepted a small sum from Wang Laoxi as a deposit, which he had promptly squandered on alcohol. Now, with Wang Laoxi being dealt with by Lin Yu, he was undoubtedly filled with rage. Seeking him out would be tantamount to courting disaster. Shall we get a cool? Trudy have pity on me and give me something to eat, Zhang Zhun implored, suppressing his anger and adopting a sycophantic tone. Chapter 7. Introducing Lin Yu's potential match. Lin Yu regarded Zhang Zhun's pathetic demeanor with disgust. Had he not arrived just in time the previous day, Lin Xin would have been bullied by this man. Now, he had the audacity to seek their sympathy. Noticing Lin Yu's silence, Zhang Zhun's eyes darted to Lin Xin at the table. Xiao Xin, your father was drunk yesterday and acted foolishly. Can you forgive me? He continued as the saying goes. Look not at the monk's face, but at the Buddha's. Think of your deceased mother and grant me a morsel. Lin Xion's expression changed, her body trembling. Zhang Zhun could sense her wavering heart and pressed on. Xiao Xian, have you forgotten how I cared for you as a child? Now that I am old and weary, shouldn't you, as my child, take care of me? Lin Yu shot a glance at Lin Xian, fearing she might be swayed by Zhang Zhun's manipulations. Sister, do not let such a man deceive you. When her mother was alive, how did he treat her? He would either strike or scold her when drunk. Mother's early demise was entirely his doing. Lin Xin reflected on this. Memories of the times she and her mother were mistreated flooding her mind. Her expression gradually returned to firmness. Indeed, a creature like Zhang Zhun did not deserve forgiveness. Dad, I'm nearly starving. Please give me something, Zhang Zhun whined. Lin Yu interrupted him sharply. Get out. Not even scraps for you, even if I were to feed a dog. Zhang Zhun's face turned ashen with fury. His finger poised to shout at Lin Yu, but recalling Lin Yu's terrifying capabilities, he swallowed his rage and left, teeth clenched. Lin Yu resumed his seat at the table. Addressing Lin Xin, Sister, let us continue our meal and not allow such a person to ruin our spirits. All right, Xiao Yu. After a while, Lin Xin put down her chopsticks and said earnestly, Xiao Yu, judging by Zhang Zhun's behavior as he left, he will not relent easily. If he continues this uproar, we will be unable to live our lives in peace. I understand your concerns, sister. Trust me, this matter will be resolved swiftly. Lin Yu finished his meal and added, Sister, I worry Zhang Zhun may return. Come with me to a friend's house for a while. I will go catch some fish and fetch you once I am done. Very well. The two tidied up the dishes and stepped outside. Lin Yu first took Lin Xin to her friend's house before heading to the seaside, where he began fishing with specially made bait. Before long, he had caught several ribbonfish and a large yellow croaker. The day was proving fruitful, and he aimed to catch more for better exchanges. With a smile, he placed more bait on the hook and cast his line once again, creating a splash in the water. Time passed unnoticed, and 2 hours slipped by. As the sky darkened, Lin Yu reeled in his line. With a thought, all his catches vanished. Ding! The host successfully exchanged 5 yellow croakers, earning 25 points. Ding! The host successfully exchanged 3 ribbon fish, earning 21 points. Lin Yu smiled slightly and browsed the shop with his thoughts, spending 50 points to exchange for 2 bottles of Maodai. His desire was not merely for the taste of fine liquor, but for the significant benefits it could provide. About half an hour later, Lin Yu knocked on the door of the village chief, Yu Xiangtian. Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Upon noticing the Maodai in Lin Yu's hand, Yu Xiangtian's eyes widened in astonishment. In these times, when many struggled to fill their stomachs, Maodai was a rare treasure, a drink only the wealthy could afford. Village chief, I need to discuss something with you. Please come in. Yu Xiangtian warmly welcomed Lin Yu inside and poured him a cup of hot water. Lin Yu set the Maodai down and looked at Yu Xiangtian earnestly. Village chief, I'm here regarding yesterday's matter. I can't wait any longer. I want to sever ties with Zhang Zhen immediately. Yu Xiangtian chuckled lightly. Xiao Yu, didn't I promise you yesterday that we would hold a village meeting to address this? But you know how difficult it is to settle family matters. Regardless of how vile Zhang Zhen is, you and Lin Xin will always be his children. Severing ties completely will be challenging. Lin Yu was not surprised by this response. The fact that Yu Xiangtian agreed to assist him after receiving that small gift was already the limit. As for his promise to convene a village meeting, it was merely a formality. The likelihood of a resolution was slim. Lin Yu was unwilling to wait any longer, as Lin Xin's anxiety would only grow, hindering their ability to live peacefully. Village chief, I understand the complexities involved, which is why I'm seeking your assistance. Lin Yu pushed the 2 bottles of Maodai towards Yu Xiangtian. These 2 bottles were acquired by exhausting all my savings and borrowing considerable sums. They are my token of gratitude for you. Yu Xiangtian's eyes lit up, smacking his lips. Xiao Yu, you're too generous. You know I don't drink such fine liquor. Lin Yu had anticipated this reaction and took a sip of water. Village chief, while you may not drink, others certainly will. I have heard that our town is about to elect a vice mayor. Our mayor has a penchant for indulging in a drink or 2 during his leisure time. Haha. Yu Xiangtian shuddered involuntarily, immediately grasping Lin Yu's implication. Indeed, how could he have forgotten this matter? If he were to present these 2 precious bottles of Maodai to the mayor and subsequently maneuver a bit, wouldn't the position of vice mayor be within reach? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He promptly made a decision. Xiao Yu, rest assured, I will assist you with this matter. I shall head to the village broadcasting station shortly to announce a meeting at the village office, and no one is permitted to be absent. Thank you, village head. Lin Yu finished his drink, exchanged a few words with Yu Xiangtian, and then decided to take his leave to fetch his sister home. Yu Xiangtian escorted Lin Yu to the door, momentarily staring at the 2 bottles of Maodai, before racing to the only telephone booth in the village. After several attempts, he finally managed to reach his youngest daughter, who was working far away in the county. Dad, why are you suddenly calling me? Is something wrong at home? Is it that I cannot call you unless something is amiss? Yu Xiangtian replied cheerfully. No, that's not what I meant, Dad. I'm currently at work and took time off to answer your call. Just tell me what you need. Xiao Qian, this month marks your mother's birthday. And no matter how pressing matters may be, you must return home on time. Okay, Dad, I understand. I have already prepared a birthday gift for Mom. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Yu Xiangtian murmured to himself. I always wished for Xiao Qian to find someone from the city and settle down there. Now, the more I observe Lin Yu, the more I realize he is quite remarkable. Both in appearance and age, he seems to be a perfect match for Qian. When she returns, I shall arrange for them to meet and play matchmaker. Chapter 8. I will not rest until I have my revenge. Nightfall. The sea breeze gently caresses the air. Lin Yu and Lin Xin walked along the path home. Xiao Yu. Just now the village had announced at the broadcasting station that all villagers are to gather at the village office tomorrow morning for a meeting. Do you know what it is about? Lin Xin asked, tilting her head inquisitively. Lin Yu understood Lin Xin's curiosity. After all, it had been a long time since the village head convened a meeting for all villagers. He smiled slightly. You'll find out when you go tomorrow. He refrained from revealing the truth to Lin Xin, wanting to surprise her. He was well aware that, despite her silence, she harbored a genuine desire to break free from Zhang Zhen and start anew. Yes, it's a bit chilly tonight. Let us hurry back. Lin Yu nodded and returned home with Lin Xin. Upon entering, Lin Yu keenly noticed signs of disturbance in the room, undoubtedly the work of that scoundrel Zhang Zhen. Fortunately, he had hidden the food well, preventing him from succeeding. Lin Yu thought to himself, choosing not to share this with Lin Xin to spare her unnecessary worry. Cease. Get some rest early. We need to rise early tomorrow. Yes, Xiaoyu, you should also sleep early. They each retreated to their respective rooms. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, after having breakfast, Lin Yu and Lin Xin arrived at the village office. A sea of faces greeted them, familiar and unfamiliar alike. Greetings, Uncle San. Hello. Only. Lin Yu and Lin Xin greeted everyone politely and warmly. Those addressed felt a pang of sympathy for the siblings, whose mother had remarried that drunken gambler, Zhang Zhun, leading them to a life of hardship and abuse. After their mother's passing, the siblings had been further oppressed by Zhang Zhun. Recently, it was rumored that he had sold Lin Xin to the limping Wang Laosi due to financial woes. Such tragic circumstances. Many wished to help, but were themselves struggling and fearful of entangling with Zhang Zhun and Wang Laosi, so they held back. Just then, Zhang Zhun, pale and weak from hunger, stumbled in. Instantly, many people glanced at him. Yu Xiangtian, seated at the head of the table, exchanged idle words with Lin Yu, his eyes suddenly gleaming with determination. He stood up, surveyed the crowd, and declared loudly, "It appears everyone is present. Please quiet down. We shall commence the meeting." In the next moment, the surrounding chatter gradually subsided. The villagers were acutely aware of Lin Xin and Lin Yu's plight. Their father had passed away early, and their mother had remarried Zhang Zhun, who had subjected them to relentless torment. Yu Xiangtian continued, his expression grim. A few days ago, Zhang Zhun, in dire need of money, sold Lin Xin to that limping Wang Laosi as a wife. I can no longer stand by and watch. So today I have convened this meeting to allow for a public vote. Anyone who wishes to support Lin Xin and her brother in severing ties with Zhang Zhun, please step forward. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Many villagers were utterly astonished that the village head would hold a meeting for the sake of Lin Yu and his sister's independence from Zhang Zhun. In the crowd, Lin Xin was taken aback, taking a deep breath as she looked towards Lin Yu. Coincidentally, she caught him winking at her, and she immediately understood, her heart racing with disbelief at how Lin Yu had persuaded the village head to assist them. Zhang Zhun, momentarily dumbfounded, clenched his fists and charged forward. Glaring at Yu Xiangtian, "I do not agree to this separation. This is our family matter. What right do you have to interfere?" Yu Xiangtian's face darkened as he slammed his hand on the table. "Nonsense. As the village head, I am more than qualified." Zhang Zhun's expression shifted, teeth grinding. "I respect you as the village head, but I raised these children. I am now old and frail, relying on them to support me in my old age. If you take them away from me, it is as if you are cutting off my lifeline. Zhang Zhun, you are truly shameless." An elderly villager with a cane stepped forward. "Ask anyone here if they believe you raised Lin Xin and her brother. You are nothing but a beast. When you were drunk, you either beat or berated them. If they had not been so capable, they would have starved to death long ago. Indeed, I remember when Lin Yu was 8 and fell ill with a high fever. His mother wanted to take him to town for treatment, but you, that heartless wretch, took the money meant for Lin Yu's life to gamble. If not for Lin Yu's fortitude, he would have perished in that fever. You are unworthy of being called a father." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's mind conjured a hazy image of that day when his mother had begged Zhang Zhun to spare the money, only to be met with brutal kicks and punches. Damn it, Lin Yu cursed inwardly. Had he arrived sooner, he could have altered this tragic fate. Now, having taken possession of his predecessor's body, all he desired was for his sister Lin Xin to lead a good life. "Zhang Zhun, we are all from the same village. How can you deny the atrocities you have inflicted upon Lin Xin and her brother? We all know. And now that the village head has called this meeting to stand for these unfortunate children, I will be the first to support their separation from you. You vile beast." These words struck Zhang Zhun like a sharp dagger, causing him to stagger back, his face contorted with rage as he glared at the crowd, roaring, "Separation means death to me. I will state this clearly. Anyone who supports them is my enemy, and I will not rest until I have my vengeance." Witnessing his ferocity, many were taken aback, their resolve wavering. Lin Xin bit her lip, her face pale, as hope flickered and faded. Would she forever be unable to escape the clutches of that beast? Zhang Zhun, village head, you are truly magnificent. Lin Yu's heart ached as he turned his gaze from Lin Xin to Yu Xiangtian, whispering softly. Yu Xiangtian nodded firmly and charged forward, delivering 2 powerful kicks aimed at Zhang Zhun. "With that pitiful appearance of yours, who is your father? This matter is under my jurisdiction today. Do not fear everyone. Should Zhang Zhun dare to trouble you again, come to me immediately. I will ensure he receives a proper lesson. If necessary, I will send him to prison to see if he dares to misbehave again." His words served as a robust reassurance to those present, dispelling their anxieties in an instant. The third uncle, leaning on his cane, cast a fierce glare at Zhang Zhun before stepping behind Yu Xiangtian. "I, for one, fully support Lin Yu and Lin Xin in severing ties with Zhang Zhun. I am not afraid of that scoundrel, and I also support this cause. Saving one life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. What more to save 2 lives? As more individuals rallied behind Yu Xiangtian, Zhang Zhun clenches fists, his expression darkening to an extreme. At this juncture, unable to alter the situation, he resolved to comply. Chapter 9. A villain requires a villain's confrontation. Zhang Zhun. Now the entire village stands in agreement that Lin Yu and Lin Xin shall sever their ties with you. Do you have anything to say? Yu Xiangtian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Zhun. Zhang Zhun shuddered involuntarily, swallowing hard before declaring loudly, I agree to the separation. But Lin Yu and his sister must provide me with compensation. Yu Xiangtian paused, looking towards Lin Yu. With a composed demeanor, Lin Yu approached and questioned Zhang Zhun word by word. What kind of compensation do you seek? Zhang Zhun's face twitched as he counted on his fingers. I want 200 jin of fine rice, 200 jin of pork, and 200 bottles of good wine. The audacity of his demands left Yu Xiangtian and the others dumbfounded. Zhang Zhun was indeed being brazen, attempting to force Lin Yu and Lin Xin into a corner with such excessive demands. You must be dreaming. I will not give you anything. Of course, the dilapidated house you currently reside in is yours. We will not claim it. Lin Yu retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Zhun. If you refuse, then I will not agree to the separation. Wherever you go, I shall follow, and you will not be able to rid yourselves of me. Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly frigid as he surveyed the crowd, stating sternly, all the uncles and aunts present here are witnesses. My sister Lin Xin and I have already severed ties with you. If you dare to harass us again, I will strike you each time you come near, and we shall see how long your body can endure. Zhang Zhun's countenance darkened further, and he gritted his teeth, preparing to speak. However, at that moment, a brazen and chilling voice echoed from the entrance. Lin Yu, get out here. The crowd gasped as they turned towards the source of the voice. Wang Laosi, his face clouded with fury, led a group of 4 or 5 dozen burly men wielding clubs and harpoons into the gathering. After being driven away by Lin Yu the previous day, he seethed with anger, quickly assembling a group to exact revenge and reclaim Lin Xin for marriage. Upon learning that Yu Xiangtian was holding a meeting, he stormed in with his men. Ah, good son-in-law, you have arrived. Zhang Zhun exclaimed with a broad smile, rushing forward to call out to Lin Yu. This little brat has grown wings and dared to rebel. You must teach him a lesson. Wang Laosi grunted heavily. I don't need your prompting. I will deal with him. We will settle our accounts later. Zhang Zhun's face twitched as he forced a smile and ingratiatingly replied, good son-in-law, please do not blame me. It is all that little rascal Lin Yu's doing. If it weren't for him, I would have long since delivered Lin Xin to your bed. If you wish to settle accounts, direct your ire towards him. I have no part in this. Nearby, Lin Xion's face darkened at his words, cursing Zhang Zhun as a beast. Lin Yu, weren't you quite arrogant yesterday? Why do you dare not speak a word now that you see me? Come out here immediately. Wang Laosi bellowed, baring his teeth at Lin Yu. Lin Yu smirked, stepping forward with a low voice. Who dares to shout recklessly here? His words elicited laughter from the onlookers, who found the situation amusing. Fuming, Wang Laosi felt his blood pressure rising. He had come with a large group, yet Lin Yu still dared to mock him, clearly disregarding him entirely. Lin Yu, I will give you one last chance. Hand over your sister willingly, and you will become my little brother-in-law. Just kneel and apologize, and I shall consider this all forgotten. Lin Yu chuckled coldly. You, a cripple, think you are worthy of my sister? Wang Laosi, furious, waved his hand. Take this bastard down hard. I will take full responsibility for whatever happens. The group of burly men charged at Lin Yu with fierce intent. Zhang Zhun watched with a cruel smile, believing Lin Yu's fate was sealed. No matter how skilled Lin Yu was, he could not hope to contend with such a horde of armed thugs. Lin Yu, this is the consequence of opposing me. Once you are dealt with, Lin Xin will lose her protector, and I shall take her for myself, ensuring she serves me for the rest of her days. At this critical juncture, Yu Xiangtian stepped forward, blocking Lin Yu's path, and glared at Wang Laosi. Do you think you can harm our village's children in front of me, the village chief? Do you take me for a mere decoration? Wang Laosi was taken aback. Unaware of the earlier events, he never anticipated Yu Xiangtian would risk so much to support Lin Yu. Yu Xiangtian, have you thought this through? Are you truly willing to meddle in my affairs? Wang Laosi questioned, glaring at him. Yu Xiangtian showed no sign of fear. Had he not confiscated Lin Yu's Maotai yesterday, or intended to introduce his own daughter to him, he would have avoided this conflict. However, having now considered Lin Yu as a potential son-in-law, he could not stand by and watch him in danger. Wang Laosi, in our village, bullying our children is unacceptable. Even if I were to agree, you should ask those present if they agree. Yu Xiangtian scanned the crowd, raising his voice. The third uncle, leaning on his cane, shouted, "We do not agree." The others, their spirits ignited, echoed in unison, declaring their disapproval. Wang Laosi trembled involuntarily. He had anticipated an easy victory over Lin Yu to take Lin Xin, but was now caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Wang Laosi, see for yourself. The villagers do not consent. You mentioned wanting to take Lin Xin. I regret to inform you that Lin Yu and Lin Xin have already severed ties with Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen no longer has the authority to marry Lin Xin to you, Yu Xiangtian declared, a cold smile on his face as he regarded Wang Laosi. What? Wang Laosi gasped. He had thought he could still leverage Lin Xin against Lin Yu, believing Zhang Zhen had received his bride price. But now that Lin Xin and her brother had cut ties with Zhang Zhen, he was completely blindsided. Good son-in-law, listen to me. It is all their fault. Wang Laosi cut off Zhang Zhen's protest, turning sharply and delivering a resounding slap across his face, gnashing his teeth as he demanded. Is what the village chief said true? Zhang Zhen swallowed nervously, covering his throbbing cheek as he glanced at the furious onlookers, fearing their wrath. He stammered, yes. It is true, but Wang Laosi kicked Zhang Zhen to the ground, cursing, you scoundrel, since I've lost my bride, you must return my bride price. If you dare to play tricks on me, you will pay double, no, triple, or I will break your leg today. Zhang Zhen was terrified. He had squandered all the bride price he had received. How could he possibly repay Wang Laosi threefold? Good son-in-law, everything can be negotiated. I currently have nothing on hand. Can we not defer the payment? Chapter 10. A feast for the entire village. How dare you, you bastard! When you accepted my gifts, you should have taken every single one without exception. Now you have the audacity to claim debts? I'll give you half an hour. If I don't receive what is owed, I'll break one of your legs. As he cursed, Wang Laosi kicked Zhang Zhen several times with force. Ow! Ouch! Be gentle, you're killing me. Zhang Zhen howled in agony, crawling forward like a wretched dog. He turned to Lin Yu and Lin Xin, exclaiming loudly, good son, good daughter. I realize my mistakes. I beg you, for the sake of our past relationship, save me. Otherwise, he truly will break my leg. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and Lin Xin exchanged glances, both comprehending the unspeakable audacity of Zhang Zhen's words. Past relationships? How could he dare utter such a phrase? Moments ago, he had made outrageous demands, and now he sought to curry favor with Wang Laosi to deal with them? Such scum deserved no sympathy. Lin Yu, unwilling to hear more of this nonsense lest he be sickened, stepped forward 2 paces, fixing Wang Laosi with a cold glare. Our village still has a meeting to conduct. This is your personal grudge. Handle it elsewhere. Yu Xiangtian also stepped forward, asserting loudly, indeed. We have important matters to discuss. You outsiders are not welcome here. Please leave. With his lead, many strong men from the village began to shout in agreement. Wang Laosi's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing resentfully at Lin Yu. Grinding his teeth, he waved his hand dismissively. Take this bastard Zhang Zhen away. Yes, sir. Zhang Zhen attempted to flee, but 2 strong men swiftly subdued him, dragging him along like a defeated dog. Good son, good daughter, I know I was wrong. I beg you to save me. I won't dare trouble you again. Zhang Zhen struggled desperately, pleading for help from Lin Yu and Lin Xin. Lin Yu and Lin Xin remained stoic, their expressions icy, utterly unmoved. Evil begets evil. Lin Yu mused inwardly. Zhang Zhen's current fate was entirely of his own making. Finally, this detestable creature was gone. Lin Yu silently rejoiced, expressing his gratitude to the villagers alongside his sister Lin Xin. Lin Yu, we've assisted you and your sister greatly. Mere words of thanks won't suffice. You must take tangible action. One villager joked half-heartedly. A spark ignited in Lin Yu's eyes, even without such a prompt. He had already planned to express his gratitude to the villagers. Firstly, today marked the day he and his sister severed ties with Zhang Zhen, a moment worthy of celebration. Secondly, he would need the villagers' assistance to build a new home. Very well, I will take tangible action. Tonight, I shall host a banquet for the entire village, ensuring everyone feasts and drinks to their heart's content. Lin Yu declared, surveying the crowd. The moment these words left his lips, it felt as if a powerful bomb had been dropped into a tranquil sea, creating towering waves of astonishment. Goodness, in these hard times, it's a struggle for each household to have enough to eat. For Lin Yu to offer a feast for the entire village, and to ensure everyone enjoys it. What an incredible proposition. Yu Xiangtian frowned, whispering urgently in Lin Yu's ear, Xiao Yu, I understand your desire to thank the villagers, but you must not make empty promises. Quickly tell everyone it was a joke. I'll help you cover it, and we can move past this. He was anxious. If Lin Yu's words proved empty, even with good intentions, it would be difficult to control the fallout as village chief. Lin Xin clutched her clothing tightly, her voice rising in concern. Yes. Xiao Yu, this is no joking matter. If you can't follow through, not only will we be embarrassed, but we want to be able to remain in the village. Lin Yu glanced at Yuxiang Tian and Lin Xin, calmly responding, do not fret. I am not speaking idly. I will ensure that everyone enjoys a splendid feast tonight. Upon hearing this, Yuxiang Tian and Lin Xin exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating to speak. Lin Yu understood their thoughts, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he approached a bald man in the crowd. Brother Zhang, may I borrow your boat for a moment? The bald man, not overthinking it, grinned widely. Sure. It's by the seaside. You can row it yourself. Lin Yu, you're not planning to go out fishing and treat the whole village, are you? Curiosity piqued. The crowd wondered how many fish could be caught to feed everyone. Lin Yu did not answer directly, scanning the crowd before fixing his gaze on Yuxiang Tian. Village chief, I'm heading out to sea. Please prepare the tables and bowls at the village office for my sister. I should be back by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Yuxiang Tian, perplexed yet intrigued, nodded wide-eyed. After Lin Yu had gifted him a tie, alluding to a potential political campaign, he had sensed Lin Yu was extraordinary. Now, witnessing such audacious plans, he was even more convinced of Lin Yu's exceptional nature and resolved to ensure his daughter secured his attention. Sister, assist the village chief for a moment. I'm off. Lin Xin, with a look of concern, cautioned, be careful out there and return early. She had more to say, but held back, feeling that Lin Yu had changed subtly, though she could not pinpoint how. All right. With the inquisitive gazes of the villagers upon him, Lin Yu strode confidently out of the village office, swiftly making his way to the seaside, where he located the bald man's boat and rowed into the deeper waters. Previously, he had fished with a rod, but the catch had been meager. Now, with the intention of hosting a banquet for the entire village, he needed to take a bold approach. Approximately an hour later, Lin Yu ceased rowing, mentally browsing the marketplace, quickly exchanging his remaining 20+ points for 2 large nets. He then retrieved bait from his storage and cast it into the sea to attract nearby fish. As the time approached, Lin Yu cast the 2 large nets into the water. After taking a sip of water, he sat at the bow of the boat and began to fish. Within minutes, a large yellow croaker was hooked, followed by a second and a third. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 hours had passed. Lin Yu placed the caught fish into a bucket before beginning to retrieve the nets. With a swish, the first net emerged, revealing a bounty of lively fish, yellow croakers, grouper, mackerel, and several hefty ribbon fish. A splendid haul. Lin Yu laughed heartily, eagerly reaching for the second net. Upon inspecting it, Lin Yu was taken aback. There lay an enormous tuna. This rare catch was worth a significant number of points, capable of being exchanged for many valuable items in the system. This trip to sea had not been in vain. The village feast was secured. Lin Yu laughed, finishing a bottle of water, and with a thought, all the fish vanished. Ding! The host successfully exchanged 58 yellow croakers, earning 290 points. Ding! The host successfully exchanged 43 ribbon fish, earning 301 points. Ding! The host successfully exchanged 10 grouper, earning 100 points. Ding! The host successfully exchanged 1 tuna, earning 500 points. Chapter 11. Insufficient preparation. Yet, despite his special abilities, Lin Yu found himself ill-prepared. He had not anticipated that a strong wind would arise today. The gales at sea, often referred to as typhoons, were not something an ordinary fishing boat could endure. Not only was there the violent wind, but when the wind blew, it was often accompanied by torrential rain. Lin Yu's boat began to spin on the waves, swaying perilously, threatening to be engulfed by the surging waters. Ding! The host has encountered a level 10 typhoon. The fishing boat is on the verge of capsizing. To preserve life, points must be exchanged. Lin Yu lamented in despair. Under such circumstances, the fishing boat was bound to be lost, and the points earned from exchanging his catch would be entirely wiped out. Not only would he be unable to treat the entire village to a feast, but he might even lose his own life. Is there truly no other way? Lin Yu inquired with a stern expression. Ding! Yes, host. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Burning you should be a divine punishment. Lin Yu couldn't help but curse. Ding! Host, please use civilized language. Such utterances will cost you 100 points. Lin Yu was taken aback, stamping his feet in frustration. Exchange, exchange. As long as I live, I can defy fate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the correct choice. Lin Yu was tempted to unleash a torrent of curses, but was concerned about exhausting his points entirely. Fine, fine. As long as I can survive, I shall not consider anything else for the time being. In a forest several miles away from Yangjiang village, Zhang Zhen nestled behind a large rock, smoking a cigarette. Occasionally, he would rise to glance toward Yangjiang village, where he had arranged to meet Wang Laosi. That day, Wang Laosi had brought dozens of men to Yangjiang village, and Zhang Zhun had hoped for a chance to take revenge, only to be violently expelled from the village by the village chief and Lin Yu. Regret washed over him. He believed his terms had been too meager, utterly insufficient to repay the bride price Wang Laosi had previously bestowed upon him. Thus he began to concoct devious schemes. Time slipped away swiftly, cigarette butts littering the ground. And out of sheer boredom, Zhang Zhun leaned against the stone and dozed off, soon plunging into a deep slumber. Lin Xian was ultimately coerced into marrying Wang Laosi, returning to her family 3 days later, looking pitiful just as Lin Yu was absent from the house. Lin Xian wept in Zhang Zhun's arms. Father, Wang Laosi is not a man. I still love you. I offer myself to you as a token of gratitude for your nurturing. Zhang Zhun was taken aback by Lin Xian's boldness, lifting her up and striding toward the bedroom. Gazing at the delicate Lin Xian on the bed, Zhang Zhun's throat tightened as he shed his clothes, intending to pounce upon her like a famished tiger. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, and he jolted awake to find Wang Laosi striking his shoulder with a wooden stick. Zhang Zhun, you dare to sleep here? Hand over my bride price. Fourth master, what is the matter? Did Lin Xian not agree? Zhang Zhun stood up in panic, noticing the glum expressions of several men around him, as if they had suffered a crushing defeat. Are you toying with me? Yesterday, Lin Yu went out to fish and encountered a typhoon. His life may well be in peril. Wang Laosi berated, raising the stick once more. Terrified, Zhang Zhun fell to his knees. Fourth master, I truly cannot be blamed. I had no idea it would turn out this way. Lin Yu had promised everything would be fine. Return my money. I no longer wish to play this game. Wang Laosi extended his hand. Good son-in-law, I genuinely have no money left. Allow me to devise another plan. I will find a way to get Lin Xian for you. Zhang Zhun, who indulged in gambling and debauchery, had already squandered the bride price. Who is your son-in-law? Do you still wish to toy with me? Wang Laosi kicked him. Although he coveted Lin Xian's beauty, he dared not be too forceful. Believe it or not, I will beat you to death and toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Zhang Zhun rolled several times on the ground before scrambling back to kneel. Fourth master, killing me is of no use. If I remain alive, I can repay you. Even if I cannot, I can still help you marry Lin Xian. Wang Laosi's mind flickered with images of Lin Xian's alluring figure, stirring his desires. You truly have a way? Of course. Lin Yu has acquired skills from somewhere, but he cannot always be by Lin Xian's side. I believe there will be opportunities. Besides, did you not say he is in trouble? Zhang Zhun's heart raced. He desperately wished to extricate himself from the situation, knowing that Wang Laosi could very well take his life in a fit of rage. Zhang Zhun, I will trust you for the time being. If you dare to deceive me again, I will ensure your demise. In truth, Wang Laosi was more bluster than action. He was not inclined to take a life. Wang Laosi returned to Yanghe village with a few of his brothers. Zhang Zhun finished his last few cigarettes, and, when night fell, staggered back home. As he stepped into the courtyard, he caught a whiff of the fragrant scent of rendered lard. Living by the sea, he was most accustomed to the briny odor of fish. The villagers of Jianyang were so impoverished that they could only savor the taste of meat during the festivities. How delightful! Upon seeing that Lin Yu was still well, Zhang Zhun was startled. This brat is quite the luck. He was not drowned by the sea last night. He sighed, his stomach growling with hunger. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, I'm back. Zhang Zhun, shedding his usual demeanor, affectionately called out to Lin Yu and Lin Xian. Lin Xian, busy rendering oil, trembled at the sound of his voice, glancing at Lin Yu, who was stoking the fire. He is back again. Do not fear, I am here. He would not dare. Today, I shall make him leave this place for good, Lin Yu reassured, standing tall. You're not going to hit him again, are you? Terrified at the thought of her brother's methods, Lin Xian felt a chill. Hitting him would only soil my hands. I merely want him to vacate this home and never return. Lin Yu did not wish to be overly harsh, remembering that this man had sheltered them in the past. Xiao Xian, where are you? Zhang Zhun soon reached the entrance, having already spotted the busy siblings in the kitchen. Lin Yu stepped out and blocked Zhang Zhun's path. What do you want? This is no longer your home. My sister and I do not welcome you. What do you mean, this is no longer my home? Have you truly forgotten how your mother brought you and your sister here 10 years ago? How ungrateful can you be? Zhang Zhun trembled with rage. Lin Yu had grown bold, clearly ready to confront him. How have you treated me and my sister all these years? Have you forgotten? What caused my mother's death? Surely you remember. Every time you drank, you unleashed your fists upon us. Now you are even more shameless, attempting to lay your hands on my sister. Abandon this thought at once. Lin Yu delved into the memories of the host, each incident flooding his mind. Chapter 12. Zhang Zhun's malicious intent. Daughters eventually marry. I have raised her with great effort. Do I not have even this little authority? Although Zhang Zhun felt guilty, he still attempted to argue. Remember, I am your elder. I hold the final say over your marriages. You must comply, whether you like it or not. Oh really? If you want my sister and me to comply, you should first ask if my fists agree. Lin Yu raised his fists, responding coldly. Once, Zhang Zhun had held Lin Yu firmly in his grasp. How had he changed so dramatically in the blink of an eye? Zhang Zhun looked at Lin Yu's raised fists, bewildered. Are you really going to strike me? Do you not realize how rebellious this is? If you do not wish to be struck, you best leave quickly. I have no time for pleasantries. Lin Yu advanced step by step toward Zhang Zhun, leaving no room for retreat. Just wait. Someone will take care of you. Zhang Zhun knew he was no match for Lin Yu and reluctantly turned to leave. Do you still think to seek out Wang Laosi? He has also been driven away. You should abandon that thought. Lin Yu smirked, unable to conceive where Zhang Zhun might find another ally. Village chief, you must speak on my behalf. Lin Yu is trying to force me out. Where am I supposed to go? Zhang Zhun complained repeatedly at Yu Xiangtian's home. Yu Xiangtian furrowed his brows, pondering the complexities of familial disputes, realizing the difficulty in offending Zhang Zhun. Brother Zhang, how am I to articulate this matter? You have inflicted considerable wounds upon those siblings. I sincerely advise you to depart swiftly. Xiao Yu is already clamoring for a separation. Remaining in their company serves little purpose, does it not? Yu Xiangtian, believing he could exert control over Zhang Zhun, remained unyielding. Brother Yu, I understand your indifference towards me, yet you must extend some courtesy to Wang Laosi. I have heard that your daughter, Xiao Qian, is soon returning. I assure you I shall not act rashly, but I cannot guarantee Wang Laosi will exercise the same restraint. As you witnessed, he was met with a cold reception yesterday in Yangjiang village, and he is not one to relent easily. Zhang Zhen's expression shifted suddenly. Does he dare? Yu Xiangtian seethed with indignation. As a single man, there is little I would shy away from. I merely offer this caution, brother Yu. You ought to be aware of the implications. Zhang Zhen spoke truthfully. Although he frequently mistreated Lin Yu and Lin Xian, he had not allowed them to starve. Were it not for the siblings, Zhang Zhen could easily seek another companion. Over the years, I have endured my share of toil, and without my intervention, Lin Yu and his sister might very well have perished from hunger. Now, they wish to cast me aside. As the village chief, you ought to take a stand. Are you threatening me? Yu Xiangtian felt a chill of apprehension. In these times, it was far preferable to offend a gentleman than to provoke a rogue. You may think as you wish. I, however, cannot swallow this indignation. Moreover, I cannot manage Wang Laosi. A mere whisper from him could rally dozens to his cause. Zhang Zhun was intent on playing his hand to the bitter end. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would miraculously return from the brink of death, swimming back from the sea. Otherwise, the situation would not have become so convoluted. Brother Zhang, I truly cannot be of assistance. I suggest you take a respite for now. Lin Yu is currently in a foul mood, and it would be wise to wait until his anger subsides. Yu Xiangtian, having benefited from Lin Yu's goodwill, leaned towards siding with him. Furthermore, most in the village still spoke in favor of Lin Yu. Last night, Lin Yu faced grave peril at sea. I believe it wise to allow some time to pass. Depart for now, and when Lin Yu is ready, we shall discuss matters further. Village chief, you cannot do this to me. If you send me away, where shall I go? Might I take refuge in your home? Zhang Zhen sat down, a master playing his cards. How exactly would you like me to assist you? Yu Xiangtian was taken aback by Zhang Zhen's audacity. He had no desire to involve his daughter in this mess, for Wang Laosi was a man best avoided. Even if Lin Yu would permit you to stay, you are bound to clash with him, and should you find yourself on the receiving end of his ire, it will not concern me. In the past, I invested considerable sums in constructing my home. Though it has suffered somewhere, I am willing to relinquish it to Lin Yu, provided he compensates me. Once I receive my due, I shall no longer provoke him. Zhang Zhen calculated his next move, intending to ensnare Lin Yu and compel him to leave in disgrace. I can only attempt this. Whether it succeeds is uncertain. Zhang Zhen loomed like a specter, and Yu Xiangtian wished to expedite his departure. In Yangjiang village, the sea breeze wafted gently, while stars twinkled in the night sky, the distant lighthouse casting its illuminating glow. Lin Yu had narrowly escaped death the previous night, appearing unscathed, even as the borrowed fishing boat sank to the ocean's depths. In the presence of his sister, Lin Yu maintained an air of nonchalance. The siblings prepared a sumptuous dinner, kneeling before their mother's spirit to offer a toast. Xiao Yu, you must not be so headstrong in the future. If something were to happen to you, what would become of your sister? Lin Xian wept softly as she implored her brother. Fear not, my life is resilient. I intend to venture out to fish tonight. I refuse to live in such a pitiful manner. As they dined, Lin Yu's spirits were high. You borrowed Brother Baldy's fishing boat, but now that it is lost, how will you set sail again? Lin Xian's face paled with concern. Is this not courting disaster? Such setbacks are inevitable. Did they not say that failure is is the mother of success. This is merely a lesson learned. Lin Yu responded with a carefree smile. Furthermore, I cannot remain idle and not return Brother Baldy's boat. How would I establish myself in Yangjiang village thereafter? I worry for you, Lin Xian retorted, unable to sway her brother's determination. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door jolted Lin Yu from his reverie. Who is it? He called out. It is I. Your uncle Yu, came the voice from outside. Village chief? Lin Yu hurriedly rose to open the door, stepping into the night. Two figures stood before him. Yu Xiangtian leading the way, with Zhang Zhun swaying behind him. Village chief, your arrival is warmly welcomed. Why'd you brought him along? Lin Yu's words dripped with hostility, and he was poised to shut the door in dismissal. Wait, please. I had no intention of meddling in your affairs. But your mother often implored me to look after you, and I believe some matters require resolution. Yu Xiangtian pushed against the door, preventing Lin Yu from closing it. Furthermore, you mentioned a feast for the entire village. What is the status of that? I heard you nearly lost your life yesterday. Lin Yu glared at Zhang Zhun, finding him as repulsive as a lingering specter. Indeed, Yu Xiangtian nodded, appearing resigned. Chapter 13, A Contract for Selling the House. Yu Xiangtian lamented his decision to allow Lin Yu's return. He realized Lin Yu was not as capable as he had presumed. Once was all it took for him to lose the fishing boat and nearly his life. Even if he were invited by Zhang Zhun, it is of no consequence. This household does not welcome him. You must send him away. Lin Yu, however, sought to maintain some decorum towards the village chief, thus bore his indignation in silence. Lin Yu, may I have a word? Yu Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's rebuttal. Then please come inside. Lin Yu opened the door wider, inviting Yu Xiangtian and Zhang Zhun in. The house you reside in, I can vouch, was constructed by Zhang Zhun. In essence, it should belong to him. Thus I wish to convey. Yu Xiangtian sat, exhaling deeply. You wish for us to vacate? Are you aware of the efforts my sister and I have put into this home over the years, receiving little in return? Moreover, I have no desire for the house. Lin Yu's countenance darkened, realizing the village chief was advocating for Zhang Zhun's claim. Listen to me. Your stepfather understands that you both have lost your home, leaving you without shelter. Hence, he sought me to act as a notary, transferring the house to you. Yu Xiangtian was genuinely concerned Lin Yu would act impulsively, and hurried to clarify. Lin Yu regarded Zhang Zhun with skepticism. You truly possess such good intentions to grant the house to my sister and me? Lin Yu, I know you are capable now, and you shall not go hungry. However, as the village chief has stated, the house rightfully belongs to me. If you wish to reside there, you must compensate me with money and provisions. Zhang Zhun, seeing Lin Yu stepping unwittingly into his trap, felt a surge of satisfaction. Very well, I accept your terms. But what are the rice and pork you mentioned earlier? Lin Yu was eager to distance himself from Zhang Zhun, aiming for a life free from one alongside his sister. All previous agreements are null and void. We will negotiate anew, settling everything at once, Zhang Zhun declared with fervor. You won't backtrack on this, will you? Lin Yu was doubtful of Zhang Zhun's integrity. With the village chief present, how could I renege? Though my conditions may be somewhat stringent, should you find them unacceptable, you must vacate tonight. Zhang Zhun, emboldened by Yu Xiangtian's support, discarded all limits. What do you propose? I agree to your terms. Lin Yu possessed a modest understanding of construction costs. After residing in his home for several decades, he surmised its worth was negligible. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I require 1,000 caddies of flour, 500 caddies of refined rice, an additional 500 caddies of pork, along with 1,000 yuan. Should you manage to procure these items, I shall promptly draft a written agreement, ensuring I will no longer disturb you. Zhang Zhun, indeed, was audacious in his demands, presenting figures that were nearly inconceivable. Yu Xiang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Brother Zhang, are you deliberately trying to trouble Lin Yu? Where on earth can he acquire such an exorbitant amount of flour, rice, pork, and money? Zhang Zhun's intent was to ensnare Lin Yu in a predicament. As soon as Lin Yu showed signs of capitulation, he could swiftly arrange for both Lin Yu and Lin Xian to vacate the premises. I agree to your terms. Lin Yu pondered momentarily before making a difficult decision. Lin Yu, you must be out of your mind. Even if every household in Yangjiang village pooled their grains and money, it would hardly suffice. He is intentionally placing you in a bind. Yu Xiang had come to recognize Zhang Zhun's true nature. His goal was to compel Lin Yu to retreat and vacate the home sooner rather than later. Village chief, I am not mad. I am fully aware of his intentions to make things difficult for me, yet he shall not prevail. I accept his proposed conditions, Lin Yu asserted with unwavering determination. Behind him, Lin Xian shook her head repeatedly, well aware of Zhang Zhun's cunning. Little Yu, why don't we just give him the house and leave? Sister, you need not worry. No one can expel us, Lin Yu replied, turning back with resolute conviction, for he and his sister must have a sanctuary. Zhang Zhun produced the pre-prepared contract and placed it upon the table. This is your word. The village chief is present, and upon your imprint, the contract shall take effect. Lin Yu could surmise the contents of the contract without reading it. It likely stipulated that if he failed to meet Zhang Zhun's demands, he and his sister would have to move out. He pressed his finger into the ink pad, but refrained from immediately stamping the paper. I can concede to your terms, but the items you seek can only be collected tomorrow morning. That is your promise. I am not coercing you. If you do not deliver the flour, pork, and money by noon tomorrow, then Lin Xin shall have to marry Wang Laosi. Zhang Zhun sneered, gesturing to the final line of the contract. Before 12 o'clock. I shall ensure your satisfaction. Lin Yu affixed his print to the contract, akin to how impoverished individuals once sold their children in ancient times. Zhang Zhun departed with a triumphant air, while Yu Xiang sighed repeatedly. Lin Yu, what are you doing? Do you not realize that you have ensnared yourself? Uncle Yu, I am setting sail tonight, and I implore you to protect my sister until I return. Zhang Zhun will not relent. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. For tonight he intended to employ his most potent fishing system, exchanging the fish he caught in the system's marketplace for flour, rice, and even money. If you know Zhang Zhun will not relent, why then do you agree to his terms? Yu Xiang felt at a loss, perceiving Lin Yu's excessive confidence. Fortune favors the bold. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. I am well aware of my limits. Tonight, I am preparing to set sail. I beseech you. Lin Yu cast a pleading gaze. Yu Xiang, unwilling to let Lin Yu down, suggested, perhaps you should take a few more people with you to sea tonight? No need. I wish to borrow a wooden boat from the village. Uncle Yu, I hope you can acquiesce. Good equipment is essential for fishing, yet Lin Yu currently lacked any. Very well, but do be cautious and do not venture too far. If you cannot catch any fish, return promptly, Yu Xiang urged Lin Yu, his concern evident. Together with a flashlight from home, Lin Yu set out with the village chief, who entrusted him with a fishing boat. Lin Yu, I can only assist you up to this point. If you have not returned by noon tomorrow, I will have no choice but to let Wang Laosi take your sister. The village chief warned. Yu Xiang dared not offend Zhang Zhun nor Wang Laosi, both of whom were notorious ruffians in the fishing village. Return by 12 o'clock. Lin Yu gazed at the distant lighthouse, his heart stirred by the crashing waves. He had little confidence in the bounty of this venture. I should light some incense before I depart. We must not forget our ancestors' customs. Yu Xiang prayed fervently for Lin Yu's safety, hoping he would return alive. Regardless of his circumstances, living by the sea, the ever-changing weather was commonplace. Alone at home, Lin Xin listened to the howling wind outside. Her heart nearly lodged in her throat. Chapter 14. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. On the vast sea, a tempest raged. Lin Yu's vessel rocked violently amidst the waves, and he struggled to maintain control of the helm to prevent capsizing or sinking. However, this time, Lin Yu navigated with purpose. He exchanged his remaining points for superior equipment, allowing him to steady the ship even against the fiercest of gales. Drawing upon his past experiences of commandeering ships at sea, Lin Yu piloted the fishing boat to a sheltered cove, safe from the tumult outside. At this moment, the ocean teemed with rare fish, including tuna, wild yellow croaker, yellowlip fish, and scad. Lin Yu remained unhurried, opting to wait for the storm to subside before venturing out with his specialized nets, employing a strategy of patience. He cast anchor and reclined in the cabin, slumbering peacefully, unfazed by the inclement weather. On the contrary, he slept soundly until dawn broke, the winds gradually abating. Stretching his limbs, he stood up to behold the sea shimmering with golden light. Within the hour following a storm, various precious fish become exceedingly active, and should one attempt to approach from shore at that moment, they would find nothing. Lin Yu understood this principle well and had sought refuge in deep waters before the tempest struck, ensuring he could swiftly access the active fishing grounds once the weather calmed. To his astonishment, as he cast his nets, he found himself overwhelmed with an abundance of catches. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have captured over 10 tuna, which can be exchanged for 100 marketplace points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have captured more than 20 yellow croaker, which can be exchanged for 200 marketplace points. The delightful chimes filled Lin Yu's ears, yet he did not convert all his catches into points, for he had promised to host a feast for the villagers, as well as fulfill Zhang Zhun's demand for several hundred caddies of fish. The sea glowed with radiant hues, and Lin Yu's face shone with exhilaration. By midday, he gathered his nets and set the course back to shore. However, to his dismay, the fishing boat spun in place. Lin Yu leapt into the water and dove beneath the surface, discovering that the boat's propeller had been damaged by rocks. Surfacing, he found himself at a loss. Despite the tremendous bounty of this venture, how could he safely return ashore and rejoin Yangjiang Village? Yangjiang Village, outside Lin Yu's home. Lin Xin had resolved early in the morning to search for her brother Lin Yu, She had not slept a wink the previous night, listening anxiously to the howling winds and rain. At last, with the dawn breaking, she found herself blocked at the door by Zhang Zhen. "Little Xian, where are you heading?" Zhang Zhen leered at her, his gaze lingering upon her chest. He had never given up on Lin Xian, but Lin Yu's prowess deterred him from acting. Arriving early that morning, he sought to gauge Lin Xian's sentiments. Unaware of Zhang Zhen's ulterior motives, Lin Xian hastily replied, "I am looking for my brother. He went out to sea last night and did not return." "Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe that scoundrel will return?" "From my extensive experience, he is most likely feeding the fish at the bottom of the sea." Zhang Zhen had been listening to the wind and rain all night, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. He had initially planned to sneak back, but fearing that Lin Yu was too resilient, he decided to wait until the news was confirmed before taking action. "You speak nonsense. My brother will be just fine." Lin Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she desperately sought to reassure herself. In such tumultuous seas, who could guarantee safety? Anyone with a modicum of common sense would know the odds. Xiao Xian, do not hold on to any illusions. The only person you can rely on henceforth is me. Zhang Zhen gazed at Lin Xian, his eyes glimmering with a predatory light as he advanced towards her, intending to draw her into his embrace. "You, stay back." Lin Xian retreated like a frightened rabbit. "Do not fear. I shall not harm you. Your mother departed early, and I have painstakingly raised you. It is time for you to repay my efforts. After noon today, I will marry you off to Wang Laosi, and you shall want for nothing for the rest of your days." Zhang Zhen spread his arms wide, lunging towards Lin Xian. Weakened from lack of sleep the previous night, she found herself unable to evade him as he ensnared her tightly. "Release me. What are you doing? I am your daughter. Such actions will bring down divine retribution upon you. You are not my biological daughter. What do you have to fear? Just submit to me for when Wang Laosi arrives. There will be no chance left." Zhang Zhen sought to claim Lin Xian's innocence before Wang Laosi could intervene. "Help! Someone please." Lin Xian struggled in vain, crying out for assistance. Zhang Zhen hastily covered her mouth, muffling her cries into pitiful whimpers. Moreover, he had secured the courtyard gate, convinced that no one would arrive at such an early hour. Suddenly, the gate was kicked open, and the village head, Yu Xiangtian, rushed in with several young men. They seized Zhang Zhen and hurled him to the ground. "Zhang Zhen, how can you remain so incorrigible? At your age, how could you dare to frighten a girl as young as Xiao Xian?" Yu Xiangtian, though older, spoke with heavy breaths. "Village head, Wang Laosi is coming at noon. You were the notary last night, do you recall?" Zhang Zhen knew that the village head would not care for him, but he could not afford to disregard Wang Laosi. "How could I forget? That's why I came early. Xiao Yu instructed me to protect Xiao Xian. Until Xiao Yu returns, you shall not harm her." Yu Xiangtian stood tall, determined to serve as a guardian for the villagers. "Do you think Lin Yu will return? You have gone to sea countless times. You should understand the dangers. In such storms, the survival rate is dismally low." Zhang Zhen shook his head, feigning wisdom. Yu Xiangtian was rendered speechless. Zhang Zhen's words held a certain truth that he could not counter. "Regardless, you must not lay a finger on Xiao Xian. Did you raise her?" Zhang Zhen sneered. "No." Yu Xiangtian faltered. "Village head, I recall you privately loaned the fishing boat of Yangjiang village to Lin Yu last night. If Lin Yu does not return, how will you explain that to the villagers?" Zhang Zhen's expression was sly. Each of his words struck at Yu Xiangtian's vulnerabilities. If Lin Yu truly could not make it back, he would face the villagers' ire and potentially lose his position as village head. "Lin Yu, has he returned?" Outside the courtyard, a commotion erupted. Lin Xian looked over to see the bald Zhang Hai, her face paling in terror. Just last night, Lin Yu had departed, and Zhang Hai had come to inquire about his fishing boat. Chapter 15. What is there to fear? There's still me. It turned out that the day before, Zhang Hai had lent his fishing boat to Lin Yu because his wife had matters to attend to at her family home, and they had returned together. He was unaware of Lin Yu's experiences until last night when he learned that his boat had sunk in the sea, and Lin Yu had again borrowed it to go out fishing. Consequently, Zhang Hai's wife had quarreled with him all night if he did not retrieve the boat. She threatened to leave him for good. "Xiao Xian, where is Xiao Yu? Haven't come to see me. Having not seen Lin Yu." Zhang Hai's anger was directed at Lin Xian. "Zhang Hai, why are you shouting? Can you not speak properly?" Yu Xiangtian frowned at Zhang Hai's explosive demeanor. "Village head, you are here as well. Perfect. You must speak a word of justice. I trusted Lin Yu and lent him my fishing boat. But look where that has led us. My livelihood is at stake." Zhang Hai grumbled, seething with frustration. "I understand. Lin Yu has yet to return, does he not?" Yu Xiangtian, more anxious than anyone, feared that if Lin Yu did not return, it would feel as though the sky had fallen. Zhang Hai's face turned ashen. "Do you truly believe Lin Yu can come back?" Behind Zhang Hai, a gathering crowd of villagers began to murmur. Before the village head could respond, someone interjected. Unless Mazu grants protection, Lin Yu is surely doomed. What a calamity! If Lin Yu does not return, what will become of Lin Xin? The crowd lamented, and Lin Xin, listening, could not contain her tears. No, Xiao Yu will be fine. He will surely return. Lin Xin, you must be strong. From my past experience, no one survived last night's storm. An elder villager offered a gentle consolation. Lin Xin crouched on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. What am I to do? What is there to fear? If Xiao Yu does not return, you still have me. At that crucial moment, Zhang Zhun interjected, villagers. I have raised Xiao Xin for over a decade. Her future is not your concern. Just you? A frail voice echoed from the entrance. It was undoubtedly the arrival of the third uncle. Yu Xiangtian wiped the sweat from his brow and approached. Third uncle, what brings you here? You have the audacity to lend the village's fishing boat to Lin Yu without anyone's consent. The third uncle's beard bristled as his cane jabbed the ground. I merely thought Lin Yu was in dire straits and wished to assist him. I had no other intentions, Yu Xiangtian stammered, losing his usual confidence in the presence of the third uncle. Nonsense. You are not helping him. You are endangering him. Knowing there was a typhoon, how could you allow him to set sail? What is the difference between this and murder? The third uncle, a seasoned fisherman, was furious. Lin Yu owes so much. If I do not help him, he will struggle to survive. Yu Xiangtian lowered his head, speaking softly. You are foolish. Even if Lin Yu is in debt, we of Yangjiang village can gather resources to help him through this. Now, look what you've done. The village's only boat is gone. And you expect everyone to survive on air? The third uncle scolded sternly. Zhang Zhun stepped forward, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Third uncle, please do not be angry. I will take care of Xiao Xin. You need not worry. Entrusting Xiao Xin to you? I cannot possibly feel at ease. You should abandon that thought immediately. The third uncle showed no kindness to Zhang Zhun. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Hai suddenly knelt before the third uncle. Third uncle, you must advocate for me. Lin Yu has taken my boat, severing my means of livelihood. Lin Yu had boldly promised everyone fish and meat just the day before. Had it not been for the village head's intercession, they would have confronted him yesterday. Uncle, you must speak a word of justice for everyone. Lin Yu has also borrowed my family's fishing net, and now I find myself in the same plight as Zhang Hai, without even a means to eat. Faced with the cacophony of voices around him, Uncle remained speechless. What good does it do to pester Uncle? We should seek out Lin Yu. The village chief shouted hoarsely. Silence. You have no authority to speak. You lent the village's boat to Lin Yu, making you a sinner of Yangjiang village, another voice chimed in. This speaker, younger than Yu Xiangtian, had long harbored ambitions to usurp his position but had lacked the opportunity, until now. If that is the case, I shall no longer concern myself. You should turn to Zhang Zhun instead. He is Lin Yu's stepfather, and the debts of the child may justly be repaid by the father. Fearing the ire of the crowd, Yu Xiangtian hastily redirected the focus toward Zhang Zhun. All eyes turned toward Zhang Zhun, and indeed, he was now the only one left to confront. Brother Zhang, what do you propose we do? The day before yesterday, Lin Yu sought to sever ties with you as his father. Since you delayed your agreement for compensation, you remain his stepfather. Therefore, since Lin Yu owes the villagers, you are obliged to settle the debts. You ought to realize that we currently possess nothing. Desperate measures may be taken. As expected, the crowd's fury was directed entirely at Zhang Zhun, each person seething with indignation, eager to bring him to his knees. This was precisely the outcome Zhang Zhun desired. As he feigned a troubled expression, allow me to speak, for I have long devised a solution, contingent upon your willingness to listen. What clever solution do you possess? Uncle asked, sitting down in frustration, for he trusted everyone but Zhang Zhun. Given the current state of affairs, Lin Yu will undoubtedly not return. As Lin Xion's primary guardian, I bear the responsibility of arranging for her future. As for Lin Yu's debts to you all, I shall find a way to repay them, if you deem it acceptable. Zhang Zhun deliberately left his suggestion hanging, heightening the curiosity of the crowd. Do share your plan. Zhang Hai rushed forward, demanding, you know, my family's fishing boat was our means of sustenance. How can we survive now that it is gone? Zhang Zhun tilted his head back, sneering. Do you believe these few houses could compensate for your fishing boat? Zhang Hai was left dumbfounded. His boat had been quite dilapidated, while Zhang Zhun's houses were among the finest in Yangjiang village. Truth be told, my fishing boat does not compare to your houses, yet without it, I cannot face my wife. If you pursue this course, I shall accept your compensation. Zhang Hai, driven by desperation, prioritized saving his family. Brother Zhang, if you take away my family's house, what will become of us? Lin Xin Gai, fear not, for I am still here. Suddenly, a multitude gathered outside the courtyard. Chapter 16. Daring anger, yet unable to speak. The crowd turned to see Wang Laosi. Today, He appeared transformed, clad in clean attire, adorned with a bright red flower on his left chest, and wearing a black top hat that concealed his baldness. Behind him trailed a cart procession, the most striking of which was a bridal sedan chair. "What brings you here?" Yu Xiangtian discerned the situation and realized Wang Laosi had come to claim a bride. "Wang Laosi, I must inform you that we live in a society governed by law. You cannot act recklessly." Wang Laosi distributed cigarettes with a congenial demeanor. "Dear villagers, today marks a momentous occasion for me, Wang Laosi. I have brought rice and flour for everyone to share." Goodness, what generosity! Some were so touched they were rendered speechless. Many had not tasted rice or flour in days. "Wang Laosi, do not think your small gestures of kindness can sway the masses. Lin Xin has lived in Yangjiang village for over a decade, and I have the right to protect her." Yu Xiangtian thought of the 2 bottles of Maotai at home. If he did not stand up now, he would fail Lin Yu. Wang Laosi leaned closer to Yu Xiangtian, whispering, "I have heard your daughter is a beauty, soon to return. Do you not worry for her?" Yu Xiangtian's heart raced. "What are you implying?" "I merely wish to remind you that Lin Xin is not your blood relative. Do not stir up trouble. Moreover, Lin Xin is Zhang Zhen's daughter. This matter rests with him." Wang Laosi's voice was low and menacing. "Good son-in-law, you have finally arrived. I was at a loss for what to do." Zhang Zhen greeted Wang Laosi as if he were a long-lost father. Although Wang Laosi was his prospective son-in-law, Zhang Zhen still relied on him. "Fear not, father-in-law, for I have come today to resolve all matters. From this day forth, I will treat you as my own father." Wang Laosi conversed with Zhang Zhen, his gaze fixated on Lin Xin. "Tonight, I shall celebrate our wedding night. What does material wealth matter?" "Yu Xiangtian, why do you remain silent?" Uncle, annoyed by Yu Xiangtian's reticence, pressed him. "Uncle, what can I say?" Yu Xiangtian's sense of justice had been utterly eroded by Wang Laosi's intimidation. While he feared not Wang Laosi, he did fear for his daughter's safety. "Will you simply stand by and watch as Wang Laosi takes Lin Xin away? Have you forgotten your promise to her mother to care for her?" Uncle sighed. Yu Xiangtian could not forget that day when Lin Xin's mother passed. The children had wept bitterly, while Zhang Zhen had vanished. Uncle had been present, and it was only after Yu Xiangtian and Uncle agreed to care for the siblings that Lin Xin's mother had closed her eyes for the last time. "Uncle, the situation is not as simple as you think. Zhang Zhen holds a contract with Lin Yu's thumbprint upon it. This is legally binding." Yu Xiangtian recalled the contract in Zhang Zhen's possession, feeling increasingly helpless. "What contract? Show it to me," Uncle demanded furiously. Zhang Zhen produced the contract and read it aloud before the crowd, leaving everyone astounded. How could Lin Yu have consented to such a thing? Was Lin Xin truly to be cast in the fire? What has become of this world? Zhang Zhen, facing the crowd as skepticism, remained composed. "Should you still harbor doubts? Ask Lin Xin herself whether this is true. If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. Lin Xin, speak up. If what he says is untrue, we shall all stand by you. Rest assured, though Yangjiang village may be poor, the villagers are united. As long as there is food, you shall not go hungry. Do not be afraid, Lin Xin." Many villagers still sided with Lin Xin, determined to prevent her from being led to ruin. Zhang Hai was the first to voice his dissent. "You speak so boldly without bearing the burden. Lin Yu borrowed my fishing boat, and now it is lost without a trace. How shall I feed my family? I demand my compensation back. I have 2 elders and 2 children relying on me. And I'll lend my finest fishing net to Lin Yu. And if he does not return, who else can I turn to for recompense?" As Zhang Hai's words echoed, others quickly joined him. "Listen to me. We cannot proceed in this manner. It is akin to kicking someone when they are down." Yu Xiangtian shouted, "Silence. You took it upon yourself to lend the village's fishing boat to Lin Yu. We have yet to settle accounts with you. After today, you shall no longer be the village chief of Yangjiang." Yu Jinhai, a member of the prominent Yu clan in Yangjiang village, has been fixated on undermining Yu Xiangtian in recent years, aspiring to seize the position of village chief for himself. Yu Xiangtian, wearing a bitter smile, acknowledges that indeed, Lin Yu has placed him in the crosshairs of public scrutiny. At this juncture, he finds himself at a loss for words. Yu Jinhai turns to Zhang Zhen, inquiring with a smile, "Brother Zhang, are you truly able to repay what Lin Yu owes to everyone? Did my esteemed son-in-law not mention just now that Lin Yu is also his brother-in-law? Therefore, what Lin Yu owes is also his responsibility, and he will surely repay it. As for the fishing boats of Yangjiang village, my son-in-law will provide a brand new one, guaranteeing its quality surpasses the previous vessel." Zhang Zhen responds confidently, his voice resonating. "Good son-in-law, I speak nothing but the truth. Henceforth, you are also connected to Yangjiang village, and unity is paramount. Whatever father-in-law says shall be accepted. Tonight, I shall host a grand feast for everyone, allowing them to indulge in chicken, duck, fish, and meat, chuckled Wang Laosi. I believe it is getting late. I shall have Xiaoxin board the sedan and return with me. Wait a moment. Observing Wang Laosi's men stirring restlessly outside, Yu Xiangtian steps forward. Are you truly going to interfere? Wang Laosi glares menacingly. I never stated I would obstruct you, but the contract was signed last night, and it is imperative to wait until midnight. Until that hour, I hold the right to protect Lin Xian, Yu Xiangtian explains coldly. Village chief, do you intend to tear apart my family? Zhang Hai queries, his voice strained. If you push me to the brink, I am capable of anything. Zhang Hai, that is not my intention. I promised Lin Yu I would protect Lin Xian until midnight. Yu Xiangtian responds with a pained expression. Yu Xiangtian, first return the village's fishing boats, then you may hold the right to speak. Do not presume. I am unaware that Lin Yu has bestowed considerable benefits upon you. Yu Zhenhai retorts sharply. Sound the gongs and drums, and set off firecrackers. I shall now welcome the bride into the sedan. Wang Laosi calls out. Soon, the air is filled with the cacophony of firecrackers and the clamor of drums, while many villagers of Yangjiang can only seethe in silence. Chapter 17. One satisfaction requires consideration for all. Zhang Zhun, are you truly going to marry Lin Xian off like this? The venerable third uncle, despite his esteemed stature, finds himself lacking conviction at this moment. Third uncle, this is a necessary course of action. The trouble Xiaoyu has caused is immense. If we do not proceed this way, how can we quell the villagers' grievances? Zhang Zhen argues persuasively. Moreover, Lin Xian has already reached the age of 20, suitable for marriage. Although Wang Laosi is somewhat older, his wealth ensures Lin Xian will not suffer. Zhang Zhen's words resonate with the sentiments of many villagers, with no hope left in Lin Yu. The only option left is for Lin Xian to marry Wang Laosi and repay her brother's debts. Wang Laosi strides toward Lin Xian, who instinctively recoils. At this moment, her concern lies not in whom she marries, but in the safety of Lin Yu. Trembling, she implores Wang Laosi, fourth brother, please help me find Lin Yu first. Lin Xian, what do you mean by this? Have you chosen to disregard your father's wishes? Wang Laosi growls, leaving no room for negotiation. Listen to me. Today you must ride in my bridal sedan, and as for your brother, I shall do my utmost to locate him. No, I will not leave unless Xiaoyu returns. Father, I beg you. Lin Xian pleads tearfully with Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen understands all too well that should Lin Yu return, Lin Xian would likely refuse to board the sedan with Wang Laosi. We can no longer wait. The time is nearly upon us. Indeed, the hour approaches midnight. Wang Laosi, growing impatient, reaches out to embrace Lin Xian. Terrified, she steps back and cries out, Uncles and aunts, please help me. I must wait for Xiaoyu to return. I beg you. No one rises to speak on Lin Xian's behalf. Many believe Lin Yu to be a swindler, the meager offerings of fish and rice merely trifling favors. In truth, Lin Yu has betrayed their trust, borrowing 2 boats and a significant quantity of fishing gear. Uncle Yu, will you assist me? Lin Xian places her last hope in the village chief, Yu Xiangtian. You were present when your father signed a contract yesterday. I am now powerless. Xiaoxin, you must accept your fate. Yu Xiangtian laments with a heavy heart. Zhang Hai shouts at Wang Laosi. Wang Laosi, though you marry Lin Xian, we are all her kin. Should you dare to mistreat her, we shall not stand idly by. Rest assured, we shall all be one family henceforth. Why would I treat Lin Xian poorly? Wang Laosi, eager to embrace his bride, is willing to concede to any demand. Suddenly, the jubilant sounds of gongs and firecrackers cease, causing Wang Laosi to furrow his brow. Who ordered the halt? Resume the festivities immediately. It was I who commanded the cessation. At the entrance, a solitary figure stands resolutely, expression stern. It is Lin Yu, whom everyone believed to be on the brink of death. Xiaoyu, you have returned? Lin Xian's tears flow freely. Lin Yu remains silent, striding directly toward Zhang Zhen. What are you up to, making such a grand display? Xiaoyu, have you forgotten last night's agreement? You signed a contract stating that if you did not return by midnight, I would marry Lin Xian to Wang Laosi. Zhang Zhen, undeterred by Lin Yu's presence, clings to the contract as his leverage. Is it already midnight? Lin Yu queries with a playful expression. Indeed, it is not yet past. Look, the sun is directly overhead. Zhang Zhen retorts, relying on his experience to assert the time. Lin Yu, unfazed, reveals his wrist, displaying a brand new Shanghai mechanical watch. Is your timing as precise as this? Goodness, Lin Yu possesses a watch? The crowd gasps in astonishment. In all of Yangjiang village, only the village chief owns one, and even then, it is reserved for special occasions. Even if you arrive before midnight, you are still bound to the terms of the contract. Surviving last night's storm is a stroke of luck. Consider yourself fortunate, but the contract remains in my possession. You cannot simply disregard it, Zhang boasts, brandishing the contract with pride, confident from his years of experience that Lin Yu's survival amidst the tempest was itself a miracle. I accept all the conditions you proposed and will fulfill them. Henceforth, kindly vacate this place and refrain from setting foot here again. Today, Lin Yu intends to settle matters with Zhang once and for all. Wang Laosi stands dumbfounded, never having anticipated Lin Yu's return. Zhang, you shall determine how to settle our accounts. According to Wang Laosi's nature, having been humiliated in Yangjiang village, he is determined to teach Zhang a lesson. Yet, Zhang fervently vows to fulfill his wish of marrying the charming Lin Xian. Good son-in-law, the best part is yet to come. Lin Yu is back. But that does not guarantee he can repay what he owes under the contract. Zhang calculates shrewdly. When the contract was signed with Lin Yu, Zhang had initially made exorbitant demands. Not even a single person, let alone Lin Yu alone, could yield such a bounty from the sea. You must not deceive me further, or else. Wang Laosi concedes some leniency to Zhang, as should the marriage proceed, Zhang would become his father-in-law. Fear not, it is all as planned, Zhang reassures confidently. Xiaoyu, would you like to take another look at the contract? You remember all the figures, do you not? Zhang waves the contract dismissively, already feeling victorious. How could I forget? I shall provide you with everything I promised, without fail, including that 1,000 yuan. Lin Yu replies with calm assurance. 1,000 yuan? The villagers were left utterly astounded upon hearing that figure, though they were unfamiliar with the concept of GDP. They comprehended that 1,000 yuan represented more than the collective income of the entire village for a month. Xiaoyu, you ought to refrain from boasting, remarked Yu Xiangtian, who, upon seeing Lin Yu return, felt a sense of relief but was also disinclined to witness Lin Yu's exaggerations. Uncle Yu, I am not exaggerating. It is explicitly stated in the contract, and I am not daunted by it. Lin Yu replied with unwavering conviction, harboring a deep gratitude towards Xiangtian. Lin Yu, do you believe that merely adhering to the contract will suffice? Zhang sneered. What, are you planning up the ante? Lin Yu had anticipated Zhang's tactic and was unfazed. Rest assured, I shall not waver. I will follow through as promised. However, you borrowed someone else's fishing boat and gear. Surely you intend to repay that? It cannot be that I feast while others starve, can it? Zhang was, in fact, wary of Lin Yu as well, seeking to incite the villagers' anger against him. Lin Yu, I am not coercing you. You have damaged my family's fishing vessel. And I too must survive. You ought to marry Lin Xian, Zhang nearly wept. Chapter 18. Subduing Wang Laosi. Zhang, how could you say such a thing? Lin Yu felt a pang of disappointment. Xiaoyu, I'll lend you the fishing boat out of respect for the village chief. Consider my family. The elderly and the young depend entirely on a single fishing boat for survival. Should you find yourself without a place to stay, I could leave you a room. Lin Xian is growing up. She will inevitably marry. Zhang expression resembled that of a bitter melon. What do you mean by leaving me a room? Lin Yu was utterly perplexed. Xiaoyu, I find your house's beams quite satisfactory. I am contemplating dismantling your home, Zhang stated cautiously. What? You intend to tear down my house? Lin Yu was taken aback, sensing something amiss. Xiaoyu, please do not be hasty. You borrowed 2 fishing boats. The materials from dismantling your house will suffice. If not, how will you repay the village and my family's boat? Zhang circled back to his point. He was not inclined to this course of action, but reality compelled him. Lin Yu stood frozen, grappling with the nature of humanity. Xiaoyu, do not be stubborn. You currently have no alternative. Let Lin Xian marry Wang Si. He will become your brother-in-law, and may lend you assistance in the future. Zhang envisioned Lin Yu's desperation. Believing he was left with no options, Wang Laosi stepped forward, saying, Xiaoyu, do not worry. You can reside with my family. You are Lin Xian's brother. Hence you are also my brother. Bah, my sister is as beautiful as a flower. You, on the other hand, are not even worth a pile of dung. To think you would aspire to marry her is nothing short of a daydream. Lin Yu retorted without mercy. Lin Yu, do not be ungrateful. My intention to marry your sister stems from your father's commendations on my behalf. If you provoke me further, do not expect to live in peace. Wang Laosi recalled the humiliation he had suffered days prior, his anger flaring anew. You are burdened with debt, and it appears that Yangjiang village can no longer accommodate you. My willingness to shelter you is solely due to your sister's favor, Wang Laosi asserted. My debts have nothing to do with you. Lin Yu scoffed. Wang Laosi, turning to the assembled villagers, deliberately incited them. Dear fellow villagers, Lin Yu, at such a tender age, has begun to act deceitfully. He likely intends to default on his obligations, borrowing your possessions without any intention to return them. This cannot stand. Lin Yu must return my family's fishing net. Lin Yu, I'm not demanding that you dismantle your home. Simply return my family's boat, he added. You also promised to treat everyone to a feast. Where is it? Do you not remember how the villagers cared for you during your mother's absence? You must possess some conscience. The villagers, stirred by Wang Laoxi's words, became increasingly agitated. Wait, allow me to first resolve matters with Wang Laoxi before addressing your concerns. The feast you speak of shall not be forgotten, along with the rice and flour to be distributed to all, Lin Yu proclaimed, his demeanor calm in the face of the enraged villagers. Shall you? You should cease painting grand visions. After enduring such a tempest, your mere return is a miracle. Perhaps speak kindly to your father. The third uncle found Lin Yu's words implausible, leading to a profound sense of disappointment in him. Third uncle, grant me a moment. I will settle matters with the one surnamed Zhang, Lin Yu replied, opting for discretion by omitting Zhang Zhen's name. Zhang Hai, assuming the surname referred to him, erupted in fury. Lin Yu, your behavior is increasingly unacceptable. I'll lend you the boat. I to be blamed? Brother Zhang, you are misunderstanding. The one I refer to as surname Zhang is him. Lin Yu pointed at Zhang Zhen, his expression filled with ire. You little brat, what have I done wrong? Had I not taken in you three, you would have starved long ago. Spare me your nonsense and return the fish, meat, rice, and money, Zhang Zhen spat. Incensed by Lin Yu's provocation, threatening him with a contract, believing Lin Yu would struggle to fulfill his obligations. I foresaw your reaction. It is not fear that guides me, but rather a sense of obligation due to the years you supported my sister and me. As of now, do not expect to set foot in my home again, Lin Yu declared. Lin Yu was not devoid of reason. In truth, during the initial years of his and his sister's arrival at Zhang's home, Zhang Zhen had treated them kindly. However, after being incited by others, Zhang Zhen began to spread rumors that Lin Yu's mother had failed to bear him children, suggesting he would die alone. You little brat, do you have any more nonsense to spout? Hurry up and produce the money. Wang Laoxi, witnessing the verbal sparring between Zhang Zhen and Lin Yu, felt a mix of anger and urgency. Try cursing me again. Lin Yu glared at Wang Laoxi. What if I do? You are an ungrateful wretch, raised without guidance, Wang Laoxi boasted, relying on his numbers and the villagers' rising ire, emboldened by the fear he instilled. Lin Yu's fist struck with unparalleled swiftness. Wang Laoxi staggered back, and when he rose, blood filled his mouth. You seek death. He spat, cursing again. Lin Yu's fist flew once more, landing squarely in Wang Laoxi's abdomen. Wang Laoxi fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. What you all doing? Come and beat him. Wang Laoxi had assembled a sizable entourage for his wedding, and many wielded weapons. Upon his command, they surged toward Lin Yu. However, there were righteous souls in Yangjiang village who shouted, Listen up, Wang Laoxi is causing trouble in Yangjiang village. We cannot stand idly by. Wang Laoxi, limping outside the courtyard, declared, Whoever dares to move, I will have them cut down first. Today's events are none of your concern. A few villagers who had intended to intervene were cowed into silence by Wang Laoxi's shout. Lin Yu found the situation laughable. Even the mightiest waves at sea could not deter him, and a mere rabble of miscreants held no fear for him. Nevertheless, he did not wish to harm the innocent. Since Wang Laoxi instigated the conflict, it was best that he be the one to quell it. With this thought, Lin Yu charged toward Wang Laoxi, delivering a series of resounding slaps. As Wang Laoxi attempted to resist, Lin Yu seized him, placing a cleaver against his throat. Wang Laoxi, I could end your life as easily as slicing through a winter melon, yet I have no desire to kill you. You are merely being manipulated by others. If you wish to live, obey. You claim to have a limp. Should you push me too far, I will ensure the other leg is crippled, Lin Yu warned, kicking Wang Laoxi behind the knee. Wang Laoxi collapsed to the ground, and his comrades, eager to join the fray, hesitated, weighing their options. Brother Wang, just give a word, and we will all charge in, they urged. Do not act impulsively, Wang Laoxi pleaded, a knife pressed against his neck, kneeling on the ground in utter despair. At least you know your place, Lin Yu remarked, a smug expression decorating his face. Chapter 19. Evil begets evil. Wang Laoxi, I will no longer marry your sister. I only wish to retrieve my betrothal gifts from your stepfather, Wang Laoxi stuttered, intimidated by Lin Yu, who had struck fear into his heart. That is a matter between you and him. It is of no concern to me. Should you cause any further disturbances in Yangjiang village, I shall confront you each time, Lin Yu declared, releasing Wang Laoxi with a swift kick that sent him tumbling several meters away. Zhang Zhen, pale with fright, rushed over to assist Wang Laoxi, exclaiming, Fourth Master, are you all right? I never anticipated it would come to this. Wang Laoxi shoved Zhang Zhen away, cursing, Get lost. Hand over the betrothal money you owe me. I never want to see you again. Stumbling, Zhang Zhen nearly fell over, yet with audacity, approached Lin Yu, producing a contract. Little Yu, as you can see, I'm now at a dead end. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises to you. From now on, we have no ties. Do not seek me out again. Lin Yu agreed, gesturing towards a nearby cart. Not far off stood a cart laden with 2 crates covered in plastic, concealing their contents. Wait here. I shall bring the cart closer. Take your belongings and depart. The villagers were astonished, witnessing Lin Yu's commitment to his word as he strained to maneuver the cart. Its wheels compressed under the weight. As he unveiled the plastic, the crowd gasped in awe at the sight of the crates filled to the brim with fish, meat, and rice. Listen carefully. There is plenty here. Should you find yourself without shelter, I can afford to give you a little more. Additionally, here is the 1,000 yuan you requested. With a flourish, Lin Yu produced the money. 1,000 yuan should suffice for a while. Do not expect my support in times of illness or misfortune, he stated. Zhang Zhen's eyes sparkled with greed as he snatched the money, assuring, do not worry. I will not come looking for you again. Here is the contract. Lin Yu accepted the contract, but did not tear it immediately. Instead, he carefully folded it and handed it to Lin Xin. Sister, keep this safe to prevent any future deceit. Zhang Zhen counted the cash, noting it was all in 10 yuan bills, a thick stack, which he recounted repeatedly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Wang Laosi charged forward, snatching the money from Zhang Zhen's hands. Zhang Zhen, this 1,000 yuan only covers half the betrothal. The other half will be compensated with fish, meat, and rice. Fourth master, please leave me something, Zhang Zhen exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded, having gained nothing from the commotion and now bereft of a home. Zhang Zhen, have you not borrowed enough from me over the years? I am being exceedingly generous by allowing you to use these as part of your betrothal gifts. Wang Laosi retorted fiercely. Turning back, Zhang Zhen addressed his comrades, shouting, brothers, transfer the goods to the cart. We are heading back. Understood. The brothers responded, springing into action. Zhang Zhen obstructed the cart's path, a mournful expression on his face. Fourth master, please leave me a little something. Get lost. Look at my face. I've already been more than fair by not demanding more from you. Wang Laosi snarled, wiping blood from his mouth. Lin Yu's earlier punch had nearly knocked out his teeth, and the pain still throbbed. Enough. You take the money, but leave the fish, meat, and rice for me. Zhang Zhen spread his arms, blocking the cart. Move aside. Wang Laosi bellowed in fury. Fourth master, I beg you, leave me something. Zhang Zhen wept, pleading. Wang Laosi raised his foot and delivered a heavy kick. Zhang Zhen, get out of my way, you worthless creature, trying to lay claim to my adopted daughter. As Zhang Zhen prepared to retaliate, Wang Laosi's henchmen surged forward, pinning him to the ground. Village chief, save me. Zhang Zhen cried. Third uncle, I can't endure this. Speak a word of justice. Little Yu, I implore you. Zhang Zhen sobbed, writhing on the ground. The villagers, despite their sympathy for Zhang Zhen's plight, felt a certain satisfaction in his suffering, having long harbored grievances against him. Third uncle approached Lin Yu, sighing, Little Yu, it is time for you to speak up. Evil is met with evil, Lin Yu replied softly. Third uncle, do not intervene. He is, after all, my foster father. I prefer not to lay hands on him. Allowing Wang Laosi to teach him a lesson is sufficient. Wang Laosi delivered a thorough beating to Zhang Zhen, before having him dragged away with the cart. Zhang Zhen staggered to his feet, bruised and battered. What are you still doing here? Leave at once, Lin Yu snapped. Lin Yu, all of this is your doing. Do not expect to live in peace. You borrowed the villagers' fishing boats and gear, thinking it would go unpunished? Zhang Zhen resumed his provocations. His words ignited the villagers' anger, causing them to turn their gazes towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you allowed Wang Laosi to take the goods? What will we do now? Where's my family's fishing boat? You must return it. My fishing net. Little Yu, I kindly loaned you the village's fishing boat, and now you leave me in this predicament before the villagers? Yu Zhenhai stepped forward, sneering, Village chief, do you think you can still be in charge after lending your boat to Lin Yu without permission? You must provide an explanation to everyone today. Zhenhai, cease this ruckus. The villagers have only just begun to see some improvement in their lives, Yu Xiangtian stammered, suddenly finding himself at the center of controversy. He had lent the fishing boat to Lin Yu under the influence of 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, hoping Lin Yu would achieve something significant, allowing his daughter to marry him in the future. Enough. If the village's boat is not returned today, we will demolish your home. Yu Zhenhai declared, unwilling to back down. Third uncle is present to speak the truth. The village's fishing boats are communal property and should not be misappropriated. Yu Xiangtian, who had been faithfully honoring his promises to protect Lin Xin, now found himself in an awkward position. Little Yu, what have you done? Uncle Yu, please do not blame my brother. I assure you we will return the village's boats. Lin Xin pleaded anxiously, fearing for her brother's predicament. If I had known this would happen, I would have let you marry Wang Laosi. Yu Xiangtian sighed heavily. Zhang Zhun, now emboldened, shouted in frustration. It is all Lin Yu's fault. Ever since he and his mother arrived in Yangjiang village, there's been no peace. Lin Yu, return the boat. Return the boat. Lin Yu, you would rather be an outsider than share any profits with the villagers of Yangjiang. What are your true intentions? Listen to me. We must expel Lin Yu from Yangjiang village. Facing the villagers' ire, Lin Yu remained as calm as still waters. Might I suggest you first visit the seaside dock before making further statements? Chapter 20. Do not stir trouble. Little Yu, please, do not cause further chaos. In light of your mother's dying wish, I implore the rest of you to show mercy. You may gradually return what you have borrowed. Third uncle, leaning on his cane, approached Lin Yu, his lips quivering. Dear villagers, let us not hold a child accountable for his youthful recklessness. I implore you to trust that little Yu will rise to greatness. Indeed, my brother will certainly repay everyone. Lin Xian stood beside third uncle, repeatedly apologizing to the villagers. Zhang Zhun was seething with resentment, loudly proclaiming, everyone, do not be deceived by Lin Yu. He is merely a charlatan, lacking any genuine skill. Even if he manages to swindle us out of fish, meat, and rice, he cannot possibly procure 2 fishing boats. He must return the boats today. Otherwise, if he flees tonight, we shall lose him forever. His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. After all, if Lin Yu and Lin Xian absconded that night, where'd they go to find them? Lin Yu, you must provide an explanation today. You promised everyone a feast of fish and meat. And though you have failed to deliver, you must at least return the fishing gear you borrowed from my family. If not, I shall dismantle your house. Lin Yu, observing the agitated villagers, recognized Zhang Zhun's incitement. Suppressing his anger, he approached Zhang Zhun defiantly. Why are you still here? You should leave at once. Zhang Zhun, confronted by Lin Yu's fierce demeanor, faltered. What do you intend to do? This matter no longer concerns you. I advise you to depart now. Lin Yu replied with unwavering resolve. Wait a moment, Lin Yu. Are you so eager to have him leave because you have something to hide? Yu Xinhai approached with a stern expression, aligning himself with Zhang Zhun. Do not think I am unaware of your dealings with the village chief. You bribed him, and in return, he lent you the fishing boats, which you subsequently traded for fish, meat, and money. Did you not? I did not. You are speaking nonsense. Lin Yu retorted, astonished by Yu Xinhai's vivid imagination. Whether I am speaking nonsense or not, the villagers know the truth. You claimed your boat encountered storm, and everyone believed you. Yet, where is the wreckage of your boat? You emerged from this ordeal unscathed? Yu Xinhai posed a soul-searching question. Those who lived by the sea understood that those who ventured into turbulent waters rarely returned unscathed. Lin Yu, I cannot believe you would stoop to such deceit to fool us all. You are young, yet your cunning runs deep, managing to deceive everyone. I doubt you ever even set sail. Listen to me, everyone. Find Lin Yu's sister first. If he fails to provide an explanation, we shall hand her over to old Wang. Zhang Zhun incited the crowd further, their agitation intensifying. Yu Xinhai pressed on, villagers, heed my words. This is a conspiracy between the village chief and Lin Yu. I am certain the chief has benefited from Lin Yu's underhanded dealings. Found it. I discovered 2 bottles of Maotai at the village chief's house. This is Lin Yu's bribe. Yu Zhenjiang rushed over, clutching a bundle of liquor. You, Lin Yu, had it all planned from the beginning. First, you sold my fishing boat, then gifted the village chief with liquor, and subsequently sold off the village's fishing boats. Your cunning is indeed profound. Zhang Hai charged forward, gripping Lin Yu's collar, his fist raised high, yet it remained suspended in the air. Brother Zhang, I did not deceive anyone. You should go to the dock and take a look. If I have uttered even a single falsehood, you may hold me accountable. Lin Yu implored, aware that the longer this misunderstanding lingered, the deeper it would become. Zhang Hai, a good-natured man but simple-minded, was easily swayed. Uncle San could no longer bear to watch and interjected, regardless of whether Lin Yu is lying. Let us first go to the dock. Perhaps there is indeed a surprise waiting for us. The villagers, swayed by Uncle San's words, decided to head to the dock. After all, Lin Yu could not flee. Reasonable people from Yangjiang village also stepped forward. You insolent brat, you shall soon find yourself weeping without tears. Zhang Zhun glared at Lin Yu, inwardly cursing him. Nearly everyone in the village followed Lin Yu toward the seaside, traversing a windbreak forest and walking several miles until they finally reached the small dock of Yangjiang village. Look, there are boats, 2 of them, larger than the previous fishing boats, and quite impressive. Stop looking. Those must belong to another village, merely docked here temporarily. Indeed, how could Lin Yu possibly conjure such fortune? The villagers of Yangjiang were practical. They did not believe in windfall riches. Every safe return from the sea was attributed to the blessings of Mazu. These are my boats, One belongs to the village, and the other to Brother Zhang. I must return the borrowed boat. Otherwise, how could I establish myself in Yangjiang village? Lin Yu asserted confidently, pointing at the fishing boats. As for the borrowed fishing gear, it is all aboard. You may choose what you desire, and leave the rest for me. What? These 2 boats truly belong to Lin Yu? Zhang Hai, scratching his head, approached Lin Yu. Little Yu, are you really going to give me a boat? Brother Zhang, if you doubt me, I will write a contract right now, and the boat will be yours. Just remember, the larger one is for the village, so do not get confused. Lin Yu was resolute in his promises. I am more than satisfied with the smaller one. Besides, it is even newer than my old boat. Little Yu, should I pay you for it? Zhang Hai felt he had come out ahead and was slightly uneasy about it. Rest assured, I may need to borrow your boat again in the future. Let's consider this even. Brother Zhang, please call more people to help unload the goods from a boat. Tonight, I shall fulfill my promise to the villagers and host a grand feast. Everyone should eat to their heart's content. Lin Yu's expression brightened as the situation calmed. Zhang Hai busily rallied a dozen young men from the village, unloading the boat's cargo, which included fish, meat, rice, and even 2 conspicuous boxes of liquor. Lin Yu approached Uncle San and softly said, Uncle San, for all these years, I am grateful for your support, which has allowed my sister and me to thrive. I will repay you well. What nonsense are you speaking? As long as you and your sister are well, I can rest easy, even in death. When I see your mother, I shall have no regrets. Uncle San chuckled, the wind tousling his white hair and accentuating his weathered visage. Little Yu has returned the fishing boat to the village. From now on, I have no further business with you. Yu Xiangtian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are you simply going to let the matter of the bribe slide? Yu Zhenhai retorted. Chapter 21. Hard to say. Yu Xiangtian was taken aback. The 2 bottles of Maodai were quite valuable. If Yu Zhenhai truly escalated the matter to the town, he could face disciplinary action, at the very least, removal from his position as village chief, or worse, detention. Brother Zhenhai, I will simply return the liquor to Little Yu, and we shall consider this matter settled. Yu Xiangtian felt his confidence wane, aware that Yu Zhenhai was undermining him. Village chief, you're being rather naive. Do you think that killing someone can be resolved merely by an apology? Look at me. See what I have become. Zhang Zhen was covered in bruises, his heart filled with resentment and injustice. Additionally, the Zhang family was the foremost family in Yangjiang village, which was precisely why Zhang Zhen acted so arrogantly, dismissing others entirely. Yu Xiangtian felt at a loss for words. Zhang Zhen was but a petty individual. Yu Xiangtian did not dare offend him. Step down as village chief and let Zhenhai take your place. Then we shall consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, I will be the first to report you for accepting bribes to the town. Zhang Zhen had his own clandestine dealings with Yu Zhenhai, aiming to topple Yu Xiangtian and then leverage Yu Zhenhai's influence to reign supreme in Yangjiang village. That is impossible. Even if I step down, I cannot allow Yu Zhenhai to take my place. Yu Xiangtian recognized the collusion between Yu Zhenhai and Zhang Zhen and sought to prevent it vehemently. Yu Xiangtian, do you believe you still have a right to be village chief? Yu Zhenhai pressed on aggressively. Wait, is it merely 2 bottles of liquor? Uncle Yu, are you overreacting? Lin Yu approached Yu Zhenhai with a mischievous grin. After all, presenting gifts is not a crime. These mere 2 bottles of wine are simply a token of my goodwill. You speak so lightly, but do you truly think I am blind? Do you not realize how much these 2 bottles are worth? They could very well land Yu Xiangtian in prison. In his quest to become the village chief, Yu Zhenhai had diligently studied legal knowledge, convinced that his understanding would be sufficient to defeat Yu Xiangtian. According to Article 390 of the law, the crime of bribery entails a penalty of up to 5 years of imprisonment or detention. Lin Yu, do not be so carefree. Your involvement is equally reprehensible. Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing that Yu Zhenhai was no illiterate. He was indeed knowledgeable about the law. If he clung to this matter, the village chief would be in trouble. Lin Yu, have you nothing to say? Once the village chief steps down, if you behave yourself, it might be overlooked. But should you continue to be a thorn in the side, I shall report your assets as being of unclear origin. Seeing Lin Yu a loss for words only fueled Yu Zhenhai's fervor. Zhang Zhen chimed in from the sidelines. Zhenhai, do you really think Lin Yu giving you a fishing boat is a blessing? It could very well be stolen property. If he falls into misfortune, so shall you. The villagers, upon hearing Zhang Zhen, were filled with doubt. Lin Yu, your boat isn't stolen, is it? If its origins are unclear, we cannot accept it. You must navigate this legal trouble first. Otherwise, everyone will have been led on a wild goose chase, they warned. The majority of the villagers in Yangjiang were honest and unassuming, reluctant to engage in any questionable behavior, and in this moment, they were filled with trepidation. Uncle San shook his head and approached Yu Xiangtian. Xiangtian, I don't even know how to address you. Lending a boat to Lin Yu is one thing. But why accept his wine? Uncle, I never anticipated it would come to this, Yu Xiangtian replied with a bitter smile. Did I not mention that if you return the wine to Lin Yu, this matter will be forgotten? Whatever Lin Yu does henceforth is of no concern to me. Everyone listened intently. Yu Xiangtian himself had admitted to exploiting public property for personal gain, an act of selfishness that was utterly deplorable. Yu Jinhai seized upon Yu Xiangtian's words, declaring it a classic case of embezzlement. Zhang Zhun eagerly joined in. Indeed, we have all been deceived by Lin Yu. The village chief, a respectable man, has now been made a fool. Expelling Lin Yu from Yangjiang village is imperative. Do not hesitate. Zhang Zhun incited the crowd, and soon voices rose in agreement, calling for Lin Yu's removal, claiming he was a scourge whose presence would only lead to further calamity. Lin Yu glared fiercely at Zhang Zhun. You seem to be reveling in this. Do you think I am afraid to confront you? Look, Lin Yu wants to strike me. I am, after all, his stepfather. I have my share of trials. Will you not speak a word of fairness? Zhang Zhun feigned a pitiful demeanor, even shedding a few tears. Lin Xin was anxious for her brother, but her distress was of little assistance. Lin Yu, however, remained unfazed, fixing his gaze on Zhang Zhun. I will settle the score with you later. For now, allow me to explain why I presented wine to the village chief. It is evident you are worried the chief would not lend you the fishing boat, hence this gesture. Even a fool can see that, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Yu burst into laughter, unabashed and carefree. His words even made Yu Xiangtian feel hypocritical. Beyond this rationale, could Lin Yu possibly have any other justification for gifting the wine? Lin Yu, I recognize your capabilities, but with hundreds of villagers present, even your prowess is no match for the collective. It would be wise to submit, Yu Jinhai warned, sensing Lin Yu's potential for aggression. I will not harm anyone in Yangjiang village. I merely wish to share the truth regarding the 2 bottles of wine, and once I have done so, feel free to judge, Lin Yu replied with a cold smile. He was no longer the timid Lin Yu of the past. He was now both capable and astute. Let us see how you will justify yourself. Zhang Zhun eagerly fanned the flames from the sidelines. Zhang Dege, keep your eye on Zhang Zhun. Do not let him slip away in the chaos. If today ends in discord, he shall bear the primary responsibility. Lin Yu turned to the tall Zhang Hai, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, even if you flee, I will not. You, ungrateful wretch, will not escape the villagers' wrath. Zhang Zhun, bolstered by Yu Jinhai's backing, refused to back down. Xiao Yu, do not squander time. Simply state the reason for your gift to Yu Xiangtian, and be honest. Uncle San's voice served as a calming influence, prompting silence as all eyes turned to Lin Yu. Lin Yu lowered his head, feigning embarrassment. How can I say it? It feels quite shameful. What? Have you nothing to say? Zhang Zhun rejoiced inwardly, believing that once the village chief fell, Lin Yu would no longer have a place in Yangjiang village. Chapter 22. Uncle San's concerns. I have nothing to say. What a farce. Lin Yu, surprisingly, laughed instead of getting angry. You foolish creature, laugh now. But you shall weep soon enough, Zhang Zhun sneered, mistaking Lin Yu's laughter for bravado. Lin Yu, do not feel shy. As long as you act with propriety and integrity, Uncle San will support you. Speak up. Why did you present wine to the village chief? Uncle San, the most senior in Yangjiang village, commanded respect. Uncle, if it is truly something I cannot say, perhaps it is best left unsaid. It is rather embarrassing, Lin Yu stammered, fidgeting like a bashful maiden. You must speak. Do you wish to drive me to despair? Uncle San grew impatient. I like Xiao Qian. I merely wish to strengthen my relationship with Uncle Yu. Hoping he would consider betrothing Xiao Qian to me, Lin Yu confessed, his face burning crimson. In truth, it was a desperate measure. He had indeed harbored feelings for the village chief's daughter, but felt utterly unworthy. Ha ha! Have you even looked in the mirror? Yu Jinhai burst into laughter at the revelation. Silence you. Wang Laosi resembles a crooked gourd and a withered jujube, yet he dares to aspire to marry Xiao Xin. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, is a paragon of talent. What objection could there possibly be? Uncle San's voice thundered with indignation. Despite the audacity of Yu Jinhai, he dared not challenge Uncle San, opting instead for silence. You two are no better. If you fancy Xiao Qian, why not pursue her openly instead of skulking in the shadows? There's nothing disgraceful about it. Uncle San remarked, casting an irritable glance at Lin Yu. I merely believe it unjust for my sister to remain unmarried while I contemplate my own affairs. Additionally, I confess to feeling a twinge of guilt. However, my intention in gifting wine to Uncle Yu is solely to position myself as a prospective son-in-law. I harbored no ulterior motives. Surely, it is not a sin for a son-in-law to present gifts to his father-in-law, Lin Yu asserted, though his tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Yet his reasoning was undeniably sound. A weight lifted from Yu Xiangtian's heart as he stomped his foot. Since Lin Yu has brought this matter to light, I shall not conceal it any longer. he indeed wishes to court my daughter. Then why did you not disclose this earlier? Yu Zhenhai, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Before there was any clarity, I did not wish to make this public. Furthermore, I lent Lin Yu a fishing boat. You would surely think I was aiding him due to our familial ties. Yu Xiangtian's demeanor grew resolute, realizing that Lin Yu had deftly navigated the situation to extricate himself from trouble. Is that so? I find Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu quite compatible. The village chief congratulated Yu Xiangtian on securing a fine son-in-law, while the villagers, sensing the winds of change, began to flatter him. Observing the jubilant atmosphere, Lin Yu ascended to a higher vantage point. This affair is still in its infancy. We cannot ascertain Xiao Qian's sentiments just yet. Regardless, we must return and settle our debts. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at my home to fulfill the promise I made the other day. I hope everyone enjoys themselves. What a delightful turn of events. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. There will always be those who cannot bear to see others thrive. Now that Lin Yu had returned the boat, who could dare to speak ill? Zhang Hai, having exchanged a dilapidated vessel for a new one, viewed it as a stroke of fortune. Uncle Zhang, please do not leave just yet. Xiao Yu wants me to keep an eye on you. Don't slip away. Zhang Hai seized Zhang Zhen and brought him before Lin Yu. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenhai and his companions had already lost the support of the villagers, retreating to the back of the crowd, unwilling to incite further discord. Xiao Yu, I leave him to your discretion. Handle him as you see fit. I must attend to the boat, Zhang Hai declared, his impatience palpable. Lin Yu's fists exchanged blows, glaring at Zhang Zhen. How do you wish to proceed? I already offered you a way out, yet you refuse to listen. What more do you desire? Zhang Zhen cast furtive glances around, met by disdainful stares, his legs trembling. Xiao Yu, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Uncle San, you must attest that I did not bully Zhang Zhen. I provided him with fish, meat, rice, and money. He alone failed to safeguard them. From this moment on, I sever all ties with Zhang Zhen. Whatever he does henceforth bears no relation to me. Lin Yu scoffed, dismissing Zhang Zhen from his thoughts. Xiao Yu, I truly regret my actions. Can you ever forgive me? Zhang Zhen feigned tears, believing it would sway Lin Yu. But Lin Yu recalled the years of hardship shared with his sister. His heart hardened like stone. Scram! Do not let me see your face again. No one stepped forward to defend Zhang Zhen, who fled amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd. The villagers utilized carts and other means to transport the fish, meat, rice, and other goods from the boat back to the village. However, one question lingered. How had Lin Yu procured such items? Food could be explained, but 2 fishing boats were quite valuable. As the villagers departed the dock, Lin Yu, Uncle San, and Yu Xiangtian remained. Uncle San called Lin Yu into a fishing boat, his expression grave. Xiao Yu, speak to me honestly. Where did you acquire these items? I cannot idly watch you stray further from the path. Uncle San, I. Lin Yu hesitated, pondering how to explain without revealing the truth of his circumstances. What's the matter? Can you not be truthful with me? It is just you and I now. Xiao Yu, do not blame me for prying. I am concerned you may be treading a dangerous path. Uncle San's displeasure was evident, his demeanor darkening. Lin Yu's heart was tumultuous. He had arrived from another world and inadvertently gained the most potent sea-forging system. To elaborate, the current Lin Yu was not the same as the previous one. In fact, Uncle San had sensed this shift. Lin Yu had once been timid, living in fear under Zhang Zhen's tyranny, but recently, he had undergone a dramatic transformation. Have you engaged in disreputable activities, which is why you are so evasive? Although you possess great strength now, you are still isolated. Zhang Zhen will certainly seek you out again, as will Yu Zhenhai, and Wang Laosi is no coward either. Do you truly believe you can handle this alone? Uncle San's expression was stern. Uncle San, I have not. I have never engaged in actions that harm others for my own gain, Lin Yu insisted, growing anxious yet unsure of how to articulate his truth. Very well. If you refuse to divulge your secrets, I shall not pry further. You must be cautious. Though Yangjiang village is small, it is rife with all manner of people. Uncle San's disappointment in Lin Yu was palpable. He believed Lin Yu must have involved himself in unsavory dealings, perhaps even consorting with pirates. Lin Yu felt beads of sweat form on his brow. Should he reveal that he had crossed over from another world, his newfound powers might very well diminish. In such a scenario, he would not only be unable to protect his sister, but would also jeopardize his own safety, let alone his aspirations for wealth. However, failing to confide in Uncle San meant losing his trust, which would lead to ostracism in Yangjiang village. Helpless, Lin Yu glanced toward a stone house by the sea and suddenly felt a surge of hope. Dropping to his knees, he implored Uncle San, I will share this with you, but you must not breathe a word to anyone. I promise you, as long as you have not engaged in wrongdoing, what you have achieved is rightfully obtained. Uncle San is not a narrow-minded man. He will not cause you distress, Uncle Sam replied, nodding in agreement. The villagers who dwell by the sea hold the greatest reverence for Mazu. The stone house Lin Yu had observed was, in fact, a Mazu temple, where villagers would pray before setting out to sea, seeking Mazu's blessings for a safe return. One day, when I felt utterly overwhelmed, I contemplated ending it all. To my astonishment, I was saved by a beautiful bodhisattva who chastised me for my cowardice, claiming I was unworthy of being a man if I was daunted by mere challenges. Lin Yu wove his tale, determined to craft the most compelling narrative. Eventually, I learned that she was Mazu, who bestowed upon me certain powers and cautioned me never to speak of this to anyone, insisting I must lead the fishermen of this region to prosperity. Tears welled in Lin Yu's eyes as he recalled the previous host, who had prayed at the Mazu temple for years without receiving any blessing. You mean to say Mazu has manifested? Uncle San's hair fluttered in the wind, his excitement palpable. I have never encountered Mazu's visage, but that day, I truly saw her. She was beautiful, so gentle and kind. Lin Yu continued to elaborate, drawing from his imagination, as the image of Mazu portrayed by Lu Tao had become firmly embedded in his mind. Suddenly, Uncle San knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he faced the Mazu temple. Mazu Nyang, you have finally manifested your divine presence. The villagers of Yangjiang have toiled and labored for generations, yet they remain impoverished. Mazu Nyang, if you bestow upon Lin Yu exceptional skills, he will undoubtedly live up to your expectations and lead our villagers toward prosperity. Lin Yu hurried to assist Uncle San, his heart brimming with joy. Uncle San, please rise. Mazu Nyang is the protector of the people. She will not turn a blind eye to evil or poverty. Indeed, we fishermen have revered Mazu Nyang for generations. You too share the Lin surname, a descendant of the Lin family. Mazu saved your life to ensure the Lin family's legacy thrives. Uncle San, once a learned scholar, knew that Mazu was originally Lin Mo, a daughter of the Lin family. At the age of 28, she tragically perished while attempting to save the people at sea. Later, moved by her sacrifice, the heavens deified her, and she became the Mazu we revere today, known as the goddess of the sea. Lin Yu felt a surge of mirth. Yet he dared not laugh at this moment. Leveraging Mazu's name cleverly concealed his supreme coastal system, averting any suspicion. Uncle San, I will not betray Mazu Nyang's goodwill. In the future, our fishing village will surely enjoy a good life, Lin Yu declared calmly, although a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. However, I must implore you, please do not speak of my encounter with Mazu Nyang. She specifically instructed me to keep it a secret. You rascal. Do you think your Uncle San is one to gossip? Mazu is a deity in my heart. Any disrespect towards her would invoke punishment. Uncle San chuckled, fully believing Lin Yu's words. But you do possess some discernment. Xiao Qian is a girl I have watched grow up, and she is beautiful. If the village chief agrees, this matter is bound to succeed. Xiao Qian once looked down upon me. We hadn't even begun to know each other, Lin Yu thought, a pang of bitterness swelling within him at the memory of her. That was before you encountered Mazu. Now you are different, endowed with exceptional abilities. Moreover, the village chief accepted such a precious gift from you, which indicates he holds you in esteem. Uncle San couldn't help but laugh heartily, the shadows of his worries dissipating instantly. Uncle, Xiao Yu, were you discussing that brings such joy? Yu Xiangtian entered, a bottle of wine in hand. Congratulations on finding a fine son-in-law. Your uncle is delighted for you, Uncle San beamed. But Xiao Qian has yet to return, making it premature to celebrate. The children have grown, and adults can no longer dictate their choices, Yu Xiangtian sighed. You aren't trying to play tricks, are you? Then why did you accept Xiao Yu's wine? Uncle San inquired with a frown, irritation creeping into his tone. Uncle, let us drink first. Don't burden Uncle Yu further. Besides, Xiao Qian has not returned, so let us keep this matter under wraps for now. Lin Yu rummaged through the cabin, retrieving some appetizers, which made for a delightful accompaniment to their drinks. Well, then, let us indulge, Uncle San said with a smile, as the 3 generations of their family sat together, drinking and laughing, reveling in their happiness. Uncle, there's trouble. A grave matter has arisen in the village. You and the village chief must return at once. A panicked shout suddenly rang out from the shore. Chapter 24. How did you know? Uncle San, deeply engrossed in his drink, furrowed his brow at the interruption. What could possibly be the matter? We are enjoying a drink with the village chief. This is quite the spoil. A young man rushed to the shore. Calling out to the fishing boat, several men in hats have come to Xiao Yu's home, claiming they wish to investigate something. Men in hats? Lin Yu's heart raced. He had committed no wrongdoing, so why were such individuals approaching him? Xiao Yu, you must return quickly. They are intimidating, as if they intend to demolish the house. The young man said, beads of sweat forming on his brow. his voice trembling. Uncle San, you stay here drinking. I will return and see what is happening. Lin Yu stood, unable to fathom the intentions of the men in hats. Don't panic. I will accompany you back to the village, Uncle San said, unsteadily rising but maintaining a calm demeanor. You move slowly. I shall return first. My sister is home alone, and I worry she cannot handle it. As Lin Yu spoke, he had already disembarked from the fishing boat, leaping onto the shore. Xiao Yu, take your time. Do not act rashly or impulsively. Uncle San called out from the deck of the boat. In Yangjiang village, at Lin Yu's home, Lin Xin had initially planned to host a grand banquet for the villagers. However, just as the young women she invited arrived and were about to begin their preparations, 7 or 8 men clad in gray uniforms and wearing large hats stormed into her house. Each man sported a red armband, rolling up their sleeves with an air of authority. What do you intend to do? Lin Xin, having never encountered such a scene, was struck with fear. Is Lin Yu home? Someone has reported that he is engaging in speculation, harming collective interests. We are here to investigate and seize any illegal gains. A man, evidently their leader, stepped forward, speaking with a bureaucratic tone. And no, my brother is a good person. He never does anything wrong, Lin Xin stammered in protest. Whether he has done wrong will be determined during our investigation. You all listen. Search Lin Yu's home for any property that may be deemed illegal. The leader, surnamed Zhang and named Zhang Bo, was the deputy chief of the Jianyang Town Maritime Inspection Team. He rarely descended, but always returned with something in hand. In truth, this was a civil organization, and the fishermen of Yangjiang village regarded them with trepidation. A villager, sensing the impending storm, quietly slipped away to inform Lin Yu, leaving behind a few brave souls to negotiate with the inspection team. Zhang Hai, having benefited from Lin Yu, felt compelled to speak on his behalf. You must be reasonable. You cannot seize private property without cause. What constitutes private property? The sea belongs to the state. Where is your private property? Zhang Bo scoffed, regarding Zhang Hai with disdain. Do you wish to incite trouble? You too are implicated. Accepting Lin Yu's bribe is illegal. No, Lin Yu borrowed my fishing boat and returned another to me. How is that a bribe? Zhang Hai protested, his anger causing him to stomp his foot, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. Lin Yu's fishing boat has an unclear origin. By accepting his boat, you're aiding him in disposing of stolen goods. Speak further, and you'll be taken as well. Zhang Bo retorted fiercely. Zhang Hai, already a timid man, shrank back in defeat. Zhang Bo, emboldened, shouted to his subordinates, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and load up all the fish, meat, and rice from Lin Yu's home." Upon hearing their leader's command, the subordinates sprang into action, rushing into the yard and seizing whatever they could find. The women in the yard valiantly defended the fish, meat, and rice, shouting, "What are you doing? This is theft. Someone help us. They are robbing us." Pandemonium erupted in Lin Yu's yard as the sturdy men failed to take anything, instead becoming disheveled and losing their hats in the fray. This is outrageous. Take them all away. They are obstructing justice. Zhang Bo fumed, astonished by the unexpected resistance from the women. The men, realizing their failure to seize the goods, turned to subdue the women instead. "What are you doing? Let go of me. Help!" Upon hearing the cries, the men of Yangjiang village rushed over. Unperturbed, Zhang Bo drew an old-fashioned pistol, firing a shot into the air. With a thunderous bang, everyone clasped their ears. This was no mere display of bravado, but a demonstration of true firepower. Whoever dares to obstruct the law shall face the consequences. Such audacity to instigate trouble shall not be tolerated. Seize all these women, Zhang Bo asserted, brandishing his firearm with an air of confidence. Wait, Lin Yu rushed back, raising his voice in protest. What crime have they committed that warrants their arrest? Zhang Bo's gaze fell upon Lin Yu, his expression dripping with contempt. So you're Lin Yu? He sneered. Indeed, that is I. Do you have any directives for me? Lin Yu retorted, his disdain evident as he recalled how these individuals often abuse their power, masquerading as enforcers while oppressing fishermen. Seize Lin Yu. He is a prime example of opportunism and must not be spared. Zhang Bo barked. His subordinates, numbering 7 or 8, shifted their focus toward Lin Yu. Please, my brother has done nothing wrong. Why must you take him away? I implore you to let him go. You may take everything else. Lin Xin Polit, fear evident in her voice. If you continue to obstruct the enforcement of the law, you shall be taken as well, Zhang Bo warned, though he had no intention of intimidating the girl further. Enforce the law? By what right do you claim to enforce it? There are often pirates causing havoc at sea, endangering the populace, yet you choose to target fishermen instead? What authority do you possess? Lin Yu was acutely aware that the so-called maritime inspection team was merely a self-appointed group of miscreants preying on the fishermen. This is my authority, Zhang Bo declared, raising his battered pistol. Do not think that brandishing a gun can intimidate anyone. Do you possess any official documentation? Lin Yu replied, undeterred by the lawlessness that prevailed in this era. I hold a report accusing you of opportunism and misappropriating communal resources, which is a grave offense that demands severe punishment. Zhang Bo, however, had no documents to substantiate his claims. His visit to Yangjiang village was merely a ploy to exploit the situation for personal gain. Zhang, what brings you here? Is it not customary to seek my consent before apprehending anyone in Yangjiang village? Yu Shangtian hastily returned, panting alongside his uncle. The village chief. Are you aware of the magnitude of Lin Yu's alleged crimes? Zhang Bo hesitated, unsure of how to proceed, and patiently attempted to clarify the situation. I do not know, Yu Shangtian asserted confidently. Lin Yu smiled as he posed a question. Zhang, if even the village chief is unaware of my supposed offenses, how do you claim to know? You are deliberately feigning ignorance. There are reports alleging your opportunism, and the evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to argue? Zhang Bo pointed to the dried goods in the courtyard, his pride evident. Ha ha ha, is this truly what you deem irrefutable evidence? While the sea belongs to the state, our fishermen in this village pay taxes annually, do they not? Lin Yu laughed heartily, nearly collapsing from the absurdity. Are our post-tax earnings considered illegal or criminal? Lin Yu, you need to take this seriously. I'm addressing your issues. Zhang Bo seethed, incensed by Lin Yu's mockery. Zhang, what wind has blown you here? Yu Shangtian's uncle finally arrived at the courtyard, his expression grim. Seeing the elder, Zhang Bo quickly holstered his pistol. Uncle. There are reports from Yangjiang village accusing Lin Yu of opportunism and misappropriating communal resources. Is that so? Who made such a claim? The elder questioned coldly. Unless you can identify the accuser, it only proves you are fabricating stories to disrupt the peace and unity of Yangjiang village. Zhang Bo hesitated, realizing he could not name the accuser. Lin Yu instantly recalled Zhang Zhen and Yu Zhenhai. It is they. Summon them here for a confrontation. I shall see how you attempt to defend yourself. Lin Yu, Zhang Bo shouted to one of his subordinates. I shall go at once. The subordinate hurriedly replied. The elder, his whiskers bristling with anger and cane tapping the ground, exclaimed, this is utterly outrageous. Just as the villagers' lives began to improve, they stir up trouble. Uncle, do not be so quick to judge. This indicates their heightened awareness and unwillingness to encroach upon communal property. Zhang Bo offered a cigarette to the elder, who waved it away in fury. I have my own pipe. Do not forget, Zhang Bo, you too hail from Yangjiang village. Do not forget your roots. I would not dare forget my origins, Zhang Bo replied, a shiver running down his spine. If you truly remember your roots, come to my home later. I will explain the situation regarding Lin Yu. There are those who are envious and intent on revenge. The elder stood resolutely on the side of justice, wishing only to see the villagers thrive. Uncle, since there is an accusation, we cannot turn a blind eye, regardless of who is right or wrong. A conclusion must be reached, Zhang Bo deflected. Very well, I shall remain here and observe how you reach your conclusion. If you attempt to distort the truth, my reputation as the elder shall not be easily dismissed, the elder replied indignantly. Before long, Zhang Zhen and his brother Yu Zhenhai were brought forth. The three had conspired to undermine Yu Shangtian, but unexpectedly, Lin Yu had thwarted their plans. Thus, they decided to report Lin Yu to the authorities. The villagers regarded the trio with righteous indignation. The elder gestured for silence, allowing Zhang Bo to conclude the matter. Please remain calm. The truth will eventually come to light. And we must trust in Captain Zhang. Some scoffed, while others sighed in resignation. Zhang Bo summoned Zhang Zhen and his companions closer, encouraging them. You three have reported Lin Yu for opportunism. Ensure you have evidence and do not fabricate stories. Zhang Zhen felt as though he had hit rock bottom and was filled with frustration. Captain Zhang, we would not dare fabricate anything. Lin Yu is indeed an opportunist, encroaching upon communal property. Zhang Zhen, speak with substantiation and refrain from making baseless accusations. Lin Yu lamented, regretting not having dealt with Zhang Zhen sooner, now facing his retaliation. Am I mistaken, Lin Yu? How did the fish and meat in your courtyard come to be? Zhang Zhen confronted Lin Yu, no longer submissive. And what are the 1,000 yuan you had previously? Can you transform it? If so, do so now for everyone to see. System, the most powerful sea-gathering system. Lin Yu internally lamented, knowing he could not blame Zhang Zhen for his envy. After all, how many in Yangjiang village did not suspect the origins of his wealth? Lin Yu, you must be colluding with someone to have acquired these possessions. Moreover, your betrayal in severing our father-son relationship and allowing me to be beaten constitutes intentional harm. Zhang Zhen declared, having been coached by Yu Zhenhai on these accusations. How do you prove that my possessions are of dubious origin? Lin Yu coldly retorted. Are you a deity, or perhaps a relative of the Dragon King? Who among us could catch such valuable fish in such a short time, especially amidst a tempest? Zhang Jun had completely torn the mask from his face, intent on ruining Lin Yu's reputation. Neither the most powerful sea-gathering system nor the ethereal legends could Lin Yu reveal, for such admissions would make his life in Yangjiang village even more challenging. Furrowing his brows, Lin Yu glared at Zhang Jun, his face ablaze with fury. What is your true intention? Do you not wish to see the villagers of Yangjiang thrive? Lin Yu, do not deliberately incite the villagers' wrath. I merely question how you managed to catch so many fish in such a short time and acquire 2 fishing boats. Zhang Jun seized upon Lin Yu's alleged crime of dubious origins, using it as justification to have him apprehended. Zhang Jun, you mustn't go too far. Yu Xiangtian, unable to bear the situation any longer, finally spoke up. Yu Jinhai hastily seized the opportunity to interject. Yu Xiangtian, do you truly regard Lin Yu as a son-in-law? Wishing to protect him? Today, no one shall shield Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do enlighten us about the origins of your wealth. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to provide an account, wouldn't I? Zhang Bo intensified the pressure from the sidelines. Lin Yu was in utter distress. He could not divulge that he had traversed from the future as a mercenary with exceptional skills. Isn't that right? Lin Yu was left speechless, pondering who in Yangjiang village would dare to protect him, lest I pursue this matter to its bitter end. Yu Zhenhai cast a confident glance over the crowd, brimming with self-assurance. You, Yu Zhenhai, are exceedingly arrogant. If I were to shield Lin Yu, how would you dare to retaliate against me? The third uncle stood up and approached Yu Zhenhai. Third uncle, you needn't involve yourself. Lin Yu has indeed committed an offense. Upon seeing the third uncle, Yu Zhenhai felt a flicker of trepidation. Even if Lin Yu has erred, it is for us of Yangjiang village to address. Why invite outsiders? Besides, he has not committed any crime. The third uncle asserted firmly, his voice resonating with authority. Third uncle, the origins of Lin Yu's wealth remain ambiguous. Surely you have noticed this. Do not ensnare yourself in this affair. Zhang Jun taunted with a mocking tone. You scoundrel, your intentions are nefarious. The third uncle retorted, visibly agitated. Chapter 26, What Transpired? Third uncle, how am I being nefarious? Shouldn't Lin Yu face consequences for his misdeeds? Zhang Jun replied, his face contorted with anger. As he nursed his grievances, you incessantly accuse me of wrongdoing. What exactly have I done? Please elucidate. Lin Yu confronted Zhang Jun angrily. Zhang Jun sidled closer to Zhang Bo, adopting a cautious demeanor. Captain Zhang, observe his attitude. If you weren't present, he would likely resort to violence again. Lin Yu, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. Your attitude is misguided. Someone reported you, hoping you would recognize your errors and amend your ways, yet you threaten the whistleblower. Such conduct is deplorable, Zhang Bo lectured, glaring intently at Lin Yu. Captain Zhang, you cannot simply take one side's word as gospel, can you? Lin Yu did not wish to sever ties with Zhang Bo entirely, as he wielded considerable power despite lacking an official title. Fine, even if Zhang Jun's account is one-sided. You must provide a reasonable explanation. Setting aside the compensation you previously offered Zhang Jun, the mere presence of fish and rice in your yard is astonishing. Additionally, I have heard of substantial quantities of liquor and 2 new fishing boats. Pray tell, how could one amass such wealth in such a short time? Do you not find this suspicious? Zhang Bo's lengthy diatribe ultimately conveyed that Lin Yu's assets were of questionable origin. Lin Yu silently lamented, for while he possessed the most formidable sea harvesting system, it now presented him with unprecedented troubles. Internally, he muttered, "O system, you have endowed me with these skills. Did you not foresee the troubles they would bring?" Ding. Greetings, host. What difficulties do you face? The system shall endeavor to assist you. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy as the metallic voice resonated in his mind, instilling him with newfound confidence. These individuals wish to witness my humiliation and demand I reveal the origins of my wealth. How shall I resolve this? Resorting to violence is not a sustainable solution. Lin Yu confessed to himself. Ding. Host, you may harness your imagination. The villagers of Yangjiang place their utmost trust in Ma Zhu. As long as you perform convincingly, no one shall doubt you. The system's voice carried a hint of mockery, though only Lin Yu could hear it. Thank you. I have devised a plan. Lin Yu's lips moved subtly, though no sound emerged. Lin Yu, what are you up to? Zhang Bo inquired. If you fail to provide a clear explanation, do not expect to evade legal repercussions. Yu Zhenhai was elated, sensing that Lin Yu was cornered. Zhenhai, why the pressure? Allow him time to ponder, the third uncle noted, recognizing Lin Yu's predicament, and attempted to reveal what he knew. However, Lin Yu signaled him to remain silent. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resounded from the sky, followed by a whirlwind that swept through the courtyard, raising clouds of dust. Lin Yu felt as though struck by lightning, his body swaying as he collapsed to the ground. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his entire being trembled, his lips quivering uncontrollably, producing a strange sound. Is Lin Yu possessed? Was he struck by lightning? Panic ensued among the onlookers, the unexpected turn of events igniting widespread unease. Silence. Lin Yu's voice erupted, but it had transformed entirely, now resonating with a woman's tone. Xiao Yu, what ails you? Do not frighten me. Lin Xin gasped, her face paling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Xin, remain calm. I am the Mazu you have worshipped for centuries, and I have come to Yangjiang village today. Do not panic. Lin Yu's eyes were tightly shut, his lips parting slightly as he emitted a peculiar sound. Mazu, has she manifested? Heavens! In the courtyard, a multitude fell to their knees, heads bowed in supplication, beseeching Mazu's protection. Zhang Bo, emboldened by the possession of a flimsy pistol, scoffed, Do not feign divinity. Do you think such antics will deceive anyone? Zhang Bo, the citizens of Yangjiang place their trust in you, electing you as the captain of the patrol team to uphold order at sea. What have you done to benefit them? Lin Yu's lips moved ever so slightly, yet a commanding voice, seemingly from nowhere, resonated with piercing clarity. I have witnessed the struggles of the villagers of Yangjiang, and thus imparted to Lin Yu certain extraordinary abilities, solely to guide the populace toward prosperity and benefit the community. You are merely masquerading. With so many people in Yangjiang, why single out Lin Yu? Such behavior only invites further suspicion. Zhang Bo, a skeptic of the supernatural, dismissed the notion as mere theatrics on Lin Yu's part. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of two resounding slaps echoed as Zhang Bo immediately clutched his face. Who struck me? Zhang Bo. Do you not wish to know why I bestowed special abilities upon Lin Yu? He is the 50th descendant of the Lin family. If I do not pass them to him, should I pass them to you? The chilling voice reverberated ominously above, instilling fear among the crowd. Mazu I Zhang Changsheng am unworthy of the trust bestowed upon me by the villagers of Yangjiang. I am deeply ashamed. The third uncle knelt, tears streaming down his face. Changsheng, you have done well, and the villagers recognize this. Lin Yu is young and impetuous. You must guide him to lead the people toward shared prosperity. The tones softened considerably. Acknowledging the third uncle's past conduct, the descendants expressed their gratitude towards Mazu, vowing to remember her kindness for eternity. The third uncle bowed repeatedly, acknowledging his indebtedness. The entire Yangjiang village knelt, silently praying for Mazu's blessings for their safety. Yu Jinhai and his brother, along with Zhang Zhun, seeing the unfolding spectacle, were compelled to kneel alongside the others, unable to discern any flaw in the proceedings. Lin Xin stole a glance at Lin Yu, who appeared as though in a stupor, his heart racing with uncertainty. Now, do not feel embarrassed. The significant affairs of Yangjiang village will still require your leadership. Lin Yu is young and requires time to mature. I implore you to exercise patience and understanding. Mazu's words, though ethereal, lingered in the air, their essence indelible. The junior must certainly remember the sacred words of Mother Mazu. Daring not to show even the slightest hint of defiance, replied the third uncle in trepidation. Alas, from this moment forth, Yangjiang village shall be a realm of tranquility and peace. The celestial voices grew ever fainter, eventually vanishing without a trace. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes, only to behold a multitude of people kneeling before him, causing him to rise in alarm. What has transpired? Why do you kneel before me? The third uncle, supported by others, furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiao Yu, do you not recall what has occurred? Chapter 27, A Perfect Disguise. Lin Yu appeared utterly bewildered. I truly remember nothing. It seems I was struck by lightning and then fell asleep. Why are you all kneeling? Please rise. Zhang Hai approached Lin Yu, excitement evident on his face. Xiao Yu, just now, Mother Mazu manifested, possessing your body. It turns out you have received her true teachings. Brother Zhang, Mother Mazu once cautioned me in a dream not to speak of such matters, but since everyone is already aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. I have indeed received her divine protection. Lin Yu decided to embrace the misunderstanding and continue the charade. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have perfectly concealed the coastal system, earning 100 points as a reward. You may redeem these points for any items of equivalent value in the system store. A metallic sound echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Wow, I can exchange these points? I must have struck it rich. Lin Yu rejoiced inwardly. Ding! Host, please be mindful of your language, or points will be deducted accordingly. The system issued a friendly reminder. Understood. Lin Yu replied helplessly, inadvertently voicing his thoughts. What do you understand? Zhang Zhun, in a state of agitation, felt as though he were an ant on a hot pan. He had initially thought to undermine Lin Yu, only to find that he had been possessed by Mother Mazu. Though Zhang Zhun was filled with doubt, he had no evidence to substantiate his suspicions. I know you harbor jealousy and have deliberately framed me. Do you think Captain Zhang is so easily deceived? Lin Yu countered, while also flattering Zhang Bo. Despite Zhang Bo's domineering nature, he held a deep reverence for Mother Mazu and dared not provoke the collective wrath. Zhang Zhen, your false report has caused severe repercussions. To quell the public's anger, you must publicly apologize to Lin Yu. If he chooses to overlook it, we shall let the matter rest. But if he does not forgive you, do not expect an easy time. Meanwhile, the two brothers, Yu Zhenhai and his sibling, had already shrunk back and quietly slipped away. Zhang Zhen, with his face thickened by shame, approached Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, it was all my fault. Please forgive me. Leave. I do not wish to see you right now. Lin Yu had no desire for further discussion with Zhang Zhen. Only when Zhang Zhen disappeared would his mood improve slightly. Amidst the villagers' ridicule, Zhang Zhen left in disgrace. The third uncle turned to Zhang Bo, speaking coldly. Zhang Bo, you ought to visit my home. What meaning is there in lingering here? Zhang Bo, filled with remorse, replied, Third uncle, I acted rashly. In the future, I shall ensure to verify matters before speaking. Please forgive me. Captain Zhang, should similar incidents arise in the future, you must notify me immediately. As the village chief of Yangjiang, I bear the responsibility to protect every villager. Yu Xiangtian regarded Zhang Bo with utmost seriousness. Zhang Bo took his men to the third uncle's residence, leaving only him behind, while his subordinates returned to Yangjiang town. Lin Yu's courtyard was bustling with activity. Everyone is invited to my home tonight for a feast, but I'm short on tables and chairs, so please bring some along when you come. Lin Yu called out from the center of the courtyard. Xiao Yu, we can eat a lot. You won't mind, will you? With so many people in the village, it would be quite the expense. The villagers, while eager for a hearty meal, were considerate of Lin Yu's situation and did not wish to overindulge. Eating does not lead to poverty, nor does wearing does not lead to destitution. One cannot calculate their entire life in terms of wealth. Let us eat to our heart's content. Our future days will surely grow brighter. Lin Yu cheerfully responded, realizing that doing good truly uplifts the spirit. Yu Xiangtian remained silent, merely observing Lin Yu. It seemed his judgment was astute, for his daughter marrying Lin Yu would ensure a life free from worry. No one pursued inquiries into Lin Yu's possessions, not even the two brand-new fishing boats. The situation was apparent. Lin Yu had received the true teachings of Mother Mazu, which endowed him with extraordinary abilities. Yu Zhenhai and his family arrived at Lin Yu's home, and Lin Yu deliberately turned away, avoiding eye contact with him. Yu Zhenhai leaned closer to Lin Yu, whispering, Xiao Yu, it was Zhang Zhen who spoke ill of you in my presence. I feel remorse for you. We are all from the same village. So please do not hold it against me. Forget it. It is a trivial matter. Besides, although Zhang Zhen's actions are improper, he has raised my sister and me for many years. I do not wish to push him into a corner. Lin Yu harbored goodwill in his heart and did not want to resolve matters with finality. Xiao Yu, I feel I have lived for 50 years in vain, lacking your open-mindedness. Rest assured, should Zhang Zhen misbehave again, I shall do my utmost to stop him. Yu Zhenhai's family, nearly 10 strong, had come with the intention of enjoying a free meal, thus they endeavored to please Lin Yu. That would be best. Moreover, the village chief has aged prematurely for the sake of Yangjiang. Since you are of the same family, you should support him. Lin Yu surmised that Yu Zhenhai harbored ambitions of becoming village chief and was kindly advising him not to harbor ulterior motives. Indeed, Yu Zhenhai repeatedly agreed, though his heart was filled with mixed emotions. As night fell, Lin Yu's courtyard was adorned with 30 to 40 tables, with several young women and a few sturdy men laboring over outdoor stoves. Once everyone was seated, an array of sumptuous dishes appeared, with fine wine and meat available for all to enjoy. Lin Yu shared a table with the third uncle, frequently raising his glass in salute, while the third uncle continuously waved his hand. Xiao Yu, I cannot drink any more, but I am truly pleased to see your success. Third uncle, please drink freely. This wine will not cause a headache and is beneficial for your health, Lin Yu replied with a smile. The third uncle gently tugged at Lin Yu, urging him to sit. What is the status of you and Xiao Qian? Third uncle is eagerly awaiting your wedding feast. Third uncle, I'm currently preoccupied with my own affairs. Let us not discuss it. Lin Yu had little hope regarding Xiao Qian and had even begun to withdraw. What nonsense are you speaking? Girls are often shy. You should take the initiative. Tomorrow, go to the town. I heard from the village chief that Xiao Qian will return tomorrow. You should go to meet her. The third uncle, flushed from drink, said with a grin. That might not be appropriate. Lin Yu hesitated. Trust me, you shall not regret it. I will smooth things over with the village chief, the third uncle said, stroking his beard and smiling knowingly. As everyone enjoyed their meal and drink, soon it was 10 o'clock at night. The village chief called for everyone to lend a hand in cleaning up, packing away all the refuse. Once the crowd dispersed, A weary Lin Xin went to close the courtyard gate, when suddenly she exclaimed, "Xiao Yu, come quickly. There, a ghost. A ghost." Chapter 28. Feigning death to evoke sympathy. Lin Yu had just set a table when he heard his sister's frantic cry and rushed out. "Sister, what did you see? There are no ghosts in this world. Look over there. Lin Xin pointed in panic at a large tree, her voice trembling in the faint moonlight. Lin Yu followed the direction indicated by Lin Xin's finger and beheld a person hanging from a tree, desperately struggling. This was no specter. It was evidently an individual seeking to end their own life. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu seized a sickle and hurled it towards the figure. The sickle spun through the air, severing the rope, and the person fell to the ground with a thud. However, after some time passed without any movement from the individual, Lin Xin, filled with trepidation, asked, "He can't be dead, can he?" "No, perhaps he has merely fainted from the fall. We should first ascertain the situation." Lin Yu replied, unwilling to disregard a life. Having once contemplated ending his own existence, he possessed a unique compassion and empathy for those in despair. "Shall you be cautious? I will go fetch some others," Lin Xin whispered, still feeling uneasy. "No need. At this moment, his heart must be exceedingly fragile. We should not let too many people know." Lin Yu, a person reborn, understood the value and fragility of life more than most. "Very well, I shall retrieve a flashlight," Lin Xin said, turning back toward the house. Lin Yu hastened to the base of a large tree, a towering locust tree that had thrived for countless years. Its branches lush and sprawling like a protective canopy. A figure curled upon the ground obscured his face. "Hey, are you all right? There are countless paths in life. Why would you choose this one?" I, the person on the ground responded feebly. As Lin Yu approached to assist him, the individual suddenly rolled over, kneeling before Lin Yu. "Xiao Yu, I was wrong. Will you forgive me?" It was Zhang Zhen. Lin Yu's heart jolted in surprise. "Why would you attempt to take your own life here?" He questioned sharply, regretting his decision to intervene upon realizing who it was. "Xiao Yu, I was wrong. I went to Yanghe village seeking refuge with old Wang Si, only to be met with a brutal beating. I finally understand. Those people are duplicitous. I should not have associated with them. I have wronged you and Lin Xin. Can you forgive me?" Zhang Zhen pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "Speak your piece while standing. I believe my mother would not wish to see you like this," Lin Yu retorted, his heart briefly stirred by the memories of their happier times together. As for the host's biological father, Lin Yu held no recollection. He was too young to remember. Zhang Zhen stood, and Lin Xin soon arrived, the flashlight illuminating Zhang Zhen's face, causing her to gasp in shock. "How can it be you? Xiao Xin, I was wrong. Can you forgive your father?" Zhang Zhen implored, attempting to kneel before Lin Xin. "You are not at fault. It was my mother who erred in marrying you. Leave, for I do not wish to see you," Lin Xin declared, her heart already shattered by Zhang Zhen's actions, wishing he had indeed met his end. "Xiao Xin, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once." Zhang Zhen trembled as he moved closer to her, his demeanor submissive. Lin Yu intervened, blocking Zhang Zhen's approach. "Did you not hear? My sister does not wish to see you. Leave at once, or I will be forced to expel you." "Xiao Yu, do you truly believe I have no path left?" Zhang Zhen asked, wiping away his tears. "Stop feigning victimhood. I observed that even without my intervention, you would not have perished. You merely seek to manipulate my sisters and my compassion. You are mistaken. We will no longer believe you. If you have nowhere to stay, go plead with the village chief for refuge in a vacant house in the village," Lin Yu asserted, shining the flashlight upon the locust tree, revealing that Zhang Zhen's feet had solid ground beneath them. It was evident that even if he had hung there all night, he would have survived. Clearly, Zhang Zhen had staged this for Lin Yu and Lin Xin's benefit. "Are you truly this heartless?" Zhang Zhen expressed his disappointment. "Enough of this. You brought this upon yourself. You cannot blame others. Should you choose to repent, the villagers of Yangjiang may yet forgive you." Lin Yu disregarded Zhang Zhen's pleas and took Lin Xin's hand, leading her away. "Lin Yu, mark my words. I will not let you live in peace," Zhang Zhen threatened, his true nature revealing itself. Without looking back, Lin Yu and Lin Xin departed. Lin Xin quietly inquired, "Xiao Yu, do you think he will seek vengeance against us in the future? If he dares, should he show any ill intent, I will confront him each time until he truly repents," Lin Yu replied firmly, holding his sister's hand with conviction. In the windbreak of Yangjiang village, Zhang Zhen knelt before a man. "Fourth master, as you have seen, this was never my intention. I genuinely wish to marry Lin Xin. This little brat has indeed grown formidable. Did you not say he encountered the Mazu? It seems wise to refrain from crossing him for now. There is someone else who vexes me," Wang Laosi said coldly, turning his back. "Who are you speaking of?" Zhang Zhen dared not speculate recklessly. "Yu Xiangtian, the the village chief of Yangjiang. Had he not been protective of his own, I would have long succeeded in carrying Lin Xian away in a bridal sedan chair. Wang Laosi thundered. Fourth master, the village chief's daughter is quite lovely, perhaps even more so than Lin Xian. Why not? Zhang Jin stood and leaned closer to Wang Laosi's ear. Be cautious. Do not alert the snake in the grass. Yu Xiangtian is the village chief and not to be trifled with, Wang Laosi conceded. Understood. Fourth master, just instruct the younger brothers to create minor disturbances. The village chief's daughter is treasured like a gem, as she is his only child at the age of 40, Zhang Jin flattered, behaving like a sycophant before Wang Laosi. The hour is late. Accompany me to Yanghe village, where we shall deliberate slowly. We must ensure everything is foolproof, Wang Laosi remarked, his intentions stirring. Lin Yu and his sister returned home, tidying up the house before retiring to their respective rooms. Lin Yu sat on his bed, the flickering oil lamp casting shadows, contemplating the substantial rewards he had garnered, which could be exchanged for numerous points. However, he could not afford to raise his sister's suspicions by obtaining items without cause. He resolved to venture into town the following day, feigning a shopping trip for household supplies to deceive his sister and the villagers. It was best to remain discreet and low-key. After much contemplation, Lin Yu finally drifted into slumber, only to be awakened shortly thereafter by a knock at the door. Xiao Yu, it is time to rise. You are to go to town. With a sigh, Lin Yu sat up bleary-eyed, muttering, Uncle San, you should know that I am to pick up Yu Xiaoqian. I wonder if she still remembers me? Chapter 28, Feigning Death to Elicit Sympathy. As Lin Yu arranged a table, he heard his sister's urgent cry and rushed outside. Sister, what did you see? There are no ghosts in this world. Look over there. There, Lin Xian exclaimed, her finger trembling toward a large tree, panic evident in her voice. Very well, I shall fetch the flashlight, Lin Xian declared. Turning to retreat into the house, Lin Yu hastened to the base of the towering locust tree, its age indeterminable, adorned with lush foliage that resembled a grand canopy. Curled upon the ground was a figure whose face remained obscured. He called out, Hey, are you all right? In this vast world, there are countless paths to tread. Why have you chosen this one? A faint reply emanated from the person on the ground. As Lin Yu approached, intending to assist him to his feet, the individual suddenly flipped over and knelt before Lin Yu, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, I was wrong. Will you ever forgive me? It was Zhang Jun. Lin Yu was taken aback. How could it possibly be him? Why would you attempt to take your own life here? Lin Yu questioned with irritation, regretting his instinct to intervene upon realizing Zhang Jun's identity. Xiao Yu, I was wrong. I went to Yanghe village seeking refuge with Wang Laosi, only to be met with a brutal beating. I have finally come to understand that those people are treacherous. I should never have associated with them. I have wronged you and Xiao Xian. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Zhang Jun pleaded tearfully. Speak your truth while standing. I believe my mother would not wish to see you in such a state. Lin Yu responded, momentarily moved by the memories of their past joy. As for his biological father, Lin Yu had no recollection. He was too young to remember. Zhang Jun stood up just as Lin Xian arrived, the flashlight illuminating Zhang Jun's face, revealing her astonishment. How can it be you? Xiao Xian, your father has erred. Will you forgive me? Zhang Jun implored, attempting to kneel before Lin Xian. You are not at fault. It was my mother who made the mistake in marrying you. Leave. I do not wish to see you, Lin Xian declared, her heart long shattered by Zhang Jun, harboring resentment for why he had not met a more tragic end. Xiao Xian, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once more, Zhang Jun urged, trembling as he edged closer to her, appearing submissive. Lin Yu interjected, did you not hear? My sister does not wish to see you. Depart at once, or I shall be compelled to force you away. Xiao Yu, do you truly wish to watch me perish without any means of survival? Zhang Jin asked, wiping away his tears. Do not feign pity. I witnessed your earlier plight. Even if no one had come to your rescue, you would not have perished. You merely seek to exploit my sister S and my sympathies for your own gain. You are mistaken. We shall never trust you again. If you have nowhere to stay, plead with the village chief to allow you residence in a vacant house in the village, Lin Yu asserted, shining the flashlight upon the grand locust tree. Realizing that Zhang Jin's feet had indeed found purchase, even if he hung there all night, he would not succumb. Clearly, Zhang Jun had staged this act for Lin Yu and Lin Xian's benefit. You are so heartless? Zhang Jun lamented, disappointment etched across his features. Do not utter another word. All of this is of your own making, and you cannot blame others. Should you genuinely seek redemption in the future, perhaps the villagers of Yangjiang will forgive you. Lin Yu retorted, ignoring Zhang Jun's pleas as he grasped Lin Xian's hand and began to walk away. Lin Yu, mark my words, I shall make your life miserable. Zhang Jun spat in anger. Lin Yu and Lin Xian did not look back. Lin Xian quietly inquired, Xiao Yu, Do you think he will seek revenge against us? Let him dare. If he engages in any misconduct, I shall confront him each time until he truly repents, Lin Yu replied resolutely, firmly holding onto his sister's hand. In the windbreak forest of Yangjiang village, Zhang Zhen knelt before a man. See, as you have seen, none of this was my intention. I truly wish to marry Lin Xin to you. That little rascal Lin Yu has indeed become formidable. Did you not say he encountered Mazu? I think it wise to refrain from provoking him for the time being. There is someone who has irked me greatly, Wang Laosi said coldly, turning his back. Who are you referring to? Zhang Zhen dared not speculate recklessly. The village chief, Yu Xiangtian. Had he not been so protective and delayed me, I would have long since succeeded in abducting Lin Xin in a bridal sedan, Wang Laosi replied vehemently. See ye, the village chief's daughter is quite lovely. Even fairer than Lin Xin. Perhaps we could consider. Zhang Zhen stood and leaned closer to Wang Laosi, whispering, in any case, tread carefully. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. Yu Xiangtian is the village chief and not to be trifled with, Wang Laosi conceded. Understood, see. Just instruct the younger brothers to create minor disturbances. Yu Xiangtian's daughter is his treasure, born when he was 40, Zhang Zhen flattered, resembling a loyal canine before Wang Laosi. It is getting late. Return with me to Yanghe village, and we shall strategize further. We must ensure everything is foolproof, Wang Laosi urged, his own ambitions stirring. Lin Yu and his sister returned to the house, tidying up before retreating to their respective rooms for the night. Lin Yu sat upon his bed, the flickering kerosene lamp illuminating his catch, which was substantial enough to exchange for numerous points. However, acquiring items without due cause would surely arouse his sister's suspicions. Contemplating his trip to town the following day, he resolved to feign that he had purchased some daily necessities, thus evading the scrutiny of both his sister and the villagers. He recognized the need for subtlety. It was prudent to remain discreet. After much deliberation, Lin Yu finally drifted into slumber, only to be roused shortly thereafter by a knock at the door. Xiao Yu, it's time to rise. You are to go to town. Reluctantly, Lin Yu sat up bleary-eyed, muttering, Uncle San, must I go fetch Yu Qian? I wonder if she still remembers me. Chapter 29. Help me. Yangjiang Town, also known as Jianyang Town, is referred to by several names locally. Though the town is modest in size, it thrives with activity. A few days prior, Yu Qian had received a letter from her father requesting her to take leave from school to celebrate her mother's birthday. Yu Qian taught at a primary school in the county town, having been recommended for the position by Yangjiang Village after completing high school, marking her as the first villager to secure a government job. At just 18, she was a picture of beauty, garnering attention from affluent young men in the county. Within a year of her stay, she had already formed a romantic relationship with a young man named Wu Guangwen, whose father owned 2 processing plants. Securing their family's wealth, Wu Guangwen pursued Yu Qian ardently, sparing no expense to win her affection, while Yu Qian, at the tender age of blossoming love, ultimately agreed to his advances. However, she held firm to her principles, valuing her modest upbringing and refusing to cross any boundaries before marriage. Fearing that he might push her away, Wu Guangwen diligently restrained his desires, maintaining the demeanor of a gentleman. As Yu Qian returned home to celebrate her mother's birthday, Wu Guangwen volunteered to accompany her back to Yangjiang village. Although she felt a twinge of unease, she ultimately decided to break through the barrier of their relationship and readily agreed to his proposal. After a bumpy 2-hour journey, they arrived at the Yangjiang town bus station. Yu Qian, drowsy from the journey, rested her head on Wu Guangwen's shoulder as he softly reassured her, Do not worry, I will find us another vehicle to return home. Given Yangjiang village's remote location, no buses could reach it, and the next 20 miles would require them to traverse on foot. Initially, Yu Qian had been brought to Yangjiang town in a borrowed cart by her father. They found a restaurant with a pleasant ambience, ordering a sumptuous spread of delicacies. Dressed in a suit, Wu Guangwen displayed his affluence, winning Yu Qian's admiration. After enjoying a delightful meal, Wu Guangwen stepped out and hailed a convertible, intending to journey to Yangjiang village with Yu Xiaoqian. Yu Xiaoqian was preoccupied with thoughts of her parents' astonished expressions upon meeting Wu Guangwen, repeatedly admonishing him along the way to refrain from being overly ostentatious. Not long after the convertible departed the town, it came to a halt in a secluded area. Yu Xiaoqian, taken aback, expressed her displeasure, asking, Why have you stopped? Hurry up and go. The driver retorted gruffly, What are you rushing for? I need to relieve myself. He exited the vehicle, casting a scornful glance back at Yu Xiaoqian. Wu Guangwen instinctively clenched his fists, but Yu Xiaoqian tugged at him, signaling him to remain calm. The driver, not far off, whistled as he urinated, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a young lady in the convertible. Yu Xiaoqian had no choice but to shut her eyes, attempting to ignore the driver, who deliberately delayed, as though awaiting something. Sure enough, moments later, several disreputable young men emerged from behind a pile of peculiar stones, one of whom, with a piece of grass dangling from his mouth, leered at Yu Xiaoqian. Wu Guangwen could no longer contain himself, and stood up, shouting, "Who are you, and what do you want?" The man, with a sardonic smile, replied, just a pretty boy, huh? What? Do you want to be a hero and save the damsel? Wu Guangwen, remaining composed, retorted whether I am a hero or not. If you know what's good for you, you'll leave. He stepped out of the car, exuding confidence, bolstered by his training at the county sports school and the fact that he had never encountered an opponent among his father's numerous workers. However, little did he realize that the fame he held was merely a construct of those workers' inflated perceptions. He had only mastered a few flashy moves. No sooner had his words left his lips than the man's fist was upon him. Wu Guangwen instinctively grasped the assailant's fist and attempted to twist it, but instead received a punch to the abdomen that sent him sprawling to the ground, his insides churning violently. The assailant wasted no time, delivering a kick that knocked Wu Guangwen flat, and as he tried to rise, he was firmly pinned down. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoqian was dragged from the convertible by one of the men, who pulled her toward the stones at the roadside. "Help me, Guangwen, please save me." Yu Xiaoqian cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. Wu Guangwen wanted to rescue her, but alas, he was struggling to defend himself against two attackers. "Guangwen, save me." Yu Xiaoqian wept, her cries heart-wrenching. "Let her go." A voice thundered from the opposite direction, sounding like a clap of thunder. It was Lin Yu, who had come to the town to fetch Yu Xiaoqian, but had refrained from revealing himself upon seeing her in the company of a well-dressed man. Lin Yu was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Previously, Yu Xiaoqian had scarcely acknowledged him. He could surmise that the village head's sudden shift in attitude towards him stemmed from several astonishing feats he had accomplished recently, which had earned him newfound respect. After Yu Xiaoqian and Wu Guangwen departed, Lin Yu had meandered through the town before heading towards Yangjiang village. Little did he know that just a few miles out, he would stumble upon the scene of Yu Xiaoqian being harassed, realizing that this bookish fellow had no means of protecting her, thus compelling him to step forward. Lin Yu's furious rebuke caused the men to momentarily retreat, but upon seeing only Lin Yu, they resumed their laughter. "What? Are you itching for a fight too?" One of the men taunted. "I told you to let her go. Did you not hear me?" Lin Yu countered, not turning back, but posing a question instead. "If I don't let her go, what can you do about it?" The man sneered, his disdain evident. "Then you'll only get a beating. But don't say I didn't warn you. This is all you're doing." Lin Yu spoke nonchalantly, as if conversing with an old friend. "Boys, teach him a lesson first. This brat is too oblivious." The man's good humor evaporated, replaced by fury as his companions closed in on Lin Yu. Cursing as they approached, Wu Guangwen managed to rise from the ground, brushing off the dust, shaken by the realization of the dangers lurking in secluded places. "Guangwen, please save me." Yu Xiaoqian, unaware of Lin Yu's identity, could only hope her boyfriend would arrive in time to rescue her. "Wait here, I'll go fetch help." "Don't be afraid." Wu Guangwen surmised that Lin Yu could not possibly stand against the group of men, plotting to seize the chance to escape. Lin Yu, slender and seemingly fragile, made Wu Guangwen's doubts reasonable. "Guangwen, don't go. I'm scared." Yu Xiaoqian's disappointment was palpable. Her boyfriend's decision to seek help seemed futile at that moment. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," Wu Guangwen reassured her, hastily running away. In truth, he did not stray far, but crouched behind a rock, watching intently, ready to flee if Lin Yu proved no match for the men. "Ha! Your girlfriend's boyfriend has bolted. What are you still doing here? Looking for trouble?" The man holding Yu Xiaoqian laughed mockingly at Lin Yu. "Who's really looking for trouble is yet to be seen. But you harassing a respectable young woman in broad daylight is a crime that incites public outrage. It's akin to a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting for your demise." Lin Yu's fists were itching for action. He had been harboring pin-up frustration since failing to punish Zhang in the previous night. "Enough of your nonsense. Let us settle this." The man, feeling his patience were thin, decided that there was no need for a battle of words and opted for a more direct approach. "Big guy, I was just joking earlier. Let her go. I'll give you money." Lin Yu taunted the man while discreetly looking for an opportunity. "Look at your pitiful state. Do you even have money? Just scram and don't waste my time." The man, sensing Lin Yu's apparent retreat, felt emboldened. Wu Guangwen, hidden behind the rock, found the situation amusing. Realizing that Lin Yu was not as formidable as he had presumed, displaying a dauntless spirit against a group of ruthless thugs. Suddenly, Lin Yu struck, his punch seemingly unimposing yet imbued with immense power. With a resounding thud, a man was sent sprawling several meters away, unable to rise. The remaining three, witnessing this, quickly brandished makeshift weapons crafted from hardy branches, tough and heavy with considerable resilience. You're really serious about this? Lin Yu showed no mercy, his strikes decisive and effective. Within a minute or two, all 4 men lay defeated at his feet, leaving only one, who still held Yu Shaoqian, now visibly shaken. Why you? Don't come any closer. Who are you? The man stammered, fear etched on his face. I am your worst nightmare, the one who intervenes when injustice rears its head. Lin Yu glared at the man, beckoning him with a finger. Hand her over and kneel to apologize. Why should I? The man, feeling secure in his hostage, believed Lin Yu would not dare act against him. Simply because you've done wrong by harassing an innocent woman, Lin Yu replied leisurely. If you dare approach, I'll kill her. The man, growing frantic, brandished a small knife. Lin Yu, unfazed, chuckled, go ahead and kill her. After you do, I'll kill you. That seems fair. The man's hand trembled. He lacked the resolve to commit murder, merely a thug who engaged in petty crimes. In a sudden blur, Lin Yu closed the distance between them, and before the man could comprehend, the knife was gone, and Yu Shaoqian was freed. In the next moment, a heavy fist connected with the thug's abdomen, leaving him weak-kneed and collapsing to the ground. Wu Guangwen burst forth from behind the boulder, seizing a wooden stick, and unleashed a fierce assault upon the men sprawled on the ground. You scoundrels! Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you take it for sickly cat? The men writhed in agony, their cries echoing, with the driver among them, cowering and clutching his head. Enough! Cease this brutality, it could cost lives. Lin Yu observed Wu Guangwen's explosive rage, internally berating him as merely a latecomer, wielding borrowed authority. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have flawlessly rescued someone from danger. The system rewards you with 100 points. Is there a reward for intervening in injustice? Lin Yu mused, secretly pleased. Finding this far simpler than fishing at sea with the most formidable system. Ding! Host, you may exchange points for other skills in the system store, thereby enhancing your abilities. With such a delightful prospect, should I engage in more virtuous deeds henceforth? A barely perceptible smile graced Lin Yu's lips, not solely for having saved Yu Shaoqian. Having regained her composure from terror, Yu Shaoqian began to scrutinize Lin Yu before her. It had been a full year since she left Yangjiang village, and Lin Yu had undergone significant transformation. In her recollection, Lin Yu was merely a frequent target of bullying, submissive and meek, yet the Lin Yu before her had changed remarkably. You. Are you Lin Yu? At this moment, Yu Shaoqian could hardly believe that the person standing before her was indeed Lin Yu, a solitary individual who had felled several ruffians. If I am not Lin Yu, then who am I? Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Evidently, Yu Shaoqian still held him in low regard. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Yu Shaoqian inquired, feeling the need to express her gratitude for his intervention. Lin Yu's family life was tragic. Although he had a stepfather, the man treated him as less than human, subjecting him to daily abuse. I went to town to buy something, but after searching for a long time, I found nothing suitable, so I didn't purchase anything. Lin Yu fabricated a casual excuse. Not wishing for Yu Shaoqian to know, he had come specifically to fetch her. Do you lack money? I have 100 yuan. Take it for now, and if it's insufficient, just let me know. Yu Shaoqian produced 100 yuan, 10 bills of 10 yuan each. No, I have money. I don't need it. You should keep it for yourself, Lin Yu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Are you saying it's too little? This is all I have. Please take it. If it weren't for you today, who knows what might have happened? Let my father treat you to a drink when we get home. Yu Shaoqian regarded Lin Yu earnestly, marking the first time she truly acknowledged him. To her surprise, Lin Yu appeared rather handsome, despite his shabby attire. He exuded an air of boldness, perhaps even a hint of recklessness. Really, it's unnecessary. You might as well give the money to your father to cheer him up. Lin Yu, who did not lack for money, merely preferred to act discreetly. Take it, or I shall be truly upset. Yu Shaoqian pouted, crossing her arms. Very well. I shall accept it. Lin Yu acquiesced, contemplating purchasing a gift for the village chief, thus ensuring he owed Yu Shaoqian nothing. Wu Guangwen, witnessing the intimate exchange between Yu Shaoqian and Lin Yu, felt a surge of jealousy and raised the wooden stick again, striking at the men on the ground. Guangwen, let them go. If you kill them, you'll face legal repercussions. Yu Shaoqian disowned the source of his anger, jealousy. The men scrambled to their feet, retreating in disgrace. The driver, however, dared not flee. He still needed to drive Yu Shaoqian and Lin Yu to Yangjiang village. Having taken the money, why do you linger? Don't think this is solely your accomplishment. I too had a hand in their defeat. Wu Guangwen glared at Lin Yu. Lin Yu instinctively clenched his fists as Yu Shaoqian shot him a warning glance. I wonder just how formidable you are. Wu Guangwen suddenly lunged, throwing a punch at Lin Yu. Chapter 31, A Demand for Justice. To strike or not to strike. Not retaliating would leave Lin Yu at a disadvantage. Yet retaliating would cost Wu Guangwen. Lin Yu hesitated, but Wu Guangwen's fist was already upon him. Guangwen, don't act recklessly, Yu Shaoqian urged urgently. In the next moment, Lin Yu had seized Wu Guangwen's fist. Wu Guangwen recalled the earlier blow he had endured, seizing the opportunity while Lin Yu held his fist. He swung his other hand towards Lin Yu's abdomen. Lin Yu's reflexes were remarkably swift. He swiftly retreated, pulling Wu Guangwen forward several steps as he maintained his grip. With a forceful twist, Lin Yu sent Wu Guangwen spinning to the ground. Lin Yu, no! Yu Shaoqian cried out in alarm as Lin Yu raised his leg once more. Hastily intervening, Lin Yu stepped back, coldly stating, "Get up, I'll 1T hold this against you, but you need to practice harder, or how will you protect Yu Shaoqian? Humph, do you think I cannot best you?" Wu Guangwen rose, executing a somersault. "You are impressive, indeed," Lin Yu noted, observing Yu Shaoqian casting him another glance, and decided to let the matter rest. Wu Guangwen brushed off the dust from his clothes with a sense of pride. "Consider yourself fortunate. I won't hold this against you today, as you truly aided me. I shan't let your assistance go unrewarded. Say what you will," Lin Yu waved dismissively, "but you should hurry back. I have things to attend to and shall not accompany you." "Lin Yu, come with us," Yu Shaoqian urged earnestly. Wu Guangwen produced 200 yuan, extending it towards Lin Yu. "It's not as if we're ungrateful. We owe him nothing, right? Shaoqian, let us leave." Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. "I do not want your money. Hurry and leave with Shaoqian, and I shall take my leave first." Yu Shaoqian felt a pang of guilt, lowering her head as she entered the vehicle. Let us go. Let us go." Lin Yu waved his hand, showing signs of impatience. The convertible swayed as it made its way towards Yanghe village, disappearing at the end of the gravel road. In the vehicle, Wu Guangwen inquired in a composed tone, "Shaoqian, what does Lin Yu do? Why are you so kind to him? What's wrong with you? Lin Yu helped us. Shouldn't we treat him kindly?" Yu Shaoqian shot Wu Guangwen a glare, her tone playful yet firm. "I still care for you, Shaoqian. It's been nearly a year. Haven't you felt my affection for you?" Wu Guangwen grasped Yu Shaoqian's hand gently. Lin Yu's situation was quite pitiable. He and her sister had endured years of solitude, with a stepfather indulging in vices and frequently abusing them. Yu Shaoqian responded softly, her voice tinged with sadness. "Moreover, Lin Yu just helped us. Even without his aid, we should lend him support. Assisting him is fine, but don't get too close. Don't you sense a strong fishy odor about him? It's quite nauseating." Wu Guangwen frowned, instinctively covering his nose. "Guangwen, please don't be like that. Most of us here rely on fishing for a living, and a bit of fishy scent is unavoidable," Yu Shaoqian explained softly. "But Lin Yu is too rough. He acts like a brute." Wu Guangwen recalled Lin Yu's earlier maneuver with frustration. "Guangwen, you are educated. Do not hold this against him. His life is so tragic." Yu Shaoqian's impression of Lin Yu remained that of a pitiable figure. "Don't you know? Help in times of crisis, but not in poverty. Feeling sorry for him is futile. One must rely on oneself," Wu Guangwen scoffed. In Yanghe village, at Wang Laoxi's home, several bruised men stood before him. "Fourth brother, perhaps you should seek another. We cannot handle this. Unable to subdue a mere girl, do you still consider yourselves men?" Wang Laoxi was so furious that his lips curled in frustration, directing his ire towards Shaoqian as he threatened Xiang Tian. She had a boyfriend, one who was initially unremarkable, but then Lin Yu arrived, and none of us could contend with him. A man offered a bitter smile. "Go fetch Zhang Zhun. We need to strategize." Wang Laoxi furrowed his brow tightly. Lin Yu returned to Yangjiang village as evening descended. At the village entrance, he activated the system, redeeming points for 2 bottles of liquor and some marinated delicacies, then quietly made his way to his great-uncle's home. Only an elderly woman was present at his great-uncle's abode. The elderly couple spent their days tending to vegetables and caring for small cats and dogs, leading a leisurely and carefree life. With a series of sharp knocks, the old woman tiptoed to open the door. "Who is it? It's dark out. What do you want? Can't anyone get a moment's peace?" "Third grandma." "It's me, Xiao Yu," Lin Yu replied with a cheerful smile. "Xiao Yu, what brings you here?" the old woman asked in surprise, recalling that they had meat to eat these past few days, a fortune bestowed by Lin Yu. "I came to see great-uncle, chat with him, and share a drink." Lin Yu raised the bottles and dishes in his hands, beaming with joy. "Xiao Yu, you could have just come without bringing anything," the old woman said, feeling a bit embarrassed at the sight of his offerings. "Third grandma, great-uncle has been helping me a lot lately, and previously assisted both my sister and me, so I couldn't come empty-handed." "Is he inside?" Since Lin Yu traversed to this world, he had become much more outgoing, shedding his earlier shyness. "Is that you, Xiao Yu? I was just telling your third grandma about you. Come in, let us share a few drinks," great-uncle's voice boomed from within. Lin Yu entered the house, respectfully presenting the gifts. "Great-uncle, I'm deeply grateful for your assistance these past few days. You helped me out of a tight spot, and I thought you might still be awake, so I came to see you. You rascal, why aren't you at Xiang Tian's house? Has he brought his daughter back yet? You should spend more time with Xiao Qian. Don't be shy. Great uncle urged Lin Yu to sit down, chuckling heartily. Let us not discuss that. Lin Yu sighed, recalling a previous incident. I appreciate your good intentions, but this matter seems futile. Why? Don't you fancy Xiao Qian? Great uncle asked, setting out the marinated dishes, surprised. Lin Yu hastily poured a drink, feeling somewhat awkward. It's not about liking. Xiao Qian already has a boyfriend. And he is from the city. How could I possibly compete? What is wrong with city folks? I have a keen eye for people. Tonight, I'm going to Xiang Tian's house to inquire about his intentions. He accepted your offerings, and shouldn't he go back on his word? Great uncle grew agitated, feeling that Xiang Tian was being untrustworthy. Great uncle, it's not the village chief as concerned. Let us just enjoy our drinks. My primary wish is to live well. Lin Yu raised his cup, displaying a calm demeanor. No, I must seek an explanation. Great uncle retorted angrily. Great uncle, don't be so hasty. Marriage depends on fate. Besides, that boy seems to treat Xiao Qian well. I'll refrain from meddling, Lin Yu quickly advised. What do you mean by treat well? I believe you're the most outstanding young man in Yangzheng village. You should leave this matter to me. I'll handle it well, Great uncle replied, his brow furrowed. I still feel uneasy. Feelings should be mutual. Lin Yu thought that Great uncle's insistence was akin to pushing him into a situation against his will. Let us drink and not mention this matter. It's making my head spin, Great uncle sighed, raising his cup. Upon returning home, Lin Xian awaited him. Seeing Lin Yu, she hurried to greet him. Xiao Yu, why are you back so late? Didn't you know I was worried? Sister, what is there to worry about? I'm already this grown, Lin Yu replied, feeling apologetic. I visited Great uncle. I must express my gratitude to him. Thanking Great uncle is only right. I worry that others might bully you, Lin Xian murmured. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu burst into laughter. What is so funny? Lin Xian was taken aback. I'm doing well enough not to bully others. You needn't worry, Lin Yu replied playfully. Have you eaten? Lin Xin eaten guit? Not yet. I had a few drinks with Great uncle, Lin Yu said as he walked inside. Don't you know that eating on an empty stomach is bad for your health? You mustn't do this again, Lin Xian responded, heading to the kitchen to quickly bring out a meal for them. The siblings sat down to eat, with Lin Xian serving Lin Yu. What about you going to pick up Xiao Qian? There's no rush. I'm still young. Even if it's just friendship. You should take the lead. Lin Yu thought of how Xiao Qian already had a boyfriend and decided not to intervene. You're 19. That's not too young. Lin Xin Feigen say violence. You're nearly 21. You're older than I am, Lin Yu grinned. Let us eat. You're becoming increasingly unreasonable. Lin Xian stood up, brandishing her chopsticks at Lin Yu. Lin Yu quickly dodged, playfully exclaiming, Help! My sister is bullying me. You're insufferable. Lin Xian sat down, casting a sidelong glance at him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard. Xiao Yu, are you home? A woman's anxious voice, tinged with tears, called from outside. Isn't that Sister Chuaying? Lin Xian quickly set down her bowl and chopsticks, asking in surprise. What is wrong with her? Lin Yu hurriedly rose and went to the courtyard, opening the door. Outside, Yuan Chuaying knelt, her face etched with worry. Xiao Yu, you must help me. I fear my family is doomed. Lin Yu trembled at her words, quickly pulling her up. Sister Chuaying, please calm down. What has happened? Speak slowly. Zhang Hai went out to sea early this morning and hasn't returned yet. The sea was calm today, so I didn't think much of it. But others have returned. How can I not be worried? Tears streamed down Yuan Chuaying's face as she spoke. Didn't you send anyone to look for him? Lin Yu asked urgently. It's pitch dark everywhere. Who would dare to go search? The wind has started to pick up at sea. Xiao Yu, you've seen the Mazu goddess. I beg you. Yuan Chuaying knelt, bursting into tears. Don't worry, I'll go find Brother Zhang. You and my sister head to the village chief's house and ask him to gather more people to search the beach. Lin Yu couldn't afford a delay, responding swiftly. Xiao Yu, take the flashlight. Lin Xian entered the house and handed Lin Yu a flashlight. Lin Yu dashed towards the sea, having grown up by the shore. He understood the perils of the ocean. Fishing boats frequently encountered fierce storms or the danger of running aground. Over the years, many from Yangzheng village had perished at sea. Some bodies never recovered. At the seaside, the wind howled against Lin Yu's face as he gazed at the vast, white-capped sea, momentarily at a loss. Where could he possibly find someone in such an expansive area? He raised the flashlight, searching among the rocky outcrops along the shore when suddenly, voices emerged from behind him. Turning to look, he saw countless beams of flashlight illuminating the darkness, a dazzling sight. Xiao Yu, where are you? The village chief has brought people to help search, Lin Xian shouted from the crowd, her voice ringing out loudly. Lin Yu shone his flashlight back at them, calling out, I'm here. Everyone, Let us split up and search. Be sure to stay safe and don't wander off alone. Before long, Xiang Tian arrived, panting, with Yuan Chuiying beside him. The village chief, his expression serious, said, Chuiying, why didn't you mention this sooner? Now that it's late at night, it makes finding him much more difficult. You've been too careless. Uncle Yu, do not mention Sister Chuiying. She is more anxious than anyone else right now. We must hasten to find someone. I will head to the dock and take the village fishing boat out to sea for a search. Lin Yu, unable to bear the sight of Yuan Chuiying in tears, resolved to take the risk of venturing into the ocean. I will accompany you, Lin Xin said urgently. A tempest is brewing at sea. What are you thinking? Stay ashore and search with Sister Chuiying. I will return safely. Lin Yu did not want his sister to accompany him on such a perilous endeavor. Xiao Yu, you cannot go alone. You must take 2 young men with you. The village chief expressed his concern. I have the protection of Ma Zu, so rest assured, regardless of whether I find Brother Zhang, I will return. Lin Yu replied with unwavering determination. Lin Yu set sail on the village fishing boat, while those on shore could only pray for his success in locating Zhang Hai and his safe return. The villagers of Yangjiang searched along the coastline for a considerable distance, but yielded no results. Eventually, they reconvened at the dock to devise a new plan. Chief, perhaps we should seek assistance from the town's maritime inspection team. They have larger and more numerous vessels, suggested a villager. What good would that do? Not only would we incur expenses, but we might not even find anyone. Those fellows are ruthless, someone quickly retorted. Similar incidents had occurred in Yangjiang village before, when they summoned the maritime inspection team, only to find themselves negotiating terms before even setting out to sea. Regardless of the outcome, not a single cent would be spared, often resulting in both loss of life and money, leaving them bereft. But we cannot simply wait idly. The village chief sighed. This is the destiny of us fishermen. There is no way around it. Do you not recall that one year we lost several lives in the search for someone? A villager lamented. Man against heaven has never yielded a favorable outcome. Zhang Hai, where are you? If something has befallen you, how will your family survive? Yuan Chuiying cried out, kneeling on the ground, her anguish palpable. Chapter 33, The System's Trials. Xiao Qian, wait for me. Why the rush? You do not understand. Brother Zhang is the pillar of his family. If something happens to him, the entire family will be shattered. The sea is merciless, do you not know? In Yangjiang village, when one family is in trouble, the whole village rallies to help. If you are afraid, then do not follow me. From behind the crowd, 2 figures approached. One was Yu Xiaoqian, the other Wu Guangwen. Yu Xiaoqian held a jacket, walking up to her father. Dad, put this on. The wind is picking up, and it is chilly by the sea. You must not catch a cold. What are you doing here? You cannot be of any help. Yu Xiangtian grumbled as he accepted the jacket. I'm worried too. Yu Xiaoqian replied hastily. Has anyone gone out to sea to search? Xiao Yu went alone. There was no stopping him. Yu Xiangtian had intended to send someone to accompany Lin Yu, but Lin Yu would not agree. Wu Guangwen was pinching his nose. Perceiving the villagers of Yangjiang as not only dirty, but also simple-minded, emanating an unpleasant odor. Guangwen, you are well read. Can you devise a plan to help find them? Yu Xiaoqian believed Wu Guangwen was clever enough to come up with a good solution. He had previously told her about winning a swimming championship at sports school. At this point, searching is tantamount to courting death. The winds will only grow stronger. A single wave could capsize the boat, let alone harm a person. Wu Guangwen's understanding of the ocean's basic principles was no less than that of the fisherman, and his answer was resolute. So, you mean we should not search? Yuan Chuiying asked through tears. What I mean is, if we continue searching, we might endanger lives. It would be prudent for everyone to leave quickly. The tide may rise soon, and this area could be submerged. Wu Guangwen smugly referenced his book knowledge. You should go back before the tide comes up and drowns you. We in Yangjiang village will not abandon a single life, Yu Xiangtian said with evident displeasure. Wu Guangwen approached Yu Xiaoqian, speaking in a mocking tone. Xiaoqian, let us return. There is no need to stand here in the sea breeze. I will stay with my father. If you are afraid, you can go back. After all, you are not from Yangjiang village. Yu Xiaoqian shot him a glare. I am only looking out for your best interests, Wu Guangwen quickly explained. Given your attire, you are ill-suited for search. Xiaoqian, return with him to avoid worrying your mother. I will wait here for Xiao Yu. The reason Yu Xiangtian had maintained his position as village chief for so many years was his sense of responsibility towards the villagers. He would never abandon any of them. Wu Guangwen displayed open disdain, but dared not protest. Based on past experiences, the higher the tide rose, the more likely it was for those lost at sea to be washed ashore, and if fortune favored them, they might even recover a life. Yu Xiangtian remained resolute, knowing that should a tragedy occur, as long as a body was found, it could be given a proper burial, sparing it from becoming a wandering soul. However, looking at the towering waves at sea, Yu Xiangtian's concern for Lin Yu intensified. Lin Yu floated on the sea, having redeemed 2 large searchlights with his points. The intense illumination could render nearly 100 meters of ocean as bright as day. Ding. Host, your indiscriminate search will deplete your points. So, should I cease my search? Lin Yu retorted angrily. What about a modicum of humanitarianism? Ding. Host, this is your 3rd instance of using uncivil language. The system deducts 100 points. Damn it. Can you not be so rigid? How about showing a bit of humanity? Lin Yu nearly cursed again, but caught himself. Ding. Host, I'm not human. I am merely the most advanced system mode. Damn it. Since you're the most advanced system mode, why not assist me in finding someone? Lin Yu finally lost his temper and shouted. Ding. Host, you have cursed again. The system will deduct another 100 points. Hey, did you not just say you're not human? Lin Yu chuckled incredulously. Ding. Host, finding someone is simple. Just close your eyes and let me navigate. And you will locate the person you seek, but it will cost you 100 points. Deduct them. As long as I find the person, that's all that matters. Lin Yu replied resignedly. Ding. Host, then you may sleep. The fishing boat will automatically take you to find them. Damn. Lin Yu instinctively covered his mouth. His points were indeed dwindling. The wind and waves at sea grew ever more tumultuous. And Lin Yu realized that it would be quite challenging to maintain the stability of the fishing boat on his own. He had been out to sea numerous times in his previous life, but those were always aboard large cargo ships, which had far greater resistance to the wind than fishing boats. The fishing boat rocked violently on the water, and Lin Yu sat down against the cabin wall, knowing that standing could easily lead to a fall, possibly resulting in injury. Hey, can you manage? I hope this boat does not lead to disaster, Lin Yu thought, feeling dizzy and calling out in his mind. Ding. Host, if you desire a higher safety coefficient, you may purchase the stability system from the store with points. This will allow you to reach your destination with greater safety. Could you refrain from being so mercenary? Why is everything about points? Lin Yu complained. Ding. Host, you have received the most powerful sea searching system. This is already your greatest fortune. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you are unwilling, that is your choice. I am willing. I am willing, Lin Yu quickly replied. He was not stingy with the points gained from his catch. With his current beachcombing system, fishing was a remarkably simple endeavor, regardless of how precious the fish might be. At one moment, the fishing boat suddenly steadied considerably. Lin Yu took out a bottle of wine and began to indulge himself, allowing the boat to drift upon the sea. Eventually, the fishing vessel came to a halt, and Lin Yu stepped out of the cabin. Utilizing the beam of the spotlight, he astonishingly discovered that he was in a location he had visited several times before. Surrounded on 3 sides by towering cliffs that served as a shield against the raging winds of the sea, it was remarkably tranquil here, despite the tumultuous waves outside. System, are you toying with me? I asked you to help me find someone, and instead, you brought me here, expecting me to slack off? Lin Yu questioned with irritation. Ding. Host, if you believe I have erred, you may navigate the boat away at this very moment. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Lin Yu retorted defiantly. Ding. Host, it's best not to be obstinate. Look ahead, what do you see? Lin Yu gazed forward and noticed a dark object lying on a reef, resembling a person. Could be Zhang Hai. Without further contemplation, Lin Yu steered the boat directly towards it. Chapter 34. Encountering Thieves at Sea. The fishing boat could not approach the reef too closely, as it risked running aground. Lin Yu halted the vessel about 10 meters away, dropped the anchor, and surveyed the water surface before leaping into the depths. In his previous life, Lin Yu had been a mercenary at sea, well-versed in swimming. Even faced with fierce winds and waves, he could navigate through them with ease, extricating himself perfectly. In less than a minute, Lin Yu reached the edge of the reef. He swiftly climbed up and, aided by the spotlight, confirmed that the figure on the rock was indeed a person. Lin Yu turned the individual over. It was Zhang Hai, the very person he had been searching for. Brother Zhang, wake up. How did you end up here? Lin Yu Zhang Hai's complexion was ashen. His lips quivered slightly as he coughed up some seawater. Lin Yu lifted Zhang Hai carefully and descended into the water. Swimming back to the boat. Inside the fishing vessel, it was warmer and more stable than outside. Lin Yu placed Zhang Hai on a makeshift resting bed and contemplated how to revive him. Rescuing others at sea, alongside self-rescue, were essential skills for any mercenary. As long as the person in distress had not completely succumbed, there was a 90% chance of reviving them. Lin Yu applied chest compressions and artificial respiration until Zhang Hai's complexion regained a hint of color, and he exhibited faint signs of breathing, prompting Lin Yu to cease his efforts and sit beside him, catching his breath. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have bestowed your first kiss upon a man. Enough. You delight in my misfortune. If I hadn't done this, he would have perished, Lin Yu retorted, ready to curse but wary of losing points. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully revived another individual. The system will reward you with 200 points. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Lin Yu muttered. Ding! Given the host's use of profanity, 100 points will be deducted. You truly are strict in your rewards and punishments, Lin Yu exclaimed, hastily retracting his words. Where am I? Zhang Hai murmured, slowly opening his eyes. Brother Zhang, it's me, Xiao Yu. You're on the boat. Safe now. We'll return once the winds and waves subside a bit. Lin Yu felt a wave of relief as Zhang Hai spoke. The boat, is it still here? Zhang Hai asked anxiously, attempting to sit up. I don't see your boat. This is the village's vessel, borrowed from the village chief. Lin Yu too found it strange that Zhang Hai's boat was missing. Suddenly, Zhang Hai sprang up as if propelled by a spring. The boat, my boat. Brother Zhang, please don't panic. Once the storm calms, we can search for it, Lin Yu reassured him, noticing Zhang Hai's near frenzy. It's gone, truly gone. Woe is me. Zhang Hai, a man in his 30s, suddenly broke down in tears. What'll I do? That boat was my only means of survival. And I have 3 children and 2 elderly parents to care for. Brother Zhang, what exactly happened? Let's think of a solution together, Lin Yu said, feeling sympathetic towards Zhang Hai's pitiful state. Zhang Hai removed his hands from his face, about to speak, when he suddenly clutched his chest in pain and spat out blood. It's over. I'm utterly finished. Lin Yu quickly laid Zhang Hai back down and rushed to fetch water. Once Zhang Hai had calmed down somewhat, Lin Yu softly inquired, Brother Zhang, what transpired? How did you come to be here? This expanse of sea, originally situated in the ocean's heart, was not far from a deserted island. Due to frequent violent storms, few fishermen dared to venture here, which made Lin Yu particularly astonished. Zhang Hai took a few sips of water, grimacing as he recounted his experience. I drifted on the sea for a long time during the day, hardly catching any fish. Lacking strength, Zhang Hai recounted his ordeal softly. He had believed his current boat to be far superior to his previous one. If he failed to catch fish, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed upon his return. Later, he sought to venture further afield for luck, and around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he indeed caught a substantial number of fish. However, when he intended to return, several vessels suddenly approached from a distance. Zhang Hai, unaware of their identity, presumed they belonged to neighboring villagers and waved to the people aboard. To his dismay, as the boats drew closer, he realized they were not ordinary fishermen, but pirates notorious for plundering at sea, known locally as sea bandits. Each of these marauders wielded a rifle, capable of long-range shots. When they commanded Zhang Hai to raise his hands and refrain from resistance, he finally comprehended that he had ventured too far and encountered the ruthless pirates of the sea. Before long, they boarded Zhang Hai's fishing boat. Zhang Hai pleaded softly, Brothers, I don't want my fish. I only ask that you allow me to return with my boat. You think you can return with your boat? Your hopes are too grand. We are taking this vessel, and whether you return depends on our captain's mood. One of the pirates snarled. Tie him up and throw him into the fish hold. We'll decide his fate when the captain arrives. Zhang Hai was cast into the pitch-black fish hold, surrounded by fish, bound by ropes that rendered him immobile. Outside, he overheard a conversation between 2 individuals, discussing how the captain would take him to some island and then quietly dispose of him. Zhang Hai recalled the many missing persons from Yangjiang village over the years, likely the work of these same criminals. He had no desire to be taken by the pirates. Using his foot, Zhang Hai snagged a sickle and, turning his back, severed the ropes binding his hands. Seizing the moment when the pirates were distracted, he leaped into the sea. The tumultuous waves battered him, and he was knocked unconscious several times, but thoughts of his children, wife, and parents fueled his determination. As night fell, the surroundings remained a hazy white, and when the waves struck him down again, he lost consciousness, only to awaken later to find Lin Yu had rescued him. Zhang Hai recounted his harrowing tale, his voice breaking with emotion. Xiao Yu, what am I to do? My family relies on my fishing boat for sustenance, and now I have lost it. Surviving such a calamity is often followed by fortune, Brother Zhang. As long as you are alive, that is what truly matters. Your boat will eventually be replaced. Lin Yu consoled him gently. But I have no boat now. How will I earn money in the future? Zhang Hai replied with a bitter smile. Yet I am still here. I have encountered the revered Ma Zu, and perhaps it is her divine protection that has allowed you to survive today. The tempest is indeed fierce, but once the winds subside, the sea will yield an even greater bounty. Lin Yu possessed an intimate understanding of the maritime climate and the distribution of fish. Although Zhang Hai might doubt Lin Yu, he would never question the power of Ma Zu. Can we truly catch a large quantity of fish? Chapter 35. I have a plan. Just trust me and take a good rest. The storm outside is still quite strong, but when it calms down, we will certainly reap a bountiful harvest. Lin Yu not only excelled in the art of fishing, but also possessed remarkable deductive abilities, which rendered him notably composed. Zhang Hai was indeed exhausted. After aimlessly swimming in the sea for a long while, he had nearly given up hope when the waves fortuitously brought him to this sheltered spot, thus preserving his life. Make sure to call for me. I would be utterly ashamed to return empty-handed. Zhang Hai lay down and closed his eyes. Lin Yu exited the cabin to gaze at the night scenery. The waves outside crashed against the massive reefs, creating a thunderous roar, while here, only gentle ripples caressed the fishing boat, which swayed lightly as if cradled in a rocking bed. It was already past midnight, and one could only wonder how the villagers of Yangjiang were faring, likely still anxiously awaiting news. As time passed, the tempest outside gradually diminished, prompting Lin Yu to weigh anchor and steer the fishing vessel out of its sheltered haven. The moonlight spilled across the ocean, casting shimmering reflections upon its surface. System. Activate the most powerful fishing enhancement. Lin Yu silently intoned, aware that even if Zhang Hai were asleep, he was likely plagued by nightmares. Lin Yu intended to capture a significant haul of precious fish before returning to Yangjiang, striving to minimize Zhang Hai's losses or even recover them entirely. Ding. Host. Your supreme fishing enhancement system has been activated. It is now your moment to soar high as a bird and leap freely like a fish in a vast ocean. Goodness, you even understand ancient poetry? Lin Yu marveled. Ding. Host. I possess boundless knowledge and an unparalleled intellect. Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? Lin Yu's curiosity surged. Ding. Host, you are contemplating how to catch more fish to assist Zhang Hai, which will also earn you corresponding reward points. How dull. You've already revealed it. Lin Yu sighed. I shall commence fishing now. You may rest. Ding. Host, I am ever present, a shadow by your side, dwelling within your mind. I am quite vexed, Lin Yu mused, feeling as though a ticking time bomb resided in his head, uncertain of when it might explode. Nevertheless, Lin Yu's subsequent catches were indeed substantial. Every net cast returned brimming with the market's most valuable fish. System, you claim to be the most brilliant intellect. Assist me with a strategy. There are so many fish that I have no place to store them. What should I do? Lin Yu could exchange the fish for catches and subsequently redeem them for system points. However, he had previously concealed the existence of the system marketplace from the villagers, and purchasing items or even a fishing boat would surely raise suspicions. Ding. Host, you can exchange a portion of the fish for catches to redeem points, while bringing back some fish for Zhang Hai to sell, yielding whatever profit he can. Haha, that is a splendid idea. I shall heed your advice, and no longer worry about the fish taking up too much space. Lin Yu was elated and cast his net once more. At the Yangjiang village dock, numerous villagers braved the fierce sea winds, scouring the shoreline through the night, leaving no corner unchecked. Yet, regrettably, none had found any trace of Zhang Hai. Yuan Chuiying knelt on the ground, surrounded by several women who wept alongside her. Lin Xian had also joined the villagers in their search through much of the night. Her concern heightened for Lin Yu, her only remaining kin and hope for survival. Xiao Xian, you should rest. Your eyes are bloodshot. Xiao Yu would feel pain to see you like this, remarked the third uncle, leaning on his cane as he approached the dock. He had initially intended to discuss Xiao Qian and Lin Yu with Yu Xiangtian today, but with Zhang Hai's misfortune, it was his duty as Zhang's elder to take charge. Xiao Yu's been out all night, and still shows no sign of returning. I'm truly anxious. Lin Xian forced a smile, suppressing her tears. Yu Xiangtian hurried over, having searched half the night, but finally succumbed to exhaustion and returned home for a brief rest before arriving at the seaside at dawn. Everyone, do not despair. I plan to send some of the younger men out to sea. Lin Yu is an excellent swimmer and should not face too much danger, Yu Xiangtian reassured the crowd, though even as he spoke, he struggled to believe it himself. Recalling the monstrous waves from the previous night that had rendered Lin Yu and Zhang Hai's chances of survival nearly non-existent. Village Chief, what will I do if something has happened to Zhang Hai? Upon seeing the village chief, Yuan Chuiying broke down in tears again. Xiangtian, you speak lightly of this, but Yangjiang village has only 2 decent fishing boats, both of which are now missing. How do you expect the young men to venture out to sea? The third uncle gazed helplessly at the boundless ocean. Yu Xiangtian had no answer. Villagers had many wooden rafts, yet their safety in the vast sea was alarmingly low, making them prone to disaster. Should we not call upon the maritime inspection team for assistance in the search? Wu Guangwen and Yu Xiaoqian approached, sharply dressed and contrasting starkly with the villagers. Do you know how much it costs to hire the inspection team? The key issue is that regardless of whether they find anything, we must first pay a search and rescue fee. Where can we gather such a large sum of money? Upon hearing Wu Guangwen's suggestion, Yu Xiangtian immediately furrowed his brow. Yuan Chuiying, kneeling on the ground, moved closer to Yu Xiangtian. Village chief, this is our only option. Even if Zhang Hai has perished, we must see him alive if he is, or dead if he is not. Zhang Hai's wife, do not despair. We will do our utmost to find him. Xiao Yu has also gone out. In truth, we are all more anxious than you are. The village chief had considered hiring the inspection team, but based on past experience, it would likely be a futile endeavor. Uncle Xiangtian, I implore you. If my family loses Zhang Hai, we will be utterly ruined. Yuan Shuiying clung to Yu Xiangtian's legs, weeping bitterly. Zhang Hai's wife, please do not act this way. I will find a way, Yu Xiangtian said, his face flushed as he endured Yuan Shuiying's grip. Uncle Xiangtian, I beg you. You cannot stand by and watch my family perish. Please, let's hire the inspection team for the search. Yuan Shuiying continued to plead desperately. I have a solution. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to find Zhang Zhun, currently residing in an empty house in Yangjiang village, idly passing his days. What plan do you have? The third uncle regarded Zhang Zhun with disdain for his arrogant demeanor. I can help Yangjiang village procure fishing boats and venture out to search for the missing, and it will cost less than half of what the inspection team would charge. Zhang Zhun declared triumphantly, positioning himself as Yuan Shuiying's savior. Village chief, I implore you, let Uncle Zhun find the boats. Yuan Shuiying cried, utterly distraught. Chapter 36. Anxious Villagers. Then it must be so. Even if we cannot find them, we shall do our utmost. Yu Xiangtian sighed, aware that even the reduced search costs would significantly deplete Yangjiang village's resources. Uncle Yu, do you believe that simply finding a boat will suffice? The ocean is vast, and searching for people is like finding a needle in a haystack. I see little point in this. Rather than squander money on a futile endeavor, it would be more practical to provide some compensation to Shuiying's family. Wu Guangwen, having read a bit more than others, began to dissect the situation. You see, money can be earned anew once it is lost, but a life, once extinguished, is irrevocably gone. The third uncle coldly retorted, unable to tolerate Wu Guangwen's pretentiousness. Third uncle, I am merely stating facts, Wu Guangwen insisted, believing himself to be in the right. Silence. Let Zhang Zhun summon the fishing boats. Regardless of the circumstances, Yangjiang village will not abandon the search for Zhang Zhun, Yu Xiangtian bellowed. Uncle Yu, does Yangjiang village currently possess any spare funds? During dinner yesterday, Wu Guangwen overheard Yu Xiangtian conversing with his wife about the village's outstanding debts. Yu Xiangtian simply responded. Yu Xiaoqian approached Wu Guangwen, her voice a whisper of desperation. Guangwen, Yangjiang village is indeed facing difficulties at present. Could you perhaps lend us some money? I would not be opposed to assisting, but... Wu Guangwen paused. But what? Yu Xiaoqian inquired, puzzled. Step aside. I wish to speak with you privately. Wu Guangwen led Yu Xiaoqian away and whispered something in her ear. Yu Xiaoqian shook her head repeatedly. No, that's too soon. I am only 18. Xiaoqian, I do not wish to pressure you, but I believe my funds ought to be used judiciously, and it is abundantly clear that this is a one-way transaction. Surely, you cannot expect me to be taken advantage of? Wu Guangwen mused that this was an opportune moment for Yu Xiaoqian to express her affection. Xiangtian, how can you think that way? ISNT it said that saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda? Surely, performing a good deed is not too much to ask? Yu Xiaoqian stamped her foot in frustration. All right, I was merely jesting. I shall acquiesce, Wu Guangwen replied, cautious not to push Yu Xiaoqian too hard, lest he squander a year's worth of investment. You are so kind, Yu Xiaoqian smiled. For you, I would be willing to do anything, Wu Guangwen responded, all the while calculating in his mind that even if he spent a considerable sum today, it was possible that Yangjiang village would eventually repay him. The crux of the matter was that he had completely captured Yu Xiaoqian's heart, and upon returning to the county town, their relationship would flourish effortlessly. Yu Xiangtian had no better alternatives and thus sent Zhang Zhun to hasten the summoning of fishing boats. Little did anyone anticipate that the fishing boats were already prepared, owned privately by Wang Laosi from Yanghe village, with 2 vessels docked not far from the pier. Wang Laosi, accompanied by a dozen individuals, approached the assembly and greeted Yu Xiangtian. Village chief Yu, I am merely acting out of humanitarianism in my willingness to assist. Wang Laosi, rest assured, I, Yu Xiangtian, will not owe you a penny for your services. Now, hurry and get out to sea. Yu Xiangtian was solely focused on fulfilling his responsibilities. Do you take me for someone in need of money? Wang Laosi scoffed. What do you mean by that? Yu Xiangtian was taken aback. Wang Laosi had always been driven solely by monetary gain, so this sudden display of nonchalance was unexpected. You know, my previous visit to Yangjiang village to propose marriage ended in failure due to your interference and that of certain villagers. I have no other demands. I simply wish to reclaim my engagement. Wang Laosi's gaze drifted towards Lin Yu, harboring resentment for not securing her hand. That is beyond my authority. Lin Yu is still at sea, and Lin Xin is an adult now, Yu Xiangtian replied, drenched in cold sweat, realizing that such a demand was more outrageous than a mere financial transaction. Village chief, I can take charge here, Zhang Zhen interjected, revealing himself as the true orchestrator of today's events. Zhang Zhen, you are in no position to dictate anything here, the third uncle admonished coldly. Yuan Chuaying turned to the third uncle, kneeling before him. Third uncle, I implore you, my family cannot endure the loss of Zhang Hai. He is still your grandson. Can you bear to see him suffer? Chuaying, rise. The Zhang family has its dignity. Apart from Zhang Zhen, if Zhang Hai perishes, I assure you that Yangjiang village will care for your entire household, the third uncle stated resolutely, aware of Zhang Zhen's ulterior motives. Uncle, must you truly be so heartless? Yu Xiangtian could not bear to witness Yuan Chuaying's despair. Regardless, I will not consent to this marriage, the third uncle declared emphatically. In that case, I shall lower my demands. Village chief, your daughter has grown into a fine young woman. Why not marry her to me? Wang Laosi shifted his target, eyeing Yu Xiaoqian. Who do you think you are to speak so rudely? Wu Guangwen stepped in front of Yu Xiaoqian, arms spread wide. Ha ha, a pretty boy from the county town. Do you believe I one-tea toss you into the sea to feed the fish? Wang Laosi dismissed him with a laugh. I know all about your background. If you wish to masquerade as a hero, I will make your life a living hell. You, Wu Guangwen seethed, his eyes rolling in anger. Your father is Wu Zetian, your mother is Song Yiru, and you have a sister named Wu Qingwen, known for her beauty, am I right? Wang Laosi leaned closer, his voice a menacing whisper. Wu Guangwen trembled at the sight of Wang Laosi's sinister grin, a sense of dread creeping in. What are you planning? Whether I am planning anything depends on your actions. It would be wise for you to stay out of this matter. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a predicament. Wang Laosi threatened, a master of intimidation. Do not push your luck, Wu Guangwen retreated, taking refuge behind Yu Xiaoqian. Pretty boy, you are still too green. Step aside obediently. This matter does not concern you. Don't think that your little fortune makes you significant. This is Yangjiang village, not the county town. After dismissing Wu Guangwen, Wang Laosi approached Yu Xiangtian with a leisurely gait. Village chief, it's clear you hold great affection for your daughter. Surely you cannot bear to let her fate be sealed. I suggest you persuade the third uncle to allow me to marry Xiaoxin. Yu Xiangtian was left speechless with rage. Village chief, you cannot just stand by and watch. Zhang Zhen remarked sarcastically from the side. Boat, boat. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone turned to look, spotting a dark shape bobbing in the distant sea. Due to the distance, it was difficult to discern. That is not a boat. It is a piece of wrecked hull, Wang Laosi observed coolly. After last night's tempest, even deities would struggle to survive. A mere fishing vessel would undoubtedly have been shattered to pieces. Chapter 37. The Transformation into a Villain. Do not despair. Miracles do exist in this world. I have faith in Lin Yu's abilities. He will undoubtedly bring back Zhang Hai alive, the third uncle stated with an air of calm, his gaze fixed upon the distant dark shape. Zhang Zhen, I am well aware of your intentions. You seek to incite the emotions of the crowd and feign benevolence. Let me assure you, your schemes will not succeed. Uncle, I swear I have no ulterior motives. I genuinely wish to save him. Zhang Hai is my nephew. Zhang Zhen's face flushed red as the third uncle exposed his true intentions. The third uncle approached Yuan Chuaying. Child, trust me, and trust in Lin Yu. Your child's father will surely return safely. Third uncle, is that true? Yuan Chuaying asked, tears brimming in her eyes. With the blessings of Mazu, he will turn misfortune into fortune and disaster into safety. The third uncle replied with a benevolent expression. What era are we in, still believing in superstitions? It's utterly ridiculous, Wu Guangwen muttered under his breath. Wang Laosi, standing nearby, overheard and burst into laughter. Huh, who would have thought we share the same sentiments? What deities are there in this world? Wang Laosi, you blaspheme against the divine. Retribution awaits you, the third uncle retorted angrily. Ha ha, I Wang Laosi. Do not believe in fate. He continued to laugh heartily. Boat, it is indeed a boat. Finally, someone spotted the dark shape drifting on the surface of the sea. As it drew nearer, the outline began to enlarge, revealing a billowing sail. The sea stretched out in an endless expanse of white, mirroring the sails of the fishing boats, rendering them nearly indistinguishable against the water. However, as the fishing vessels drew near, their outlines became clearer. Indeed, it was the fishing boat from Yangjiang village. Sister Chuaying, look. My brother is returning. Brother Zhang Hai will surely be safe. Lin Xian exclaimed, standing on tiptoe and calling out loudly. The villagers of Yangjiang erupted in joyous commotion, embracing one another and leaping in exhilaration. Yet Wang Laosi, his face ashen, pulled Zhang Zhen aside. Did you not claim to be absolutely certain? How can our boat be back? He questioned, disbelief etched across his features. It's impossible. The typhoon last night was so fierce that Zhang Zhun's face was filled with terror. He had long awaited this opportunity. Unless, what are you rambling about? Wang Laosi anticipated another fruitless return today, seething with anger over wasted resources. Unless the goddess Mazu has manifested her powers? Zhang Zhun stumbled over his words. Grasping for an excuse, Wang Laosi, incensed, struck him with a fist. Which I have your psalm, Mazu. Today's events will not simply fade away. I shall pursue this matter to the end. Zhang Zhun knelt on the ground, a figure of despair amidst the throng that surged towards the dock. Wang Laosi and his men boarded a few of their fishing boats, departing in a cloud of sorrow. On the water, the fishing boat from Yangjiang village approached ever closer, propelled by the sea breeze, with Lin Yu standing on the deck, waving to the villagers. It's Lin Yu. Lin Yu has truly returned. They exclaimed in disbelief. Mazu, my revered Mazu, it must be your blessings that have safeguarded Lin Yu. Indeed, given the ferocity of last night's storm, no vessel should have withstood its wrath. The villagers rushed forward, calling out for Lin Yu. As the boat docked, Lin Yu disembarked, greeted first by Yuan Shuiying. Xiao Yu, how is Brother Zhang Hai? Is he well? Brother Zhang is fine. He is sleeping soundly. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. You have me worried sick. Yuan Shuiying wept, her tears cascading down her cheeks. Alright, Trudy. I want to find Brother Zhang and even caught a hold full of fish. Lin Yu continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. Good lad. I knew you wouldn't let us down. His third uncle chuckled. Third uncle, I am the one at fault for causing everyone worry, Lin Yu replied, ever humble in the presence of his elder. Zhang Hai, don't scare me. Wake up, please. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from Yuan Shuiying aboard the fishing vessel, plunging the crowd into an immediate silence. It's impossible. Just last night, Brother Zhang was fine, albeit a bit weary. Lin Yu gasped, panic rising within him. If anything had happened to Zhang Hai, he would be left speechless. Quickly, some young men helped bring Brother Zhang down. Third uncle, wise and composed, was the only one maintaining his calm amidst the chaos. Several young men boarded the boat, their eyes widening at the sight of the precious fish filling the hold. Yet, they dared not delay, for third uncle's words held the weight of command in Yangjiang village. With great urgency, they pulled Yuan Shuiying away, bringing Zhang Hai's lifeless body to the shore. Third uncle knelt beside Zhang Hai, inspecting him closely. The pallor of Zhang Hai's face, his absence of breath, and the complete stillness of his heart sent a chill through third uncle. Zhang Hai has departed. We must prepare for his final rites, he said with a bitter smile. Zhang Hai, how could you be so cruel? Yuan Shuiying cried out, collapsing in a faint. The young men of the Zhang family approached Lin Yu, confusion and suspicion clouding their expressions. Lin Yu, you said he was fine. How has he died? Lin Yu, are you not afraid that your greed for fish led to Brother Zhang's demise? They accused. Lin Yu, how could your heart be so cold? Did Zhang Hai not treat you well? Facing their accusations, Lin Yu felt a throbbing headache. He could not comprehend how Zhang Hai could have met such a fate. He regretted not checking on him sooner. What more can you say, Lin Yu? For the sake of profit, you would commit such an act? Zhang Zhun's voice was hoarse, feigning sorrow. Rest assured, Zhang Hai's family, we will seek justice for him. Are you accusing me of causing Zhang Hai's death? Lin Yu replied, incredulous. You should remove the word accusing from your vocabulary. Is Zhang Hai not dead because of you? Wu Guangwen stepped forward, fueled by resentment towards Lin Yu's relationship with Yu Shaoqian. Guangwen, do not involve yourself. None of us wish for such a tragedy. Yu Shaoqian interjected, her heart heavy. Lin Yu, you must pay for Zhang Hai's life. Zhang Zhen shouted, inciting the Zhang family to stir with agitation. Silence. If Lin Yu were responsible for Zhang Hai's demise, why would he return with him? Think logically. Third uncle admonished, rising in defense. Third uncle, have you not been bought by Lin Yu? Someone accused, recalling having seen Lin Yu bestow gifts upon him the previous night. Who is spreading such nonsense? Step forward. Third uncle demanded, his anger flaring. It is I. Am I mistaken? Yu Zhenhai stepped forward, coldly retorting, though you are respected, do not lead the younger generation astray. How have I led them astray? Third uncle's face contorted with fury, his foot stomping in frustration. Did Lin Yu not present gifts to you last night? Yu Zhenhai pressed on, fixated on the matter of gifts, eager to exploit it for his own gain. Yes, he did present gifts. That is the truth, third uncle admitted, unable to lie. Then it's settled. You received gifts from Lin Yu and must now aid him in covering up the truth. Zhang Hai's death rests squarely upon Lin Yu, making him the prime suspect. Yu Zhenhai seized the opportunity to undermine Lin Yu and establish his own authority among the villagers. The bewildered villagers, roused by Yu Zhenhai's words, ceased their silence. Had they possessed blades, they would have unhesitatingly turned them upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu, do you still possess a shred of conscience? Do you recall how, when you were starving, Zhenghai selflessly shared his family's provisions with you? Is it worth taking a life over a few extra precious fish? They lamented. Yangjiang village nurtured you for over a decade, only to raise a treacherous wolf. The villagers' words cut like daggers, leaving Lin Xian weeping uncontrollably. This is not true. My brother is not that kind of person. If he is not, then who is? Someone who would raise a hand against his own adoptive father would surely regard the life of an outsider as worthless, Yu Zhenjiang scoffed. Always playing the victim before others. Now that you have a bit of power, you think yourself superior and begin to harm the villagers. Such a person ought to be expelled from Yangjiang village. Yuan Chuiying knelt, looking up at Lin Yu. Do you not understand how Brother Zhang treated you? When you borrowed his fishing boat, did he ever hesitate? No. Brother Zhang was always kind to me. I shall forever be grateful for his generosity. Lin Yu choked, feeling powerless to refute their claims. But why did you do this? Would it not be better to end my life as well? Yuan Chuiying clung to Lin Yu's leg, crying out in anguish. Those present could not help but shed tears. For the Zhang family stood amidst the tempest, and Yuan Chuiying would now bear the burden of survival for her family alone. Sister Chuiying, it is not as you imagine. I truly did not harm Brother Zhang. I am equally perplexed by his current state, Lin Yu replied with a bitter smile. Do not listen to Lin Yu's deceitful words. We must expel him from Yangjiang village, lest he brings further calamity upon us. Yu Zhenhai exclaimed, eyes brimming with tears and righteous indignation. Fear not, Sister Zhang. We shall stand by you. As long as I have a morsel to eat, I will ensure that your family does not suffer from hunger or cold, he assured her. Lin Yu found himself at a loss. These villagers were not merely ignorant, but also foolish. As Uncle San had remarked, if Zhenghai had indeed caused his own demise, why would they bring him back? Was that not akin to placing a chamber pot upon their own heads? Master, master, were you not so formidable? What am I to do now? Lin Yu muttered softly, his words barely audible. Ding. Host, you've been deceived by an illusion. Zhenghai is not dead. What? How do you know this? Lin Yu's palms became clammy with sweat. Ding. Host, I possess the most powerful intellect. This inquiry poses no challenge for me. Zhenghai has been administered a potent poison and is currently in a state of suspended animation. Brother Zhang is not dead? Lin Xian questioned, half convinced. Ding. Indeed. But the situation is far from ideal. One must not become complacent. Enough of your rambling. How can we save him? Lin Xin Pets Imbating Di. Ding. If you wish to rescue him, you must exchange points for a life-saving pill, a rare elixir that requires at least 1,500 points. How outrageous. Is it worth more than a fishing boat? Lin Yu could not help but exclaim. Ding. Host, your profanity has resulted in the cost increasing to 1,600 points. Fine. Fine. Even if I exhaust all my points, I will save him. Lin Yu declared, realizing he had no alternative. A life was paramount above all else. With a flourish, a pill appeared in his hand, though his remaining points, which could be exchanged for goods in the system, were dwindling. Sister Chuiying, do not despair. Brother Zhang is merely in a deep coma, and I can revive him, Lin Yu said, gazing at the heartbroken Yuan Chuiying with profound sorrow. Lin Yu, do you believe yourself to be a divine healer? Uncle San has already proclaimed that Zhenghai has departed. A middle-aged villager interjected, revealing himself to be Zhang Sangui, a member of the Zhang family. At 40, Sangui was a lone wolf, often found drinking with Zhang Zhen and neglecting good deeds. Brother Sangui, I speak the truth. Zhenghai is indeed alive, but the danger is imminent. Immediate action is required. Lin Yu urged, suppressing his frustration to avoid wasting time. Who would believe your words now, Lin Yu? I warn you, the deceased are of utmost importance. If you dare to touch Zhenghai, I shall not hold back. Zhang Sangui retorted angrily. Let me have a try, shall I? Lin Yu's temper flared. Absolutely not. We intend to bind you and cast you into the sea to appease Zhenghai's spirit. Zhang Sangui shot back furiously. Uncle San, I can save Brother Zhang. You must believe me. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to delay. Lin Yu pleaded with Uncle San. Xiaoyu, how confident are you? Uncle San sighed, inquiring with concern. The sooner, the better, Lin Yu replied, though his confidence was tempered. Still, he would not abandon even the faintest glimmer of hope. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Uncle San finally resolved, having weighed the gravity of the situation. Uncle San, you cannot continue to shield Lin Yu. The Zhang family will not allow it. Zhang Sangui led the dissenting villagers. I support Lin Yu's endeavor to save him. Yu Xiang Tian stepped forward at a critical moment, attempting to quell the agitated villagers. Village head, what authority do you possess in this matter? Furthermore, If Lin Yu fails to revive Zhang Hai, how will you account to the villagers? Yu Zhenhai seized the moment, sneering as he approached. If Lin Yu cannot save Zhang Hai, I would willingly forfeit all my assets to compensate his family, Yu Xiangtian declared, the only recourse available to him. How much could your assets possibly be worth? Yu Zhenhai pressed relentlessly. If it comes to that, I will willingly resign from my position as village head. Yu Xiangtian replied, his voice laced with anguish. Very well, you have said it. Lin Yu, proceed with your endeavor. Yu Zhenhai finally relented, satisfaction evident in his tone. Chapter 39. It must kneel. Yu Zhenhai had already secured the allegiance of most of the Zhang family, meticulously plotting to bring down Yu Xiangtian. He believed that even Uncle San would concur with the notion that the deceased could not be revived, thus setting the stage for a monumental wager against Yu Xiangtian. Xiao Yu, can you truly revive Brother Zhang? Lin Xian asked, her heart racing with fear. Should her brother fail, they would be cast out from Yangjiang village. Sister, do not worry. Brother Zhang is a good person, and heaven will not take him, Lin Yu assured her, his expression imbued with compassion. Lin Yu, you must save him. I have staked my entire fortune. You cannot let me down. Yu Xiangtian felt a twinge of regret for having acquiesced to Yu Zhenhai's unreasonable demands. Uncle Yu, I will not disappoint you. With that declaration, Lin Yu knelt and administered the pill to Zhang Hai. Lin Yu, if you truly revive Zhang Hai, I shall bow to you and call you grandfather. Yu Zhenhai taunted, presuming Lin Yu lacked the confidence to succeed. This is your word. If I do not kneel and call you grandfather, I shall not hold back, Lin Yu retorted, equally incensed. So what if my brother said so? If Zhang Hai does not survive, you and the entire village shall kneel before me and roll out of Yangjiang village. Yu Zhenjiang shouted in support of his brother. I will make you and your brother kneel before me, crying out grandfather. Let everyone bear witness. Lin Yu rose, casting a glance over the crowd. Such theatrics, Wu Guangwen scoffed. Will you kindly be silent? Regardless of the method, our sole objective is to revive him. Yu Xiangtian's frustration mounted, glaring daggers at Wu Guangwen. Wu Guangwen stepped back, whispering to Yu Shaoqian, I see no need for your father to continue in this broken village head position. When you marry me, I shall take care of him. I appreciate your good intentions, but please do not provoke my father further. He has devoted many years to this position and has deep ties to Yangjiang village. Yu Shaoqian replied, touched by his concern. Lin Yu remained at Zhang Hai's side, observing any changes. Nearly 20 minutes passed after administering the pill, yet Zhang Hai showed no signs of response. The villagers grew increasingly agitated, some clenching their fists, ready to confront Lin Yu. Seeing them approach, Lin Yu chose to sit down, opting to ignore their hostility. His indifference only fueled their anger. Lin Yu, you claimed you could save Zhang Hai. Do you not fear the wrath of the heavens for disrespecting the dead? Everyone, listen to me. Bind Lin Yu and toss him into the sea to appease Zhang Hai's spirit. As the villagers prepared to act against Lin Yu, an unexpected voice rang out. Who dares to harm the descendant of the Lin family? He is the 50th generation of the Lin lineage. Mother Ancestor has manifested. Zhang Hai shall be saved. With Mother Ancestor's blessing, he cannot possibly be in danger. Let us wait a moment longer. Mother Ancestor does not deceive. The villagers, filled with reverence, cast aside their doubts. Yu Zhenhai and Yu Zhenjiang stood in bewilderment, while Zhang Zhen appeared as if struck dumb. They were oblivious to the source of the voice. Yet it undeniably swayed the villagers. Lin Yu stifled a chuckle within. A mere ventriloquism had succeeded in pacifying the crowd. Brother Zhang, please awaken. I am on the verge of collapse. After a moment of secret delight, Lin Yu found himself growing anxious for Zhang Hai. Suddenly, Zhang Hai's middle finger twitched, and Lin Xian, who had been standing by, was the first to notice. Brother Zhang's finger moved. It truly moved. Lin Yu quickly glanced over, but Zhang Hai remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut, devoid of any signs of life. Other villagers gathered around, their hopes overshadowed by disappointment. Zhang Hai, please don't leave me. How can I live without you? Yuan Chuiying wailed, her cries piercing the air. Chuiying, do not weep. I'm fine. A faint voice emerged, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Lin Yu, closest to Zhang Hai, recognized the voice as his and immediately crouched down. Brother Zhang, are you truly unharmed? I am fine. I want to die. Zhang Hai opened his eyes, revealing a bittersweet smile. Yuan Chuiying rushed forward, but Lin Yu quickly supported her. Sister Chuiying, Brother Zhang has just awakened and is still very weak. Allow me to check on him first. Lin Xian approached and wrapped her arm around Yuan Chuiying's shoulder. Sister Chuiying, Brother Zhang is awake now. He should be all right. Just wait a moment. Zhang Hai had indeed awakened and was recovering rapidly. Zhang Xinga hurried over. Zhang Hai, did Lin Yu attempt to harm you? Fear not. We shall stand up for you. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yu saved me. How could he harm me? Zhang questioned in astonishment. He intends to monopolize the fish you caught. And besides, how could you remain in a coma? As if dead? Zhang Sangwei warned Zhang Hai not to be deceived by Lin Yu. I caught no fish. It was all Xiao Yu. I was unconscious because the pirates force-fed me a drug. It was Xiao Yu who saved me, Zhang Hai clarified. Having regained consciousness 10 minutes prior and able to hear the conversations, though he felt utterly weak and struggled to open his eyes. Old third uncle approached, his face turning pale with rage. Who are you lot to accuse Xiao Yu of seeking wealth and murder? If Zhang Hai hadn't awakened, Lin Yu would have been unjustly condemned. Old third uncle, we were merely confused in the heat of the moment. Zhang Sangwei sheepishly explained. Get away. We'll settle this later. Old third uncle raised his cane menacingly. Zhang Sang, frightened, quickly dodged, nearly losing his composure. Yu Xiangtian instructed his men to carefully lift Zhang Hai onto a cart, emphasizing the need for cautious driving. It was indeed a stroke of fortune that Zhang Hai had escaped death. Zhang Zhen approached Lin Yu with a feigned smile. Xiao Yu, I knew you could save Zhang Hai. I am genuinely relieved for you. Enough with the flattery. I am aware of your true intentions. Leave now before my temper flares. Lin Yu replied, wishing to avoid Zhang Zhen entirely. Realizing the conversation was dull, Zhang Zhen hastily departed. Lin Yu spotted Yu Zhenjiang and Yu Zhenhai in the crowd and turned to old third uncle, exclaiming, Old third uncle, you must deliver justice for me. Ha! That is only natural. One must accept the consequences of their actions. There has never been a precedent for deceit in Yangjiang village. Old third uncle laughed heartily. Uncle, I think it's better to let it go. I was just joking earlier, Yu Zhenhai said, knowing he couldn't escape the confrontation. You speak so lightly. You forced Yu Xiangtian to stake his life and fortune while attempting to expel Xiao Yu and his sister from Yangjiang village. You must kneel and apologize. Old third uncle insisted without mercy. Chapter 40. One should spare the merciful. Seeing old third uncle unyielding, Yu Zhenhai turned to Yu Xiangtian. Brother Xiangtian, for the sake of our brotherhood, please, just let this go. What have I held against you? I am not involved in your matters with Lin Yu. Yu Xiangtian retorted, his anger simmering, ignoring Yu Zhenhai. Please, speak kindly to Lin Yu. I know I was a bit excessive, but it was only out of concern. Yu Zhenhai pleaded, acutely aware of his isolation among the villagers. Why should I speak kindly to you? If you were a man, you would uphold your promise. Otherwise, you will only earn disdain, Yu Xiangtian replied curtly. A true man must keep his word. Yu Zhenhai, do you aspire to be a coward? A villager shouted from the crowd. Yu Xiangtian did not recognize the voice and lowered his head, trembling as he approached Lin Yu. Xiao Yu, I was wrong. I should not have doubted you. It is good that you acknowledge your mistake. You should know what to do next, Lin Yu said, preferring to follow the rules. Is that appropriate, Xiao Yu? Lin Xian asked from the side. Sister, do not interfere. The rules are set by him, and I cannot break them. Besides, old third uncle can attest to this. One must honor their word, Lin Yu replied, glancing at old third uncle with a knowing smile. Old third uncle stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. Indeed, a man must have integrity. Without trust, one cannot stand. Yu Zhenhai, you were so adamant just now. Why do you now seem so timid? Uncle, I can kneel to you, but he is a junior. How can I do that? Yu Zhenhai pleaded, feeling utterly humiliated. All right, I will speak on behalf of Xiao Yu. You need not kneel, but you must promise to refrain from making things difficult for him in the future. Everything Xiao Yu has done is for the villagers of Yangjiang. Old third uncle declared, his belief in tradition strong. I promise to listen to Xiao Yu from now on and not to oppose him again. Today, I was in the wrong, and I apologize to Xiao Yu. Yu Zhenhai's demeanor changed swiftly, as if he had no pride left. Yu Xiaoqian observed everything quietly, realizing that Lin Yu had truly transformed, possessing not only skills, but also remarkable charisma. Let us head back. There is nothing more to see. Wu Guangwen, having missed the main event, felt somewhat disappointed. You go ahead. I'll return with my father, Yu Xiaoqian replied, eager to learn how Lin Yu would handle the fish from the fishing boat. Zhang Hai had stated that the fish were caught by Lin Yu, and it was only natural for him to manage them. Then I'll wait for you to return together. Wu Guangwen, concerned about leaving Yu Xiaoqian alone, sought to minimize her time with Lin Yu. All right then, Yu Xiaoqian, not overthinking, assumed Wu Guangwen was reluctant to part with her. With a serious expression, Lin Yu addressed the village chief. Uncle Yu, the fish are still alive. Have the villagers load them onto carts to sell in town. If the fish die, they will lose their value. Rest assured, Xiao Yu, I will ensure the money from the fish is delivered to you promptly. Today, we owe Zhang Hai's survival to you, Yu Xiangtian assured him quickly. Zhang Hai risked his life for fishing. The money from the fish will be sent to his family intact. Additionally, since his fishing boat is gone, we must save to buy a new one. Lin Yu responded decisively, indicating that even if he had caught the fish, he had no intention of claiming them for himself. Xiao Yu, I truly underestimated you. Your generosity leaves me feeling ashamed, Yu Xiangtian confessed, having initially anticipated receiving kickbacks from Lin Yu. I have faith in your character, Xiangtian. Cherish it well, and do not be deceived by fleeting appearances, old third uncle advised meaningfully. He wished to facilitate a union between Yu Xiaoqian and Lin Yu, but was disheartened by Yu Xiaoqian's existing boyfriend, feeling it improper to disrupt their relationship. Uncle, I cannot interfere too much in the children's affairs. Besides, look at them, Yu Xiangtian sighed, pointing at the already departed Wu Guangwen and his daughter. I actually hope Xiaoqian remains in the city, sheltered from the elements. Staying in the city is certainly advantageous, but marrying the right person is key. I doubt that young man truly loves Xiaoqian. Old third uncle's faith in Lin Yu remained unwavering, as he wished for Xiaoqian's happiness above all else. Uncle Yu, I entrust you with the matter of the fish. Please ensure that all proceeds are sent to Brother Zhang's family. He has sustained injuries and will require time to recuperate. Lin Yu has not closed his eyes all night, and now his eyelids are heavy and weary, yearning only for a chance to return home and sleep. Then go rest. I will manage things here. You need not worry. With Uncle San here, everything will be handled correctly. Yu Xiangtian suddenly felt a wave of insignificance wash over him. Accompanied by his sister, Lin Yu returned home, feeling a twinge of guilt. Sister, I gave all the fish I caught to Brother Zhang's family. You won't be upset, will you? Xiao Yu, I am overjoyed. Were it not for them, you and I would have starved long ago. Now that you are capable, it is only right that you repay their kindness, Lin Xian replied, playfully pinching Lin Yu's nose and flashing a radiant smile. Sister, your kindness is truly remarkable. Lin Yu sincerely remarked. It is your kindness that shines. I have offered you no assistance, merely fretted. Lin Xian lowered her gaze and responded softly. In Yanghe village, at the home of old Wang Si, the conversation took a surprising turn. What? You say Lin Yu caught a plethora of precious fish and even revived Zhang Hai? This is inconceivable, old Wang Si exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Zhun. Master Wang, I witnessed it with my own eyes. There can be no mistake. It is not extraordinary for Lin Yu to catch fish, but what is astonishing is that they are all valuable species, worth dozens of times more than ordinary fish. They are lively and vibrant, truly captivating, Zhang Zhun remarked, a glint of greed evident in his eyes. Then, does that mean Lin Yu has struck it rich? Old Wang Si stood up, limping about, his mind awash with images of the lively fish. He instructed Yu Xiangtian to give all the money from the fish sales to Zhang Hai, taking nothing for himself. This lad's thinking is utterly unique, leaving one baffled. Zhang Zhun scratched his head, struggling to comprehend that such a person existed in the world. When you return, keep a close eye on Lin Yu. It would be wise to learn his fishing techniques. I have several fishing boats here, not inferior to Lin Yu's. The art of fishing is indeed a skill. Wang Si had to concede, but he yearned to master this craft himself. In Yangjiang village at noon, Lin Yu was asleep at home when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lin Xian had gone to tend to the vegetable garden, leaving him alone. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Yu groaned. Who is it? I was sleeping soundly. What do you want? Xiao Yu, it's me, your Uncle San. Came a voice from outside as he knocked on the door. Uncle San, please wait a moment. I'll be right out. Lin Yu quickly got up, opened the door, and was taken aback upon seeing Uncle San. Uncle San, why are you standing outside? Mean, you locked the courtyard gate during the day. How could I enter? Uncle San replied with a frown. Lin Yu hurriedly fetched the key, saying as he ran, my sister is the same. Why lock the gate during the day as if afraid of thieves? Xiao Xian's caution is commendable. After all, you now have goods at home. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, but the thief who covets what you possess. Better to remain vigilant. Uncle San chuckled, aware that a few villagers had been loitering around Lin Yu's house recently, necessitating caution. Lin Yu opened the courtyard gate, welcoming Uncle San inside. Uncle San, at your age, you should be visiting me instead. Let's not dwell on that. I wouldn't want someone to misconstrue my visit as a gift. I merely came to see you. You saved Zhang Hai, which is akin to saving his entire family. As a senior member of the Zhang family, I must show proper respect. Uncle San sighed as he took a seat. Please sit for a moment. I'll brew you some tea. Lin Yu offered, hastening to prepare it. Uncle San waved his hand. No need. I'll just say a few words and then leave. Let us keep things informal. Lin Yu, however, insisted on preparing the tea, as he had fine leaves at home and his sister had prepared hot water before leaving, making it no trouble at all. As Uncle San sipped the tea, he appeared contemplative. I just came from Zhang Hai's home. He is not in a good place right now. I didn't wish to disturb him. Hence I came to inquire about you. Uncle San, feel free to ask whatever you wish, Lin Yu responded, slightly taken aback. Fortunately, Zhang Hai himself was unharmed. But what of his boat? Even if it were destroyed, there should be some remnants. Uncle San took a sip of tea, looking perplexed. Lowering his voice, Lin Yu sighed. Brother Zhang mentioned he encountered pirates. It was they who seized his fishing boat and threatened his life. He managed to escape by jumping into the sea amidst the chaos. The pirates have resurfaced, making life even more arduous for the fishermen in this area. The so-called maritime inspection team in town does little to help, focusing solely on collecting fish taxes from the fishermen. Alas, Uncle San let out a long sigh, genuinely concerned for the villagers of Yangjiang. Cannot be too pessimistic. Uncle San, as long as we unite, there is little to fear from the pirates. In the future, we should go out to sea together and avoid venturing too far. Lin Yu harbored a desire to encounter the pirates and gauge their true might. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. You, my boy, are a descendant of Ma Zhu, favored by her. From now on, Yangjiang village will look to you. Uncle San beamed with a smile. Uncle San, why not stay a while longer? When my sister returns, we could prepare a couple of dishes and share a drink, Lin Yu suggested, buoyed by Uncle San's cheerfulness. Not today. I cannot linger. I must also visit the village chief to discuss matters regarding you and Xiao Qian. Uncle San stood, preparing to depart. Uncle San, don't go. Xiao Qian has a boyfriend. There is no possibility for us, Lin Yu asserted, not wanting to chase after a girl whose affections were likely rooted in past disappointments. Even if there is no chance between you and Xiao Qian, I will ensure she does not pursue that Wu Guangwen, Uncle San replied calmly. Lin Yu was taken aback. Why? This seems rather harsh. Uncle San wore a satisfied expression. You, my boy, do not understand. I have an uncanny ability to judge character. That fellow has ulterior motives and does not genuinely care for Xiao Qian. Around 11 o'clock, Uncle San made his way to the village chief's house, while Yuxiang Tian had just returned from outside. In the courtyard, the village chief's wife, Li Chunmei, was tending to the vegetable garden. Xiang Tian, is anyone home? Uncle San called from outside. Yuxiang Tian was dozing on a chair in the main room when he heard Uncle San's voice. Li Chunmei quickly stood up. Uncle, what brings you here? I need to speak with the village chief about a few matters. You carry on with your tasks, Uncle San replied as he walked inside. Your father is in the house. You can go in alone. I'll pick some vegetables and prepare lunch shortly, Li Chunmei stated, knowing she had no place in their conversation. I've told you, focus on your work, don't mind me, Uncle San remarked as he reached the door of the main room. Yuxiang Tian emerged from the house. Uncle, you've arrived. Please come in and sit. I was exhausted from last night's work and dozed off as soon as I sat down. At least it wasn't all in vain. I just returned from Zhang Hai's home and am relieved to see his family is safe, Uncle San replied as he settled into a chair. Uncle, did you need to speak to me about something? Yuxiang Tian asked, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to Uncle San. It's nothing major. I wanted to ask your opinion on Lin Yu, Uncle San said, striking a match to light his cigarette and taking a leisurely puff. This lad has indeed undergone a transformation. I can hardly fathom that Yangjiang village may soon depend upon him. I'm nearing 60. Once I retire, I'll hand over responsibilities to him. Yuxiang Tian believed Lin Yu was the perfect candidate to be the future village chief and felt optimistic about it. Do you think Lin Yu cares about such a trivial position as village chief? Uncle San feigned a mysterious smile. Yu Zhenhai was consumed by thoughts of becoming the village chief. Did Lin Yu truly not care? Yu Xiangtian found himself perplexed. Being the village chief would at least ensure a life free from want, and there was a certain prestige associated with it in Yangjiang village. As for Yu Zhenhai, I have long seen through his character. How could he possibly compare to Lin Yu? Uncle San's face was etched with disdain as he took several deep puffs from his cigarette, only to be immediately seized by a fit of coughing. Uncle San, please don't be angry. What do you think Xiao Yu truly cares about? Yu Xiangtian stood behind Uncle San, gently patting his back. What Xiao Yu values is Xiao Qian. Can't you see that? I actually think these two children make a fine pair. You might want to pay more attention to them. Uncle San shook his head with a sigh. But Xiao Qian already has a boyfriend. They went to town to shop and won't return until this afternoon. I believe Xiao Qian is quite devoted to her boyfriend, and I can't bring myself to break them apart. Yu Xiangtian felt exasperated, no matter Wu Guangwen's shortcomings. It was evident that his daughter genuinely liked him. Better to suffer a short pain than a long one. If you can't bring yourself to act decisively, I have a suggestion for you. You only need to test Wu Guangwen. If he truly cares for Xiao Qian, then we have nothing to say. If his affections are insincere, it is better to end it sooner rather than later and not push Xiao Qian into a pit of fire. Uncle San, however, remained unperturbed. Having watched Xiao Qian grow up, he did not want her to be deceived. Chapter 42. Increasing the breeding of mother fish. Uncle, how do you plan to test him? Yu Xiangtian also thought this approach was not entirely right, but for the sake of his daughter's happiness, he had to steal his heart. Come closer, and I will explain it to you slowly. This matter should not be mentioned to your wife. Whether Wu Guangwen truly loved Xiao Qian will soon reveal itself. Uncle San adopted a mysterious demeanor and flicked his cigarette but onto the ground. Yu Xiangtian leaned in, and Uncle San whispered a lengthy explanation into his ear, concluding with a serious tone. Do not think poorly of this course of action. It is also for Xiao Qian's benefit. I know you treat Xiao Qian as if she were your own granddaughter, and naturally, you wish for her happiness. Yu Xiangtian found himself at a loss for words. Given the circumstances, he could only give it a try. By the seaside, the stars twinkled above. Lin Yu sat on a large reef, fishing with a long rod. Whenever a fish bit, it was invariably a valuable tuna, large and meaty. To increase his chances of catching more tuna, Lin Yu had put considerable thought into preparing bait. He had specifically caught small fish, shrimp, snails, and clams to throw into the nearby waters, along with a special concoction designed to attract tuna in droves. The spot where Lin Yu was fishing was rather secluded, seldom frequented by villagers, who had given up on this location after repeatedly returning empty-handed. Lin Yu saw the opportunity and thus fished there alone, quietly amassing wealth. Lacking a large container for his catch, Lin Yu would exchange each fish he caught for points immediately, losing count of how many he had caught or how many points he had amassed. As he prepared to leave, Lin Yu felt the fishing line suddenly grow heavy. Had he not gripped it firmly, the rod would have slipped from his grasp. The water erupted in a great splash, and Lin Yu could deduce that this fish was no small fry. His initial estimate put it at over 200 pounds. This was a priceless treasure. A tuna of such size would yield even more catches and points. After night, he could buy a new fishing boat for Zhanghai. As for his own boat, Lin Yu was not in a hurry. Given his capabilities, it was merely a matter of time. What mattered most now was how to reel in such a massive fish. The fishing line in Lin Yu's hands was thick, crafted from a special nylon material that possessed significant resilience, capable of withstanding near 1,000 pounds of pull. Observing the enormous fish thrashing in the water, Lin Yu suspected he might not be its match. He quickly jumped into the water, released the line, and wrapped it around a rock. This way, he would not have to rely on brute strength to contend with the tuna. The tuna, being large and somewhat clumsy, would eventually tire out, making it easier to manage. Lin Yu patiently waited for the tuna to calm down before making his move. This tactic was known as waiting for the laborer to tire, thus increasing his chances of capture. Indeed, it wasn't long before the tuna settled down. Lin Yu stood at the water's edge, gradually reeling in the line, and the fish, no longer struggling, obediently swam toward him. Slowly, Lin Yu caught sight of the tuna's back, estimating that it was at least 2 meters long and, based on previous catches, weighed over 200 pounds. Knowing the significance of the moment, he continued to reel in the line leisurely. Just then a wave surged in, pushing the tuna closer to the shore, and as the wave receded, the fish was stranded on the beach. What a magnificent fish! Lin Yu approached and crouched down beside the tuna. Its value was enough to surpass all the fish he had caught that night, weighing at least 300 pounds. He quickly exchanged it for points and prepared to head home. Filled with excitement, Lin Yu squatted down to remove the hook from the tuna. His hooks were specially designed. Gripping more tightly the more the fish struggled. After considerable effort, he finally removed the hook and intended to activate the strongest fishing system to exchange his catch for rewards. But he seemed to hear a whimper from the tuna. Can a tuna cry? Lin Yu examined the fish closely and was astonished to discover its swollen belly. Living by the seaside, he recognized this as a fish about to spawn. Leave mother fish to breed, protect the species. Lin Yu, possessing an innate kindness, gently stroked the tuna's belly. Do not be afraid. I will return you to the sea. Beep. Host. This fish is of considerable value and can be exchanged for 2,000 points. Are you certain you wish to return to the ocean? One must have principles even when making money. Don't you dare try to seal my mouth, Lin Yu retorted angrily. Beep. Host. I am free. You cannot silence me. All right, life is long. Do not think you can become a glutton in just 3 days. This fish is rather pitiful, carrying at least 2 to 3 million eggs. I'm playing the long game to catch the big fish. Though Lin Yu felt regretful about the 2,000 points he would lose, he understood that loss could occur in the blink of an eye. After considerable effort, he finally managed to push the tuna back into the water, only to find it repeatedly raising its head toward him, emitting a series of plaintive whimpers. Go on before I change my mind. Lin Yu noticed that the fish was indeed exhausted. If he wished to catch it again, it would not require much effort. The tuna flicked its tail, spun around in the water, and then swam into the depths. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have saved a soon-to-be spawning tuna, and the system automatically rewards you with 2,500 points. You could have told me sooner. Lin Yu laughed in exasperation. Beep. Host, you did not ask, and the system is also testing your humanity. Damn it. What kind of scheme is this? A diversion? Do you not know that human nature is most susceptible to testing? Lin Yu lamented helplessly. Beep. Host, you have cursed again. And the system deducts 100 points. Ha! Only 100 points for a single curse? Then I might as well do it 4 more times. Damn it, damn it. Lin Yu laughed heartily. In a moment of carefree joy, cursing felt quite exhilarating. As Lin Yu packed away his fishing rod and gear, he returned home with a bountiful catch. Under the dim light of the moon, he walked along the beach, unwittingly recalling Uncle Sam's words. Pirates were a great scourge. Without eliminating them, fishermen would find no peace. Lin Yu found himself in a state of inner turmoil regarding his feelings for Yu Shaoqian. Should he take up the role of the interloper, wielding the metaphorical shovel to dig a wedge between her and another? After all, disrupting the happiness of others is hardly a noble pursuit. Yet, Lin Yu could not deny his affection for Yu Shaoqian, a sentiment that not only belonged to the present, but also resonated with the original owner of his body. His gaze wandered to the distance where a figure stood atop a rock, poised to leap. Could it be that the person intended to plunge into the sea? Lin Yu had no time to ponder. If this individual truly sought to leap into the waves, it would mirror the fate of the original owner, who had not been as fortunate. Chapter 43. A Tragic Leap for Love. Lin Yu hastily abandoned his fishing gear and sprinted towards the figure, refraining from calling out for fear that his voice might spur them to jump sooner. Gradually, the shadow became clearer. With a few leaps, he reached the rock, only to witness the person springing into the abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu followed suit, extending his hand to grasp the jumper, only to find his fingers clutching at fabric, which tore away with a resounding rip. As the jumper plunged into the depths, Lin Yu dove in after him. The water was deep, and the individual sank rapidly. Lin Yu, like a grasshopper, plunged into the water, seizing the person's foot. Those who dwell by the scene know that rescuing a drowning person requires utmost caution. One must avoid allowing the victim to ensnare them, lest they both succumb to the depths. Gripping the foot, Lin Yu swam with all his might towards the shore. As he neared the shallows, he shifted his grip to the person's hand. Unexpectedly, the other hand reached out, attempting to pry his grip away. Let go of me. Let me die. I no longer wish to live. The person sobbed, struggling violently. Stunned, Lin Yu realized it was none other than Yu Shaoqian. Unlike the children of Yangjiang village, who lived sheltered lives, she should not entertain thoughts of ending her life, even amidst despair. Yu Shaoqian, have you considered your parents? Your father was over 40 when you were born. If you were to perish, how would they endure? Lin Yu was at a loss for words. The original owner had sought death out of hopelessness, while Yu Shaoqian had been blessed with abundance throughout her life. Leave me be, I beg you. Let me die, she pleaded, passively allowing Lin Yu to drag her to the beach. No, I cannot stand idly by, Lin Yu declared, his stubborn nature refusing to let her go. What troubles you can be shared, I can help you find a solution. Besides, if you fear not death, why should you fear life? Lin Yu, I cannot bear to continue living. This is my first love, and I've been cast aside. Yu Shaoqian's tears flowed freely as she confessed her heartbreak, revealing that she had come to the seaside alone, intending to silently end her life. Is it worth your life, for Wu Guangwen? Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. He had little experience with romantic entanglements. You don't understand. He wrote me 200 love letters in 1 year, professing his love. Yet, I cannot fathom why he would break up with me. I may not have acquiesced to all his demands, but I loved him deeply. In a county town, I was isolated. He was my protector against the cruelty of others. Lin Yu, why? Just yesterday, he professed eternal love. And today he has turned his back. Did I do something wrong? Yu Shaoqian sobbed, bewildered by the swift turn of events in her life. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding between you two? Lin Yu mused, unable to comprehend the depths of romantic despair, his own affections lying elsewhere, with his sister Lin Exen. I don't know. I just want to understand why he could be so heartless. Lin Yu, please help me find him. He is in town and plans to return to the county tomorrow. Yu Shaoqian grasped Lin Yu's hand, pleading desperately. I'll take you home first. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Lin Yu suggested, feeling a pang of jealousy as his feelings for Yu Shaoqian stirred within him, while her heart seemed solely devoted to Wu Guangwen. I won't go home. I refuse to return. Lin Yu, please go find Wu Guangwen now. If you don't bring him back, he'll leave tomorrow. He even mentioned going to the provincial city. It will be even harder for me to find him then. Her cries were filled with despair. Perhaps you could come to my house. My sister is there. I will then go to town to find Wu Guangwen. What do you think? Lin Yu sought to stabilize Yu Shaoqian's emotional state, hoping to dissuade her from thoughts of self-harm. Don't deceive me, Lin Yu. I've been deceived once already. I can't bear another blow, she said cautiously, tears streaming down her face. Trust me, I, Lin Yu, am a man of my word. Listen to me. Living is far better than the alternative. Lin Yu longed to tell her that there were many fish in the sea, and she need not hang herself on a single crooked tree. Yet, Uttering such words now seemed opportunistic, and he held his tongue. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have successfully rescued a damsel in distress. System reward, 1,000 points. Leave me be. I'm vexed, and you are insufferable. Lin Yu accidentally let slip his irritation. Yu Xiaoqian stared at him, taken aback. If you dislike me so much, why did you save me? Realizing his slip, Lin Yu became flustered, stammering, I didn't mean you. I was referring to someone else. You're simply overthinking it. Lin Yu, you truly cannot lie. Here, it's just you and me. Is there anyone else? Yu Xiaoqian forced a bitter smile, lamenting the tragic state of being deemed undesirable. Is it truly not as you perceive? Lin Yu's forehead beaded with sweat from anxiety. Beep. Host, stop digging a hole. The more you elaborate, the worse it will become. You. Lin Yu suddenly raised his hand and slapped his own face. Finally caught you. Such a large mosquito. Who knows how much blood it has taken from me? Xiaoqian, I told you that you are simply overthinking it. Arguing with a mosquito is absurd. He opened his palm, revealing the mosquito that had already been crushed, blood staining his hand. The mosquitoes by the sea were notoriously large, some akin to flies, and they bit without causing any immediate sensation, leaving their victims unaware of the blood they had lost. Perhaps I was simply overthinking it. Yu Xiaoqian finally ceased her tears. It was indeed your overthinking. You are so beautiful and charming. Anyone who sees you would be enamored. How can anyone find you bothersome? Lin Yu quickly affirmed. If I am as wonderful as you say, why did he leave me? Yu Xiaoqian's gaze fell to the ground. Continuing this conversation will only lead to further melancholy. Lin Yu sighed. Let us speak no more. It is best to return soon, or you will catch a chill. In Yangjiang town, in one of the finest hotel rooms, Wu Guangwen was furiously smoking, the ashtray overflowing with butts, some even strewn across the floor. He felt fortunate to have uncovered the truth sooner rather than later. Had he remained oblivious, he might have paid an even greater price. Behind beauty often lies a web of deceit. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Who is it? Wu Guangwen barked in anger. Chapter 44. Do not strike. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted, yet no one answered. Had it not been for the absence of a bus to the county, he would not have wished to linger a moment longer in this wretched town, plagued by swarms of mosquitoes. Rising to open the door, he muttered, Who is it? Answer me, or seek your demise. Wu Guangwen had previously attended a sports school and possessed some skills. Unless he encountered someone truly formidable, he regarded most others with disdain. As the door swung open, he barely caught a glimpse of his assailant before receiving a punch. Who are you, and why are you hitting me? Do you even consider yourself human? Just then, the intruder stepped inside, swiftly shutting and locking the door behind him. It was only then that Wu Guangwen recognized his attacker as Lin Yu, igniting a fire of fury within him. Lin Yu, what on earth are you doing? I've already left Yangjiang village, yet you've come all the way to town to find me. Do you know why I struck you? Lin Yu asked as he settled into a chair, crossing one leg over the other and casually opening a bottle of soda from a coffee table. Lin Yu, you truly have no sense of boundaries. Is this your drink? If we don't resolve this matter today, I'll let it go. The indifference in Lin Yu's demeanor only fueled Wu Guangwen's anger further. You still have the audacity to say that? It's I who let this go. Lin Yu downed the soda in one go, then raised the empty bottle. Why did you leave without a word, leaving Xiaoqian heartbroken? Oh, so that is what you meant. If I had stayed in Yangjiang village, I would have become a fool. There is not a decent person among you. Wu Guangwen retorted, his tone laced with indignation. You fool. Do you know that Xiaoqian almost jumped into the sea for you? Had I not intervened, she would have perished long ago. Faced with such pettiness, Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. How laughable. Who doesn't he know that those raised by the sea are adept swimmers? I never imagined Xiaoqian would be so despicable as to use a threat of drowning to manipulate someone. I see now. Wu Guangwen scoffed, leisurely taking a seat. Lin Yu, thoroughly incensed, moved closer to Wu Guangwen and gripped his collar, yanking him upright. Wu Guangwen, if you don't clarify things today, I let this rest. Xiaoqian is willing to sacrifice herself for you, and you remain utterly unfazed. Did you ever truly love her? Lin Yu, let me go. What do you know about love? She is just a pretty girl from a fishing village, smelling of fish. Wu Guangwen declared defiantly. Prepare to brawl if necessary. What more could Lin Yu do to him? Lin Yu shoved Wu Guangwen back into the chair, planting a foot on the coffee table. If you don't love her, why did you pursue her? And even if you're breaking up, you should do it openly. What else with this sneakiness? Who is really the fool here? Lin Yu, please sit down. I've sensed your interest in Xiaoqian. So let me be frank. Xiaoqian has been using me, and so has her family. If you're willing to listen, stay away from her. You'll only end up hurt. Wu Guangwen seemed to speak candidly, as if sharing secrets with an ally. You claim the village chief's family is using you. What is the story behind that? Lin Yu asked, perplexed. This evening, I overheard the village chief speaking with his wife. He revealed he has a terminal illness that requires a fortune to treat, and only a major hospital in the capital can help. He intends to marry Xiao Qian to me so that I can foot the medical bills and save his life. Wu Guangwen produced a cigarette and offered it to Lin Yu. Take that away. I despise the smell of smoke. I don't understand. The village chief is your father-in-law. Even if you pay for his treatment, what good will it do? In Lin Yu's view, true affection meant accepting and embracing the other person's entirety. An old man nearing 60, spending so much on treatment without any guarantee of success, would only end up with nothing but loss. And what's worse, the genetic predisposition for such illnesses is strong. Who knows if Xiao Qian might also suffer from it in the future? That would be even more troublesome. Wu Guangwen, with his merchant father's shrewdness, had a keen mind for calculations. So you left Xiao Qian for that reason. Do you even realize how much she loves you? Willing to die for you. Well, what have you done for her? Have I done nothing for her? You don't understand. She barely graduated high school, lacking in foundational knowledge, and has reached her limits teaching in Yangjiang town. I leveraged connections to get her to the county seat and even secure her a government job. What more do you want from me? Wu Guangwen scoffed. Your previous kindness was merely an act, wasn't it? Lin Yu no longer felt anger. Instead, he took a leisurely seat. A leader at our workplace has taken a liking to Xiao Qian, but cannot pursue her openly due to being married. I recognized his intentions and thus endeavored to win Xiao Qian over, intending to later present her as a gift to him when the time was right. Who could have foreseen that this situation would arise, leaving me to bear the consequences? Wu Guangwen candidly laid bare all his schemes. Lin Yu, I believe you're an honest person, so I won't hide anything from you. Leaving Xiao Qian and the village chief's family is essential. They are a bottomless pit you can never fill. Suddenly, Lin Yu stood, kicking out at Wu Guangwen, who toppled over along with the chair, landing awkwardly. Yet, displaying some agility, he managed to right himself. Lin Yu, what do you intend to do? I've told you everything. Wu Guangwen, from the very beginning. You never intended to marry Xiao Qian. So why did you even bother with her? Today, I will teach you a proper lesson. Lin Yu lunged forward, grabbing Wu Guangwen's collar. In terms of size, Wu Guangwen was considerably larger than Lin Yu. Yet when it came to skill, he was no match for Lin Yu. In a moment of desperation, Wu Guangwen attempted to sweep Lin Yu's leg, but it felt as though he struck a tree stump, causing his own leg to throb with pain. Before Wu Guangwen could react, Lin Yu's fist connected with his abdomen, causing him to double over and stumble back. Lin Yu closed the distance in a stride, delivering a flurry of slaps that left Wu Guangwen dazed and bleeding. Lin Yu, do you realize that hitting someone is against the law? Wu Guangwen wiped his mouth and asked indignantly, do you think it's commendable to toy with others? Lin Yu raised his hand once more. Stop. Suddenly, the door burst open. Chapter 45, Dealing with a Scoundrel. At the doorway stood a tear-streaked Xiao Qian and a bewildered Lin Xian. Lin Yu turned to face them, his expression darkening. What are you both doing here? Don't you know it's unsafe to walk alone at night? Xiao Qian cried out, I'm not afraid of death. Why would I fear walking in the dark? Since you're here, let us clear this up and let Wu Guangwen explain what happened, so you can find closure. Lin Yu retracted his fist, his tone icy. I've already heard everything outside. I know the truth. Xiao Qian's tears flowed freely. She had learned the reality by eavesdropping. What do you want me to do? I don't possess any special skills, but I am quite adept at delivering some retribution. A sly glint flickered across Lin Yu's face. He turned to Wu Guangwen. Full of disdain, Wu Guangwen, you're an adult now. It's time to take responsibility for your actions. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Lin Yu, if you were in my position, what would you do? Wu Guangwen found it difficult to answer and tossed the dilemma back to Lin Yu. If it were me, I would have pursued Xiao Qian from the start unless I was sincere. Your approach to her had ulterior motives. You intended to use her as a stepping stone. Lin Yu, without hesitation, laid bare Wu Guangwen's true intentions. If I'm not mistaken, the money you used to pursue Xiao Qian actually came from your superior, right? In other words, you lacked the courage to approach Xiao Qian. Am I correct? You were right. Wu Guangwen replied with a bitter smile. I originally had many opportunities, but I did not wish to sacrifice my future for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Wu Guangwen, so in your eyes, my worth is less than your career. If that is the case, why did you shower me with such tender care? Why? Upon hearing Wu Guangwen's heartfelt words, Xiao Qian felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Think what you will. Since I proposed a breakup, I have no intention of looking back. If you believe I owe you something, I will compensate you once I return to the county. At this moment, Wu Guangwen's fear was not directed at Xiao Qian, but rather at Lin Yu. Despite Lin Yu's unassuming stature, he possessed an explosive strength that had already instilled terror in Wu Guangwen. Do you think that the emotional wounds you have inflicted upon me can be mended with money? Xiao Qian cried out. realizing that Wu Guangwen's deep affections over the past year were merely a facade. Xiao Qian, you now know your father has been diagnosed with a terminal illness, an ailment that modern medicine cannot conquer, with a hereditary rate as high as 90%. Even if I were to genuinely pursue you, I am now aware of the truth, and I cannot recklessly plunge into an abyss. Wu Guangwen felt he had already acted dishonorably and saw no need for further nobility. In this world, one must look after oneself. Lin Yu, unable to continue the conversation with Wu Guangwen, found himself at a loss as Xiao Qian, in her deepest sorrow, would have appreciated even a feigned kindness. Yet none was offered. He charged forward once more, seizing Wu Guangwen and delivering a series of fierce blows. Wu Guangwen, lacking the strength to defend himself, could only shield his head to protect his delicate features. Lin Yu, stop. I don't want to see him anymore. Xiao Qian believed Wu Guangwen might have a change of heart, yet he remained silent, not uttering a single plea. In that moment, Xiao Qian fully comprehended that in Wu Guangwen's eyes, she was worth nothing, at best, merely a joke, a plaything. Xiao Yu, cease this violence. Someone could get seriously hurt. Lin Xin observed the unfolding chaos, unsure of how to intervene. Sister, I know my limits. I won't inflict any internal injuries, perhaps just disfigure him, so he knows how to refrain from deceiving young women in the future. With a resounding crash, Lin Yu shattered a soda bottle and picked up a shard of glass, intent on slashing Wu Guangwen's face. Suddenly, Wu Guangwen knelt before Lin Yu, pleading, Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise I won't dare again. Just don't mar my face. Lin Yu turned to Xiao Qian, asking, What do you think I should do with him? Regardless of his sincerity, he had indeed assisted me throughout the year. Let's leave. I have no intention of returning to the county. I will stay home and accompany my parents. Xiao Qian overheard Wu Guangwen and Lin Yu's conversation, realizing that her father had been suffering from a terminal illness without informing her, even sending her to the county. Her parents had done so to ensure she had a fallback for the future. Xiao Qian, do not be disheartened. From now on, you shall be my sister. I will treat you as I do Xiao Yu. If he bullies you, I will take care of him. Lin Xin gently consoled her. Ultimately, Lin Yu felt unsatisfied and delivered 2 heavy kicks before departing, warning Wu Guangwen, I will return to the county. If you do not amend your wicked ways, I will confront you every time I see you. Having dealt with the villain, Lin Yu escorted Xiao Qian and his sister back home. Xiao Qian's spirits remained low, and had it not been for Lin Xion's constant gentle reassurances, it would have been difficult for her to return to Yangjiang village. In a hotel room in Yangjiang town, Wu Guangwen was in a frenzy, cursing vehemently, Lin Yu, you are but a mere fisherman. What give you the right to teach me a lesson? I am merely a tiger fallen on hard times, subjected to the scorn of dogs. One day, I will reclaim my dignity and make you pay dearly for your arrogance. Boss, bring me some alcohol, he called out. A hotel staff member entered, taken aback by the disarray within, noting Wu Guangwen's bruised visage. Comrade, what happened to you? A little thug came in and started hitting people. Wu Guangwen sighed. Comrade, why not report it? The police station is just to the west of the town. The staff member suggested cautiously. No need. It's a personal matter. The police 1T sorted out. Wu Guangwen thought it unseemly to involve the authorities and preferred to avoid additional trouble. But how to account for the damage within the room? The staff member worried about the hotel manager discovering the situation and holding him accountable. Calculate the damages and charge them to me. Just don't inform the police. It would reflect poorly on the hotel. Wu Guangwen decided to take responsibility for the losses. All right, wait here. I'll fetch the alcohol, the staff member replied, relieved. As Wu Guangwen dabbed at the wound on his mouth with a cotton ball, wincing in pain, a sudden series of knocks echoed from the door. Didn't I say to bring the alcohol straight in? And also, come with some snacks, he shouted impatiently. The door swung open, and without looking up, he ordered, just place it on the coffee table. Wu Guangwen, who do you think you are? Acting so arrogantly? Do you even know where this is? A cold, raspy voice pierced the air. Chapter 46. The mantis stalks the cicada. Wu Guangwen hastily looked up to find 3 men before him. The one in front, bald with a prominent scar on his face, appeared particularly intimidating and walked with a slight limp. Behind him stood 2 burly men, equally fearsome in appearance. W, what do you want? Wu Guangwen's complexion paled as he realized these individuals were not to be trifled with. Who we are is of little consequence. What matters is that we know exactly who you are and what you've been through. We simply cannot stand idly by and wish to right the wrongs you've suffered, the bald man said, his tone softening as he pulled up a chair to sit down. How do you know who I am? I don't know you, Wu Guangwen said cautiously, aware that nothing good ever comes without a price. Are you not the son-in-law of the village chief, Yu Xiangtian, from Yangjiang village? The bald man chuckled. My name is Wang Laosi, from the neighboring village of Yanghe. People call me Wang Sai. I have some notoriety in Yangjiang town for standing against bullies, which is why I came to find you. If you wish, I can help you exact some revenge. The bald man was indeed Wang Laosi, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Wu Guangwen for the past few days. If you truly wish to help me, I will be sure to repay your kindness. Wu Guangwen thought Wang Laosi was no virtuous character, and he considered letting them engage in a mutual conflict. Agreed, but I must warn you, that Lin Yu fellow has been particularly formidable lately. If I help you, what do you intend to offer us in return? Wang Laosi was not one to act without motive. You want money? Wu Guangwen thought he could buy his way out of trouble. To be frank, I'm not lacking in funds. I have also learned that your father owns 2 factories. What I seek is for you to help me procure some diesel through the back door. As you know, our fishing boats rely heavily on diesel. Without it, we cannot operate. Wang Laosi's intentions were indeed far from innocent. Obtaining diesel is quite challenging. I cannot make that decision. Wu Guangwen understood that trafficking in diesel was a precarious game and quickly declined. Do not worry. I will offer you a price above market value. You will not lose a single cent. Wang Laosi replied with a chilling smile. And what if I refuse? Wu Guangwen attempted to sound defiant. Well, let us see if fortune favors you in escaping from Yangjiang town. Do you believe that you might be brutally beaten to death the moment you step outside? Wang Laosi gazed intently at Wu Guangwen, his expression grave. Wu Guangwen inhaled sharply, realizing that this man was even more despicable than Lin Yu. I shall agree to your terms, but you must also vow to teach Lin Yu a lesson, ensuring that he never returns from the sea. Agreed. Bring forth a pen, so that my brother Wu may inscribe the agreement, enabling us to confront him in the county with this document. Wang Laosi was no simpleton. He possessed a keen and meticulous mind. A companion leaned in close to Wang Laosi and whispered, Fourth Master, are you truly intent on dealing with Lin Yu? This is a matter of great significance. Should I speak like a child? I have instructed Zhang Zhen to keep a constant watch on Lin Yu. I intend to ruin his reputation and expel him from Yangjiang village. Wang Laosi, holding a pen and paper, continued to regard Wu Guangwen. Brother Wu, please write it down. I assure you that I will fulfill my promise, but you must not renege on yours. In a desperate bid to free himself, Wu Guangwen reluctantly scribbled the note, calculating that once he returned to the county, Wang Laosi would be powerless against him. In the home of the village chief, Yu Xiangtian, chaos ensued as Li Chunmei wailed inconsolably, confronting her husband. Yu Xiangtian, your good deeds have led to our daughter, Qian's disappearance. If anything happens to her, I swear I will end my life. My dear, I never anticipated such an outcome. But does this not reveal that Wu Guangwen did not truly love Qian? Yu Xiangtian was overwhelmed by his wife's distress. Several villagers returned from their search, reporting, Chief, we have scoured every corner but found no sign of Qian. What shall we do now? Go fetch Uncle San. He may have a solution, Yu Xiangtian suggested, recalling that this plan had indeed originated with Uncle San. Why not summon Xiao Yu as well? His quick wit might yield a good idea. Someone mentioned Lin Yu. Very well, do as you see fit. My mind is in turmoil, and I am utterly at a loss. Yu Xiangtian frowned deeply, pacing anxiously. Standing outside the courtyard, he gazed into the pitch-black night, sighing repeatedly. Oh, foolish daughter, I act solely for your well-being. If anything were to befall you, how could your mother and I carry on? In the distance, several beams of flashlight illuminated the darkness, and Yu Xiangtian's heart leaped with hope as he called out, Have you found Qian? I am your Uncle San. What has transpired? Came a voice from nearby. As Uncle San approached, Yu Xiangtian's face fell. I followed your advice. Yet I never expected such a strong reaction from both Wu Guangwen and Qian. She has gone missing. Have you checked at Xiao Yu's house? She might be there, suggested Uncle San, stroking his beard. Someone has already gone, but they have yet to return. Yu Xiangtian considered this possibility, but felt it unlikely. His daughter and Lin Yu had never been particularly close. The gate to Xiao Yu's house is locked. We cannot get in, reported a young man who had just arrived. Can't you just climb over and take a look? Uncle San prodded with his cane. I scaled the wall, but the house is empty. I have no idea where Xiao Yu and Xiao Xin could be, the young man said, feeling somewhat disgraced by the act of climbing. What are we to do now? Li Chunmei wailed as she burst from the courtyard, her hair disheveled. Yu Xiangtian, if our daughter remains lost, I will hold you accountable. Calm down, my dear. Will your outbursts help find our daughter? Uncle San scolded her sharply. Uncle, what should we do now? Yu Xiangtian asked, his face grim and helpless. If Qian and Xiao Xin are truly missing, I would worry, but if Xiao Yu is also absent, I find myself less concerned. He is reliable. Uncle San appeared considerably more relaxed and pulled out his pipe. Let everyone disperse. I shall go to your home to smoke a few puffs while we await Xiao Yu's return. Surely not. Uncle San, do you possess such confidence? We shall remain with you, several young men murmured. If you wish to wait, do so quietly, Uncle San warned, his expression darkening. Uncle, I suspect Xiao Yu's absence is connected to Lin Yu, interjected Yu Zhenhai, who had just arrived. What evidence do you have? Uncle San inquired coldly. Once, I saw Lin Yu peering through a window at Qian, Yu Zhenhai revealed, dropping a bombshell. What? That does sound plausible. A year ago, I witnessed Lin Yu stealthily trailing after Qian while she bathed in the sea, hiding behind the rocks like a thief, another villager chimed in. How deceptive appearances can be. Perhaps Qian has indeed fallen victim to Lin Yu's malice. At Yu Zhenhai's shocking revelation, the villagers outside began to stir restlessly, their imaginations running wild. Yu Xiangtian, what shall we do now? I too have felt that Lin Yu has been acting strangely of late. He used to be so timid. Yet how could he suddenly change? Li Chunmei listened to the villagers' discourse, her mind a tangled mess. I do not know what to do either, Yu Xiangtian admitted, beginning to waver. Indeed, Lin Yu's transformation had been quite drastic since that day he delivered the Mao Tai. If you do not return my daughter, I shall not rest until I confront you. Li Chunmei, seeing her husband offer no clear answers, lunged at him furiously. Enough. Let us wait for Xiao Yu to return, and then we can inquire about the situation, Uncle San interjected, exasperated by Lin Yu's previously pitiable yet detestable nature. When he returns, it will likely just be Lin Yu himself. I fear Qian may have. Yu Xiangtian, his brows furrowed, lamented. Zhenhai, what do you believe has happened to Qian? Li Shumei Kriya. Sister-in-law, I can only speculate. Besides, Qian is clever and may well be unharmed, Yu Zhenhai replied, though his brow remained knitted. We should send someone to check on Xiao Yu's house once more to see if he has returned. Uncle San glared at Yu Zhenhai, disapproving of his fear-mongering. Uncle, there is no need to send anyone. I just came from Lin Yu's house, and there was no one there, Zhang announced as he stepped from the crowd. In my opinion, we should search thoroughly, especially in places Lin Yu frequented. His current motives are inscrutable. Zhang, your ramblings are often nonsensical, yet you speak wisely today. Listen, everyone, let us search diligently. If we find Lin Yu, do not waste your breath on him. Simply bind him and bring him to the ancestral hall of Yangjiang village for a public trial, Yu Zhenhai commanded, gesturing to the gathered villagers. Do not waste your energy searching. If something has happened to Qian, no search will suffice. If she is unharmed, she will return in due time. Everyone, please disperse. Uncle San urged, wishing to restore order amidst the chaos. Yu Zhenhai quickly stepped forward. That simply will not do. We cannot rest until we see Qian safely returned. Could she have gone to the town? Someone suggested. Yu Xiangtian shook his head vigorously. Impossible. I saw her before dusk. Qian is timid and would never venture to the town alone, especially at night. None of these ideas seem viable. What shall we do? This is all your fault for suggesting such a foolish plan. Li Chunmei lamented, her frustration mounting as no clear course of action emerged. Sister-in-law, what idea do you propose? Yu Zhenhai inquired, leaning closer. Just as Li Chunmei was about to respond, the discussion continued to spiral. However, the third uncle took the lead, coldly rebuking. What ideas are you all questioning? Just keep your mouth shut if you wish to stay here. It's not as if I'm responsible for you. His words struck like thunder, instantly silencing the crowd, who dared not utter another word. Approaching Yu Xiangtian, the third uncle spoke calmly. Xiangtian, don't let your temper get the better of you. Trust your uncle this once. I am not mistaken in my judgment of people. You are aware of your keen insight. Yet I have but one daughter, Qian. If anything were to happen to her, I would be utterly bereft. Yu Xiangtian managed a bitter smile. However, your anxiousness is of no avail. Listen to me. We must wait patiently. Xiao Yu will surely return. The third uncle, puffing on his pipe, appeared deep in thought. Yu Xiangtian felt powerless. Even if he refrained from fretting, he had no choice but to wait. A beam of light from a flashlight caught the eye of the vigilant villagers at the village entrance, who suddenly shouted out, "Quick, go see." It might be Xiao Yu and Qian. The third uncle could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Several villagers rushed forward, soon hearing Lin Xian's voice. Everyone, come help. Xiao Yu is exhausted. Hurry. Upon hearing Xiao Xian's voice, Yu Xiangtian's heart raced. Xiao Xian, is Qian with you? How is she? She fainted. My brother has been holding her. Lin Xian replied in a flurry. What happened? Did Lin Yu harm her? He is nothing but a beast. Yu Zhenhai shouted indignantly. Silence. You do not yet understand the situation and are already shouting. Are you looking to create more chaos? The third uncle jabbed his cane into the ground, glaring at Yu Zhenhai. Uncle, I am merely worried for Qian, Yu Zhenhai replied sheepishly. I am far more worried than you. Stay quiet and let us ascertain the truth before speaking. Do not spread unfounded words. The third uncle retorted with irritation. Before long, several villagers escorted Lin Yu and Lin Shi to Yu Xiangtian's courtyard. Lin Yu, panting heavily, cradled Yu Qian in his arms. Quick, quick, Qian has fainted. Let her lie down inside first, then we will find a way to help her. What have you done to Qian? Why did she faint? Li Chunmei confronted Lin Yu with hostility. Annie, please don't ask so many questions. Let us just get her inside. Lin Yu urged anxiously. No. You must clarify what happened first. How could Qian faint so suddenly? Li Chunmei insisted, pulling Lin Yu back from entering. Yu Zhenhai rushed forward, demanding speak. What have you done to Qian? Did you harm her? And did she resist, leading to her injury? What are you saying? Lin Yu erupted with rage. Lin Yu, listen. If you do not explain yourself clearly today, I will not let this go. Li Chunmei advanced, tearing at Lin Yu, as if in a frenzy. Yu Xiangtian grasped Li Chunmei, bellowing, will you ever stop? Given the situation here, we should prioritize getting her inside. Once Qian awakens, everything will be clear. Have you lost your mind, Yu Xiangtian? Can't you see Qian is in this state? Li Chunmei retaliated, confronting him fiercely. Please, let us not cause a scene. Let Qian in. Lin Xin fly, weeping. Pull back, Xiangtian's wife. At this rate, when will this end? Xiao Yu, take Qian inside. The third uncle finally lost his temper, his beard bristling with indignation. Chapter 48, A Life for a Life. Yu Qian was carried into the house, where Lin Yu laid her on a bamboo bed in the main room, her body drenched in sweat. Lin Xian handed him a towel to wipe his brow. Taking the towel, Lin Yu stepped outside, as the commotion inside made it impossible to concentrate. Yu Zhenhai seized Lin Yu, exclaiming, Lin Yu, do you think you can escape? Don't think that just because you brought Qian back, everything is fine. This matter is far from over. Let go of me. I have no intention of leaving. Lin Yu thought of striking Yu Zhenhai, but refrained from escalating the conflict. Who knows what you're thinking? Regardless, do not assume you can easily slip away. Yu Zhenhai released Lin Yu, but still wore an expression of frustration. I am here. Lin Yu cannot leave. Can you not calm down for once? The third uncle observed Lin Yu's struggle to maintain composure, feeling a surge of anger. Yu Zhenhai dared not offend the third uncle, realizing he must behave well in his presence. Very well, I will wait and see what happens when Qian awakens. Then he will have much to explain. Yu Zhenhai muttered to himself. Lin Xian brought a glass of water to Lin Yu, stating, shall you drink some? You look exhausted. I'm fine. I will wait until Qian wakes up before I return with you. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, still panting heavily from carrying Yu Qian for several miles, nearly exhausting himself. Make way. The village doctor is coming. Clear the path. A voice called out. The village doctor was from the central team, which had a medical room set up with both Yangjiang and Yanghe villages under its jurisdiction. Everyone hurried to make way. This doctor was skilled and had previously worked at the health center in Yangjiang town, only to be transferred here due to a complaint regarding his conduct. Yu Xiangtian rushed to greet him, urgently saying, Dr. Zhu, please check on my daughter. She has been back for some time and cannot be awakened. Village head Yu, please do not panic. Let me assess the situation first. Dr. Zhu, whose full name was Zhu Neng, replied courteously. I will first listen to her heart rate. If there are no major issues, I will administer in 4-drip. Does that sound acceptable? Whatever you say goes. You're the doctor. How could I not heed your advice? Yu Xiangtian appeared aged, his white hair trembling on his forehead. Village head, your daughter is still young. She should be fine. Do not wear such a worried expression, Dr. Zhu said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. However, once he listened to Yu Qian's heartbeat and examined her pupils, his demeanor changed drastically. His face turned pale, and cold sweat formed on his palms. Village head, your daughter is in critical condition. What exactly is wrong? Yu Xiangtian felt his head spinning. Her pulse and heartbeat are extremely weak, and she appears distressed. I suspect she may have suffered severe emotional trauma. Her condition is life-threatening. Dr. Zhu did not dare to conceal the truth, as he was a trained professional from the first batch of medical school graduates. Hearing this, Li Chunmei's legs buckled, and she fell to the ground, pleading, Dr. Zhu, you must save my daughter. I cannot lose her. Sister Chunmei, I am powerless. Even if we go to the central team or the town, there is little that can be done. Her condition is too urgent, leaving no time for rescue. Dr. Zhu replied, his face filled with guilt, aware of the inadequate medical conditions of the era. I beg you, please save my daughter. Li Chunmei knelt, refusing to rise. Dr. Zhu, no matter what, you must save the child. Even a usually composed third uncle recognized the gravity of the situation. Only the county has the necessary medical resources. It is so far away. Even transporting her there would be too late. Dr. Zhu could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Is there truly no way? Yu Xiangtian asked, his face etched with despair. Even if I tell you, it will only lead to disappointment. Dr. Zhu sighed, packing his medical kit. Whatever method you have, please share. Perhaps it could work. Yu Xiangtian implored, clinging to a sliver of hope. There is a special medicine that can treat her condition, but it is only available in the county and is exceedingly rare. Alas, Mentioning it is equivalent to saying nothing at all. Zhu Neng waved his hand, wishing he could heal Yu Xiaoqian, yet the circumstances were not favorable. Dr. Zhu, could you please name the medications? Perhaps I can procure them. Lin Yu suddenly asserted from behind Zhu Neng, his expression earnest. Lin Yu, are you jesting? Zhu Neng was taken aback. Lin Yu is notoriously known as a good-for-nothing. What could he possibly achieve? Do I appear to be joking? Lin Yu retorted, visibly displeased. Have you caused enough commotion? Why are you everywhere? Yu Zhenhai shoved him slightly. At last, Lin Yu could no longer contain himself and threw a punch, exclaiming, Yu Zhenhai, I regard you as an elder. You should exhibit the demeanor of one. I said I could obtain the medication. Yu Zhenhai collapsed to the ground. The force of Lin Yu's punch was indeed substantial. Lin Yu, how could you resort to violence? Yu Xiangtian fretted, stamping his feet in distress. Uncle Yu, I still wish to know what medications Dr. Zhu requires. Perhaps I truly can acquire them. Time is of the essence, so let us not hesitate. Lin Yu glanced at his own fist, realizing he had struck quite hard. Very well, Dr. Zhu. Please inform Lin Yu of the specific medications. He might genuinely be able to procure them. Yu Xiangtian, in a state of desperation, urged. All right, I will write them down. I fear he may not remember. Zhu Neng acquiesced, merely to appease Yu Xiangtian. After jotting down the names, he handed the note to Lin Yu, saying, Lin Yu, there are 2 medications listed here, the first being of utmost importance. I await your efforts to sustain Xiaoqian's life. Lin Yu took the note from Zhu Neng and, after a cursory glance, smirked inwardly. He had anticipated rare medications, yet these were commonplace in the 21st century. Nonetheless, in this age of scarcity, obtaining the 2 medications listed felt akin to grasping the moon. Lin Yu, can you truly procure the medications prescribed by Dr. Zhu? Uncle San inquired, deeply worried. Uncle San, do not fret. I will return shortly, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Yu Zhenhai rose from the ground, grabbing hold of Lin Yu. Where do you think you're going? Planning to flee? Did you not comprehend? I'm going to fetch the medications to save Xiaoqian. Lin Yu was reluctant to engage further, fearing he might provoke everyone's ire. I suspect you merely wish to escape. How can you assure us you will obtain the medications? Yu Zhenhai insisted, his own punch not having gone unnoticed. If I cannot procure them, I shall trade my life for hers. Lin Yu responded with resignation. That is unacceptable. Your life cannot be compared to Xiaoqian's. Yu Zhenhai continued to press. Allow Lin Yu to go. I will vouch for him. Should he fail to return, I will bear all consequences, Uncle Sam proclaimed. Stepping forward resolutely. Xiao Yu, what are you waiting for? Go and fetch the medications. Uncle San admonished Lin Yu. In haste. Lin Yu exited the courtyard but did not venture far. Instead, he sought a secluded spot and sat down, murmuring, Tongzi, you are my only hope now. Ding. Host. Do you find yourself in a predicament? Enough with the small talk. Dr. Zhu has tasked me with obtaining 2 medications. I cannot afford to go to the county. Do you have them in your system store? Lin Yu's urgency was palpable as he spoke, his tone less than cordial. Ding. Host, are you pleading with me? The system replied with a teasing tone. Consider it so. Aren't you the strongest intellect? Hurry and assist me. It concerns a life and cannot be delayed. Lin Yu expressed his frustration. Ding. Host, I will search the system store for you. But these medications originate from the future and are exceedingly expensive, requiring at least 3,000 points. 30,000 points for just that? Lin Yu was left speechless in disbelief. Ding. Do you possess 30,000 points? The system continued to jest. Have you found them? Besides, 2 medications shouldn't cost 30,000 points. Lin Yu retorted helplessly. Ding. Congratulations, host, I have located them. You may directly exchange points. The system is always at your service. With a thought, 2 medications materialized in Lin Yu's hands, their production dates dating back to the 21st century. To avoid misunderstandings, Lin Yu promptly removed the production information from the packaging. Meanwhile, at Yu Xiangtian's home, chaos reigned. Yu Zhenhai complained, Uncle San, you are far too indulgent with Lin Yu. Do you believe everything he claims? What do you mean, Yu Zhenhai? Do you have a superior solution? Uncle San retorted angrily. Lin Yu is clearly attempting to escape. He may have already fled. Yu Zhenhai lamented, feigning distress. I am here. Where can my brother possibly go? Lin Exin quietly countered, confident in her brother's integrity. That cannot be said. Lin Yu has fled before, returning only when hunger drove him back. Now that he has landed in serious trouble, he surely dares not show his face. Zhang Zhun proclaimed loudly from outside. My brother would not run away. I believe in him, Lin Exin said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Your belief does not obligate everyone to share it. Someone, bind Lin Exin. Let us see where Lin Yu attempts to flee. Yu Zhenhai commanded with renewed vigor. Who says I am running? Why would I? Lin Yu entered the courtyard, coldly inquiring. You have put Xiaoqian in this state. If you don't run, what other option remains? Yu Zhenhai had lost his fear of Lin Yu. The latter was now pariah. First, I did not cause Xiao Qian's condition, and second, I have no intention of fleeing. I have obtained medications and will save her life, Lin Yu proclaimed, holding up 2 boxes of urgently needed medicine. You truly brought them. How did you manage that? Xiao Qian is saved, Zhu Neng exclaimed, his lips trembling with excitement. First, let me provide the medication to save her. How I obtain it can wait. Lin Yu handed the medications to Zhu Neng, advising, Dr. Zhu, handle them with care. These medications were not easy to acquire. Zhu Neng examined the elegantly packaged boxes. Yes, these are indeed the correct medications. Extraordinarily rare, even difficult to procure internationally. However, as Zhu Neng scrutinized the boxes, a frown creased his brow. Lin Yu, these medications lack production information, the dates, manufacturers, and so on. Haha, it turns out to be a product with no credentials. Lin Yu, your heart is truly malicious. Do you wish for Xiao Qian to perish sooner? Yu Zhenhai laughed uproariously. What do you mean no credentials? These are imported medications, exceedingly hard to find domestically. Did you not see the foreign writing on them? Lin Yu shot a cold glance at Yu Zhenhai, infuriated. Dr. Zhu, do you believe this medication can be utilized? Uncle San, now at a loss, asked. I cannot guarantee its efficacy. If it is expired or of dubious origin, it could be detrimental to Xiao Qian. Zhu Neng struggled to explain. Dr. Zhu, please use it. If anything goes awry, I stand by my previous statement. I will trade my life for Xiao Qian's, Lin Yu desperately implored. Lin Yu, you have overestimated yourself. Your life is not worth more than Xiao Qian's, Yu Zhenhai shouted more loudly. What about the lives of my brother and me? Lin Xin bravely stepped forward. Your lives cannot compare to Xiao Qian's single life. Yu Zhenhai adamantly rejected the idea of the doctor using the medication. He harbored a worry. Should Yu Xiao Qian indeed survive, it would not bode well for him. If she perished, Yu Xiangtian would be rendered incapable of continuing as village chief. Thus, he intentionally obstructed Lin Yu, hoping to delay until Yu Xiaoqian took her last breath. Is my old body not sufficient? Uncle San angrily inquired, prodding the ground with his cane. Uncle, you speak too harshly. In Yangjiang village, no one's life is more precious than yours. If that is the case, let us proceed with the treatment. But I have one request. Yu Zhenhai dared not confront Uncle San directly. Say it, Uncle San managed to utter a single word. If Xiao Qian does not recover, I hope you will no longer tolerate Lin Yu. He has committed too many outrageous acts. Not to mention the time he spied on Xiao Qian while she was bathing. Now he has brought her to this state. If he is let off lightly again, the entire Yangjiang village will be dissatisfied. Yu Zhenhai directed his ire towards Lin Yu. Yu Zhenhai, what exactly do you want me to do? Lin Yu is infuriated. If Xiao Qian cannot be saved, I will have to sink you to the bottom of the sea. Yangjiang village has always had such a rule, and I do not wish to break it on your account. Yu Zhenhai declared with conviction. Yu Zhenhai, what do you intend to do? Uncle San's anger flared. Though he was old, his mind was as sharp as a mirror. No one could be too certain, especially with Xiao Qian in such a precarious state. Uncle San, please do not say more. I will agree to his request, but I implore you for one thing. If Xiao Qian survives, Yu Zhenhai must kneel and apologize to me and publicly declare in Yangjiang village that I have never spied on Xiao Qian while bathing. The times I followed her to the seaside were solely out of concern for her safety. Lin Yu's demands were not trivial, though he did not seek a life. It was akin to a death sentence for the heart. Lin Yu, I promise you, Uncle San is here to witness. Whoever goes back on their word will be the enemy of Yangjiang village, Yu Zhenhai calmly replied. Dr. Zhu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save her. Uncle San urged once more. Chapter 50. A treacherous wolf. Uncle San, the priority is to save her, but Zhu Neng hesitated. But what? Uncle San pressed. Xiao Qian has been delayed for too long, and I do not have complete confidence. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, please bear with me. Zhu Neng's eyes were filled with the anger of the villagers, fearing repercussions. Rest assured and proceed with the treatment. If anyone troubles you, I will take responsibility. Uncle San understood the subtext of Zhu Neng's words and offered him reassurance. Zhu Neng no longer hesitated and began to treat Yu Xiao Qian. Minutes later, he injected 2 types of medication into Yu Xiao Qian's body through muscle injection and then stepped aside. These medications act swiftly. Typically, within 20 minutes, the patient regains consciousness. However, there are exceptions. If she does not awaken within half an hour, she may become a vegetable, forever bedridden. What? You don't have much confidence? Dr. Zhu, how can you say that when we are all anxiously hoping for Xiao Qian's recovery? Exactly. What do you mean by saying she might become a vegetable after 30 minutes? It seems you are merely a figurehead. Some even call you a miracle doctor, but I see you as a quack. The already enraged villagers grew even more furious, bombarding Zhu Neng with questions. Dear villagers, even if I am the rumored miracle doctor, miracles also require miraculous medicine. Please do not quarrel. I believe Xiao Qian will be fine. Zhu Neng provided a vague response, ultimately leading to two outcomes. Either she would be cured or she would not. Dr. Zhu, what do you mean by should be fine? If there is something wrong, there is something wrong. If there is nothing wrong, there is nothing wrong. Are you trying to fool us? Yu Zhenhai asked, fuming. Zhu Neng. Uncle San, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. So do you wish for Xiao Qian to be all right or not? Of course I wish for her to be fine, uncle. What are you saying? Yu Zhenhai retreated, not daring to be the scapegoat at such a critical moment. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere grew oppressive. It has been 20 minutes. Why hasn't Xiao Qian awakened yet? Didn't Dr. Zhu say she might wake up in 30 minutes? You heard wrong. Dr. Zhu said that if she does not wake up after 30 minutes, she might become a vegetable. Such a good child. I cannot fathom why Lin Yu would be so ruthless. Stop talking nonsense. This has nothing to do with Lin Yu. Didn't you see that Lin Yu brought the life-saving medicine? What do you mean by life-saving medicine? It could very well be poison. Lin Yu would rather Xiao Qian never wake up, fearing she would reveal his misdeeds. In the courtyard, Yu Zhenjiang was chatting with several villagers. Almost every word directed at Lin Yu. Zhenjiang, stop talking. Regardless, I will make Lin Yu pay for this. The Yu family is a prominent clan in Yangjiang village. We cannot allow an outsider to trample on us. Yu Zhenhai raised his voice deliberately, wanting everyone to hear that Xiao Qian's current state was entirely Lin Yu's fault. As 30 minutes approached, Zhu Neng shouldered his medical bag and bid farewell to Yu Xiangtian. Village chief, it is my incompetence that I could not save your daughter. I will come to apologize another day. Xiao Qian, how could you be so cruel to leave your mother behind? Li Chunmei let out a wail upon hearing this, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Save her, save her. The crowd erupted into chaos. Yu Zhenhai grew emboldened. He did not blame Zhu Neng, since it was Lin Yu who had provided the medicine, which had nothing to do with Zhu Neng. Lin Yu, what else do you have to say? Will you tie yourself up? Or shall we take action? Xiao Qian is such a good child. How could you harm her? Afraid she wouldn't die, you even brought fake medicine. Yu Zhenhai, do not speak nonsense. I have never harmed Xiao Qian, nor do I wish for her to die. Lin Yu's heart raced with anxiety. If Xiao Qian did not awaken, he would be left with no defense. Isn't there still a few minutes left? Once the time has passed, we can discuss this matter. Then we shall wait a few more minutes. If Xiao Qian does not recover, the Yu family will ensure you do not fare well either. Yu Zhenhai grew increasingly confident, determined to confront Lin Yu tonight. Lin Yu did not wish to engage in a fruitless argument with Yu Zhenhai. Instead, he furrowed his brow, silently reciting, System, what exactly is the medicine you provided? Ding. Host, rest assured, Xiao Qian will be perfectly fine. Then why hasn't Xiao Qian awakened yet? Lin Yu murmured softly, unintentionally voicing his concerns. Yu Zhenhai overheard and wore a bewildered expression. Lin Yu, how can you still question why Xiao Qian hasn't woken up? Are you truly unaware of the consequences of your actions? Ding. Host, ignore him. The louder he shouts now, the more tragic his fate will be. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Such a petty person deserves not to be taken seriously, as it would lower my own status. Lin Yu remarked coldly. Lin Yu, oh, who is the petty one? You have harmed Xiao Qian to such an extent, showing no signs of remorse, and yet you mockingly label others as petty. Yu Zhenhai surveyed the crowd, his face filled with indignation. Did everyone hear that? Lin Yu, who is despicable and vile, dares to call everyone else petty. He has gone too far. Hey, clarify this. I never said everyone. I was referring to you. Lin Yu quickly corrected, feeling reassured by the system's affirmation. Lin Yu, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame others. Everyone, listen closely. Capture Lin Yu. He is the root cause of Xiao Qian's demise. Yu Zhenhai anticipated that by now. The village chief had lost all authority. As a member of the Yu family, he now took charge, mirroring the village chief's actions, and waved his hand. Indeed, the villagers in the courtyard began to stir. Some produced ropes, while others guarded the gate to prevent Lin Yu from escaping amidst the chaos. Uncle, given the circumstances, I can only proceed as promised. Please step aside so that you are not inadvertently harmed. Yu Zhenhai quietly advised Uncle San. Enough, enough. I am old and no longer of any use. Do as you wish. The old man felt a pang of regret for Lin Yu, but circumstances were decidedly against him. Lin Yu, after all these years, I have treated you well. Surely, your sister Xiaoxin must be aware of this. I never expected you to repay kindness with malice and harm Xiaoqian. Yu Xiangtian gazed at Lin Yu with disappointment, his lips twitching. Stop wasting time talking to him. Let us take action. Yu Zhenjiang was eager to be the first to block the entrance. Listen up, everyone. Seize Lin Yu without mercy. He is nothing but a treacherous wolf. Chapter 51. No one bullied me. What are you all doing? It's too noisy. A faint voice suddenly emerged from the bamboo bed in the main room. Could it be an illusion? Yu Xiangtian, closest to his daughter, distinctly heard her voice. Why are you all standing there in shock? Move, urged Yu Zhenhai to the villagers. Do not speak. I think I heard Xiaoqian's voice. Yu Zhenhai gestured for silence. Having indeed heard it, and it was remarkably clear. However, looking at his daughter, he found her eyes still tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Did you really hear Xiaoqian speak? Yu Zhenhai asked incredulously. Absolutely, Yu Xiangtian affirmed. Did you all hear it? He inquired of those nearby. But they shook their heads in unison. None had heard Xiaoqian's voice. Yu Zhenhai felt a sense of assurance. Brother, you are merely heartbroken, perhaps experiencing an illusion. Do not be too distressed. I will not allow Xiaoqian to suffer in vain. Lin Yu must face severe punishment. You decide how to proceed. In that moment, Yu Xiangtian genuinely believed it was merely a figment of his imagination. Please, be quiet and let me sleep a little longer. This time, Xiaoqian's voice was much louder, and nearly everyone in the room heard it. Yes, it's Xiaoqian's voice. She is all right. Dr. Zhu's skills are truly remarkable. Dr. Zhu, are you still outside? Xiaoqian is speaking. Everyone, lower your voices. Xiaoqian has just awakened and needs peace. Xiaoqian had indeed awakened, and Zhu Nong was still waiting outside. Upon hearing the news, he relaxed his furrowed brow. He had initially intended to leave, but was prevented from doing so by the villagers of Yangjiang. Let Dr. Zhu take another look at how Xiaoqian is doing. A path was spontaneously cleared for Zhu Nong to enter. Zhu Nong conducted another thorough examination. Yet this time he was even more astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Dr. Zhu, what is that expression? Speak, please. The old man was quite puzzled. It's miraculous. Xiaoqian has completely recovered. I was worried about potential aftereffects, but it seems my concerns were unfounded. Zhu Nong maintained his astonished demeanor. In his many years of practice, he had never encountered a case like Xiaoqian's. Li Chunmei knelt before Zhu Nong. Dr. Zhu, you are our family as savior. We will surely repay your kindness. Sister-in-law, please don't say that. If anyone deserves gratitude, it's Lin Yu. If he hadn't brought the medicine in time, even a deity couldn't have saved your daughter. She truly is fortunate. Zhu Nong felt a wave of humility and quickly helped Li Chunmei to her feet. Meanwhile, Xiaoqian surprisingly sat up. Why is everyone gathered around? Where is Xiao Yu? He saved me today. Lin Yu had not gone anywhere, waiting vigilantly in the courtyard. The old man remained by Lin Yu's side, while Yu Zhenhai and others mocked him from the sidelines. Lin Yu absorbed every word. Old man, earlier Yu Zhenhai pressured me and demanded I swear an oath. Now that Xiaoqian is safe, shouldn't you speak fairly? Lin Yu's words were a subtle reminder to the old man not to plead for Yu Zhenhai or show him any favoritism. I have no interest in your trifles. Do as you will. My only concern is to submit, the old man chuckled lightly. With that assurance, I am at ease. I am not intentionally making things difficult for anyone. It's just that the constant turmoil makes it impossible for me to stand my ground in Yangjiang. Lin Yu felt a swell of pride. So Yu Zhenjiang had been so vociferous. Let him now taste the bitterness of his actions. Yu Zhenhai could never have anticipated such an outcome. Otherwise, he would not have dared to push Lin Yu too far. Originally, Zhang Zhun had been a supporter, but now he had vanished without a trace. Wonderful. Xiaoqian is fine. Everyone should leave now to allow her some rest. I must take my leave as well. Disperse, disperse. Thank you all for your concern. I will express my gratitude another day. Yu Xiangtian wished for everyone to depart quickly, eager to learn what had transpired with his daughter. Yu Zhenhai attempted to slip away among the villagers. Lin Yu had been watching him closely, and with a few swift strides, he pulled Yu Zhenhai back. Yu Zhenhai, are you leaving just like that, without fulfilling your earlier words? Lin Yu, do not think that just because Xiaoqian has awakened, you are free from blame. I was merely acting out of anger earlier and targeted you. Let us consider this matter settled. Yu Zhenhai, aware of his wrongdoing, hoped Lin Yu would be lenient. Hearing this, Lin Yu became even more infuriated. What do you mean I bullied Xiaoqian? Lin Yu, do you want me to reveal your misdeeds? A year ago, you were caught peeping at Xiaoqian bathing in the sea, weren't you? Is such behavior not shameful? Though Yu Zhenhai had not witnessed Lin Yu peeping firsthand, he had heard rumors, and not just once. There was an incident where several village youths had caught Lin Yu and had beaten him. Lin Yu was taken aback. This was a memory of the host, and he could vaguely recall it. Before the host's demise, he had indeed peeked at Xiaoqian, but it was out of affection. Do not slander me. Lin Yu's defense seemed feeble. Scientifically speaking, the host's actions bore no relation to him. Yet now Lin Yu had to pay for the host's errors. Did you or did you not peek? Yu Zhenhai pressed on, emboldened. I did. But it was not out of malice, Lin Yu replied. This is easily explained. You must have had ulterior motives toward Xiaoqian. Now that she has returned for her mother's birthday, it's likely she won't be back often, which is why you acted so rashly. Yu Jinhai's imagination was vivid, as if he understood Lin Yu's psyche completely. You are spouting nonsense. Do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Yu's greatest irritation was being wronged by others. Everyone has seen it. Lin Yu has nothing to say and seems ready to strike. His bullying of Xiao Qian is tantamount to bullying the village chief, indirectly oppressing all the villagers of Yangjiang. Yu Jinhai stood in the center of the courtyard, loudly addressing the villagers. Lin Yu is indeed guilty of peeping at a young girl bathing, yet he refuses to admit it. How can such a person remain in Yangjiang? Let us heed Yu Jinhai's words, bind Lin Yu, and later handle him according to village regulations. The villagers chattered among themselves. Their opinions varied. Lin Yu did not bully me, nor did he peek at me while bathing. Xiao Qian emerged from within. What happened to Lin Yu being beaten? Someone inquired. I noticed someone peeping and tried to stop him, and as a result, I was beaten, Xiao Qian replied calmly. Chapter 52. One must accept the consequences of their bets. The old man was anxiously sweating for Lin Yu when unexpectedly Xiao Qian emerged to clarify. Xiao Qian, please tell me what exactly happened? Lin Yu indeed often accompanied me to the seaside in the past. However, I was aware of his presence, as he did not spy on me. On the contrary, it was someone else who intruded upon my privacy, and he even intervened. Yu Xiaoqian spoke with remarkable candor, exhibiting no signs of deceit. Xiaoqian, I act for your own good. Lin Yu has never harbored any benevolent intentions, she cautioned. Do not be deceived by him. Yu Jinhai, upon hearing Yu Xiaoqian defend Lin Yu, could not help but grow agitated. In truth, who harbors ill intentions? You know it better than I do. My father serves as the village chief in Yangjiang village, and while others have cooperated willingly, you have persistently wished for my father to relinquish his position to you. Do you understand why he refuses to do so? As Yu Xiaoqian spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Then tell me why. Yu Jinhai retorted, his lips trembling with fury. It is due to your unscrupulous nature, Jinhai. Even a child can discern that. It is high time you reflect on your own actions. For years, Yu Xiaotian has genuinely worked for the welfare of the villagers. While others have faced starvation in different villages, Yangjiang village has endured, albeit in poverty. Everyone is alive. Now that Lin Yu can lead everyone towards a better life, you obstruct him at every turn. Are you truly so intent on seeing the villagers suffer? The elder Yu succinctly summarized the matter, asserting that Yu Zhenhai was in the wrong. I admit my mistakes, and I shall amend my ways, Yu Zhenhai conceded, recognizing the villagers' sentiments. Continuing to resist may very well alienate him from the community. A mere apology to me is insufficient. You need to apologize to Xiao Yu. You must resolve the wager you established with him. A man without integrity cannot stand. The elder Yu's stance was resolute as he stepped aside, indicating his unwillingness to intervene further. A villager interjected, Zhenhai, a true man should honor his word. What if Xiao Qian does not recover? Would Lin Yu's fate not be even worse? You ought to apologize to him. It is easy for you to say. Why not step forward and apologize yourself? Yu Zhenhai retorted with irritation. This is precisely the point. I have never targeted Lin Yu, nor have I made things difficult for him. Rather, it is you who opposes him at every opportunity, wishing to see him fail. The villager responded with a sardonic smile. Yu Zhenhai found himself at a loss for words. Whether I extend my neck or withdraw, it leads to the same demise. Lin Yu, if you do not apologize today, then do as you wish. I shall accompany you through it all. What, do you intend to resort to force? Are you attempting to be unscrupulous? Lin Yu retorted, exasperated. Think as you please. Regardless of your actions, I will not hold it against you. However, do not expect me to overlook your deeds. The Yu family is not to be trifled with. Yu Zhenhai glanced around, noting that the Yu family had several young men present. If it came to blows, Lin Yu might not end up unscathed. Elder, what should I do? Lin Yu pondered, not desiring to escalate the conflict. Yet Yu Zhenhai's shamelessness left little room for trust. Proceed as you previously discussed. The elder Yu insisted. Lin Yu, henceforth, Yangjiang village will rely on you. You must establish your authority. The elder's determination was unwavering. With those words, I am reassured. I will not disappoint you. Lin Yu replied calmly, realizing that he might have no choice but to engage in a confrontation. Lin Yu, I offer you one final chance. Understand this clearly. I have 10 men at my side, while you stand alone. In the end, it will be you who suffers. Yu Zhenhai opened his mouth, drawing in several of his family members. Who says Lin Yu stand alone? We are here too. Several members of the Zhang family emerged, one being Zhang Hai's cousin, who held immense gratitude towards Lin Yu. Thank you all for your goodwill, but I need not trouble your capable hands to deal with these few. Merely standing with the elder to observe the spectacle suffices, Lin Yu declared, his demeanor relaxed, realizing he was not isolated. To ensure absolute certainty, Yu Zhenhai cautioned the onlookers. This is a private matter between Lin Yu and myself. Refrain from intervening. Regardless of who prevails, it is up to fate. Rest assured, Jinhai. Even if I fall to the ground, I will not accept assistance from anyone. Lin Yu replied, a glint of hostility in his eyes. Let's commence. Yu Junjiang shouted. A young man of the Yu family raised a thick wooden stick and charged toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu observed him. The youth was generally amiable, and he had no desire to harm him. However, as the stick approached, he could not simply endure the assault, so he raised his fist. No one anticipated that Lin Yu would counter the wooden stick with his bare fist. Was he not inviting hardship upon himself? Yet, none foresaw the resounding crack that echoed as the stick shattered, causing the young man to stumble backward, dropping the remnants of his weapon. Upon inspecting the gash in his hand, blood flowed freely. The young man sat on the ground, sobbing, I no longer wish to play. If you have grievances with Lin Yu, there is no need to drag me into it. You all carry on. Suddenly, half of the remaining participants withdrew. For as the saying goes, one must honor their bets. Yu Zhenhai, having lost the wager, should fulfill his promise. Exchanging glances with Yu Junjiang, they both realized that if they did not act now, they might very well meet their end here tonight. The two rushed toward Lin Yu simultaneously. Known figures in Yangjiang village, few dared to provoke them. Lin Yu spread his arms wide, grasping one by the shoulder and colliding them together. Remarkably, once captured, neither displayed any resistance. The onlookers were oblivious to the immense strength Lin Yu employed. Should he exert more force, he might very well crush the shoulders of the Yu brothers. The two collided repeatedly, both suffering greatly. Yu Zhenhai grimaced in pain. Xiao Yu, I was wrong. Spare me. I have slandered you, but it shall never happen again. Do you recall what you said? Lin Yu questioned coldly. Yu Zhenhai turned to Yu Junjiang. Kneel down. Honor your bet. The elder is present. Lin Yu will keep his word. Yu Junjiang, writhing in agony, disregarded his pride and fell to his knees. Xiao Yu, we were wrong. We bow to you and offer our apologies. Xiao Yu, if that is the case, let it be forgotten. Should a similar incident arise in the future, you may act according to your temperament. The elder Yu sighed. Lin Yu pushed aside Yu Zhenhai and Yu Junjiang, approaching Yu Xiangtian. Uncle Yu, since Xiaoqian is unharmed, we shall take our leave. Let her rest properly. Xiao Yu, you and the elder remain. Others may return. Today, Xiaoqian has caused trouble for everyone, and I apologize on her behalf. Yu Xiangtian gestured respectfully to the villagers. What does the village chief wish from me? Lin Yu pondered, feeling an unease stir within. Chapter 53. I will cover all expenses. Uncle Yu, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Lin Yu believed the matter had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and Xiaoqian deserved to rest without further disturbance. It is the elder who insisted I keep you here. In truth, it is nothing serious. Both the elder and I wish to understand what transpired, Yu Xiangtian replied calmly. Li Chunmei accompanied her daughter inside, relieved to find her daughter safe and sound. Finally, easing her anxious heart, Yu Xiangtian led the elder and Lin Yu to the study, which had once been designated for Yu Xiaoqian's studies but now lay unused. He prepared 3 cups of tea and brought them over. Lin Yu felt a twinge of discomfort. Uncle Yu, you need not busy yourself. If there is something to discuss, please speak. The elder is old and cannot endure the night. I am fine. The older I get, the less sleep I require, the elder chuckled. Xiang Tian, please. What is it you wish to convey? Xiao Yu, Xiaoqian left in the evening and was carried back by you. I only wish to know what she experienced during that time. Yu Xiangtian recounted, recalling the distressing sight of his daughter unconscious, his heart still trembling with anxiety. Lin Yu could no longer conceal the truth and had to spill the beans, taking a sip of tea before recounting the events that led him to fish by the seaside. This culminated in forcing Wu Guangwen to confess his wrongdoings, followed by a thorough beating. Subsequently, Lin Yu, along with Yu Xiaoqian and Lin Xian, made their way home. However, halfway through their journey, Yu Xiaoqian fainted, and Lin Yu had no choice but to carry her back to Yangjiang village. How could this girl be so reckless as to contemplate jumping into the sea? It was utterly inconsiderate of her elder's feelings. She certainly deserved a proper reprimand. Yu Xiangtian's countenance darkened with concern. Do not be angry. I actually appreciate Xiaoqian's spirited nature, though it is somewhat extreme, remarked the third uncle, leisurely lighting his pipe. At least Xiaoqian had now recognized Wu Guangwen's true character. By the way, I heard from Xiao Yu that she no longer intends to go to the county town. Isn't that turning misfortune into fortune? Third uncle, what do you imply? Yu Xiangtian asked, perplexed. I still believe Xiao Yu is a better match. He is from Yangjiang village, and you and Chunmei have only Xiaoqian as your daughter. If she were to marry Xiao Yu, it would be convenient for you both. The third uncle expressed his strong support for Lin Yu. Third uncle, matters of the heart are mutual. We cannot presume to know Xiaoqian's thoughts. Perhaps it is best to let time take its course, Lin Yu replied, reluctant to delve into such discussions at that moment, as if pouring salt into her wounds. I have a hunch that Xiaoqian's feelings are quite complicated right now. She is unaware of your Uncle Yu's illness. Perhaps we should handle this delicately? The third uncle furrowed his brow. Uncle Yu, is your illness truly as grave as it seems? Lin Yu had long suspected that Yu Xiangtian's claims of sickness were merely a ruse to intimidate Wu Guangwen. But the seriousness of the third uncle's expression left him unsettled. Xiao Yu, given the circumstances, I no longer wish to hide the truth from you. I have little time left, and my greatest concern is for Xiaoqian. That is why I desperately try to send her to the city. Believing that Wu Guangwen's family was well off, and that Xiaoqian would not need to worry about food and shelter. Who could have foreseen this unforeseen calamity? Yu Xiangtian lamented, his brow furrowed in distress. Uncle Yu, what exactly is your ailment? You must not be so pessimistic. Lin Yu felt the weight of the atmosphere and found himself frowning unconsciously. This is the report from the provincial hospital, indicating that I am in the mid-stage of renal failure. If not treated promptly, I may have only a year or two left, Yu Xiangtian said, trembling as he pulled a report from his drawer, its markings unmistakably from a hospital in the provincial capital. The examination had been conducted over 20 days prior, at which time Lin Yu was still a timid soul, largely unaware of the happenings in the village. What did the hospital say? Lin Yu asked urgently. The hospital stated that the only solution is a kidney transplant. But at nearly 60 years of age, do I really want to undergo such a drastic procedure? Furthermore, even if I wish to pursue treatment, finances are one issue, but the most pressing concern is finding a suitable donor. So, it seems prudent to let it be. Yu Xiangtian revealed, disappointment etched on his face. Uncle Yu, do not worry. I can catch plenty of fish, and you need not fret over the cost of surgery. I will cover it, Lin Yu declared, thumping his chest with conviction. Xiao Yu, sit down. The most pressing issue remains finding a suitable kidney donor. Even if you manage to gather the money, it will be futile. We may as well count our days, Yu Xiangtian responded, lacking Lin Yu's fervor. As if resigned to his fate. Xiangtian, wasn't there a health inspection team from the county hospital that came to the village 2 years ago? I believe those records should still exist and are quite comprehensive, the third uncle suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with newfound hope. In truth, I had already borrowed those records from Juneng, but I kept it from him. I searched through them for quite some time, and ultimately found someone who seems to be a suitable match. He began, but abruptly halted, taking a long pause before continuing. No, perhaps I should not speak further. Donating a kidney is no trifling matter, and I cannot ascertain the success rate. Third uncle, Xiao Yu, you both should return home. Uncle Yu, who is this person? We can speak to him. As for his future, I promise to take responsibility, Lin Yu asserted, confident in his abilities to earn money through his superior fishing skills. Xiao Yu, it may not be wise to pursue this. Even mentioning it may not yield results. Yu Xiangtian hesitated, struggling to voice his thoughts. How can we know if we do not try? Uncle Yu, please tell us. After all, we have the third uncle's backing. Lin Yu insisted, recalling the third uncle's esteemed reputation, which would surely carry weight. Xiao Yu, the person your Uncle Yu speaks of is you. The third uncle sighed deeply. You are merely 19. Your kidneys are far too precious. It is better to reconsider. Lin Yu's mind buzzed with realization, understanding that he was indeed the most suitable kidney donor. What do you think, Xiao Yu? This matter is of great significance. Xiaoqian and your aunt will need your care. I must entrust this to you, Yu Xiangtian insisted resolutely, unwilling to jeopardize Lin Yu's future for the sake of extending a few more years of his own life. Uncle Yu, if I were unaware, I could accept it, but now that I know, how can I turn a blind eye? Since I can provide a kidney, I shall accompany you to the provincial capital, Lin Yu reasoned, considering that his system could procure the finest medications of the 21st century. And even if he donated a kidney, it would not pose a significant risk. Lin Yu, are you truly resolved in this? The third uncle sought confirmation. I cannot bear to see Uncle Yu fall ill, Lin Yu replied calmly. The third uncle burst into laughter, exclaiming, it seems that one is not afraid of comparisons of goods, but rather of comparisons of individuals. Chapter 54, A Shortage of Fishing Gear. Third uncle, what is this? Lin Yu queried, bewildered by the laughter. Xiao Yu, the third uncle sees the potential in you. You are indeed a worthy partner for Xiaoqian. I have no reservations about entrusting her to you. The third uncle chuckled warmly. Third uncle, we should address Uncle Yu's illness. It is prudent to plan ahead. Lin Yu interjected seriously, emphasizing that matters of romance could wait, as healing was of utmost importance. You, my dear child, are far too straightforward. Have you not sensed the ulterior motives at play? The third uncle attempted to suppress his laughter. Lin Yu gazed at the two men in astonishment. In his recollections, the third uncle and Yu Xiangtian had never spoken untruths in his presence. Xiao Yu, I am not ill. I merely wish to observe your reaction, Yu Xiangtian finally confessed. leaving Lin Yu in disbelief. Why would you do such a thing? Lin Yu's head spun with confusion. Your Uncle Yu has but one daughter, and she is beautiful. He merely seeks a sincere partner for her. If it had not been for this, Wu Guangwen's true nature would not have been revealed, the third uncle boasted. Proud of the clever ruse he had concocted, never anticipating it would yield such results and reveal true intentions. Lin Yu finally grasped the situation. This was a theatrical scheme orchestrated by the third uncle and the village head, leaving him seething with indignation. Xiao Yu, what troubles you? The third uncle asked. Taken aback by Lin Yu's reaction, Lin Yu stood abruptly, rage coursing through him. Third uncle, Uncle Yu, how could you do such a thing? Do you not realize the emotional toll this could have on Xiaoqian? We did this for Xiaoqian's sake, the third uncle defended, though his conviction faltered. For her sake? Had it not been for my intervention, she would have jumped into the sea, lost in despair. Who could have imagined such a situation could exist? Lin Yu retorted, incredulous at the lengths they had gone to. Xiao Yu, please do not be angry. I only wish for you and Xiaoqian to be together. The third uncle rose, realizing the impropriety of their actions. Enough, third uncle, I understand. I am relieved to know that Uncle Yu is not truly ill. Lin Yu consoled himself, trying to find solace amidst the turmoil. Lin Yu, do not blame Uncle Yu. This idea was conceived by me. If blame is to be assigned, let fall upon my shoulders, for I acted out of benevolence. Uncle San, your good intentions are acknowledged, yet regarding the matter between Xiao Qian and myself, I implore you to refrain from excessive involvement. It is best to let things unfold naturally. Lin Yu understood that Uncle San meant well, and thus chose to let the matter rest. Xiao Yu, I am grateful for everything you have done for Xiao Qian. Had it not been for you, she might have. At the doorway stood Li Chunmei, her face streaked with tears. She had previously been informed by her daughter of the entire situation and realized that she had misjudged Lin Yu. He was, in fact, her daughter as savior. Xiao Yu, I misjudged you before. Please do not hold it against me. Li Chunmei sobbed. Annie, how could I possibly hold a grudge? Truly, both Uncle Yu and Uncle San acted with Xiao Qian's best interests at heart, and now, at the very least, we have seen Wu Guangwen as true character. Lin Yu felt it was time to leave, sensing that he had been ensnared in a trap of predetermined design. He was unaware of the truth and had selflessly agreed to donate a kidney to Yu Xiangtian, only to find himself in a predicament. It is good that you think so, Xiao Yu. Now, go home and rest well. As for your relationship with Xiao Qian, let us discuss it once she has fully recovered. Uncle San beamed, for this was the outcome he most desired. Lin Yu exhaled deeply and approached Uncle San. Uncle San, allow me to escort you home. You are of an age where misstep could be perilous. Then I shall accompany you, Uncle San replied, eager to return home for some rest. In the village, Lin Yu supported Uncle San and gently remarked, Uncle San, please do not rush to discuss Xiao Qian and my situation with the village head. She has just experienced a heartbreak and needs time to heal. Rarely do I see you consider things so thoughtfully. I have not misjudged you. Xiao Qian is a wonderful girl, and you must cherish her. Uncle San found himself smiling unconsciously. I still believe the villagers lead overly arduous lives. Let them first enjoy prosperity. I am not yet old, and there is no need to rush. Lin Yu had a clear sense of priorities. Currently, Yangjiang village was lacking in fishing equipment. There was but a single fishing boat, which severely restricted their ability to fish at sea. Thus, he aspired to procure several boats as swiftly as possible. The village head had considered this. Yet one must ponder the fact that diesel is supplied in limited quantities. Without diesel, even newly acquired boats would be rendered useless. On the vast ocean, relying solely on human strength to row and the fickle winds of the sails is utterly insufficient. Uncle San sighed deeply. Leave the matter of diesel to me. If we can indeed acquire several fishing boats, the villagers of Yangjiang will soon find themselves on the path to wealth. Lin Yu appeared to be resolute in his plans. At Yu Xiangtian's home, he had initially intended to scold his daughter, but upon seeing her sorrowful countenance, he could not bring himself to do so. Xiao Qian, do not blame your father. Wu Guangwen is a cunning man, and my concern for your future led me to orchestrate this charade with Uncle San. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. You can discern who is sincere and who is not. However, I never anticipated that you would resort to such drastic measures. As Yu Xiangtian spoke, he felt a lump in his throat, nearly shedding tears. Indeed, Xiao Qian, how could you engage in such foolishness? Sacrificing your life for a heartless individual? Is it truly worth it? Li Chunmei wept. Father, mother, please cease your reproaches. I recognize my actions were misguided, but I am struggling to overcome this hurdle. May I have a moment to collect myself? Xiao Qian's eyes brimmed with tears, her sorrow rendering her speechless. Time passed swiftly, and a few days later, in a luxurious hotel in Yangjiang town, A stunning young woman in her 20s checked in, with long legs and an alluring figure. Her gait was captivating. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, considerably older, yet he displayed remarkable humility in her presence. Manager, you must be weary from the journey. It would be wise to rest before I seek that individual tomorrow, the man said, unable to meet her gaze. Do you realize how scarce our fish have become in the market over the past few days? We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. I must locate that individual. The young woman asserted with unwavering resolve. I have discovered that he hails from Yangjiang village. The man responded, resigned. Chapter 55. Only seeking Lin Yu. What's his name? What's his background? I want every detail clarified. This afternoon, we will head to the central team of Yangjiang village. I refuse to return empty-handed, the young woman continued. Her expression grave. I will inquire around town to find someone familiar with him. Rest assured, manager, we will undoubtedly return satisfied, the man vowed. In Wang Laoxi's home, he had just brewed a pot of tea and settled into a reclining chair to listen to the radio. He owned several fishing boats and entrusted the task of fishing to his subordinates, thereby avoiding the peril of venturing out to sea. Zhang Zhen rushed in, a broad smile on his face. Fourth Master, good news. I encountered a fortuitous event in town today, one that greatly benefits you. Stop beating around the bush. Your recent indulgences have cost me dearly. Do you still have the audacity to show your face? Wang Laoxi glared at Zhang Zhen. A significant figure has arrived in town, purportedly from the county, specifically to procure rare fish from the central team at prices double our usual rates. Is this not good news for you? Zhang Zhen chattered, pouring himself a cup of tea. You possess several fishing boats, supporting many brothers. At times, an excess of fish not only drives prices down, but complicates sales. If you can secure a contract with this person, you will no longer need to worry about selling fish at a good price, effectively killing two birds with one stone. Zhang Zhen exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Speak quickly. If this truly brings benefits, I shall remember your kindness, Wang Laoxi urged impatiently. Zhang Zhen leaned closer to Wang Laoxi, lowering his voice as he excitedly relayed the details. Wang Laoxi listened intently, suddenly pushing Zhang Zhen away. Enough. We must hurry to the central team in Yangjiang village. If this opportunity is as promising as you say, I, Wang Laoxi, shall surely prosper. Wu Guangwen promised to arrange diesel tickets for me. But I will not part with a single cent. Fourth Master. If you can intercept this significant figure, you need not worry about funds for purchasing diesel. Zhang Zhen exclaimed, exhilarated as if he were about to marry. In Yangjiang village, Lin Yu had refrained from going out to sea for several days, as Yu Shangtian had persistently sought him to discuss ways to enhance the villagers' income. Uncle San's words had awakened him to the pressing need. Zhang Hai's health had also largely recovered, yet despite the village head having given him the proceeds from the fish caught days prior, he still lacked sufficient funds to purchase a new fishing boat. Yu Shangtian visited Lin Yu's home multiple times, yet Lin Yu had not offered a definitive response, which began to cause Yu Shangtian some anxiety. Xiao Yu, I am genuinely concerned for the villagers' safety, which is why I sought you out. Uncle Yu, how much influence can I wield alone? Your search for me will not yield significant results, Lin Yu replied, eager to avoid bearing too heavy a burden. Did you not encounter Ma Zu? I was never particularly a believer, but after the events of these past few days, I find it hard not to believe. Taking the villagers fishing would greatly enhance safety. Yu Shangtian articulated his thoughts, proposing that Lin Yu take the villagers out to sea for fishing, as Lin Yu possessed formidable skills in weathering storms at sea, which would be advantageous in the event of encountering pirates. However, the current predicament was that Yangjiang village had but one fishing boat, which could not accommodate many individuals for a single outing. If this is truly your desire, it would be prudent to first expand the fishing fleet. Lin Yu did not refuse, but raised a challenging question. What you mentioned is indeed a weakness of Yangjiang village. I was contemplating having the villagers pool their resources to procure one or two additional boats. As the villagers' finances gradually improve, it will become far easier to manage. The village chief nodded repeatedly, speaking earnestly. Xiao Yu, I am advancing in years and must consider successor. I believe you would be a fine choice. Once you achieve success, I shall report to the leaders in the town, and I foresee no significant issues arising. You want me to become the village chief? Lin Yu was taken aback, springing up from his chair in astonishment. What's wrong with becoming the village chief? Besides, if you can lead the villagers to prosperity, no one would object. Just trust me on this, Yu Shangtian insisted. Yu Zhenhai, who was considerably younger, was not favored by Yu Shangtian due to his excessive personal desires and questionable intentions. Should he become village chief, it would only spell disaster for the villagers. Lin Yu wished to clarify his stance, but at that moment, Yu Shaoqian rushed in from outside. Ever since the incident occurred, Lin Yu felt increasingly shy around Yu Shaoqian. Unsure of the reason, perhaps it was a manifestation of his affection. Xiaoqian, what brings you here? Yu Xiangtian queried, equally taken aback. For the past few days, whenever he mentioned Lin Yu in conversation with his daughter, she would become irate. Otherwise, he would not have made the effort to visit Lin Yu's home and could have simply summoned him to his own residence. Dr. Zhu has come to the house. My mother asked you to return, Yu Xiaoqian replied, preparing to turn away. What does Dr. Zhu want? Yu Xiangtian inquired, somewhat surprised. It seems that a significant figure from the Central Brigade has come to find Lin Yu. Dr. Zhu mentioned that Wang Laosi brought someone along, and among them was a young man also named Lin Yu. Dr. Zhu suspects there may be something amiss, which is why she came to find you. Yu Xiaoqian hastily explained before departing. And what did Dr. Zhu? Yu Xiangtian pressed. She had to attend to another patient and left in a hurry. She advised you to check at the brigade office, Yu Xiaoqian remarked, swiftly exiting. Throughout their exchange, she and Lin Yu did not exchange a single glance, nor did they speak a word to one another. Lin Yu, would you accompany me to the brigade office? Yu Xiangtian tentatively suggested. Uncle Yu, I'm not sure it would be appropriate for me to go. Lin Yu hesitated, already retreating from the idea. Did you not just mention that the village lacks funds to purchase fishing boats? I previously met a prominent businessman in the county town who runs a fishing company. He offers excellent prices for fish and is never late with payments. We cannot allow Wang Laosi to seize this opportunity, Yu Xiangtian urged with urgency. In that case, I shall accompany you, Lin Yu conceded, wishing to avoid disappointing Yu Xiangtian. Yangjiang's Central Brigade, an administrative entity positioned between the town and the natural villages, oversees several of these villages. Just an hour prior, a significant figure had arrived, traveling in a private vehicle. The brigade captain, astonished by the visit, hurried to greet the guest, only to discover that the prominent individual was a young woman, barely in her 20s. Hello, my name is Li Wanqing, the deputy manager of the county's fisheries trading company. I've come to Yangjiang specifically to find a young man named Lin Yu, as I've heard he excels at fishing, she stated. The captain stood momentarily dumbfounded when Wang Laosi rushed in. Captain, I've brought Lin Yu with me. Which Lin Yu? The captain inquired, bewildered. Captain Ma, known as Chang Pao, sometimes referred to as Ma Ho Pao in private circles, was aware that there were numerous individuals named Lin in the nearly 10 natural villages under his jurisdiction, and he had heard of several Lin, yes. Yet he could not discern which one was being referred to. Captain, he is the Lin Yu from Yanghe village. His father is Lin Dahai, a once-renowned fisherman. Surely you remember? Wang Laosi endeavored to jog Captain Ma's memory with great effort. Captain Ma furrowed his brow in contemplation and after a prolonged silence remarked, I recall that Lin Dahai has indeed 2 sons, one named Lin Dashan and the other Lin Xiaoyu, but I have not heard of a Lin Yu. Captain, you are mistaken. Lin Xiaoyu is his nickname, and his full name is indeed Lin Yu. If you doubt it, you can ask him, Wang Laosi insisted, pushing the young man forward. Captain Ma scrutinized the youth. You truly are named Lin Yu? Yes, I am Lin Yu. My father taught me the skills of fishing before he passed. I am now a proficient fisherman from Yanghe village, often going to sea with my uncle Si, Lin Xiaoyu replied, reciting the lines Wang Laosi had taught him. While he was capable of fishing, his prowess was not as extraordinary as he claimed. Captain, I have come specifically to seek Lin Yu, as I have heard that when he does fish, he catches precious sea fish, which piques my interest, Li Wanqing remarked, assessing the young man before her. Manager Li, you have indeed come at the right time. This lad, Lin Yu, has been gifted since childhood. Whatever you request, he can procure, ensuring both quality and quantity. Wang Laosi boasted, despite his unseemly appearance, possessing a silver tongue that even Captain Ma regarded with newfound respect. Assistant, what is your take on this? Li Bunking inquired, turning her gaze to the middle-aged man beside her. Manager, our intentions are quite straightforward. We have come to Yangjiang village to find Lin Yu. Should we successfully sign a contract with him, it would indeed be a significant accomplishment, the assistant expressed, eager to finalize matters and witness the fishing prowess firsthand. Ready to sign a contract if the claims were substantiated. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. How about we visit Lin Yu's village for a first-hand assessment? Li Wanqing suggested, her tone appearing inquisitive while subtly issuing an order. Certainly, I shall act as your guide and take you to Yanghe village for an inspection. Wang Laosi eagerly agreed, fully aware of the potential of securing a contract. Isn't it Yangjiang village? Li Wanqing asked, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps you misheard. It's Yanghe village. The difference is but a single character, and many struggle to discern between the two. Wang Laosi promptly clarified, though his explanation did not seem forced. Captain Ma, it would be prudent for you to accompany us, as Yangjiang village falls under your jurisdiction. Li Wanqing smiled elegantly. Of course. Once the inspection is complete, we shall arrange a lunch at the brigade office to showcase the hospitality of Yangjiang Brigade. Captain Ma, eager to facilitate this promising endeavor, exerted his utmost effort. Then let us set off, the assistant beamed. Wait a moment. Lin Yu's voice broke through as he and Yu Xiangtian appeared at the brigade office's entrance. I am Lin Yu from Yangjiang Village, and I heard that an eminent person has arrived in the county town, so I came to join in the excitement. Captain Ma recognized the name Lin Yu from Yangjiang Village. He recalled that Lin had lost his father at a young age and had since followed his mother to Yangjiang Village, where he had grown up as a timid boy, often bullied by others. What brings you here? This is no concern of yours, Captain Ma stated, directing his words at Lin Yu rather than the situation at hand, believing his presence would only dampen the atmosphere. Captain, they have come from afar seeking me. How can I not greet them? That would be discourteous. Lin Yu sighed in response. You too are named Lin Yu? Li Wanqing gazed intently at Lin Yu, who appeared far more handsome and radiant than the previous Lin Xiaoyu. I have been called Lin Yu since the moment I was born. There is no mistaking it, Lin Yu asserted with unwavering confidence. Yu Xiangtian, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to sabotage today's affairs? Ma Changpao was displeased. He saw no reason to engage with Lin Yu and risk losing face. Captain, I merely heard someone was looking for Lin Yu and rushed here. I was unaware there was another. It may be a misunderstanding, Yu Xiangtian explained softly, knowing that despite his age, he held less authority than Ma Changpao. Given that the case, there's nothing for you here. Return to your duties and refrain from meddling in trivial matters. Focus instead on how to lead Yangjiang Village towards prosperity. Ma Changpao's words served to silence Yu Xiangtian, compelling him to retreat. Wait, since I'm here, I don't wish to leave without clarifying things. Lin Yu will not depart easily. This represents a significant opportunity for wealth, Lin Yu countered. Though you share my name, you are not the individual they seek. I believe your presence here is unnecessary, Wang Laosi mused, sensing Lin Yu's hesitance to assert himself. Moreover, do you even know who has come? I suspect Village Chief Yu is unaware, so don't complicate matters further. Lin Yu could have inquired, but chose instead to furrow his brow, silently contemplating. Tongzi, are you not formidable? Please enlighten me about the backgrounds of these two individuals. Ding. Host, this question poses no challenge for Tongzi. The woman's name is Li Wanqing, 21 years old, recently graduated from university, unmarried, and a belle of the county. What use is this information to me? I require her background, as well as details about those accompanying her. This time, I intend to win her over. Lin Yu expressed his discontent. Ding. Host, do you wish to take her as your wife? Nonsense. I aim to leverage her strengths alongside my own shortcomings to expedite the villagers' prosperity. With my looks, finding a wife will not be a concern. Lin Yu corrected with utmost seriousness. Ding. Host, Li Wanqing is the daughter of the general manager of the largest fishery trade company in the county. Currently, she oversees the procurement of precious fish from surrounding waters. Her father, Li Difu, is a renowned entrepreneur, and the man by her side is Zhao Zhangwo, a significant contributor to her father's business success. That's sufficient. Armed with this information, I can easily win Li Wanqing over, Lin Yu declared. Confidence radiating from him as a smile crept onto his lips. Lin Yu, why are you smiling? Shouldn't you hurry along? Ma Changpao, noticing Lin Yu's apparent self-dialogue, felt a surge of irritation. Where can I go without having finalized the contract? Lin Yu retorted dismissively. Chapter 57. Just keep on as you are. Do you truly believe you can sign a contract? You are overestimating yourself. Ma Changpao nearly laughed. Do you know who they are, making such baseless claims? Without the necessary strength, who would dare challenge the higher-ups? Lin Yu responded, unfazed by Ma Changpao's harsh words. Li Wanqing cast a curious glance at Lin Yu, intrigued. You possess a certain charm. How can you prove you are the Lin Yu I seek? I am indeed Lin Yu. No proof is necessary. However, you are the individual I have been searching for, and I shall not miss this opportunity for you to prosper, he replied with a gentle smile. You presume to ascertain my potential for wealth without even knowing who I am? Li Vanning laughed melodiously. Herr mit captivating. Lin Yu found himself entranced by her beauty, while Wang Laosi stood by, nearly drooling at her allure. You need not inform me. I'm already aware of your background, including your family business and the journey to your current success, which ultimately stems from having a commendable father. Lin Yu regarded Li Wanqing with a gaze devoid of ulterior motives, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. Lin Yu, please, do not act foolishly, Wang Laosi urged, anxious that Lin Yu might jeopardize this golden opportunity. I'm merely conversing with a charming lady. Can't you see? Lin Yu dismissed Wang Laosi's concerns entirely. Very well. I'm not in a hurry either. I wish to ascertain what capabilities this Lin Yu possesses that could convince me. Li Wanqing expressed her interest in Lin Yu. Lin Yu's so-called abilities were predominantly derived from the sea harvest system, which granted him the capacity to make precise judgments based on accurate prompts. Then I shall gradually demonstrate my worth to you. Lin Yu calmly recounted the information provided by the system, delivering it with complete accuracy, a level of detail that even a detective agency might envy. How do you know so much? Li Wanqing regarded Lin Yu with newfound respect, realizing that some of the information she had disclosed today was being revealed for the first time. I wish to collaborate with you. Thus, I must first understand you. As the ancient saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Rest assured, as long as you cooperate with me, surprises will abound. Lin Yu spoke with eloquence and confidence. It seems you possess some merit. However, I cannot rely solely on your word. Business thrives on strength and integrity. So I would still like to hear Captain Maya's opinion. Lin Yu's excessive self-assurance only fueled Li Wanqing's suspicion that he might merely be a smooth talker. Manager Li, that's the spirit. Strength is paramount. Collaborating with Lin Yu from Yanghe Village is undoubtedly a wise choice, Ma Chongpao asserted, placing his trust in Wang Laosi, who had provided him with numerous benefits over the years. Captain Ma, this is unacceptable. Business should be based on fair competition, Yu Xiangtian interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Village Chief Yu, what do you have to compete fairly with Yanghe Village? How many fishing boats does your village possess? Look at Yanghe Village. Wang Laosi alone has 4 boats. It's best you withdraw, Ma Chongpao countered, his strength overshadowing Yu Xiangtian's objections. Yu Xiangtian retreated with a darkened expression, while Lin Yu stepped forward. Captain Ma, have you not heard that quantity does not equate to strength, but rather precision? What do you mean? Ma Chongpao was momentarily bewildered, puzzled as to how the conversation had shifted from boats to soldiers. What I propose is a competition. Today's weather is splendid, perfect for heading out to sea. When we return, the victor will be evident. Lin Yu maintained his composure, confident in his unparalleled fishing prowess. Lin Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Yangjiang Village has only 1 boat. How can you possibly compare with Yanghe Village? Yu Xiangtian's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, fearing Lin Yu was about to undertake a foolhardy endeavor. Village Chief, you need not worry. We can simply send 1 fishing boat each. Ultimately, the winner will be the one with whom the manager signs the contract, Zhao Jiangwo suggested, adeptly diffusing the tension. That Lin Yu, do you believe this will suffice? Li Wanqing turned her gaze toward Lin Xiaoyu from Yanghe Village. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated, seeking assistance from Wang Laosi. Wang Laosi gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied, it appears we have no choice. Wang Laosi, do not force it. Here's the deal. You can send all 4 of your fishing boats out to sea, while I will only use 1. If your catch truly exceeds mine, I will concede. What do you think? Lin Yu declared grandly. You are simply being reckless. Yu Xiangtian remarked bemused. Yet Wang Laosi wore a triumphant smile. Lin Yu, this is too unfair for you. I will also use 1 boat, but it will be larger than that of Yangjiang Village. Is that acceptable to you? Fine, let us proceed as you suggest. Just don't go back on your word. Lin Yu readily agreed. I was worried you might be the one to renege. In an attempt to gain control over Lin Yu, Wang Laosi meticulously set traps step by step. Whoever reneges on their word would be deemed a despicable scoundrel, destined for extinction. Confident in his victory, Lin Yu issued a resounding oath that echoed through the air. Lin Yu, what do you truly understand? Wang Laosi possesses a fishing vessel 3 times the size of those in Yangjiang Village. How can you possibly compare yourself to him? Yu Xiangtian fumed, stomping his foot in frustration. Isn't an elephant large? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. What do you mean by that? Yu Xiangtian furrowed his brow, glaring at Lin Yu. No matter how big the elephant is, it cannot crush a small ant. Size is irrelevant. Rest assured, this time I shall restore your honor, Lin Yu asserted earnestly. Ha! How amusing. I have yet to witness how fishermen catch their fish. Today is indeed fortuitous. Li Wanqing couldn't help but laugh, thoroughly entertained and unwilling to miss the spectacle. Manager Li, it's nearly noon. Shall we dine first before heading to the seaside to observe? Ma Chongpao suggested, hoping to keep Li Wanqing around a bit longer. Very well. Let them return to the village to prepare. After we have lunch, I will accompany my assistant. Li Wanqing agreed, feeling hungry and eager to savor authentic rural cuisine. Lin Yu and Yu Xiangtian returned to Yangjiang Village together, with Yu Xiangtian's expression darkening. Lin Yu, you are courting disaster. I have a way to prove you are Lin Yu, yet you have left no room for retreat. Uncle Yu, what good does it do if you prove I am Lin Yu? Are you aware of how many people in Yangjiang town share that name? I can only distinguish myself through my capabilities, Lin Yu replied, aware of the risks involved. Without comparison, there can be no harm. Lin Yu aimed to utilize his superior coastal fishing system to embarrass Wang Laosi. So, you intend to proceed recklessly? Yu Xiangtian sighed, feeling helpless. Chapter 58, A Rare Opportunity. I am not being reckless. This is an exceptional opportunity. Once successful, the economy of Yangjiang Village will soar, and GDP will experience a significant surge. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement, inadvertently using modern terminology. What on earth is GDP? Yu Xiangtian asked, utterly perplexed. Lin Yu longed to explain the meaning of GDP to Yu Xiangtian, but having received little formal education, he feared he would be perceived as illiterate. Uncle Yu, let us first return and prepare. As for the meaning of GDP, I believe Xiaoqian would know, Lin Yu concluded, confident that Yu Xiaoqian, having completed high school, would understand. She knows nothing. She is obsessed with that Wu Guangwen. You should focus on how to compete with Wang Laosi in fishing, Yu Xiangtian lamented, sighing repeatedly. At the home of his third uncle in Yangjiang village, Yu Xiangtian always consulted him whenever significant events occurred in the village. A key reason for his continued role as the village chief. Lin Yu accompanied Yu Xiangtian to his third uncle's house, where Yu Xiangtian spoke at length while Lin Yu remained silent, resembling a mute. After a considerable discussion, the third uncle finally sighed. Xiao Yu, you are inviting trouble upon yourself. How can Yangjiang village compare to Yanghe village? Why can't we compare? Lin Yu retorted defiantly. Let me put it this way. Yanghe village has a far superior geographical environment, boasting hundreds of acres of rice fields, while Yangjiang village is merely salt alkali land where nothing thrives. The villagers can only scrape by through fishing and shrimping, often going without rice or flour, let alone meat. Yanghe village currently possesses 10 fishing boats, 4 of which belong to Wang Laosi. What can you possibly use to compete with him? The third uncle's analysis was astute. For years, Yangjiang village had been covertly vying with Yanghe village, yet never managing to surpass it. Uncle, I mention Lin Yu because while I do not know Manager Li, I met her father 2 years ago in the county. He is quite a respectable individual. Initially, I intended to approach her father to clarify the facts. But with Xiao Yu's commotion, it is likely a done deal. Yu Xiangtian expressed his frustration, feeling helpless. Yangjiang village still has 1 fishing boat. Trust me, we will surpass Yanghe village and successfully sign a contract with Li Wanqing from the county, Lin Yu declared, showing no sign of retreat. The crucial factor was that he remained hidden in the shadows, with no one aware of his most powerful coastal fishing system. Our boat pales in comparison to Wang Laosi's massive vessel. Lin Yu, this time you have not thought it through. Yu Xiangtian fretted. Xiangtian, do not be overly pessimistic. Since Xiao Yu has decided to compete with Yanghe village, let us afford him the opportunity. Victory or defeat is inconsequential, as it will reveal his shortcomings. The third uncle suggested, understanding the slim chances of success, yet wishing to indulge Lin Yu's aspirations. Village chief, uncle, good news, good news. Yu Zhenhai rushed in, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. What good news could there possibly be? The third uncle frowned, recalling the event from that day at Yu Xiangtian's home. The village chief of Yanghe village has come, seeking to discuss something important with you and the village chief. Yu Zhenhai replied hurriedly, though his gaze at Lin Yu was somewhat peculiar. What does Wang Changshan want? It has been a century since he last visited. The third uncle's expression darkened at the mention of a Yanghe village chief. It is undoubtedly good news. Village chief Wang is already outside and will be here shortly. Yu Zhenhai felt inexplicably excited at the thought of Wang Changshan. Uncle, regardless of the circumstances, a guest is a guest. Let him in to speak. Yu Xiangtian insisted, not wishing to make the situation too severe, as he frequently encountered Wang Changshan at the brigade office. As Wang Changshan entered, accompanied by a young man carrying a slab of pork, he greeted the third uncle with a series of bows, saying, Uncle, it has been a long time. You still appear robust. Congratulations. Village Chief Wang, speak plainly. What is your business? And what is the meaning of bringing a slab of meat? The third uncle, who had not been lacking in meat recently, showed little interest. I merely came to see you. Moreover, life in Yangjiang village is quite harsh, so I thought a little meat might help you replenish your strength. Wang Changshan replied politely. Let us get to the matter at hand. Yu Zhenhai mentioned it was good news, so what exactly is this good news? The third uncle suspected Wang Changshan's motives were not pure, hence his lack of enthusiasm. Since you insist, I shall be direct. I have just returned from the brigade office, and Manager Li from the county intends to sign a purchase contract with Yanghe village. I thought to extend a helping hand to Yangjiang village, as it is a brother village. The fish caught by Yangjiang village would be sold to Yanghe village, ensuring a good price in the process. Wang Changshan spoke with great enthusiasm, as if he had already secured a contract with the county's fishery trade company. Uncle, this is certainly a tremendous opportunity. Consider this. During peak fishing seasons, it is often difficult for households to sell their catch, with some even discarding it. If Village Chief Wang agrees to accept fish from Yangjiang village, it will guarantee a market for us, Yu Zhenhai chimed in, concerned that the third uncle may not grasp the implications. The third uncle, however, disregarded Yu Zhenhai's interjections and teased Wang Changshan, Village Chief Wang. Your sudden benevolence makes one wonder if you intend to profit from the price difference. Uncle, do not misunderstand. This endeavor requires considerable effort on my part. It is not unreasonable to earn a modest profit. Wang Changshun replied awkwardly. Indeed, earning a small profit is better than letting the catch spoil, Yu Zhenhai exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Even if we do not have a buyer, I can still sell the fish to the system's marketplace in exchange for rewards. Lin Yu mused to himself, fully aware of the opportunities presented. Uncle, you must speak to Lin Yu about this incredible opportunity. We cannot afford to let it slip away. Yu Zhenhai urged, his impatience palpable. Why should I concern myself with him? He is an adult, capable of forming his own opinions. Moreover, the fishing competition with Yanghe Village is about to commence, and I am keen to observe how Yanghe Village intends to play their game of substitution this time. The elder uncle is fully aware of Yanghe's impersonation of Lin Yu, and he speaks with unwavering certainty. Third uncle, think it over carefully. This is a rare opportunity. Yu Zhenhai urged repeatedly. Village Chief Wang, you should return. This time, Yangjiang Village must confront Yanghe Village with all its might to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. With the elder uncle's staunch support, Lin Yu felt all the more resolute. You are utterly unreasonable, Yu Zhenhai grumbled, his teeth clenched in frustration. Leave? The elder uncle commanded coldly. Chapter 59, Setting Sail for Fishing. Yu Zhenhai, startled by the elder uncle's rebuke, retreated several steps. Zhenhai, you ought to return and not provoke third uncle's ire any further, Yu Xiangtian signaled discreetly to him, wishing to spare him embarrassment. After Yu Zhenhai departed, Yu Xiangtian said earnestly, Xiao Yu, since you wish to compete with Yanghe Village, let us do so with vigor. I shall call upon a few more people for assistance. There's no need to summon anyone. I will set sail with Xiao Yu, replied Zhang Hai, who stood at the entrance with a large net slung over his back. Behind him were several young fishermen, all skilled catchers from Yangjiang Village. How has your recovery been? The elder uncle inquired, his brow furrowed. I am perfectly fine now. I only wish to assist Xiao Yu in fishing and to bolster the reputation of Yanghe Village, Zhang Hai asserted. Though he had received little formal education, he was undeniably a man of substance. Brother Zhang, the fishing boats from Yangjiang Village are not very large. If you're still unwell, it would be best for you to rest. I can manage with these few men. Lin Yu could perceive that Zhang Hai was merely putting on a brave front, unwilling to back down. Fear not. I am capable. We should set off soon. Yanghe Village has already begun preparations, and the dock is bustling with activity. Zhang Hai patted his chest and responded loudly. Very well. We shall depart at once. Lin Yu called out to Zhang Hai and strode out. Yu Xiangtian supported the elder uncle, whispering, Third uncle, I will follow closely behind to cheer for Lin Yu and the others at the dock. At the seaside dock, which served as the common departure point for several fishing villages, a Mazu temple stood nearby. Before venturing out to sea, the fishermen would pray along the shore for a smooth journey. The fishing fleet of Yanghe Village had already gathered by the shore, and the largest vessel among them was the one that Wang Laosi would use to compete against Yangjiang Village today. In contrast, the fishing boats of Yangjiang Village appeared diminutive beside those of Yanghe Village, akin to a younger sibling overshadowed by an elder. Captain Ma Changpao of the Central Fleet stood next to Li Wanqing, continuously offering explanations. Manager Li, the outcome has already been decided. This competition is merely a formality. Captain Ma, I believe that Lin Yu from Yangjiang Village possesses commendable courage and determination, Li Wanqing remarked, observing Lin Yu leading his crew out to sea, exuding confidence. Courage and determination? He merely knows how to talk. He was an inconspicuous fisherman before, and now he seeks attention simply because he bears the name Lin Yu. Ma Changpao scoffed, fully aware of Lin Yu's background, recalling how Yu Xiangtian had previously suggested whether some assistance could be provided to Lin Yu. Regardless, having such courage is commendable. One must possess an indomitable spirit. Throughout, Li Wanqing remained optimistic about the competition. Despite the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, could a miracle occur? Manager Li, you may not fully grasp his abilities, but it would be beneficial for you to witness the strength of Yanghe Village. You will surely be astonished. Having served in the military and received some education, Captain Ma occasionally spoke in a rather eloquent manner. Is that so? Then I shall await the spectacle, Li Wanqing replied with a smile. On the shore, villagers burned incense and offered prayers, while others struck drums and gongs to send off the fishermen. The air around the Mazu temple was filled with curling smoke, and fishermen knelt in reverence. A breeze stirred over the sea, though not particularly strong. The waves remained formidable. Everyone understood that it was only in calm waters that fishing yielded the best results. And this competition between Yanghe Village and Yangjiang Village would amplify their achievements. The elder uncle arrived at the seaside, where numerous villagers had gathered. Yet not a single face bore a smile. Being seasoned fishermen, they were acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two sides. Elder uncle, Why do you not advise Lin Yu against competing with Yanghe village? If he loses, collaboration with them will be impossible in the future. A villager approached the elder uncle, his face etched with worry. Why should we collaborate with Yanghe village? The elder uncle retorted disdainfully. Why indeed? This will be cutting off our own means of livelihood. The villager lamented. Yangjiang village should either refrain from signing contracts or sign directly with the fisheries company. There is no need to take a detour and allow others to profit from it. The elder uncle responded succinctly. The villager, though internally dissatisfied, merely nodded in agreement. That sounds good indeed. Lin Yu has requested large wooden barrels. Are you all prepared? Let us not have chaos when the boat arrives at the dock. The elder uncle remarked with composure. The villagers departed to prepare alongside others from Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian sighed and asked the elder uncle, alas, third uncle, do you believe Lin Yu can stage a comeback? How would I know? We shall take it one step at a time, at the very least. We must not lose face against Yanghe village. The elder uncle had little hope for victory and could only pray for divine protection. Keeping up appearances was challenging, especially since Yanghe village had outstripped them significantly. Yet, Yu Xiangtian dared not express his discontent openly, knowing that after this competition, the village chief position might be at stake. At the dock, the two fishing boats embarking on their journey gradually vanished from sight, two indistinct black dots being slowly consumed by the white waves. Wang Laosi, eager to ensure success, boarded the fishing vessel to command the operation personally. His boat was sizable, capable of accommodating dozens of individuals, and his fishing equipment was advanced, allowing him to cover several hundred square meters with a single net. Fishing is partly a matter of luck, but skill is equally vital. The strength of Yanghe village far surpassed that of Yangjiang village, a fact beyond dispute, which is why Wang Laosi felt little apprehension. Should he emerge victorious, he would monopolize the fishery market among the neighboring villages. Fourth brother, we have ventured far into the sea. Shall we drop anchor and begin casting nets? A fisherman inquired softly. Do not rush. We must either strike decisively or not at all, ensuring our opponent never has a chance to recover. Let us proceed another 10 miles. The deeper the water, the more abundant the fish. With over 20 years of fishing experience, Wang Laosi could predict where schools of fish would appear. After traveling a considerable distance, they officially began casting their nets, which spread out like a vast blanket, sinking into the water as the vessel drifted slowly. Wait for the right moment to draw in the net. Once it has settled to a certain depth, we will haul it up. Lin Xiaoyu, you are the protagonist today. You must lead by example. Wang Laosi gazed meaningfully at Lin Xiaoyu, who he had initially underestimated, only considering the impersonation due to Li Wanqing's interest in Lin Yu. Haul the net, someone shouted. As the net gradually surfaced, a flurry of fish was revealed within. Chapter 60. Wang Laosi's victory seems assured. The first haul brought Wang Laosi great success, though it was not entirely satisfactory, as the number of tuna captured was minimal, with the majority being ordinary fish. This simply won't do. We must continue to fish. Li Wanqing requires a substantial quantity of rare fish, and these commonplace varieties hold no significant market value. Wang Laosi declared with a stern countenance. Fourth master, what shall we do with these ordinary fish? They still occupy space in the hold. Lin Xiaoyu inquired softly. Retain those of a larger size. The rest can be returned to the sea. We shall cast the nets again. I refuse to believe that my vessel cannot outmatch those from Yangjiang village, Wang Laosi proclaimed, sweeping his hand in a grand gesture as nearly 1,000 fish were released back into the ocean. As they prepared to cast their nets once more, Wang Laosi determined their course, even tossing out bait designed to attract the tuna, biding his time until the tuna drew near before attempting to ensnare them. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's boat had ventured deep into the sea, where the distant lighthouse served as a beacon for those who sailed. Let us keep our spirits high and cast our nets here. Remember, we seek only valuable fish. If we encounter any spawning fish, they must be released immediately. Lin Yu instructed his crew, maintaining a calm demeanor. Fish roe is quite delectable, especially when stir-fried with pickled vegetables, a villager murmured. If we consume the mother fish, how shall we ever have young fish again? Humans must coexist harmoniously with nature. This is what we mean by showing leniency, Lin Yu reflected, having come to understand such principles after his extraordinary journey. Xiaoyu, you are remarkable. I have fished for over a decade and have yet to attain your level of awareness. Zhang Hai admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at Lin Yu's youthful insight. In truth, it is not much, for I comprehend that no child without a mother is truly fortunate. Lin Yu mused, recalling his past life with a sense of melancholy. Xiaoyu, from this point forward, we shall all consider you our kin, Zhang Hai declared, his voice filled with emotion. Lin Yu, are you certain this is a good spot to anchor? Is there fish here? A villager queried, noting the peculiar location where the fishing boat had halted, which did not appear to be optimal for catching fish. Lin Yu gazed intently at the water, signaling for silence. The villager attempted to speak further, but Zhang Hai intervened. Let Xiao Yu listen. Do not disturb him. At that moment, Lin Yu activated the most powerful coastal fishing system. His mind engaged in a dialogue with the system. System, victory or defeat hinges on this one endeavor. Do not falter. Ding. Host, you are engaging in a game that pits the weak against the strong, and the odds are not in your favor. I fear you have already lost. Enough of this nonsense. You are the most powerful intellect capable of overcoming all obstacles. Cannot you assist me in securing victory? Lin Yu inwardly chastised. Ding. Host, I can summon the fish you require, but it will necessitate the expenditure of your points. In this world, all benefits are acquired through exchange. Very well. How many points are required? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I do not wish to let it slip away, Lin Yu replied eagerly. Ding. Host, you will need to exhaust all your points, meaning you will have to start new. Lin Yu was taken aback. The thought of depleting his points caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Xiao Yu, what troubles you? Do you feel unwell? Zhang Hai asked, noticing Lin Yu's distressed expression. Exchange them all. Not a single point shall remain, Lin Yu blurted out. Ding. Host, the system has cleared your points. You are set to embark on a new journey of resurgence. A tumultuous roar filled Lin Yu's mind. He was making a desperate gamble. Should he falter against Yanghe village today, Yangjiang village would forever remain subservient to them. Let's commence casting the nets. Remember what I said? Only valuable fish. Any spawning fish must be thrown back into the sea. Lin Yu urged, his resolve strengthened. The crew felt invigorated by his determination. Passion surging as they cast their nets into the ocean. On the shore, villagers eagerly awaited their return. The scales of fortune seemed evenly balanced between Yanghe village and Yangjiang village, both sides having prepared numerous large wooden barrels for transporting their catch. A laborious endeavor requiring considerable effort. Wang Changshun, the village head of Yanghe, stood alongside Yu Xiangtian of Yangjiang, their expressions starkly contrasting. Wang Changshun, confident of victory, casually puffed on a cigarette while bouncing his leg. Conversely, Yu Xiangtian rested his chin on his finger, brows furrowed in contemplation. Old Yu, I must ask why you subject yourself to this. After this contest, your position as village head will become even more precarious. Selling fish will depend on the whims of others, Wang Changshun remarked, seemingly certain of the outcome. King village head, the world is rife with possibilities. Perhaps Yangjiang village will triumph, and you may find yourselves seeking my favor, Yu Xiangtian retorted defiantly, though doubt not at him. There are countless possibilities, yet none favor Yangjiang's victory. No one understands Wang Laoxi's prowess better than I do. He recently acquired hundreds of barrels of diesel. And even if Yangjiang possesses sufficient fishing vessels, without diesel as fuel, how can they compete with Yanghe village? Wang Changshun refrained from further argument, opting instead to let results speak for themselves. In recent days, Yu Xiangtian had indeed been troubled over diesel. He had visited the brigade office and the town's people's commune, but had been unable to secure quota. Old Yu, there is no need to maintain a facade. Perhaps if you plead a bit, Wang Laoxi might grant Yangjiang village a share, Wang Changshun suggested, appearing to have the upper hand. King village head. To expect Yangjiang to beg for mercy is preposterous. Even if we starve or freeze, we will not seek pity from others, a great uncle retorted coldly, leaning on his cane. Do not take offense. Should your anger lead to misfortune, I cannot bear the responsibility. Let's await the outcome with patience, Wang Changshun said, wary of provoking the elder. Well aware of his weight in the village, Li Wanqing approached, adorned in a sun hat and sunglasses, holding a bottle of soda. Gentlemen, how much longer until they return? Soon. Soon. Manager Li, perhaps you ought to rest a while longer under the shade. Wang Changshun quickly shifted his demeanor, approaching her with exaggerated cordiality. Boat. A boat. Someone shouted, pointing towards the center of the sea. Indeed, a dark silhouette floated on the surface, rising and falling, appearing and disappearing. As it drew closer, the sails became visible. It was unmistakably a vessel from Yanghe village, known for their larger fishing boats. Manager Li, did I not say it would be soon? Look, Yanghe village's fishing boat returns laden with a bountiful catch. Wang Changshun, with his extensive fishing experience, could discern the success of Wang Laoxi's expedition. In truth, the great uncle and Yu Xiangtian also recognized that the boat's steadiness upon return indicated a fruitful haul, a testament to their success. Manager Li, how do you see it? Yanghe village has decisively triumphed over Yangjiang. You must trust my judgment now, Wang Changshun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, indeed, strength is paramount, surpassing mere boasts, Li Wanqing remarked, removing her sunglasses for a clearer view. As the fishing boat gradually approached the dock, Wang Changshun, led Li Wanqing and Zhao Kai aboard for a tour. True to expectations, Wang Laosi had indeed filled the hold with fish, including a considerable number of rare varieties, such as tuna. Li Wanqing turned her gaze to the drenched Lin Xiaoyu. Well done. You have exceeded my expectations. Unload the fish, but I require only the rare ones. The market for common fish is lackluster. No waities. As long as we can finalize the purchase agreement, that suffices, Wang Laosi interjected eagerly. Our manager is here to negotiate a contract with Lin Yu. What is your role in this? Zhao Kai interjected, displeased by Wang Laosi's presumptive tone. He is Lin Yu's fourth uncle and can indeed represent him. To be frank, Lin Yu's fishing skills were learned from him. Wang Changshun quickly clarified. Very well, let us first categorize the fish and weigh them. Do be careful not to harm them. For modern buyers, seek nothing less than freshness. Zhao Kai interjected, providing a response in place of Li Wanqing. Meanwhile, Li Wanqing returned to the shore, where the onlookers were divided into two factions. One comprised of the jubilant villagers from Yanghe village, and the other, the despondent residents of Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian felt as though he were being soundly chastised, as Yanghe village triumphantly hoisted basket after basket of fish, weighing them before pouring them into large wooden barrels, many of which were notably plump and enticing. Uncle, perhaps we should return. We simply cannot compete with Yanghe village. Why subject ourselves to humiliation and mockery? Yu Xiangtian lowered his head, feeling abashed. How old are you? What situation have you not encountered? Lin Yu and the others have yet to return. One cannot simply declare defeat. This lad has a knack for delivering the unexpected, his great-uncle replied, exuding a calmness that Yu Xiangtian lacked. Shall I speak with Wang Changshun? Perhaps Yangjiang village should rely on Yanghe village moving forward. It would provide more security for the villagers. Yu Xiangtian was contemplating humbling himself to seek assistance. Village chief, it is commendable that you think this way. Wang Laosi is, in fact, quite a decent person. If you find it difficult to voice your thoughts, I shall assist you. Zhang Zhun chimed in, eager to seize the opportunity now that Yu Xiangtian had softened. Zhang Zhun, you praise Wang Laosi. Yet have you forgotten how you acquired your injuries? His great-uncle assessed sharply, well aware of Wang Laosi's true nature. That was merely due to my debts to him. He has been supporting me during this time. Zhang Zhun responded, his face flushing with embarrassment. Let's not speak of that. The people of Yangjiang village have their pride. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back, his great-uncle asserted firmly. Even in defeat, one must hold their head high. The tally was in. Yanghe village had caught over 2,000 kilograms of fish, including more than 200 kilograms of rare species. A miracle. In just over 2 hours, such a bounty was captured, setting a historical record. The villagers from Yanghe were elated. Wang Changshun approached Li Wanqing, saying, managerly, I believe we should proceed with signing the contract. The victor has been determined, and further time should not be squandered. Village chief, your village indeed holds a significant advantage. However, to hastily declare the results would be unfair to Yangjiang village. Additionally, I wish to see how Lin Yu performs, Li Wanqing replied calmly. At this moment, she felt no urgency. Lin Yu's excessive confidence had, in fact, provoked her curiosity. A person who disrespects the facts is destined for unfavorable outcomes. I understand. You wish to witness Lin Yu's embarrassing defeat firsthand. Very well, let us wait a moment longer. Are you satisfied with the fish? Wang Changshun flattered her profusely. Generally satisfactory, though the distribution of species is uneven and the size varies significantly, which does not bode well for future sales, Li Wanqing remarked, revealing her discerning nature. Manager Li, these issues can be avoided. We will take care to improve in the future, Wang Laosi hurriedly declared as he approached. Let us wait until the fishing boats from Yangjiang village return. Yanghe village may have one, but it is essential that Yangjiang village concedes with dignity, Li Wanqing expressed, showing little interest in Wang Laosi, possibly due to his appearance. Furthermore, the glint in Wang Laosi's eyes unsettled her. Soon, both villages awaited the return of Lin Yu's fishing boat, and the villagers exhibited contrasting emotions. At last, a small dark shape was sighted, prompting an excited outcry. It was indeed the fishing boat from Yangjiang village. However, as it drew nearer, the villagers' excitement waned. The boat appeared to float lightly upon the water, and those knowledgeable could tell at a glance that the catch had been poor, yielding little in the way of fish. Yu Xiangtian sighed, realizing that any hope of appealing to Yanghe village was likely futile. His great-uncle also sighed, acknowledging that he had perhaps overestimated Lin Yu's capabilities. Wang Laosi stepped forward to Yu Xiangtian, saying, well, village chief, it is clear that you cannot compete with Yanghe village. I have shown great magnanimity by using only one boat. Had I deployed all our vessels, your Yangjiang village would have faced a far worse defeat. Prepare yourself for a life of hardship, village chief. Competitions must adhere to fairness. Your victory lacks merit. A villager from Yangjiang interjected. Contests are akin to warfare. When Cao Cao used countless ships to assault Eastern Wu, who protested unfairness. Wang Laosi boasted, believing he had been generous enough not to inflict a more crushing defeat on Yangjiang village. Huh. Have you read enough history to not know that Cao Cao's fleet was incinerated by Eastern Wu, nearly costing him his life? Quantity alone does not guarantee victory. His great-uncle replied, his expression stern. Anyone attempting to lecture history before him was merely courting ridicule. I shall not engage in further debate with you. Let's await the outcome in silence. Wang Laosi retreated, having realized the futility of arguing with an elder. As Lin Yu's boat approached the dock, he was the first to leap ashore, greeted promptly by Lin Xian. Xiao Yu, do not despair if you have lost. Your sister is here to support you. Yet Lin Yu strode directly to his great-uncle and Yu Xiangtian, declaring, I have returned, and I invite you both aboard to witness my haul. What is there to see? Your boat is light as a feather. Even a fool can discern that you return empty-handed, Yu Xiangtian retorted, not bothering to conceal his displeasure. Regardless, we must see for ourselves. Lin Yu insisted, offering no further explanation. Xiangtian, let us go and take a look, his great-uncle urged, attempting to suppress his own skepticism. Approaching Li Wanqing, Lin Yu suggested, Manager, you should come aboard. Perhaps I shall surprise you. Surprise? You yist. Li Wanqing countered, unimpressed, for while she possessed beauty, she was not naive. Beautiful lady, how could I present a jest to you? A visit aboard will reveal everything, Lin Yu replied casually, inadvertently using the term beautiful lady in a context that could be seen as derogatory in the present age. Zhao Kai, infuriated, interjected, how dare you address our manager in such a manner? What wrong have I committed? Lin Yu responded, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Is it a crime to call a beautiful woman beautiful? Zhao Kai was left speechless, unable to counter. Assistant Zhao, do not let such trivial matters trouble you. Please, go aboard in my stead. The boat is small, and I fear it cannot accommodate too many, Li Wanqing expressed, having lost interest in Lin Yu, who appeared to be returning empty-handed while clinging to his pride. That Lin Yu fellow, lead the way, Zhao Kai said, his expression one of mockery. You may go first. I must assist my great-uncle, Lin Yu replied, unconcerned with Zhao Kai's disdain. Beside Lin Yu, his great-uncle sighed, Xiao Yu, your boat is so light. Your catch must have been minimal, and I feel as though you've brought shame upon me. Great-uncle, the haul is substantial, Lin Yu responded with calm assurance. You continue to make excuses. I cannot even maintain my standing in Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian's face darkened with despair. I am not making excuses, you will see for yourselves. The boat's lightness is due to Brother Zhang and several villagers having jumped into the sea to push it along, thereby reducing the vessel's burden. This way, Yanghe village shall be led to believe they have triumphed. While I assure you my catch will far exceed theirs, Lin Yu asserted, his demeanor now serious. Zhao Kai had already boarded the ship when Zhang Hai and the others crawled out of the water, dripping wet as they stood in the cabin. Upon seeing the contents within, Zhao Kai's mouth fell open into a perfect O shape. Manager, you must come up quickly. It's simply astonishing. The fish here are beyond your imagination. Zhao Kai couldn't help but shout. Li Wanqing was in the midst of discussing the contract with Wang Changshan when she heard her assistant's exclamation and felt compelled to investigate. However, what she witnessed was both surprising and alarming. Inside the fish hold of the fishing boat, there were numerous precious fish of uniform size, each weighing at least 600 to 700 kilograms, bouncing around with a vibrant energy. Uncle Sam was equally astonished by the scene before him, playfully punching Lin Yu's arm. You young lad have some skill. You haven't let me down. How could I possibly let you down? This opportunity is crucial for Yangjiang village. We must not fail them, Lin Yu declared, raising his fist as if making a solemn vow. Li Wanqing gazed at the fish in the hold, both astonished and curious. It seemed as though Lin Yu had deliberately selected them. All were appealing to the eye. I still find one thing puzzling. Why are the fish caught near Yanghe village of varying sizes, while yours are all uniform? Even more perplexing is that it should still be the spawning season, yet none of your fish are in the midst of spawning, she said, her expression serious as she looked at Lin Yu. Human greed knows no bounds. I will do everything within my power to protect marine resources. Should I catch any mature or spawning fish, I will unhesitatingly release them. Only in doing so can we maintain ecological balance and ensure harmonious development between humanity and nature. Lin Yu replied thoughtfully. Yu Xiangtian listened in bewilderment. Over the years, villagers only worried about catching fish, oblivious to their size or spawning status. Li Wanqing was taken aback. The fishermen she knew were largely ignorant, lacking an understanding of science or nature conservation. She had not expected Lin Yu to present such refreshing insights. What is wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Lin Yu asked with a smile. No, your words are profoundly insightful. The resources of nature are finite. Humanity must not only take, but also protect. Li Wanqing finally regarded Lin Yu with respect. Indeed, he was quite handsome, his gaze a blend of recklessness and unwavering confidence. We should weigh all the fish on shore first. Today is a competition with Yanghe village. After all, we need a definitive result, Lin Yu stated calmly. Yes. How could I have forgotten? Lin Yu, you must hurry and bring the fish ashore. That's what I need most, Li Wanqing urged eagerly. Zhang Hai and the others packed the fish into crates and carried them ashore to be weighed. Villagers from Yanghe gathered around, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the fish being weighed. How is this possible? The fish Lin Yu caught were all of exceptional quality, with ordinary fish nearly absent. Wang Laosi approached, scoffing, You've indeed caught a fair amount of fish, but clearly less than Yanghe village. You're at a disadvantage. Moreover, not a single one of your fish is spawning. Don't celebrate too early. Ha! Wang Laosi, your short-sightedness is truly remarkable. I released the spawning fish to ensure the orderly reproduction of the species. Lin Yu laughed heartily, the act of releasing spawning fish inadvertently increasing Li Wanqing's goodwill toward him. What are you laughing at? Wang Laosi asked, taken aback. Wang Laosi, you may be skilled at fishing, but compared to me, you're still lacking. Manager Li will surely choose the best, Lin Yu replied coolly. Xiao Yu, we have weighed all the fish, 888 kilograms. Shall we load them? Zanhai in Gui Li. What? So much? A Yanghe villager exclaimed, astonished. Wang Laosi, unimpressed, sneered, We caught nearly 2,000 kilograms. They barely have 1,000. The outcome is already decided. Wang Laosi, you must understand, I made it clear from the start that only high-quality fish count. The ordinary fish you caught are insignificant. Therefore, I have decided to cooperate with Lin Yu and will not engage in business with Yanghe village for now, Li Wanqing stated with clarity. Wang Laosi, however, was obstinate. Why? Others use boats several times larger than yours to catch more fish. The key is that he understands how to coexist harmoniously with nature, while you do not. Li Wanqing replied with a cold smile, believing that a partner's character was more important than their skill. I cannot agree. Yanghe village excels in every aspect compared to Yangjiang village. Why should we collaborate with you? Wang Laosi shouted, desperately trying to assert his position. Chapter 63. Do not cause death. Wang Laosi, are you a 3-year-old child? Did you think your previous words were mere nonsense? Lin Yu was furious. This result had been achieved after exhausting all his resources, all for the sake of securing a contract with Li Wanqing to ensure a better life for the villagers of Yangjiang village. Lin Yu, how can you speak so boldly? A villager from Yanghe shouted, rushing forward with a wooden stick in hand as a weapon. Seeing this, Ma Changpao quickly stepped forward and shouted, What do you want? Are you looking for a fight? Wang Laosi maintained a stern expression, addressing the shouting villagers. Stand down. The captain is here. Do you wish to rebel? Hurry and disperse. The villagers, intimidated, retreated in defeat. Ma Changpao was a sensible man. Regardless of whom Li Wanqing chose to partner with, it ultimately benefited the Central Brigade, serving as a political achievement for him. Manager Li, the competition results are in. Shall we proceed with signing the contract to put everyone's minds at ease? He said courteously in front of Li Wanqing. I plan to visit Yangjiang village for an on-site assessment, and of course I will sign a purchase contract with them. Li Wanqing replied with a smile. Lin Yu truly embodied the legendary figure spoken of. Today, she witnessed his prowess firsthand, and partnering with him would undoubtedly elevate the fishing trade company. Manager Li, you flatter me. I'm merely dedicated to my work and not as remarkable as the rumor suggests. You've seen, although I possess fishing skills, it is still a weakness of Yangjiang village. Lin Yu adeptly read the room, guessing Li Wanqing's thoughts, and thus shifted from his previous showy demeanor. This is not a problem. Once we sign the contract with the fishing company, they will provide an initial capital investment, which Yangjiang village can use to upgrade its existing fishing equipment, thereby enhancing productivity. In the future, Yangjiang village will undergo a qualitative leap, Li Wanqing replied earnestly. Lin Yu, I prepared dinner. Come back to eat once you're done. Lin Xine approached. Winning or losing was of little importance to her. Her priority was Lin Yu's safety. Lin Yu, who is she? Li Wanqing suddenly seemed intrigued by Lin Xine. She is my sister. Don't let her youthful appearance fool you. She can cook exceptionally well. Manager Li, why not join us for a meal and taste my sister's culinary skills? Lin Yu suggested, not genuinely inviting Li Wanqing to dinner, but rather aiming to expedite the contract process. Great. I was just thinking of having some farmhouse cuisine. Li Wanqing replied eagerly. Lin Yu turned to you, Xiangtian, and Uncle San. Uncle San, you both must attend, at the very least. You should accompany Manager Li for a couple of drinks. Young man, you seem to be climbing mountains every day, but I've gotten used to it. So, Let us cast aside our worries and accompany Manager Li for a few drinks, chuckled Uncle San. Today's fishing competition with Yanghe Village concluded without incident, bringing a sense of relief to Yangjiang Village. At Lin Yu's home, Lin Xian had long been preparing dinner, enlisting the help of two young sisters from the village to make the evening feast more sumptuous. Li Wanqing, having grown weary of lavish banquets, found herself enticed by the novel dishes laid out before her. The lunch she had at the brigade office featured the same ingredients. Yet, Lin Xian's culinary skills elevated the flavors to an irresistible level. Manager Li, what do you think of today's food and drink? Yu Xiangtian asked, feeling quite pleased and smiling broadly. Indeed, this is the finest banquet I have ever attended, Li Wanqing responded enthusiastically. And what about the contract? Yu Xiangtian pressed on. Rest assured, village chief, I have signed a contract with Lin Yu. He is correct. This collaboration is not only a boon for Yangjiang Village, but also promises substantial profits for the fishing company. Li Wanqing gazed at Lin Yu with admiration and raised her glass. So, Lin Yu, shall we toast to our partnership? I should be the one to toast you. Manager Li, you have brought a lucrative opportunity to Yangjiang Village, and we shall be eternally grateful, Lin Yu replied, elegantly lifting his glass in return. After the banquet, under Yu Xiangtian's witness, Li Wanqing and Lin Yu signed a contract, officially forming a partnership that would thrive together. After bidding farewell to Li Wanqing, Lin Yu felt slightly inebriated. Just as he settled down, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have signed a contract. And the system rewards you with 5,000 points, which you can use to exchange for items in the system store. Why did the system deduct my points earlier? Lin Yu pondered, confused. Ding! Host, because Li Wanqing is a benefactor to Yangjiang Village and to you, the system has registered this and thus rewards you. I see. Thank you, Lin Yu replied, beaming with pride. Ding! Host, Li Wanqing may encounter danger tonight. You must check on her. What do you mean? Lin Yu's inebriation dissipated instantly. Ding! Host, someone is dissatisfied with today's outcome and is intent on revenge. The choice to go or not is yours. I will go, Lin Yu sighed, though he dared not let his guard down. At Wang Laoxi's home in Yanghe Village, he fumed, shouting at the people inside. Who informed Lin Yu? If he had been unaware of Li Wanqing's arrival today, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Zhang Zhun stepped forward, frowning as he spoke. It must have been Zhu Neng from the brigade's health center. He specifically went to Yu Xiangtian's home to say someone was looking for Lin Yu. That Zhu Neng has ruined my plans. I will not let him off easily, Wang Laoxi bellowed. Fourth Master, we must urgently stop Li Wanqing and force her to rescind the contract with Lin Yu. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. She cannot cause any trouble on our turf, Zhang Zhun suggested, squinting his eyes. Wang Changshan interjected, shaking his head, no, that would be illegal. We cannot do that. Village chief, if we send a few people who usually remain in the shadows to handle this, how many would know? Even if we cannot change Li Wanqing's mind, we could still sabotage Yangjiang Village. Zhang Zhun's scheming nature shone through. Indeed, that is a good idea. Zhang Zhun, you shall be responsible for this matter. Even if the plan fails, let Li Wanqing taste the consequences of Yanghe Village. Wang Laoxi seethed, harboring vengeful intentions against Li Wanqing. Zhang Zhun, proceed with caution. Intimidation is one thing, but do not let it escalate to violence, Wang Changshan whispered as a warning. Chapter 64. Watching you play. I will remember this. I will ensure is handled thoroughly, Zhang Zhun proclaimed, eager to prove himself. Before departing Yangjiang Village, Li Wanqing had arranged for all the fish Lin Yu had caught to be loaded onto a small vehicle, heading toward the county. Li Wanqing and Zhao Kai did not leave immediately. Instead, they ventured into Yangjiang town, intending to stay a few more days to fully grasp the local customs. Additionally, Li Wanqing found herself greatly intrigued by Lin Yu. His avant-garde ideas profoundly challenged her perceptions. She learned that Lin Yu had not attended school for long. Yet his words and actions could not simply be measured by academic credentials. As the car jolted along the gravel road, nightfall enveloped them. Li Bunking, still reveling in the afterglow of the drinks, playfully asked her assistant, what do you think of Lin Yu? In Yangjiang town, he certainly stands out, but in the county, he would be quite ordinary. Why the sudden inquiry? Her assistant asked, slightly taken aback. I just find his mindset distinct from others, which piques my interest. Li Wanqing's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she chuckled. Manager, you don't actually like him, do you? Zhao Kai blurted out. How could that be? As someone with a higher education, how could I possibly like him? I merely find him intriguing, she insisted, attempting to conceal her feelings. True. You two are hardly on the same wavelength. How could you be interested in him? I was just overthinking, Zhao Kai chuckled awkwardly, focusing on driving. Let us not dwell on that. To be honest, the fish Lin Yu caught are quite impressive. My father will surely appreciate them. Our trip to Yangjiang town has not been in vain. Li Wanqing leaned back against the car seat, dozing off amidst the bumpy ride. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, and Li Wanqing exclaimed, "How do you drive like this? Could you be more careful?" "Manager, there are rocks blocking the road ahead. I need to get out and clear the obstruction," Zhao Kai replied softly as he turned around. "Go ahead, but be careful." Li Wanqing thought only of returning to the hotel in town to rest, unaware of the impending blockage. Zhao Kai exited the vehicle and opened the trunk, intending to find a crowbar to clear the stones from the road. However, as he reached for the trunk, he was startled to find a figure standing beside him. Clad in black attire, wearing a black hat, even the cloth covering their face was black, two masked figures. "Who are you and what do you want?" Zhao Kai, having earned his position as Li Wanqing's assistant for good reason, had once served in the military and was no stranger to confrontation. "Looking to steal the car and the girl inside? If you know what is good for you, scram," one of the masked men sneered coldly. "You've gone too far. While I'm here, you will not succeed," Zhao Kai shouted, trying to bolster his courage while alerting Li Wanqing. "Haha, looks like we have a tough one here. Brothers, come on out," the masked man shouted. With that call, 7 or 8 black-clad figures emerged, all masked, surrounding Zhao Kai, some whistling and leering at him. The most outrageous among them seized Li Wanqing from the car, subjecting her to lewd remarks. Almost paralyzed with fear by the sudden turn of events, Li Wanqing instinctively hid behind Zhao Kai, who was now also in peril, though Zhao Kai could easily handle 2 or 3 adversaries. Facing 7 or 8 was an entirely different matter, and he quickly found himself overpowered and brought to the ground. Li Wanqing was being dragged by a masked man into the woods by the roadside. Despite her desperate struggles, she found it exceedingly difficult to break free. "What do you want? I can pay you, just let me go." In her frantic state, Li Wanqing offered an enticing proposition, wishing only to preserve her dignity. "Haha, money can be earned again, but a beauty is different, especially a beauty from the city. I must savor this moment," the masked man taunted, forcefully pinning her to the ground, his hands roving over her, intent on imposing his will upon her. "Help! Someone help me!" Li Wanqing cried out. The masked man merely laughed heartily. "Haha, there's no village nearby, nor any shops. Even if you scream until your voice breaks, it's futile. Save your energy. I will ensure you enjoy this. No, I can truly give you a lot of money." Growing up in a sheltered environment, Li Wanqing believed that money could govern all affairs. "Ha ha ha, if I take you, do you think I would still need your money?" The masked man continued to cackle, his hands beginning to tear at her clothing. Meanwhile, Zhao Kai lay on the ground, having been taught a lesson by several men, his face pressed into the dirt, inhaling the gritty soil. Just as the masked man removed his outer garment, another masked figure appeared before him, clad in black, with a low-brimmed hat obscuring his eyes. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to join the others over there?" The masked man snapped at his accomplice. "I'm here to protect you. In case someone ambushes you, I can step in immediately," the accomplice responded earnestly. "This is none of your concern. Go over there quickly. I have important matters to attend to." The masked man, feeling the pressure, wished for his companion to leave. The problem was that with everyone masked, he could not discern who this person was. "What important matters are you attending to? Do you need my assistance?" The accomplice persisted with his serious demeanor. The masked man nearly spat blood in frustration. "Get lost, go far away, and don't let me see you again. What exactly are your important matters? Let me help." The accomplice refused to depart, continuing to linger before the masked man. The masked man stood, glaring at his companion. "Are you envious? Allow me to indulge first, and then you may come. Then indulge away. I'll just watch." The accomplice seemed not to grasp that he was being told to leave. "Get lost." The masked man's finger pointed at him, and had it not been for their shared mission, he would have taught his companion a proper lesson. In the next moment, his finger found itself grasped by the accomplice's hand, and with a flick, there was a sharp crack. "Ah!" The masked man groaned loudly. The other masked figures, hearing the commotion, quickly gathered around, exchanging bewildered glances. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" someone inquired. "I'm with you," the accomplice replied, his voice oddly strained. "This person is not one of us. Seize him and teach him a lesson, then clarify his identity." Zhang Zhun, the masked man with a severed finger, focused on the imposter. The masked figures finally understood that someone among them was posing as one of their own. They all converged on the so-called impersonator, allowing Zhao Kai and Li Wanqing to temporarily escape their captors. However, stones blocked their vehicle, preventing their departure. Surrounded by darkness, Zhao Kai was uncertain of where to lead Li Wanqing. They hid in a shadowy corner, trembling. "Manager, I think we should no longer cooperate with the fishermen here. They're all ruffians. Is it useful to say this now? Go check it out. If it's not good, help that person. He is facing so many alone, and it's quite dangerous." Li Wanqing, though unsure of who that person was, felt grateful and anxious for the temporary reprieve. Manager, you stay hidden here. I'll go take a look. Zhao Kai, though reluctant, knew he could not be a coward at this moment. Yet after only a short while, he returned. Li Wanqing, taken aback, asked, "Why are you back? Didn't I ask you to help?" Zhao Kai shook his head. "It's over. There's no need." Li Wanqing shivered. "It's over? Had I known this, I would have left with the previous car. Do you think that person is in danger?" Zhao Kai shifted his tone. "Manager, that person defeated everyone. They're all kneeling on the ground, accepting his reprimands." "What?" Li Wanqing gasped in shock, incredulous that one person could subdue several others. "Let us go see what is happening." Zhao Kai led Li Wanqing a short distance to the vicinity of the car, where, illuminated by the vehicle's headlights, they indeed saw nearly 10 men kneeling on the ground, with only one standing. "You don't need to say anything. I already know who you are, but I have no desire to expose you. Now, hurry up and leave." The accomplice was perched on a slope, exuding an air of authority. "Comrade, who are you?" Zhang Zhun, unable to discern the identity of the one who had bested them, tentatively inquired. "Those who know who I am generally do not live long. Do you truly wish to know?" The accomplice's voice remained oddly strained, even somewhat aged. "Are you a psychopathic killer?" Zhang Zhun recalled a notorious figure. This individual, known as the psychopathic killer, was a pirate who seldom set foot on land. When he did, it was either to rob or to ravish, never leaving anyone alive if they resisted. "Indeed, I'm the one you think of. Today I claim this girl. So clear the road and hurry away. I have no desire to kill." The accomplice seemed aware that Li Wanqing was behind him, letting out a few cold laughs. Zhang Zhun and the others had never encountered the psychopathic killer, but had heard the tales. They whispered among themselves, fearful of any thoughts of rebellion. Ultimately, they moved aside, obediently standing by the roadside to accept the reprimands of this man. "Get lost. You being here only ruins my mood. The farther you go, the better," the accomplice bellowed. And Zhang Zhun and the others scattered like frightened birds, vanishing in an instant. The accomplice opened the back door of the car, addressing Li Wanqing and Zhao Kai. "Why aren't you getting in? Are you waiting for someone?" You are the legendary psychopathic killer?" Zhao Kai, having overheard the whispers of Zhang Zhun and the others, recognized the name. "Whether I am or not, get in the car," the accomplice snapped impatiently. Zhao Kai. But Li Wanqing wasted no time, climbing into the vehicle. Zhao Kai sighed. "Manager, we can't get in. It's too dangerous." Li Wanqing raturta. "What are you talking about? If you were truly a psychopathic killer, would those men still have a chance to live?" Zhao Kai was taken aback, realizing the truth in her words. The car sped down the uneven gravel road, and who would have thought that this driver possessed exceptional skills, navigating the dark night with uncanny precision, anticipating every sharp turn. After racing for several miles, they finally spotted the lights of a town ahead, and the car came to a sudden halt. The driver turned back to them. "The danger has now passed. You may venture into town. Please exercise caution in the future and avoid traveling at night." "Where are you planning to go?" Zhao Kai asked, trembling with trepidation. "I will escort you here. Furthermore, I'm not a murderous maniac. Any talk of a killer in Yangjiang town is merely the fabrication of ill-intentioned individuals." The person in the front unfastened their seatbelt, preparing to disembark. "Who exactly are you?" Li Wanqing inquired with a grave demeanor. "Manager, didn't he just say that anyone who has seen him must die?" Zhao Kai spoke with lingering fear. "Even if it means death, I must see his true face," Li Wanqing declared resolutely, as if unafraid of death. "Do you genuinely wish to behold my true visage?" The person in front asked with a cold chuckle, as if ready to unleash violence at any moment. "Indeed. Remove your mask." Li Wanqing responded with remarkable composure. The masked individual took off their disguise. Li Wanqing felt no surprise. But Zhao Kai was struck with astonishment. "So it's you? No wonder I found you somewhat familiar." Li Wanqing smiled brightly and gently inquired, "Lin Yu, I had my suspicions it was you. I am pleasantly surprised. Your skills are truly impressive. How about joining me in the county?" "Manager Li, Haven T, I already signed a contract with you?" Lin Yu replied with a grin. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Kai, still shaken, remarked, "Lin Yu, you truly terrified me today. I think it's best to terminate our collaboration with Yangjiang Village." "Why? Didn't we sign a contract?" Lin Yu was taken aback. "Comrade Lin, what do you consider more important, making money or preserving your life?" Zhao Kai responded frovning. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Assistant Zhao, it seems this is not as serious as you suggest. You saw for yourself that our manager narrowly escaped danger. The security here is far too poor for the manager to agree to this." Zhao Kai felt as though he had narrowly escaped death and did not wish to risk it again. "Manager Li, you wouldn't truly abandon the collaboration with Yangjiang Village, would you?" Lin Yu asked, bewildered. How could I? With your protection, what do I have to fear? Li Wanqing replied with a smile. Chapter 66. We were beaten. Lin Yu, what's the matter? Are you unwilling? Li Wanqing looked at Lin Yu in surprise. No, I'm more than willing to serve a beautiful woman. Lin Yu presented himself as a gentleman. You can bring wealth to Yangjiang village. Protecting you is part of my duty. Lin Yu, I have another request. The strength of Yangjiang village is somewhat lacking and may not meet the demands of my fishery company. I hope you can enhance your labor capacity upon returning and strive to satisfy my requirements. Only then can we achieve a mutually beneficial collaboration. Li Wanqing suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating that business should be conducted with the appropriate attitude and demeanor. You can rest assured. I will promptly organize a fleet of boats and will meet all your demands, Lin Yu replied calmly. I hope you do not make empty promises. Li Wanqing still harbored some doubts. Time reveals a horse's strength, and a person's character is seen over time. Once you spend more time with me, you will understand the kind of person I am. I will take you only this far. You should return and rest early. Noticing that both Li Wanqing and Zhao Kai appeared somewhat shaken, Lin Yu urged her to hurry to town. Suddenly, Zhao Kai's expression changed drastically. You look over there? Lin Yu and Li Wanqing simultaneously turned to gaze in the opposite direction. Goodness, countless beams of flashlight illuminated the distance, making it difficult for one's eyes to open. Zhao Kai's first instinct was to hurriedly usher Li Wanqing into the vehicle. Manager, quickly get in. We must leave this perilous place at once. However, Li Wanqing hesitated. Recalling the previous group, Lin Yu, why don't you join us in the car? Clearly, these individuals are here for revenge. Ha ha! Lin Yu laughed heartily. Comrade Lin, while your skills are commendable, you cannot contend with so many people. It's best to come with us. Zhao Kai was almost bewildered by Lin Yu's laughter. Lin Yu produced a flashlight and directed it toward the gathering, repeatedly flicking the switch. The opposing side mirrored his actions, either extinguishing their lights collectively or illuminating them once more. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. No need to panic. They're all from Yangjiang village. You may go ahead. I will wait for them here. How can you be so certain they are from Yangjiang village? Zhao Kai was perplexed, still fearing they were malicious individuals seeking revenge. Assistant Zhao, did you not notice the signals between them? Such signals are quite understandable. They frequently venture out to sea at night. And this is indeed a highly effective means of communication. Li Wanqing had already discerned the underlying intricacies. Lin Yu didn't need to call out, but had established perfect communication with the others merely through the flashlight. So that's how it is. Zhao Kai wiped his cold sweat. If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. It was never a cause for concern, Lin Yu candidly stated. Besides, even if malicious individuals do come, I shall not allow them to succeed. Indeed, Zhao Kai nodded vigorously, having witnessed Lin Yu's formidable prowess firsthand. Have you trained? You seem to possess professional skills. I occasionally practice a few moves, but I have not formally trained, Lin Yu replied with a modest smile. Impossible. Zhao Kai recognized true martial arts practitioners and could discern the genuine from the pretenders. Assistant Zhao, let us not dwell on this matter. Since Lin Yu claims they are our people, let us wait a few minutes, if only to express our gratitude. Li Wanqing was keen to verify the truth of Lin Yu's assertions and decided to linger for a few minutes. To her surprise, when the individuals approached, they were indeed from Yangjiang village, one of whom, a notably bald man, stood out as an adept fisherman, Zhang Hai. Xiao Yu, are you all right? Uncle Sam was worried you might be unable to handle things alone, so he sent everyone to escort you. Lin Xin emerged from the crowd. How did Uncle Sam know I had left Yangjiang village? Lin Yu was puzzled, as he hadn't informed anyone about the evening's activities. Uncle Sam came to your home to drink, but you weren't there. I had no choice but to inform him, and he consulted the village chief. Everyone was worried about you, hence their arrival. Lin Xin, compared to before, now exuded much more confidence, no longer shy and hesitant. What do I have to fear? I have Manager Li and Assistant Zhao to protect me. Although Lin Yu had saved the day, he attributed the credit to others. Assistant Zhao flushed deeply and extended a hand, attempting to appear composed. Comrade Lin Yu, since the villagers from your village have come to escort you, you should return. I wish for our collaboration to be fruitful. Yes, I shall return, Assistant Zhao. Rest well. I will come to escort you tomorrow, Lin Yu said, shaking Zhao Kai's hand earnestly. Lin Yu, why don't you join us in town? You can come to Yangjiang village with us tomorrow. Wouldn't that be even better? Li Wanqing's gaze toward Lin Yu held a hint of flirtation. Perhaps it's best not to? Lin Yu could sense the underlying implications. Earlier at your home, I noticed you didn't fully enjoy your drink. I would love to share a few more glasses with you and discuss our collaboration further. Li Wanqing directed the conversation back to business. Lin Yu appeared somewhat hesitant. Yet, Zhang Hai, unabashed, interjected. Lin Yu, stay behind. Manager Li has brought such a tremendous opportunity to Yangjiang village. It it would not be unreasonable for you to accompany her. Xiao, you should go. I will return and inform Uncle San that you are safe. Lin Xin, wishing to avoid upsetting Li Wanqing, made a concerted effort to encourage her. Please, do take care on your way back. In truth, Lin Yu harbored another concern. He feared that Li Wanqing and Zhao Kai might face harassment in town, and remaining behind would afford him the opportunity to protect them. Rest assured, with so many of us, how can anything go awry? Zanhaizet Pondek on feed in Yanghe village. At the residence of Wang Laosi, he sipped on a small drink, brooding in silence. Who would have thought that, despite being in a position of advantage, he would end up losing to Yangjiang village? This humiliation weighed heavily on his heart. Damn it, Li Wanqing is quite peculiar. She only signed a contract with Lin Yu while completely disregarding the vastness of Yanghe village. That evening, with Zhang Zhun leading a group to intercept Li Wanqing and her companion, Wang Laosi believed that if he could instill fear in Li Wanqing, even if they could not collaborate, it would at least provide Yangjiang village with a moment of false hope. Time passed, and Wang Laosi soon heard a commotion outside. Just as he was about to rise, Zhang Zhun entered with his men. Fourth Master, we walked into an ambush. Li Wanqing was already prepared. We were beaten. Before returning, Zhang Zhun had briefed his companions, knowing that if he admitted defeat at the hands of one person, Wang Laosi would surely erupt in anger, berating them as useless. Thus, he claimed they had encountered an ambush, emphasizing the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Is Li Wanqing truly so formidable that she can foresee our moves? Wang Laosi furrowed his brow, realizing that if this were the case, it would be akin to suffering a silent loss. Fourth Master, I suspect that the people from Yangjiang village are up to mischief. These individuals must be villagers from there, though their faces were concealed. Zhang Zhun, feeling guilty for his failed suggestion, continued, are you implying that Yangjiang village was aware of your plan to intercept Li Wanqing and set up an ambush in advance? Wang Laosi struggled to conceive who in Yangjiang village could possess such cunning. Fourth Master, it is unwise to act overtly. If Ma Chongpao catches wind of this, he will surely suppress us. I believe our priority should be to study Lin Yu's fishing techniques. Zhang Zhun deftly shifted the topic, fearing that he might reveal too much. Wang Laosi kicked Zhang Zhun sharply. How can you still have the audacity to speak? While you were in Yangjiang village, did you learn nothing of Lin Yu's fishing methods? Zhang Zhun stumbled back a few paces. Fourth Master, I have been secretly observing Lin Yu. I believe he possesses some unique skills. Fourth Master, the folks in Yangjiang village are preparing to acquire fishing boats, which will pose a significant threat to Yanghe village. One of the brothers stepped forward. I have considered that as well. Currently, Yangjiang village lacks sufficient diesel for a single fishing boat, let alone acquiring more. Do they intend to set sail with nothing but boiling water? Wang Laosi let out a cold laugh, clutching the pawn of Wu Guangwen, assured that he need not worry about diesel, as it was precisely what Yangjiang village lacked most. Fourth Master, your foresight is commendable. Zhang Zhun, nursing a broken finger and now nursing a bruised ego, still sought to curry favor with Wang Laosi. Zhang Zhun, return to Yangjiang village at once, lest they grow suspicious. Remember, you must uncover Lin Yu's fishing techniques. Wang Laosi assigned Zhang Zhun a new mission, perplexed as to how a youth could excel so remarkably in the art of fishing. Fourth Master, I dread returning to Yangjiang village. Zhang Zhun's face reflected his reluctance. Should you refuse to return, how do you intend to repay the money you owe me? Wang Laosi glared at Zhang Zhun. Fourth Master, how could I possibly neglect to repay you? Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not dare. Zhang Zhun trembled, acutely aware of Wang Laosi's volatile temperament. Then why do you linger here? Hurry back to Yangjiang village and keep a close watch on Lin Yu. I find it utterly frustrating to see him seize our business. Wang Laosi waved dismissively, wishing to be rid of Zhang Zhun's presence. Zhang Zhun left dejectedly, wandering through the night like a lost dog. In Yangjiang village, the weather was fair and bright. The third uncle was a man of restless spirit, especially with several recent developments in Yangjiang village that had stirred excitement, making it even more difficult for him to remain idle. Lin Yu had signed a contract with the county's fisheries company, committing to supply a substantial quantity of fish annually, far beyond mere trifles. As a seasoned fisherman, the third uncle was acutely aware of the pressure this entailed. He understood that failing to meet the fisheries company's demands could lead to a breach of contract. After breakfast, he leaned on his cane and made his way to Yu Xiangtian's home, feeling that Lin Yu, being so young, would require Yu Xiangtian's assistance. There was another pressing matter. The third uncle had previously intervened in Yu Xiaoqian's relationship, promising to introduce her to someone better, a promise he felt compelled to fulfill. The best candidate, in his opinion, was Lin Yu, and he eagerly anticipated their union, hoping to partake in the joyous celebrations. Yu Xiangtian had just finished his breakfast and was about to head out when he noticed the third uncle's arrival. Third uncle, why are you here so early? Shouldn't you be resting at home? I can't sit still. Lin Yu has signed a contract with that Li Wanqing. Aren't you the least bit anxious? The third uncle spoke around a pipe, puffing thoughtfully. Of course I'm anxious. I was just on my way to Lin Yu's house. He mentioned yesterday that he intends to use the initial funding from Li Wanqing to purchase a boat. I feel it's too hasty. The young man is not considering other factors. However, the money is now in his hands, and I can only advise him to reconsider. Upon realizing the contract was between Lin Yu and Li Wanqing, Yu Xiangtian felt he could not voice much opinion. Your thoughts are indeed sound, and I support them. Let us have Xiaoqian summon Lin Yu. We need to discuss strategies. The third uncle smiled. Send Xiaoqian. Li Shumei apruaka intriga. I believe the two children are well matched. Allowing them to interact more can only yield positive results. The third uncle was wholeheartedly in favor of this union and spared no effort in promoting it. Xiaoqian, please go to Lin Yu's house and fetch him. Just tell him that I and the third uncle have important matters to discuss. Yu Xiangtian called out. Recently, Yu Xiaoqian had undergone a profound change in her attitude towards Lin Yu. She now recognized that he was no longer the same person, possessing not only courage but also depth of thought. Most importantly, Lin Yu had brought honor to Yangjiang village by overcoming the long-standing bullying from the neighboring Yanghe village. I heard you. I'll wash my face and be right there. Yu Xiaoqian responded cheerfully, dashing out of the house and heading towards Lin Yu's home. On her way, Yu Xiaoqian's spirit soared. Xiaoqian, you look stunning today, a young woman commented, approaching her. Yu Xiaoqian frowned. How annoying. Am I only beautiful today? Xiaoqian, you've dressed so beautifully. Are you off to meet your sweetheart? I want to tell you. Not a chance. With light steps, Yu Xiaoqian couldn't help but think of Lin Yu. Despite Wu Guangwen's wealth and influence, he lacked sincerity. Upon arriving at Lin Yu's gate, she stealthily tiptoed and remained silent. Only when she pushed open the courtyard door and approached the entrance did she call out loudly, Lin Yu, are you home? Who is it? A woman's voice came from inside, clearly not Lin Xian's, which Yu Xiaoqian could discern. I'm here to see Lin Yu, Yu Xiaoqian added. As the grand door swung open, a strikingly beautiful woman stood before them, her elegance and stature eclipsing that of Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian immediately recognized her as Li Wanqing, the manager of the fisheries company. How is it that you are with Lin Yu? Xiaoqian inquired, her surprise evident. Your question is rather peculiar. Is it not natural for Lin Yu and me to collaborate? Li Wanqing responded with a playful smile. Chapter 68, A Thorny Issue. Xiaoqian's astonishment deepened. Must one be involved romantically to work with Lin Yu? What is the matter? Li Wanqing shrugged nonchalantly, gazing at Xiaoqian with feigned indifference. Manager Li, who was that outside? Lin Yu, having been occupied in the backyard, had not caught wind of Li Wanqing's conversation in the front yard. How annoying. Did I not specify that when no one is around, you should call me Wanqing? Li Vanming potet, deliberately furuing herberov. A shiver ran down Xiaoqian's spine, prompting her to call out loudly, Lin Yu, my father and my great-uncle are looking for you. I was sent to fetch you. Lin Yu hurriedly emerged, noticing the palpable tension between Li Wanqing and Xiaoqian. Oh, it's Xiaoqian. Why not come inside? He said. You keep a hidden beauty. If I were to enter your room, wouldn't I be ruining your good fortune? Xiaoqian shot back before turning to leave. Li Wanqing called after her, Sister Xiaoqian, why are you in such a rush? Come along with me. Lin Yu responded, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and prepare yourself to discuss matters at the village head's house. Li Wanqing laughed heartily as she observed Lin Yu. At Yu Xiangtian's home, Xiaoqian stormed in, her face flushed with anger. What's wrong, Xiaoqian? You look as though someone owes you money. Her great-uncle chuckled. It's nothing. Just send God in my eyes. Xiaoqian deflected. Living by the sea often meant dealing with wind and sand, so her great-uncle paid little mind to her remark. Just visit Dr. Zhu at the clinic to get some eye drops. It'll be fine. Yu Xiangtian stepped out and asked, have you seen Lin Yu? I haven't tea. If you want him, go find him yourself. I don't wish to see him, Xiaoqian retorted as she entered the house. Yu Xiangtian shook his head repeatedly. Look at that temper. It's only getting worse. It's natural for a girl to rebel as she matures. What you need to do is guide her correctly. I wonder how Xiao Yu is doing. I don't even know if he returned last night. Her great-uncle offered a vague consolation before shifting the topic back to Lin Yu. I've been back for quite a while now. Look who I've brought with me. Lin Yu called from outside, appearing quite at ease. Who did you bring? Yu Xiangtian asked. It's me, Li Wanqing. I believe there are certain details in the contract that could be optimized, so I came to Yangjiang village with Lin Yu, Li Wanqing stated, emerging from behind Lin Yu and standing beside him, presenting a perfect match. Instantly, Yu Xiangtian understood why Xiaoqian was upset. It was evidently due to seeing Li Wanqing with Lin Yu. I believe it would be best to discuss matters at my home. It's spacious and quiet, and Xiaoqian has just begun to recover. It would be good for her if it's too noisy here. Then let us go to my great-uncle's house. Yu Xiangtian decided, not wishing to further aggravate his daughter. At her great-uncle's home, esteemed villagers from Yangjiang gathered, and Yu Xiangtian had even invited Ma Changpao, the captain of the Central Brigade. Yu Xiangtian commenced the meeting. Manager Li, we in Yangjiang Village place great importance on this collaboration, and we have specially invited the leaders of the Central Brigade, hoping for a pleasant partnership. Village head, we signed the primary contract yesterday. Today is merely to optimize some details. I mentioned yesterday that our demand is substantial, and given Yangjiang Village's current productivity, it will be challenging to meet our requirements. I merely wish to assess your measures and attitude, so I can report back to the company. Li Wanqing delicately articulated her demands, which were indeed justified. Can I take it to mean that you believe Yangjiang Village has too few fishing boats and insufficient productivity? Ma Changpao asked with a grin. That is indeed part of it. Weak productivity will naturally restrict output, Li Wanqing admitted without hesitation. Ma Changpao laughed et artillery. Manager Li, your concerns are unfounded. Yangjiang Village has nearly 10 fishing boats from our neighboring Yanghe Village, and they maintain harmonious relations. Yangjiang can borrow boats from Yanghe, which would easily resolve the issue to mutual benefit. I oppose this. Lin Yu was the first to raise his hand. Yu Xiangtian was the second to stand, stating, we should avoid entanglements with Yanghe Village whenever possible. Yangjiang Village has learned their strengths all too well over the years. Ma Changpao appeared awkward. Great uncle, we are all from the same region. Let bygones be bygones. Why hold on to past grievances? Captain Ma, ask yourself, do you think Yanghe Village has left us any room to survive? Yangjiang Village will stand on its own, without relying on anyone's pity or charity, Great Uncle declared, rising with a dark expression. This isn't about pity or charity. It's about a win-win collaboration. Yanghe Village has idle fishing boats, which they can lend to Yangjiang Village. Wouldn't that be mutually beneficial? Ma Changpao stammered, still trying to explain patiently. Since the moment Yanghe Village proposed a competition, Yangjiang Village has dismissed any notion of collaboration with them. However, Yangjiang Village is not devoid of compassion. Any precious fish caught by Yanghe Village can be sold through Yangjiang, with prices set by Yangjiang. Lin Yu interjected, emphasizing that Yangjiang had narrowly triumphed. Had they lost, Yanghe would have left them without options. What is your opinion, Lin Yu? Yu Xiangtian asked, somewhat astonished. My opinion is that Yangjiang Village should rely on itself, rather than depend on other support. I plan to acquire 5 fishing boats initially, with the intention of gradually increasing our fleet. The most significant limitation for Yangjiang Village's productivity was indeed the scarcity of fishing boats, which is why Lin Yu proposed the addition. Have you considered how much 5 fishing boats would cost? Given Yangjiang Village's current capabilities, it's quite difficult to achieve. Yu Xiangtian sighed, acknowledging their existing debts. I intend to use the deposit that Manager Li has provided to build the fishing boats. Perhaps the funds will still be a bit short, but that's of no concern. I will find a way to resolve it. Lin Yu was confident, knowing he possessed the most robust sea forging system and a marketplace where, as long as he had sufficient points, everything could be managed. Yu Xiangtian cautioned, even if Yangjiang Village pours all its efforts into building or purchasing fishing boats, have you considered what they will need to operate? They will require fuel. Well, of course. Lin Yu replied without hesitation. Are you unaware that diesel requires quotas to purchase? Yu Xiangtian sighed deeply. Chapter 69, The Villager's Doubts. Yu Xiangtian's words reminded Great Uncle that the persistent shortage of fishing boats in Yangjiang Village was largely due to the difficulty in securing diesel, which hampered their development. Xiao Yu, the village head, speaks the truth. Until diesel is secured, we cannot recklessly increase the number of boats. It would only result in wasted efforts and resources. Great Uncle spoke earnestly, fully aware of the constraints that a lack of diesel imposed on fishing boats. Many villagers had gathered at Great Uncle's home and had heard Lin Yu and the village head's discussions. Their opinions were surprisingly unanimous. Indeed, we can no longer afford to acquire additional vessels. The fishing boat my family once owned was regrettably sold due to a lack of diesel. Relying solely on oars as a means of propulsion made navigation on the sea exceedingly arduous. Moreover, with the recent improvements in Yangjiang Village, it would be imprudent to expend substantial funds. Rather, it would be wiser to negotiate with Yanghe Village to rent their fishing boats for our maritime endeavors. The most crucial aspect is that the diesel would be provided by Yanghe Village, thus alleviating any financial burden from Yangjiang Village. Xiao Yu, while everyone acknowledges your dedication to Yangjiang Village, it is imperative that you act within your means. One cannot expect to become prosperous overnight. Life is rarely that simple. The courtyard buzzed with chatter, predominantly dismissing Lin Yu's perspective. Yet, Lin Yu remained composed, stating calmly, "Your points are not without merit. But the boats we would rent ultimately belong to others. Setting aside the issue of rental fees, one cannot guarantee safety at sea. Should we encounter a tempest and suffer a calamity, Yangjiang Village would not only mourn the loss of lives, but would also be liable for compensating Yanghe Village for their vessel. In such a dire scenario, who would still possess the mental fortitude to focus on fishing?" A villager interjected, "Lin Yu, can you assure us that our fishing boats will not encounter misfortune?" "I cannot provide such assurances," Lin Yu replied, "but I can emphasize the importance of safety with our new vessels, thereby minimizing risks. Furthermore, in the event of a mishap, there would be a buffer period to prevent undue pressure for compensation, thus averting further calamity." Lin Yu surveyed the crowd. His resolve was unwavering and indisputable. Uncle San rose to his feet, declaring, "Since Lin Yu has made a decision, let us support him. The contract will be signed between Lin Yu and the fishing company, and Yangjiang Village must extend its respect." "Uncle San, your affirmation bolsters my confidence in this endeavor." "Thank you," Lin Yu expressed with gratitude. "Do not become overly complacent. Should you falter, I shall be the one to rectify your mistakes," Uncle San warned, his expression stern, deliberately aimed at the assembly. While the villagers might question Lin Yu, none dared to defy Uncle San. A consensus was swiftly reached, and arrangements were made for Lin Yu to contact a large fishing vessel manufacturer in town to order several boats. Yu Xiangtian escorted Ma Changpao out of the courtyard, commenting, "Captain, this will also benefit the central team. As Yangjiang Village flourishes, it will stimulate the economy of the central team. I see Lin Yu as overly ambitious. Diesel is subject to approval from the central team, so do not expect my assistance for Yangjiang Village in the future," Ma Changpao retorted indignantly. Yu Xiangtian, taken aback, responded, "Captain, you cannot just abandon us. Previously, Yangjiang Village had few fishing boats. Now that we will have more, shouldn't we consider easing some policies? Spare me your rhetoric. The central team comprises 10 natural villages, and I must strive for fairness. If you possess the capability to procure diesel independently, do not come seeking my help." Ma Changpao huffed, striding ahead. Yu Xiangtian hurried after him. "Captain, please listen. Yangjiang Village has languished in poverty for so long. It is time for a change." "Enough. I have a meeting in town this afternoon. Your troubles are yours to resolve," Ma Changpao snapped, feeling humiliated by the antics of Uncle San and Lin Yu. "Captain." Yu Xiangtian was flustered. Li Wanqing called from behind, "Village Chief Yu, please come here for a moment. I have some details to discuss with you. Shall we head directly to the Yangjiang Village office?" Yu Xiangtian, torn between wanting to retain Ma Changpao's attention and not wanting to slight Li Wanqing, felt quite conflicted. Ma Changpao replied curtly, not slowing his pace, "Village Chief Yu, Manager Li is calling for you. Hurry along. I must return to the team to prepare materials. You can handle it from here." Together, Yu Xiangtian and Li Wanqing proceeded to the village office, only to find it occupied solely by Li Wanqing and Zhao Kai. Surprised, Yu Xiangtian asked, "Where's Lin Yu? Why isn't he with you?" "Uncle Sam wanted to speak with him privately. He will join us shortly. Let's head to the village office first. I need a comprehensive understanding of Yangjiang Village's production value," Li Wanqing said, eager to grasp all aspects of the collaboration. At Uncle San's residence, he and Lin Yu shared tea. Noticing Lin Yu's apparent fatigue, Uncle San furrowed his brow and posed a serious question. "Xiao Yu, you must answer me truthfully." "Uncle San, why the sudden seriousness?" Lin Yu was taken aback. "Do you have feelings for Xiaoqian?" Uncle San inquired. "I cannot say for certain, but I do hold some fondness for her." Lin Yu reflected on his memories with Yu Xiaoqian, who rarely acknowledged him directly. "I often say that without trust, one cannot stand. Xiaoqian had a boyfriend, and my father meddled, inadvertently complicating matters, which weighs heavily on my conscience." Uncle San sighed, pulling deeply from his pipe. "Uncle San, your intentions are well-meaning. Xiaoqian will understand your good intentions," Lin Yu added. "If Xiaoqian can grasp my intentions, why can't you?" Uncle San pondered, visibly troubled. "Uncle San, I am somewhat perplexed by your implication," Lin Yu responded, bewildered. "My actions were intended to facilitate a relationship between you and Xiaoqian. This morning, I specifically asked Xiaoqian to summon you, yet she returned in tears, clearly upset. Have you become involved with Li Wanqing? Remember, Yangjiang Village is still a rural community. You must avoid scandalous situations," Uncle San advised earnestly. Lin Yu, amused yet exasperated, replied, "Uncle San, who told you I am with Li Wanqing? Zhang Hai returned last night and mentioned that Li Wanqing had you stay overnight in town. Xiao Yu, you must consider this seriously. Our village has always upheld the principle of loyalty in relationships. If you wish to pursue Li Wanqing, you must end things with Xiaoqian. Conversely, if your heart lies with Xiaoqian, maintain appropriate distance from Li Wanqing." Uncle Sen inhaled from his pipe, his demeanor increasingly grave. How can I maintain distance from Li Wanqing while collaborating with her? Wouldn't that cast doubt on my sincerity? Lin Yu lamented. Then you must conclusively sever ties with Xiaoqian. Uncle San stated without hesitation. Chapter 70. A major undertaking, Uncle San. I assure you, my relationship with Li Wanqing is purely professional. My sentiments remain with Xiaoqian. Lin Yu confessed internally. That is indeed commendable. Xiaoqian returned to Yangjiang village because of me. I cannot help but wonder if I have hindered her future. Uncle San's tone softened, the tension easing. Uncle San, we should proceed to the village office and finalize all arrangements. This way, Yangjiang village can fully engage in our ambitious endeavors, Lin Yu urged, seizing the moment. Let's not delay any further, Uncle San declared, rising to exit. At the Yangjiang village office, Li Wanqing meticulously refined the contractual details, increasing the initial funding for Yangjiang village by an additional 10%. However, her demeanor remained serious. Village Chief Yu, and esteemed villagers, I present my utmost sincerity in this endeavor. I hope that upon my return in a month, I will be able to acquire the diverse and precious fish species I require. Of course, the task of fishing will rest solely with you. I will not interfere, but will wish you safe voyages and bountiful returns. Manager Li, is a month not a bit too brief? Yu Xiangtian queried, aware that even with new vessels, a period of adjustment would be necessary. Village Chief, a month is already quite generous. We are a large corporation. We cannot afford prolonged delays. Li Wanqing remained firm regarding the timeline. Please reconsider, Yu Xiangtian implored, feeling the weight of the situation. Village Chief Yu, it is imperative to further deliberate upon the situation regarding Yangjiang village. Should there be a possibility to expedite the timeline, I am inclined to invest additional resources. This morning, I conversed with my father, who expressed great satisfaction with the fish delivered to the county yesterday, and has been urging me to expedite bulk procurement. However, Li Wanqing has remained unyielding, imposing even more stringent conditions. If you could manage to reduce the time frame further, I would contemplate raising the deposit by an additional 10%, thereby alleviating some pressure on Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback. Manager Li, the amount of the deposit is not substantially relevant. A month is already the absolute limit. How can it be compressed further? 10 days, Lin Yu interjected. I require only 10 days. After that, Manager Li, you may simply drive over and collect the fish. I give you my word. Lin Yu stood resolutely, proposing an astonishingly brief deadline. Everyone understood that newly acquired fishing vessels necessitated proper maintenance, including the application of tung oil to the exterior structure to ensure corrosion resistance and durability. This maintenance alone would take no less than 3 to 5 days. Lin Yu, what folly is this? 10 days is far too short, Yu Xiangtian countered, considering not just maintenance, but also the procurement of diesel within that time frame, which remained uncertain. 10 days is sufficient. Uncle Yu, rest assured, the villagers of Yangjiang will soon enjoy prosperous lives, Lin Yu declared, his eyes alight with confidence and determination. Lin Yu, the contract we signed holds legal weight. Should you fail to fulfill your obligations, you will incur penalty fees, Li Wanqing cautioned softly, sharing her concern that 10 days was indeed too hasty, suggesting at least 20 days would be more appropriate. Manager Li, you need not worry. If I fail to satisfy you after 10 days, I shall have the villagers work for you indefinitely, and I will not demand a single cent for the fish thereafter. However, if you are pleased, I implore you to honor your promise and provide hope for the villagers, Lin Yu replied calmly. I assure you, Li Wanqing nodded in agreement. I do not concur, interjected a dissenting villager from the crowd, a member of the Yu clan. Why do you oppose this? Uncle Yu inquired. The villager responded, Uncle, you see, Lin Yu's plan is inherently precarious. If, after 10 days, we do not meet Manager Li's expectations, Yangjiang village will be liable for penalty fees. Beyond that, Lin Yu may even expect us to toil alongside him for Manager Li without compensation. What will become of my family? His words resonated deeply, stirring empathy among the other villagers. Yu Jinhai stepped forward, raising his voice. Lin Yu's decision is fundamentally flawed. He intends to invest all funds into purchasing boats. But what about the other necessities? Uncle, you are a reasonable man. Will you simply stand by as Lin Yu acts recklessly? What else is there to consider? Uncle Yu furrowed his brow. For instance, some families may have urgent matters, and with more boats, we will need additional fishing gear. Lin Yu is all in. Akin to a gambler, Yu Jinhai asserted, drawing upon his education and knowledge. I am not gambling. I am fighting a desperate battle. Yanghe village is watching Yangjiang closely. If we do not make a resounding impact, they will not take us seriously. Furthermore, pirates often harass fishermen at sea. More vessels will serve as a deterrent. Lin Yu retorted, feeling a surge of frustration, as failure to reach consensus could jeopardize his opportunity to purchase boats. But one cannot exhaust all funds at once. I believe that if each family receives a portion, it will invigorate everyone's spirit, Yu Jinhai argued, mindful of the deposit promised by Li Wanqing. Uncle Yu, incensed, exclaimed, Yu Jinhai, we are in the early stages of our venture. It is already commendable that we have not required the villagers to pool funds. And you dare suggest divvying up money? Lin Yu, pursue your vision. I shall always support you. But if we do not see results in 10 days, do not expect me to be lenient. Yu Jinhai stood momentarily dumbfounded, as Uncle Yu not only reprimanded him, but also offered encouragement to Lin Yu. Stepping forward, Lin Yu thumped his chest. I hereby vow, if I do not achieve the anticipated results in 10 days, I shall willingly accept any punishment. Zhang Zhun, stationed at the entrance, added, did everyone hear Lin Yu's declaration? We shall reconvene in 10 days to assess the outcome. The crowd scratched their heads, hoping fervently that Lin Yu would overcome all obstacles and not disappoint them. As the meeting concluded, Li Wanqing and her assistant departed for Yangjiang town, intending to return to the county and, in 10 days, arrive in Yangjiang village with a convoy to collect the fish. Li Wanqing held a mixed view of Lin Yu. While he possessed certain strengths, this time he was excessively arrogant, and she desired for him to face some hardship. However, should Lin Yu truly succeed, she might find herself drawn to him. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was fervently engaged in purchasing fishing vessels. In this age, as long as one had genuine capital, acquiring goods was remarkably convenient. Yet, with the boats acquired, the absence of diesel left Yu Xiangtian restless. Chapter 71. The village chief was increasingly anxious. Lin Yu had devoted himself entirely to the newly purchased fishing boats, which were collectively owned rather than privately. This signified that future fishing endeavors would be undertaken as a unified effort, with the proceeds distributed among the collective of Yangjiang village. The new boats, while promising, were not without their flaws. The village had procured dozens of barrels of tung oil, and 5 fishing vessels gleamed in the sunlight along the beach. As the 7 days of Lin Yu's 10-day deadline elapsed, he appeared to be utterly unconcerned. Yu Xiangtian recalled the contract signed by Li Wanqing and Lin Yu, which stipulated an initial purchase of over 5,000 kilograms of precious fish. Anxiously, he visited Lin Yu's home, only to find Lin Xian alone. Where is your brother Lin Yu? He inquired. He has been exceedingly busy these days. I have no idea where he has gone. Perhaps you should check by the sea. He might be with others applying tung oil to the boats, Lin Xian suggested. Tung oil was not a rare commodity and could be easily obtained. Yu Xiangtian, however, was preoccupied with the issue of diesel. Without it, the fishing vessels would merely serve as decorative artifacts, utterly failing to contribute to wealth generation. I do not know what he is up to. He seems unfazed despite the looming deadline in 3 days. What will he do when it comes time to deliver? Yu Xiangtian's expression darkened, realizing that even if Lin Yu were an adept fisherman, without the boats reaching the sea, it would amount to naught. I believe Lin Yu has been peculiar lately. Uncle Yu, you must not be complacent. Encourage him to act. You have many acquaintances. Perhaps you can secure diesel. Lin Xian speculated, understanding Yu Xiangtian's urgency, but unable to devise a solution. I have already warned Lin Yu several days ago not to focus solely on purchasing boats. But he disregarded my advice. Now, we're facing difficulties, Yu Xiangtian sighed, shaking his head as he turned to leave. He did not rush to find Lin Yu, as he doubted the young man would heed his counsel at this moment. In Yanghe village, at Wang Laoxi's home, Zhang Zhun hurriedly arrived, only to find Wang Laoxi seething with frustration. Zhang Zhun, I instructed you to keep an eye on Lin Yu in Yangjiang village. Why do you keep running back to Yanghe village? Fourth master, there has been no significant activity in Yangjiang village these past few days, and no one has ventured out to sea. Lin Yu has been at the seaside day in and day out, tending to the fishing boats. Zhang Zhun replied hastily. Have the fishing boats from Yangjiang village returned? Wang Laoxi exclaimed in surprise, involuntarily rising to his feet. Lin Yu indeed possesses some remarkable skills, managing to bring back several fishing boats in just a few short days. Zhang Zhun echoed this sentiment, equally astonished. Is this the outcome of your surveillance? Previously, Yangjiang village lagged behind Yanghe village, but I foresee Yangjiang village gradually catching up, perhaps even surpassing Yanghe village. Wang Laoxi fumed, clearly displeased with the notion. Fourth master, you need not be so agitated. Yangjiang village is not faring well either. Yu Xiangtian has offended Ma Changpao from the Central Brigade, making it impossible for Yangjiang village to acquire diesel from the brigade. Consider this. Without diesel, how can her boats set sail? They would be too afraid to venture out, and the sales contracts with the fishing company may become void, Zhang Zhun informed him. Zhang Zhun had not been entirely idle during these days. He had been meticulously tracking the movements of several key figures in Yangjiang village, such as Yu Xiangtian, Lin Yu, and Zhang Hai. Even noting the daily routines of the Yu brothers, Yu Zhenhai and Yu Zhenhai, ensuring comprehensive surveillance. Fourth Master. Let me put it this way. Lin Yu may potentially catch the rare fish required by the fishing company, but the quantity will be far from sufficient. Are you suggesting that we in Yanghe village should go out to fish? Wang Laosi shot a glare at Zhang Zhan. That's not my intention, Fourth Master. I believe there is a better solution. Since you have access to diesel, and Yangjiang village is in dire need, you could sell it to them at a premium. After all, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement, Zhang Zhan said with a triumphant smile. Indeed, that is a sound proposal. I happen to have an excess of oil, and Yangjiang village is in desperate need. I shall entrust this matter to you, Wang Laosi conceded. Wang Laosi had contemplated going out to fish, but without a contract with the fishing company, he doubted whether they would purchase any catch. Moreover, fishing was primarily for profit, thus, starting from a source seemed far more advantageous. Wang Laosi also found himself troubled by the diesel he had on hand, and he was surprised to discover that Wu Guangwen had indeed managed to procure diesel at a reasonable price. Rest assured, I will see this through, Zhang Jin confidently affirmed, harboring his own ambitions to profit from the price difference. Quickly attend to it. I await your good news. Additionally, I need to contact Wu Guangwen and arrange for him to procure more diesel for me, Wang Laosi urged repeatedly. In Yangjiang village, as dusk fell, Lin Yu returned home from the seaside. To be cautious, he had hired someone to keep watch day and night until the fishing boats officially set sail. Lin Xin had prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting Lin Yu's return. Upon seeing him, she quickly inquired, Xiao Yu, has Uncle Yu found you? He has come by the house several times. Did you not mention I was at the seaside? Lin Yu replied, puzzled by the absence of Yu Xiangtian's visit. I did, but he appeared quite troubled, and I didn't know what to say, Lin Xin remarked, furrowing her brows, concerned for Lin Yu. That old man is truly distressing. He is causing quite a stir, Lin Yu sighed. Xiao Yu, you shouldn't speak ill of Uncle Yu. He is genuinely concerned for the well-being of the villagers in Yangjiang village. Aren't they in need of diesel right now? Lin Xin gently chided him. I will find a way, Lin Yu simply stated, leaving the specifics of his plan unknown to others. At the Central Brigade, in Ma Changpao's office, he was preparing to leave for home when Yu Xiangtian hastily arrived on a bicycle, a bamboo basket precariously secured on the back. Captain, please don't leave just yet. I need just a few minutes of your time, Yu Xiangtian pleaded as he dismounted and walked into the office. Village Chief Yu, what are you doing? Speak your business. Ma Changpao called out urgently. Yu Xiangtian did not stop, but waited for Ma Changpao to enter before closing the door and retrieving 2 bottles of Maotai from the basket. Captain, I know you work hard every day. I brought these as a token of respect. Take them away. Ma Changpao nipped. Yu Xiangtian shivered at the response. Captain, what do you mean by that? It said that one should not strike a gift giver. At least afford me some courtesy. Ma Changpao sat down, gesturing for Yu Xiangtian to do the same. If I am not mistaken, these 2 bottles were given to you by Lin Yu, and I believe someone reported you for it. Yes, Lin Yu wants to be friends with my daughter, so he gifted me these bottles. I thought I was unworthy of them, so I brought them to you, Yu Xiangtian explained, initially unaware of Lin Yu's true intentions until matters escalated later on. Village Chief Yu, what does your offering of liquor imply? Are you attempting to coerce me into making a mistake? Return the liquor and state your request plainly. Ma Changpao deduced that Yu Xiangtian must have some ulterior motive, or he would have brought the Maotai in such a grand gesture. Captain, Yangjiang village has historically been a poor village for the Central Brigade, dragging down the overall progress. Now that there is finally an opportunity for development, we are facing an energy shortage. The fishing boats are nearly ready, but diesel is critically lacking. I implore you to assist Yangjiang village in securing more diesel. Yu Xiangtian openly expressed his request. Initially, Yu Xiangtian had intended to present those 2 bottles of Maotai to the leaders in the town, understanding that local officials often hold more influence than distant county officials. Ma Changpao's expression darkened. Village Chief Yu, you are again pushing me towards wrongdoing. There are 10 natural villages in the Central Brigade. I cannot grant special favors solely to Yangjiang village. Captain, surely this is a special circumstance? Yu Xiangtian pleaded, his anxiety palpable. Every village has its unique situation. For instance, Yanghe village managed to procure diesel on its own. As the village leader, shouldn't you also find a way? Ma Changpao firmly rejected his plea, leaving no room for negotiation. Please, can't you mediate? Yu Xiangtian's hopes dwindled. How could I intervene? You should approach Wang Laosi yourself regarding this matter. Return those bottles of liquor. We wouldn't want anyone to gossip and report me to the town. Ma Changpao stated with a stern demeanor, resolute in his stance against being swayed by mere bottles of liquor. Dejected, Yu Xiangtian returned home, the night having fully descended. Li Chunmei could no longer contain her nagging. Could you refrain from speaking so much? I'm quite troubled as it is. Yu Xiangtian casually leaned his bicycle against a wall as he walked inside. Unexpectedly, the bicycle toppled over, causing one bottle to shatter and the other to sustain damage at the neck. Yu Xiangtian lamented, I wouldn't even dare to enjoy such fine liquor myself. And now the Earth God has tasted it first. Alas, what a waste. Seated in the main room, Yu Xiangtian sipped his drink alongside a couple of simple dishes. The intoxicating aroma of the liquor wafting through the courtyard, creating an inviting atmosphere that was hard to resist. Village Chief, good news, good news. Outside the courtyard, the voice of Zhang Zhun resonated. Yu Xiangtian frowned. He sensed that Zhang Zhun's arrival heralded no good tidings. Zhang Zhun, what are you clamoring about outside? You're disturbing my drinking mood. Village Chief, what's going on in your household? The fragrance of wine wafts everywhere. Zhang Zhun, a man whose life revolved around alcohol, was inevitably enchanted by the intoxicating aroma permeating the yard. Come in. Your nose is quite keen. Tell me, what's the matter? Noticing that Zhang Zhun showed no intention of leaving, Yu Xiangtian decided to let him in. Upon entering, Li Chunmei, out of courtesy, presented him with a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. Zhang Zhun, speak your mind. No need to beat around the bush. Yes, sister-in-law. I'm here to alleviate the village chief's troubles. Zhang Zhun, feeling no need for formality, poured himself a glass of wine. This was the finest wine he had ever tasted, yet he had barely savored it before it was swallowed down. Stop with the suspense, just spit it out. Yu Xiangtian urged, unwilling to indulge Zhang Zhun's antics. Village chief, let me have another drink. Zhang Zhun reached for the wine bottle again. He had finally realized that this wine was the one Lin Yu had given to Yu Xiangtian, which he had been reluctant to drink. And today, it was finally brought out. You must speak before you drink. Yu Xiangtian pressed down on the bottle. Brother Yu, let me be frank. I see your furrowed brow and that you are drowning your sorrows in wine. I have a way to help you. Zhang Zhun eyed the bottle, eager to pour. Yu Xiangtian grasped Zhang Zhun's hand firmly. Tell me, what is going on? You know why I'm troubled. Brother Yu, you underestimate me. I'm also from Yangjiang village. I've just returned from Yanghe village, and Wang Laosi believes it's a waste to let the diesel he is going used. So he asked me to find out if you need it. If you do, he can spare some to help Yangjiang village in a pinch. Zhang Zhun finally seized the bottle and began pouring himself a drink. Did Wang Laosi really say that? Yu Xiangtian was not entirely confident in Wang Laosi's character. Village chief, is there any doubt? Just trust me. However, there's one thing I fear you may find hard to accept. The diesel will require considerable effort to obtain. Thus, the price will be significantly higher than market value. As Zhang Zhun drank, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The price is not an issue. As long as Wang Laosi can provide the diesel, that's all that matters, Yu Xiangtian insisted, prioritizing the diesel above all else. Zhang Zhun extended 4 fingers. Brother Yu, the price is 4 times the market rate. If you agree, I'll relay your decision to Wang Laosi. If not, at least he will know where he stands. Do I have any choice now? After you've had your drink, go to Yanghe village. I need a definitive answer from Wang Laosi, Yu Xiangtian commanded unequivocally. Zhang Zhun drank a few more cups before leaving contentedly. Yu Xiangtian stood up and said to Li Chunmei, Wife, I'm heading to Lin Yu's house. Please clear the table. You are the village chief. What is Lin Yu to you? Shouldn't you be mindful of your own position? Li Chunmei replied, displeased. That's not the priority now. After all, Lin Yu will still be our son-in-law. Don't hold a grudge, Yu Xiangtian retorted irritably. Chapter 73. It's already settled. Stop saying such things. I don't think Lin Yu is an unworthy child. Did you not see how he interacts with Li Wanqing? Li Shumei complaineth. How could I not see? That was Li Wanqing deliberately approaching Lin Yu. As long as Lin Yu's resolve remains steadfast, she cannot truly be good with him. Yu Xiangtian responded as he stepped out of the courtyard. The evening breeze was cool, and Yu Xiangtian's drunkenness began to fade. After walking a few steps, he spotted his great-uncle approaching with a cane. Yu Xiangtian hurried over. Great-uncle, where are you headed? I intend to visit your home. Lin Yu has purchased 5 fishing boats and is now waiting to test them at sea, but the diesel has yet to be secured, and I'm anxious. The great-uncle, like Yu Xiangtian, was also troubled about the diesel. Great-uncle, I share your concern. I'm heading to Lin Yu's house to discuss this matter with him. You should come along. This boy can be quite stubborn, Yu Xiangtian confided, revealing his own distress, which surpassed that of his great-uncle. Then let us go. The great-uncle sighed in agreement. The two of them made their way to Lin Yu's house. Lin Yu, unaware of their intentions, had just returned and greeted them with a grin. Haha, you've come at just the right time. I haven't eaten yet. Care to join me for a drink? The great-uncle was frustrated by Lin Yu's nonchalance and remarked sternly, Xiao Yu, the situation is dire. How can you still think of drinking? I'm worried for you. Alcohol can alleviate sorrow. Just ask Uncle Yu how much he has had. Lin Yu said playfully, noticing the scent of wine on Yu Xiangtian. Be serious. I'm beginning to wonder how you intend to fulfill the contract you signed with Li Wanqing. The great uncle fumed, his mustache twitching in irritation. How will I fulfill it? I'm going to see. I'm an excellent fisherman, blessed by Mazu. What is there to worry about? Lin Yu replied, somewhat taken aback. Xiao Yu, do those boats of yours float just by drinking water? The great uncle asked, his expression darkening. Great uncle, are you joking? Of course, fishing boats need fuel to sail. How could they possibly navigate on water alone? Lin Yu chuckled in disbelief. Yu Xiangtian frowned. You know that water alone 1 tea suffice. Do you have any diesel? No. Lin Yu replied, momentarily stunned. But that doesn't mean you 1 tea have any in the future, Yu Xiangtian pressed. Lin Yu, you're already facing difficulties. Why are you considering the future? In 3 days, Li Wanqing will arrive. If you disappoint her, not only will the contract become void, but Yangjiang village will also incur penalties for breach of contract. Yu Xiangtian's frustration was palpable. Enough, we must address this matter at Lin Yu's house today. A decision is imperative. Time waits for no one, and 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. The great uncle stormed ahead, agitated. Lin Yu hurried to assist him, but the great uncle shrugged off Lin Yu's arm. I'm fine. You don't need to help me. Lin Xian, seeing Lin Yu return with the 2 men, quickly prepared hot dishes and a fine bottle of wine. Uncle Yu, great uncle, you've come at just the right time. Let us share a couple of drinks with Xiao Yu. Xiao Xian, don't bother. Just rest. Your great uncle and I need to discuss some matters with Xiao Yu. Yu Xiangtian said with a serious demeanor. How is Xiao Qian doing? Lin Xian asked, trying to make conversation. Still quite downcast. The blow from recent events has been significant for her. She is a proud child and may take some time to recover, Yu Xiangtian sighed, acknowledging the impact of the past on Xiao Qian. Then you all discuss business. I'll go keep Xiao Qian company, Lin Xian suggested, finding an excuse to exit and avoid affecting the 3 men. After Lin Xian left, Lin Yu poured drinks for his great uncle and the village chief. Great uncle, Uncle Yu. As your junior, if I have fallen short in any way, please do let me know. Yu Xiangtian raised his glass. Xiao Yu, you've done well. It's just that you failed to see the shortcomings, specifically the shortcomings of Yangjiang village. What do you mean, Uncle Yu? Lin Yu set down his cup, listening intently. For instance, you made a grand purchase of 5 fishing boats without considering how much diesel they would require to set sail. The contract with Yangjiang village and the fishery company may be enticing, but it also carries numerous stringent conditions. Breaching any of them could spell disaster for Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian has identified the fatal weakness of Yangjiang village. Crucially, the central team, led by Ma Changpao, shows no consideration for the village, displaying ruthless indifference in the allocation of diesel. Uncle Yu, I have contemplated this issue and will strive to resolve it, but I need time, Lin Yu patiently explained. I can grant you time, but Li Wanqing from the fisheries company will not be so lenient. Business people prioritize profit. Should you disappoint her, she will ensure your ruin. Yu Xiangtian lamented, his mind preoccupied with grievances rather than the drink before him. Xiangtian, what use is your complaining? We must focus on devising a solution, Uncle San remarked, acknowledging the immense pressure that weighed on everyone at this moment. I could procure diesel, but the price is exorbitant, and I have no better alternatives, Yu Xiangtian confessed, torn by conflicting emotions. A higher price is acceptable, as long as we can weather this storm, Uncle Sam mused, intrigued by the prospect. After all, any oil, no matter the cost, is better than none. After taking a sip of his drink, Yu Xiangtian recounted Zhang Zhen's message. Uncle San shook his head. Do you truly believe Zhang Zhen's words? Uncle, this is a plan of last resort. If he can indeed secure the diesel, I see no issue with the price, especially since the fisheries company charges exorbitantly as well, Yu Xiangtian asserted, ever attuned to the numbers after a lifetime as village chief. Uncle Yu, have you considered that they are robbing us outright, taking advantage of our plight? Lin Yu interjected, visibly displeased. Xiao Yu, we have no other options. Once we succeed in this venture, I will seek out the relevant authorities in the county and secure the best price for diesel, Yu Xiangtian resolved, determined to endure his current frustrations. Xiao Yu, let us proceed as planned. Tomorrow, have Zhang Zhen invite Wang Laoxi to Yangjiang village for a detailed discussion. He currently has the oil, and we must make do. Uncle San concurred with Yu Xiangtian's strategy, believing it could help them navigate through this crisis. Lin Yu considered arguing further, but, seeing the white-haired elders before him, chose compassion. I agree with your perspective. In that case, let us drink, and tomorrow we shall summon Wang Laoxi to finalize matters, allowing you both to rest easy. The following afternoon in Yanghe village, Wang Laoxi lounged in the shade of a courtyard when Zhang Zhen arrived. Fourth master, I have negotiated the terms. The price is 3 times the market rate. Then accompany me. Yu Xiangtian has summoned me, Wang Laoxi replied, his demeanor self-satisfied. Chapter 74. Are you jesting? Zhang Zhen felt a flicker of alarm. Should Wang Laoxi go? It might compromise their plans. Fourth Master, I believe your presence is unnecessary. It's merely Yu Xiangtian, he suggested. Wang Laosi paused, momentarily taken aback. I think it best if you wait at home for good news. I can handle the rest, Zhang Jin stated, his intentions veiled. Wang Laosi, eager to meet Yu Xiangtian and Lin Yu, darkened his expression. This matter is of great importance. I must attend, or Yu Xiangtian may think I lack sincerity. Very well then, Zhang Jin replied, his heart racing. In Yangjiang village's administrative center, in stark contrast to other villages, the locale appeared rather shabby. Yu Xiangtian, Lin Yu, Uncle San, and several esteemed villagers convened to deliberate the next steps towards successfully collaborating with Li Wanqing. Yu Xiangtian wore a solemn expression, fully aware that the ensuing conversation with Wang Laosi would likely be unpleasant. Nonetheless, appeasing Wang Laosi was imperative for the village's future. Village Chief, Fourth Master has arrived, Zhang Jun announced, his voice preceding his presence. So he has. Why the excitement? Uncle San grumbled. Zhang Jun stepped aside, deliberately distancing himself from Wang Laosi to avoid any suspicion from the villagers. Yu Xiangtian leaned toward Lin Yu, whispering, Lin Yu, try to keep your temper in check. Regardless of Wang Laosi's past actions, do not mention them today. I will remember that. Rest assured, Lin Yu replied, suppressing his own ire at Yu Xiangtian's request. Before long, Wang Laosi entered with several companions, adorned in a crisp Zhongshan suit and polished leather shoes, his gait slightly limping yet less pronounced than before. Upon entering the courtyard, he boisterously exclaimed, Village Chief Yu, why such a grand display for a trivial matter? Fourth Master, this is far from trivial. It concerns the future of Yangjiang Village. Please, come inside, Yu Xiangtian replied, suppressing his disdain for Wang Laosi as necessity dictated humility. Village Chief, it seems everyone has reached a consensus. I will be direct. I do possess ample diesel, but at a steep price. If Yangjiang Village can accept it, I am willing to negotiate. If not, I shall leave. Wang Laosi stated bluntly, remaining outside the building. We can accept. Zhang Jun interrupted, voicing enthusiasm prematurely. Uncle Sin shot him a sharp glance, retorting, Can you represent Yangjiang Village? Stay quiet. Zhang Jun promptly fell silent, while Uncle San turned to Wang Laosi, coolly suggesting, Since you are here, why not join us for tea? I imagine your tea isn't cheap either, Uncle San. Wang Laosi chuckled, a hint of smugness in his tone. No matter how costly my tea may be, it pales in comparison to your diesel, which is clearly a stranglehold on Yangjiang Village. Uncle San replied with calm composure. Uncle San, such remarks are unwarranted. I am merely adhering to market rates, Wang Laosi responded, awkwardly smiling as he stepped further inside. One villager quickly stood up. Fourth Master, please take my seat. I'll make room for you. Wang Laosi plopped down without hesitation. I shan't be polite then. Of course, you bring blessings to Yangjiang Village. The villager remarked, retreating to the side. Yu Xiangtian personally prepared a cup of tea for Wang Laosi. Fourth Master, please enjoy this tea while we discuss the matter at hand. Might you consider lowering the price of the diesel? Wang Laosi lifted his cup. It's not exorbitant. You won't find the same high-quality diesel at this price elsewhere. Uncle San, dissatisfied, rapped his pipe, expressing his discontent. Wang Laosi, you must speak with integrity. Your diesel is priced at 4 times the market rate. Is that not excessive? What? Wang Laosi was taken aback, recalling Zhang Jun's earlier assertion of 3 times the market price, now revealed as 4. You were unaware? Yu Xiangtian echoed his astonishment. Zhang Jun, what is the meaning of this? Wang Laosi demanded, directing his inquiry toward Zhang Jun. Smooth and diplomatic, Zhang Jun quickly replied, Fourth Master, did you not ask for inquiries? The quality of the diesel you possess is unparalleled. This price is the most equitable. Wang Laosi pondered for a moment before calmly responding. Indeed, this price is what we in Yanghe Village have deliberated upon extensively. It reflects the current market. Zhang Jun breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that Wang Laosi acquiesced to his terms. Village Chief, I propose we finalize this arrangement, as the fisheries company will arrive in 2 days. Yu Xiangtian, uncertain how to proceed, glanced at Uncle San. Uncle San then looked to Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, what is your opinion? I believe Wang Laosi is taking advantage of our misfortune. His pricing will inadvertently inflate our fishing costs, potentially rendering our efforts fruitless. Lin Yu retorted without mercy. Lin Yu, refrain from lamenting. As the saying goes, like Jiangzi fishing, those willing shall bite. Your Yangjiang Village is not in short supply, yet there are many eager souls. Wang Laosi feigned composure, convinced that his exclusive dealings left Yangjiang Village devoid of bargaining power. Wang Laosi, one cannot merely engage in a one-time transaction. I believe the price could be further reduced, at least within our means. Observing the urgency of the village chief and Uncle San to reach an agreement with Wang Laosi, Lin Yu was compelled to lower his stance and negotiate earnestly. It is already quite low, Lin Yu. I have set the price at 4 times the usual rate out of respect for Uncle San. Were it not for that, even 5 times would be justifiable. Sensing Lin Yu's conciliatory tone, Wang Laosi's arrogance intensified, and he refused to yield. What? Yu Xiangtian felt a chill run down his spine. Wang Laosi, you cannot do this. 4 times is the limit. It cannot increase any further. We have already agreed. The village chief, however, was more straightforward. I do have one condition. Payment must be made up front, and delivery must accompany it. Wang Laosi replied calmly. Diesel is a scarce commodity. I have no worries about sales. Yu Xiangtian was taken aback, for Yangjiang village currently lacked liquid funds. All available cash had been spent by Lin Yu on fishing boats and their accompanying facilities. What is the matter, village chief? Are you in a difficult position? Wang Laosi inquired nonchalantly. Is it possible to pay you a portion now and settle the rest later? Yu Xiangtian ventured cautiously. Village chief, are you jesting? When you shop at the supply and marketing cooperative, do they allow you to buy on credit? Wang Laosi shot him a quizzical glance. Chapter 75, The Tyrannical Agreement. Fourth Master, please show some leniency. Yangjiang village and Yanghe village are the 2 closest villages, and prosperity for one benefits the other. Yu Xiangtian shamelessly pleaded with Wang Laosi. Wang Laosi, recognizing Yangjiang village's utter dependence on him, felt a surge of pride. Credit is negotiable, but it will come at 6 times the price. Once the fisheries company remits payment to Yangjiang village, the village must settle the entire amount at once. I am extending my utmost effort. Had it not been for Captain Wang's intervention, I would not have acquiesced. Yu Xiangtian felt utterly powerless, and, anticipating Lin Yu's discontent, turned to Uncle San. Uncle, do you agree with Wang Laosi's terms? Uncle San, equally disheartened, replied, do you think Yangjiang village has any other options? The arrow has left the bow. We must let the fishing boats set sail first. Uncle, I worry that Xiao Yu may harbor resentment. He might struggle to come to terms with this. Yu Xiangtian remained sensitive to Lin Yu's feelings, apprehensive about his acceptance. Uncle, there is currently no better alternative. We must proceed according to Wang Laosi's terms. However, within a day, we must have 1,000 barrels of diesel on site. If it does not arrive, the price must be halved, and Yangjiang village will reject even a single barrel. Lin Yu stood up, speaking earnestly. You require that much? Wang Laosi was taken aback. 1,000 barrels was no trivial amount, not something one could simply procure. What is the matter? You can't manage it? Lin Yu sneered. Impossible. Lin Yu, I assure you I will deliver those 1,000 barrels, but you must not attempt to renege on a single penny. Furthermore, we must sign a contract to purchase the fish from Yanghe village at the fisheries company's price. Wang Laosi raised the stakes, clearly seizing the opportunity. Wang Laosi, you are being excessively greedy. Uncle San expressed his dissatisfaction. Uncle San, do not take it to heart. I'm a businessman now, and I must consider my own interests. If Yangjiang village can accept this condition, we shall sign the agreement now. If not, I will have to seek other buyers, Wang Laosi declared resolutely. Very well. Let us sign the agreement then. Wang Laosi, this contract is vital for the future of Yangjiang village. I hope you will treat it with the seriousness it deserves. Lin Yu warned coldly. Naturally, the future collaboration between Yangjiang village and the fisheries company will ensure a bountiful income. Ha ha ha. Wang Laosi laughed heartily, his confidence swelling. Enough. Let us finalize the agreement. Lin Yu remained impassive. At the Yangjiang village office, Wang Laosi signed the diesel sales agreement in front of Yu Xiangtian, Uncle San, and the others, stipulating that any party withdrawing would incur a penalty fee. After Wang Laosi departed, Zhang Zhun, seizing the moment when others were distracted, followed him outside and confronted him at the village entrance. Fourth Master, wait a moment. What do you want? Wang Laosi turned, coldly inquiring. Fourth Master, I didn't expect you to raise the price so significantly. The key is that Yangjiang village cannot refuse, Zhang Zhun flattered with a grin. You know nothing. One must strike at the vital point. Lin Yu has embarrassed me multiple times. This time, I shall ensure his disgrace. By the way, I still hold great expectations for you. Henceforth, do not call me Fourth Master. Simply address me as Laosi. I've always had your daughter, Xiao Xi, in mind, and I hope to call you father-in-law properly someday. Wang Laosi believed this incident would utterly ruin Lin Yu's reputation, making it easy to manipulate him thereafter. Old Four, my good son-in-law, I have long awaited this day. But 1,000 barrels of diesel, do you even have enough? What is your plan? Zhang Zhun genuinely treated Wang Laosi as a prospective son-in-law, genuinely concerned for him. I will head to the county town today to find Wu Guangwen. This time, I must offer him ample benefits. Otherwise, he won't exert himself, Wang Laosi replied earnestly. In the Yangjiang village office, Yu Xiangtian finally exhaled with relief. We've finally settled it. Although diesel is not cheap, at least we can set sail smoothly the day after tomorrow. Uncle San added gravely, Lin Yu, you must seize this opportunity. Do not allow Yanghe village to mock us. Once Yangjiang village's reputation is established, applying for diesel quotas from the town will be much easier. I understand, Uncle San. Rest assured, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Lin Yu felt a simmering frustration, but found no outlet for it. Upon returning home, he kicked a brick upon entering the courtyard. Damn it! Wang Laosi is bullying us right at our doorstep, and Yangjiang village cannot contend with it. Xiao Yu, what troubles you so? Why are you so angry? Lin Xin, aware of the agreement signing, chose not to surface Lin Yu's wounds. Wang Laosi forced me to sign a tyrannical clause. Just thinking about it makes me feel stifled. Lin Yu flopped onto a chair, continuing to brood. While others may not understand you, I do. If you believe it is a tyrannical clause, why agree to it? At that moment, Yu Xiaoqian entered from the backyard. Lin Yu straightened up, curiosity piqued. What brings you to my home? I asked Xiaoqian to come. I want to knit a sweater with you. Xiaoqian has spent considerable time in the county and knows which styles are appealing. Lin Xin explained softly. Oh, I see. Lin Yu responded, enlightened. Lin Yu, you still haven't explained why you signed the agreement with Wang Laosi under such unacceptable conditions. Yu Xiaoqian pressed, her curiosity piqued. I was considering your father and Uncle San's feelings. They were both worried sick about the contract with the fisheries company falling through. In truth, I am 90% confident of securing the diesel, but I cannot disclose it just yet. Reluctantly, I had a compromise, Lin Yu sighed, shrugging his shoulders. But you have already signed the agreement with Wang Laosi. Yu Xiaoqian was even more perplexed. The agreement is merely a reassurance for your father and Uncle San. What I've shared with you today must remain a secret. Wang Laosi has been too arrogant, and I intend to ensure he faces a significant setback. Lin Yu exuded confidence. Lin Yu, you have changed remarkably. It's as if I hardly recognize you. Do you truly have this confidence? Yu Xiaoqian furrowed her brows. She could keep Lin Yu's secrets, yet she still found it hard to comprehend. I am still the same person, merely having matured, Lin Yu replied in a soft tone. In a restaurant within the county, Wang Laosi had summoned Wu Guangwen, who appeared rather ostentatious. Fourth master, have you fulfilled the promise you made to me? He inquired. Wang Laosi raised his wine glass, chuckling, it's in the works. Just this one instance can utterly ruin Lin Yu's reputation and yield a considerable profit. Chapter 76, Colluding in Deceit. Ah, so it serves both to vent frustrations and to earn money. Does such a fortuitous opportunity truly exist? Wu Guangwen found himself intrigued, having long desired to achieve something noteworthy. Guangwen, let me tell you, the sum you could potentially earn this time is a figure that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine, but I will need your assistance. Wang Laosi lifted his glass. What assistance do you require? Wu Guangwen paused, taken aback. I need a shipment of diesel, and only you can procure it. If this transaction goes through, you'll become a wealthy magnate. Wang Laosi sought to pull Wu Guangwen into his scheme, naturally offering an enticing bait. How much do you need? Wu Guangwen inquired nonchalantly. 1,000 barrels, Wang Laosi answered eagerly. Wu Guangwen spat out his drink in disbelief. What? Do you think my family runs an oil well? Where am I supposed to acquire 1,000 barrels? Forget it. Don't be so hasty. The selling price is 6 times the usual rate. Think about it. 6 times. Such an opportunity is rare. Wang Laosi remained calm and unruffled. The crux of the matter is that I can't secure that much diesel. Wu Guangwen waved his hands in refusal. Moreover, who would want to be a fool paying such exorbitant prices for fuel? The diesel you possess is a coveted commodity. Even if it is a tad expensive, what does it matter? Wang Laosi leisurely sipped his drink, completely at ease. It isn't just a tad expensive. It's 6 times the price. Wu Guangwen emphasized the phrase 6 times with heightened intensity. How exorbitant it is not your concern. As long as there are those willing to pay, you only need to focus on procuring the diesel and collecting the money. The rest is on me. Wang Laosi stood to pour Wu Guangwen more wine, maintaining his cheerful demeanor throughout. This matter is too significant. I need to inform my father. Wu Guangwen hesitated, wary of making decisions unilaterally. His father's factory indeed had a substantial diesel reserve, but the amount in question was too great. If you mention it, this deal could fall through. Have you considered that when you toss the money in front of your father, he might see you in a new light? I think you should just consult the warehouse manager of your father's factory. To pass up such easy money would be sheer folly, Wang Laosi analyzed softly, each word striking a chord with Wu Guangwen. Wu Guangwen had a cordial relationship with the warehouse manager at the factory, having previously acquired diesel from him. Shall I give it a try? Wu Guangwen pondered aloud. It's not just a try. It's imperative. Doesn't your father often say you're not serious about your career? If you earn money that he wouldn't dare to think of, would he still underestimate you? Wang Laosi pressed on, further flattering him. All right, you find a place to stay. and I'll approach the warehouse manager. If this truly can yield profits, then we shall all benefit together. Wu Guangwen finally made his decision. Excellent. I await your news. Wang Laosi responded readily. In fact, the first time I saw you, I sensed you were extraordinary. If this deal succeeds, I assure you that Yu Xiaoqian will return to your side, Wang Laosi declared confidently, even a bit indignantly. You may not be aware, but previously, Yu Xiaoqian feigned a terminal illness merely to test your sincerity. I truly felt it was a disgrace. The thought that Yu Xiaoqian had resorted to such despicable means to provoke him, resulting in his altercation with Lin Yu, left Wu Guangwen seething with rage, causing him to slam his chopsticks down. Guangwen, let me be frank. If you truly acquire wealth, who wouldn't come to curry favor with you? That so-called leader of yours is nothing but a nuisance in your eyes. Wang Laosi fervently encouraged Wu Guangwen, urging him to cooperate fully. Fourth Master, I am determined to carry out this venture. I want both Lin Yu and Yu Xiaoqian to kneel before me and apologize. Wu Guangwen replied indignantly. As another day slipped by, there remained but one day until the fishing boats from Yangjiang village set sail, and less than 2 days until Li Wanqing arrived to collect the goods. Zhang Hai and the others had already prepared the boats, launching them into the water, awaiting the arrival of diesel to fuel them for their fishing expedition. Yu Xiaoqian and the third uncle had been waiting at the village warehouse in Yangjiang village, the designated storage for diesel, though it had now run completely dry. Where's Lin Yu? Why haven't I seen him? The third uncle searched the crowd for Lin Yu, but found no trace after a lengthy search. No one knows where he has gone. The diesel is about to arrive, and the fishing boats are set to depart soon. It is truly careless. Yu Xiaoqian was also on the lookout for Lin Yu, as the agreement had been made between him and Wang Laosi. Listen, there are sounds of cars approaching. Someone shouted. Zhang Zhun rushed in. Everyone come quickly. Several large trucks filled with diesel are arriving. The third uncle frowned and sighed. Wang Laosi is usually unreliable. Yet this time he has kept his word and delivered the diesel on time. Third uncle, if I were in his position, I wouldn't break my promise either. The money he earns in one deal is enough for an ordinary person to last a lifetime, Zhang Hai lamented. That's a skill of others. Why not procure diesel yourself? Yangjiang village would pay you handsomely as well. Yu Xiaoqian shot Zhang Hai a frustrated look. Village chief, the road ahead is difficult. Wang Laosi wants you to gather some people to help push the trucks. Another villager hurriedly approached. All right, I'll call for help right away. With diesel on the way, Yu Xiaoqian felt more assured. Soon, several large trucks arrived, laden with black oil drums, the surface of which bore fire hazard symbols. Wang Laosi emerged from one of the trucks, exuding pride. Village chief Yu, how do you find it? I brought the diesel, but I have an additional condition. Wang Laosi, we had a prior agreement. Are you trying to change the terms? Zhang Hai shouted. Step aside. This doesn't concern you. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to bring the diesel here? At the very least, allow the owner of the diesel to meet everyone. Wang Laosi replied, dismissively regarding Zhang Hai. Since the owner of the diesel is here, let him step forward to meet us. The third uncle reluctantly agreed. Who would have anticipated that the owner of the diesel was none other than Wu Guangwen, the very person the third uncle had previously deceived, returning to Yangjiang village with an air of arrogance. I never expected to return. Surely you didn't think I could procure diesel, did you? Village chief Yu, are you surprised? Wu Guangwen approached Yu Xiaoqian, tauntingly. Wu Guangwen, what are you doing here? The third uncle fumed, having long recognized Wu Guangwen as a dubious character. Third uncle, what are you saying? All the oil here is from me. If I don't come, how will your fishing boats set sail? Wu Guangwen retorted indignantly. Chapter 77, Price Increase. The third uncle glanced over, filled with disdain. Wu Guangwen, I care not how the diesel was obtained, but the agreement is with Wang Laosi, and you have no part in it. Is that so? Then if I refuse, what will fourth master use to sell to you? Wu Guangwen turned his head, displaying a look of disdain. Wang Laosi, what does this mean? The third uncle no longer addressed Wu Guangwen and instead turned his attention to Wang Laosi. Wang Laosi offered an awkward smile. Uncle San, Guangwen is indeed correct. If not for his diligent efforts, I would not have been able to procure the diesel. Therefore, I implore you to show some understanding. What should I be understanding about? I do not wish to see him at all. Uncle San responded unequivocally. Uncle San, if that is the case, it will be quite challenging to execute the agreement as initially planned. Whether the fishing boats from Yangjiang village can set sail today remains uncertain. Wang Laosi shrugged, feigning indifference. What? Are you attempting to renege? We had agreed on 1,000 barrels of diesel, and now you wish to change the terms? The villagers erupted in indignation, having believed that the arrival of diesel would ensure their boats could venture out to sea, unaware that Wang Laosi had brought Wu Guangwen along, introducing a myriad of complications. My fellow villagers, let's not be hasty. Allow me to explain. Comrade Guangwen is, in fact, a good man. Considering the difficulties faced by Yangjiang village, he has graciously agreed to bring us 1,000 barrels of diesel. He has exerted tremendous effort to secure this diesel, and his visit today is to fulfill a long-held wish. Wang Laosi addressed the crowd, clasping his hands earnestly. You should be able to imagine the lengths to which Comrade Guangwen has gone to procure this diesel. He has even risked his relationship with his superiors and family for the sake of our village. If he cannot realize this modest wish, I fear I shall have to disappoint you all, and the diesel must be returned. Wang Laosi, what exactly is this small wish he seeks to fulfill? A villager, anxious that Wang Laosi might indeed take the diesel away, pressed for clarification. You all know that Comrade Guangwen was once involved with Xiao Qian. Who knows what strange tricks the village chief employed to drive him away? Xiao Qian even attempted to take her own life in despair, nearly losing her life. Such actions by the village chief are nothing short of destructive to the natural order of relationships and deserve condemnation. Wang Laosi began to direct his ire towards Yu Xiangtian. What are you saying? What strange tricks did I use to drive Wu Guangwen away? Yu Xiangtian's anger flared instantly. Village chief, do not take your frustration out on me. You know full well what transpired, Wang Laosi retorted, cautious yet defiant. What do you intend to do? Speak plainly. Yu Xiangtian trembled with rage. It is not about what I wish to do, but rather that Guangwen has a small wish. As an elder, surely you can assist him in fulfilling it? Wang Laosi sneered, a smile devoid of warmth. Stop beating around the bush and speak plainly, Yu Xiangtian demanded, his patience wearing thin. Village chief, you're a leader of Yangjiang village. Please refrain from such rudeness. It was Guangwen who expressed his desire to come here, as he has words to share with Xiao Qian. Wang Laosi brought Wu Guangwen forward, exuding calmness. Look at Comrade Guangwen, so handsome and from a good family. If Xiao Qian were to marry him, she would be akin to falling into a golden nest. Wu Guangwen humbly stepped before Yu Xiangtian. Uncle Yu, I harbor no resentment towards your previous actions, but you must not stifle my feelings for Xiao Qian. You think you have feelings for Xiao Qian? Yu Xiangtian nearly sputtered with rage. Uncle Yu, your question is quite peculiar. Xiao Qian risked her life for me, and I have regretted the events that transpired. I only wish to reconcile with her now. Wu Guangwen spoke with conviction, his resolve firm. Impossible. Uncle San stormed out in fury. Uncle San, it seems you lack the authority to dictate such matters, Wu Guangwen remarked, tilting his head in inquiry. Xiao Qian is like a granddaughter to me. I have every right to determine whom she marries. If you doubt me, let her confront me directly. Uncle San raised his cane, pointing angrily at Wu Guangwen. Uncle San, please do not wave your cane at me, Wang Laosi interjected, attempting to quell the rising tension. Today's discussion is about the diesel. Do not complicate matters with personal grievances, Uncle San dismissed, unperturbed by Wang Laosi's authority. Uncle San, please do not be overly agitated. Let us allow Xiao Qian to speak on this matter, Wang Laosi urged, keen to diffuse the situation. I have arrived. Please speak plainly, Yu Xiao Qian stepped forward, accompanied by Lin Xian. Wang Laosi's eyes sparkled with admiration. After just a few days apart, Lin Xian appeared even more radiant, like a flower freshly in bloom. Xiao Qian, I am truly sorry. I have come to know the truth and wish to apologize. Come with me to the county. I will leverage my connections to secure you a teaching position at a middle school. Wu Guangwen approached Yu Xiao Qian, his gaze filled with affection. Wu Guangwen, our relationship has ended. There is no possibility of reconciliation. Do not harbor such thoughts, Yu Xiao Qian replied with an icy calmness. Xiao Qian, listen to me. I am no longer employed there, and no one holds sway over me now. Come back to the city with me. Wu Guangwen reached out, eager to grasp her hand. Yu Xiao Qian stepped back, coldly declaring, your employment status bears no relevance to me. I must be clear, there is no possibility of us. Xiao Qian, can you truly be so heartless? Wu Guangwen's handsome features contorted with anguish. Enough. There are more pressing matters at hand in Yangjiang village, Yu Xiao Qian asserted decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao Qian, since you are so unyielding, do not blame me for being ruthless. The price for diesel will now double, totaling 6 times the market rate, Wu Guangwen revealed, shedding his facade as he observed her steadfast resolve. What, 6 times? Yu Xiangtian's face drained of color. Indeed, I initially came with sincerity, but did not expect Xiao Qian to be so cold-hearted. Uncle Yu, do not blame me. Scarcity has always dictated value. Wu Guangwen replied without remorse. How can you act in such a manner? This is nothing short of extortion. Yu Xiao Qian's complexion paled, her body trembling. Think what you will. I am now a businessman, and profit must take precedence, Wu Guangwen stated without hesitation. Wu Guangwen, the agreement was not made with you. What authority do you possess? You should leave Yangjiang village at once and cease your slander. The villagers erupted in outrage, uniting against him. I shall take my leave. But be warned, without my involvement, you may not receive even a single barrel of diesel. Ask Fourth Master if you doubt me. Wu Guangwen remained unfazed. Exuding a calm demeanor, Wang Laosi interjected, fellow villagers, he speaks the truth. I can indeed procure the diesel, but it ultimately lies in Guangwen's hands. I can only heed his terms. 6 times the price is clearly a loss for Yangjiang village. Zhang Hai raised his arm, vociferously protesting. While the price is steep, does Yangjiang village truly wish to forego it? Wang Laosi retorted defiantly. Witnessing the situation deteriorate, Uncle San turned to Lin Xen, Xiao Xian, where has Xiao Yu gone? Why has he not returned? He left in a hurry last night and has yet to come back. Xiao Yu too. What was he doing out without informing me? It is truly infuriating. Lin Xian frowned, recalling how hastily Lin Yu had departed without offering explanations. Do you not recognize the gravity of today as circumstances? How could you not be more attentive? Uncle San raised his pipe and took several deep puffs. I apologize. I never anticipated this outcome. Lin Xian replied softly. Lowered her head. Xiao Xian, do not fret. As long as you agree to be with me, I can speak favorably to Comrade Guangwen, and the diesel will be sold to Yangjiang village at the original price. Wang Laosi shamelessly flattered Lin Xian. Uncle San's face turned the color of liver. Wang Laosi. I have long seen through your ill intentions. Before Lin Yu returns, do not expect any of your tricks to succeed. Fine, let us drag this out. I shall see how Yangjiang village will set sail without diesel. If you want diesel, it will either cost 6 times the price, or you must agree to Guangwen's and my demands. Wang Laosi sat down on a rock, appearing even more composed. At that moment, Lin Yu was fishing alone at sea, his point from the tide-catching system dwindling, or else he would have purchased diesel from the system's marketplace. Navigating the sole fishing boat of Yangjiang village, he aimed to catch as many valuable fish as possible in the shortest time. Fortune favored the diligent. And as dawn broke on the horizon, Lin Yu was rewarded with a bountiful catch, each fish more priceless than the last. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have caught an abundance of fish. The fishing boat has reached its limit and can no longer fish, lest it be overwhelmed. The metallic voice of the system finally echoed in his ears. What nonsense! I need a considerable amount of diesel. Without sufficient catch, how can I exchange for points? Lin Yu grumbled. Ding! Host, you may first exchange points. They occupy no space, and then continue fishing. Oh, why didn't I think of that? You truly are clever. Lin Yu realized. Ding. Host, I possess the most powerful intellect. What you cannot conceive, I can. Lin Yu activated the most potent tide-catching system. The incessant dinging filling his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged your catch for 100 points. Ding. Lin Yu lost count of how many times he exchanged points. After emptying the boat, he resumed fishing, repeating this process several times. Ding. Host. It is time to return. The situation in Yangjiang village is dire. The system reminded patiently. I still need to purchase diesel from the system marketplace. Lin Yu frowned. Ding. Host, do you believe it is better to purchase diesel onshore or offshore? The system teased. Lin Yu brushed it off with a chuckle. I'm not foolish. If I buy diesel at sea, wouldn't that just increase the boat's burden? I must return to the village. In Yangjiang village, in a clearing at the center, villagers were at a standstill with Wang Laosi, each condition proposed by him touching the village's bottom line, rendering it unacceptable. Yu Jinhai approached Yu Xiangtian, his face drawn. Brother, I believe there is indeed a misunderstanding between Xiao Qian and Guangwen. You should persuade Xiao Qian. There is no misunderstanding. Wu Guangwen seeks to leverage this to coerce Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian replied tersely, his eyes glaring at Yu Jinhai. Brother, what harm is there in reconciling Xiao Qian and Guangwen? Furthermore, you must consider the future of Yangjiang village. We cannot allow the villagers to live in perpetual poverty. Do not speak further. Even if diesel is purchased at 6 times the price, I will not agree to Wang Laosi's other conditions, Yu Xiangtian declared firmly. Brother, you are a sensible person. Do you not think this approach yields little for Yangjiang village? It may even lead to losses, Yu Jinhai said, his expression grave. Do not speak further. Even if we incur losses, we must purchase diesel, Yu Xiangtian retorted angrily, firmly resolved. You truly are stubborn. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Yu Jinhai trembled with anger, yet felt helpless. Unexpectedly, Wang Laosi changed his tune. Smiling, village chief. You may buy the diesel, but you must pay half the cost up front. Otherwise, this transaction cannot proceed. Didn't we agree that payment is to be made after the delivery to the fisheries company? Yu Xiangtian lamented. Village chief, the money is not for me. It is for Guangwen, the owner of the diesel. I am merely assisting him. Wang Laosi shrewdly shifted the responsibility onto Wu Guangwen. Wu Guangwen smiled. Uncle Yu, this is the reality. You still have an opportunity to reconsider. My feelings for Xiao Qian are sincere. she will undoubtedly find happiness. Village Chief. For the sake of Yangjiang Village, please consider this. Village Chief. The villagers are impoverished. If this opportunity is missed, it may never return. It is not merely a matter of missing an opportunity. Failing to fulfill the Fisheries Company's order will require Yangjiang Village to compensate a substantial sum. Village Chief. You must think of everyone. The villagers were wavering, and many supported Wu Guangwen. Yu Xiangtian smiled bitterly. The villagers were engaging in moral coercion. Everyone, listen to me. Lin Yu is yet to return. I believe there is still hope. Village Chief, do not be naive. Lin Yu may have fled. Zhang Zhun stepped forward, a mocking expression on his face. Who said I would flee? I am a villager of Yangjiang, forever bound to its honor and disgrace. Lin Yu emerged from the crowd, a playful glint in his eyes. Chapter 79. Deluded Diesel Uncle San, upon seeing Lin Yu, felt a surge of fury. Lin Yu, where have you been? Did you manage to acquire the diesel? Indeed, I did. Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, entirely unfazed by Uncle San's anger. Yu Xiangtian wiped the sweat from his brow. At last. You have secured it. Where's the diesel? Lin Yu pointed to several trucks, smiling. ISNT it right there, filled to the brim. Uncle San pounded his chest in frustration. Lin Yu, what are you playing at? This diesel has already skyrocketed in price. Yangjiang Village simply cannot afford it. No matter how expensive, it poses no issue. Yangjiang Village is not short on funds. Lin Yu's response left everyone astounded. Wu Guangwen glared at Lin Yu with fury. Lin Yu, I will not concern myself with whether Yangjiang Village has money. The price must adhere to my terms. So is you stirring the pot all along? Lin Yu finally noticed Wu Guangwen behind Wang Laosi, finding it utterly unsurprising. Indeed, this is quite fortuitous. If you find it fortuitous, then we shall proceed with the transaction at my price. Wu Guangwen, holding the diesel, seized the initiative. Very well. We shall transact at your stated price. However, I must conduct an inspection. If the quantity is insufficient or shortchanged, do not blame me for adhering to the agreement. Lin Yu was unconcerned with the price, focusing instead on quality and quantity. How do you plan to inspect it? Wang Laosi was taken aback. Unloading 1,000 barrels of oil from the truck would be exceedingly difficult, let alone inspecting them individually. Do not panic. I will merely conduct a random check, selecting 5 barrels from here. As long as these 5 barrels meet quality and quantity standards, I will promptly pay you half the oil cost. Otherwise, not only will you not receive payment, but you will also owe me an apology and compensation for Yangjiang Village's losses. Lin Yu spoke earnestly, devoid of humor. And if there are no issues? Wang Laosi asked impatiently. As I stated, according to Wu Guangwen's price, you will pay half the oil cost up front, while the remaining half will be settled after Li Wanqing has made her payment. Lin Yu replied decisively and calmly. Lin Yu, you must be cautious. Uncle San sighed. Lin Yu remained composed. Uncle San, it is precisely because I am cautious that I am proceeding this way. Just wait and see the spectacle unfold. I will ensure they cannot escape unscathed. Lin Yu, you go ahead and play your game. I am curious to see how you will come up with the money. Yu Xiangtian said, his face filled with bitterness. You need not worry. I can handle them. Lin Yu replied, beaming with joy and feeling utterly unburdened. Xiao Yu, what exactly do you intend to do? Zhang Hai wore a troubled expression, deeply dejected. Rest assured, I shall ensure you possess your own fishing vessel. For now, assist me in inspecting the diesel. I suspect there may be some hidden secrets within. Lin Yu furrowed his brow slightly. I shall do as you instruct. Lin Yu was Zhang Hai's most trusted confidant, and upon hearing his words, Zhang Hai felt considerably more composed. Seek out a few strong young villagers, and, as I instructed, lower several barrels of diesel for inspection. I will make certain they plead before me. Lin Yu lowered his voice and made a peculiar face. Very well. I shall find some people. Zhang Hai agreed readily and turned to leave. Before long, Zhang Hai returned with 4 young men, driving a hand tractor equipped with a small hoist. Lin Yu directed Zhang Hai to unload 5 barrels of oil from the truck. Wang Laosi stood by with a sullen expression, sarcastically remarking, Lin Yu, I wonder what you can accomplish. What would you like me to accomplish? Lin Yu retorted with a smile. I believe you will merely end up shooting yourself in the foot. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Wang Laosi thought Lin Yu was courting disaster, with no chance of success. Rest assured, I shall meet your expectations. Lin Yu grasped a large wrench and approached a barrel of oil. If I am not mistaken, there seems to be an insufficient quantity of oil, does there not? How could that be? This is a standard oil barrel, all within normal weight. Wang Laosi had previously procured diesel from the county, so he was well aware. Bring the scales, Lin Yu shouted. Under normal circumstances, 200 liters of diesel should weigh approximately 168 kilograms, with the barrel itself weighing about 10 kilograms, resulting in a gross weight of around 178 kilograms. Yet at this moment, the weight exceeded 200 kilograms, and perhaps even more. Wang Laosi burst into laughter. Ha! Lin Yu, go ahead and investigate. It appears you have nothing to say now. Our diesel is not only sufficient, but also exceeds expectations. Wang Laosi, have you received an education? Are you aware of the quality of diesel? Lin Yu scoffed. What do you mean by that? Wang Laosi was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's inquiry. If the barrel weighed less than 180 kilograms, it might be understandable, but given that it exceeds significantly, do you not find it suspicious? Lin Yu's question was rather pointed, leaving most present perplexed. Yu Xiangtian appeared bewildered. Lin Yu, if it were short, you could complain? But it is presently sufficient, so what more is there to say? Father, you do not understand. This diesel is undoubtedly problematic. It remains to be seen how you will proceed. Yu Xiaoqian, having completed high school, was well aware of the properties of mass. Yu, what do you plan to do? Yu Xiangtian was utterly confused. Extract the oil. I need to examine it, Lin Yu declared loudly, directing his gaze at Zhang Hai. Wu Guangwen's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Yu, are you out of your mind? On what grounds do you intend to inspect my diesel? I pay the highest price. Naturally, I expect to sell the best oil. Wu Guangwen, you are still young. The road ahead is long. Why resort to such underhanded tactics? Lin Yu persisted in his course of action, resolutely extracting all 5 barrels of oil. Gradually, the spectators began to discern the truth. Each barrel was found to contain water beneath the oil, as oil is lighter than water and thus floats atop it. Lin Yu scooped a portion of oil for all to see. Behold, this is the diesel Wang Laosi brought back. The oil before us may barely suffice. But once the water-laden diesel is utilized, the fishing boat's machinery will be rendered inoperable. Such actions are utterly disgraceful. Guangwen, how could you conduct yourself in this manner? Wang Laosi asked, a bitter smile on his face. Wu Guangwen pulled Wang Laosi aside. I was unable to procure a full 1,000 barrels initially, so I devised this method. Who would have known I would be discovered? Do you not desire the remaining payment? Wang Laosi was caught between laughter and tears. 6 times the price, I paid half, thinking I could still profit threefold. Even if I do not receive the rest, I have gained considerably. Wu Guangwen replied with a rueful smile. Damn it, utilizing such despicable methods. Villagers, we have been deceived. Let us deal with this scoundrel. Zhang Hai was the first to charge at Wu Guangwen. Soon after, several others followed suit. Wu Guangwen was pinned to the ground, wailing, do not strike me. I was wrong. Wang Laosi, witnessing the enraged villagers, felt a chill of fear. Everyone, please, there is no need for violence. We can negotiate, Wang Laosi pleaded. Yet, someone hurled a brick, striking his head. Blood streamed down Wang Laosi's forehead as he lamented. I beg you, do not hit me. This will surely lead to fatalities. You fear for lives? Are you not aware that using such oil and fishing vessels could lead to them becoming stranded at sea, potentially causing even more fatalities? Someone else hurled a brick. Yu Xiangtian, anxious about the escalating situation, attempted to intervene. Enough, do not strike any longer. Their sale of substandard diesel is their responsibility. We shall address this through dialogue. Lin Yu observed that the villagers had vented their frustrations, and thus stepped forward. Let us heed the village chief. This incident stems from Wang Laosi's actions and concerns no one else. It was precisely Lin Yu's timely intervention that transformed Yangjiang village from a passive position to an assertive one, allowing the villagers to stand tall, their spirits invigorated. Wang Laosi hoisted Wu Guangwen from the ground, his once pristine attire now soiled and wrinkled. He forcefully pushed Wang Laosi away. You ruffians are utterly barbaric. I shall report you all and ensure you face imprisonment. Go ahead, report us. Are you not aware that you are engaging in the illicit trade of diesel? Lin Yu was acutely aware of the policies of the time. While they might be lenient, when strict, they could be life-threatening. Lin Yu, let me inform you that I'm stimulating the market. I possess a sales permit issued by my father's factory. Given the current scarcity of orders, the factory may address internal production issues at its discretion. Thus my sale of diesel here is both reasonable and legal. Wu Guangwen said indignantly, implying that the villagers' assault was a legal offense. Even if what you say holds some truth, your adulteration of diesel and deliberate inflation of prices are equally reprehensible and will also attract condemnation. Lin Yu was no longer the same Lin Yu. Though he had not perused legal texts, his previous life had endowed him with a heightened legal awareness. Guangwen, spare us your words. Let us see what unfolds next. The hand you played so well has now crumbled, and Wang Laosi is devoid of any argument. Take the oil back to Yanghe village. I have a method to purify it. I refuse to believe that with oil in hand, I cannot sell it. Wu Guangwen seethed, glaring at those who had struck him. You all remember this. I will settle the score with you in due time, and you shall all pay a heavy price. Wu Guangwen, do you think you can leave so easily? A villager shouted. What more do you want? We have already assaulted you and inspected the goods. You believe the quality is subpar. What is wrong with us taking the oil back? Wang Laoxi's face darkened, realizing this time he had fallen victim to Yangjiang village. Wang Laoxi, I recall you signed an agreement with Lin Yu. If you fail to deliver the diesel today, you must compensate Yangjiang village for its losses. You are a man in your 40s. Surely you would not renege on your word? The third uncle had long desired to see Wang Laoxi face some consequences, and now was entirely justified to deal with him. Lin Yu chuckled. Had the third uncle not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Wang Laoxi, you are unable to fulfill your contractual obligations. Are you prepared to make reparations? All the oil is right here, and I can sell it to you at the regular price for Yangjiang village. Wang Laoxi is now eager to extricate himself, willing to forego any profit, even at a loss covering transportation and fuel costs. Are you intent on driving Yangjiang village to ruin? Once the fishing boats utilize such oil, mere breakdowns would be the least of our concerns. Worse, it could lead to shipwrecks and loss of life. Wang Laoxi, you speak so lightly. I shall not accept a single barrel of your oil. However, you must compensate Yangjiang village for its losses as per our agreement, or this matter will not be resolved. Lin Yu showed no signs of yielding. He was determined to make Wang Laoxi feel the weight of his actions. Wang Laoxi had nearly exhausted all his savings for the shipment of diesel, and now asking him to produce funds felt like a torturous extraction. With a pained expression, he replied, Lin Yu, I'm also a victim in this situation. Had this incident not occurred, I would not find myself in such a passive position. All my money is tied up in oil, and I'm left with nothing. Your financial distress is of no concern to me. If Yangjiang village lacks funds, would you ensure their well-being? Lin Yu sought to seize Wang Laoxi's flames of arrogance, determined to extinguish them completely. Here's the deal. You will compensate Yangjiang village with 10,000 yuan, and we will consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I will rally the villagers to file a collective complaint to the town. If they prove unresponsive, we shall escalate the matter to the county. I refuse to believe there exists no place in this world that upholds justice. Lin Yu was resolute in imparting a significant lesson to Wang Laoxi. Lin Yu, at least grant me some time to gather the funds. Where can I possibly find 10,000 yuan at this moment? Wang Laoxi felt utterly cornered by Lin Yu's unwavering stance. You seek time to recover, yet you have never extended me such courtesy. Wang Laoxi, the decision rests with you. If you find this unacceptable, I shall summon the captain of the central team immediately. Lin Yu added fuel to the fire, intensifying the pressure on Wang Laoxi. With a bitter countenance, Wang Laoxi turned to Wu Guangwen. Comrade Wu Guangwen, look at what you have gotten me into. I cannot save face here. What do you propose we do? Fourth master, spare me. Had you not suggested that diesel could be profitable, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Who could I possibly confide my grievances to? Moreover, did I not inform you that your diesel could be refined? Just grant me 5 days, and I will provide you with the finest oil. Wu Guangwen also wore a face of distress. Had Wang Laoxi not painted such an alluring picture, he would not have risked so much. Attempting to leverage the situation against Lin Yu, he inadvertently harmed his own interests. Wang Laoxi could no longer seek counsel from Wu Guangwen and had no choice but to continue placating Lin Yu. Lin Yu, we are all from the same village. Please show some leniency. I will deliver the diesel to you in 5 days. Are you jesting, Wang Laoxi? The manager from the fisheries company is due to collect the goods the day after tomorrow. Are you suggesting I wait for 5 days, only to find the opportunity gone? Lin Yu is unyielding in his refusal. But I truly have no money. Wang Laoxi, trembling, produced the previously signed agreement, feeling more powerless than ever. I have a brilliant idea. Your Yanghe village has many fishing boats, so you can fish to offset the compensation until it's fully repaid. But the price will be determined by me. Lin Yu possessed countless methods to exert control over others, and in this moment, he chose a gradual approach. What if you deliberately undervalue the compensation? Wang Laoxi lacked the courage to argue. Rest assured, I will purchase at a price 5% above the market rate in Yangjiang town. I will not allow you to suffer any loss. Lin Yu appeared entirely unconcerned, exuding an air of ease. I can really leave now? Wang Laoxi was almost in disbelief. Only after signing the contract. Since you failed to uphold the previous agreement, we must draft a new contract. Please do not find this cumbersome. It will serve as a mutual constraint. The 10,000 yuan compensation is already the minimum. According to the agreement, I would have to ensure your complete financial ruin. Lin Yu was intent on fastening a tight constraint around Wang Laoxi. Yet his demands were entirely reasonable and beyond reproach. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Wang Laoxi had no alternative. He feared a misstep would lead to a violent backlash from the villagers of Yangjiang. Lin Yu compelled Wang Laoxi to sign the compensation contract, after which Wang Laoxi loaded a few barrels of diesel onto his truck and departed in disgrace. Initially, Yangjiang village basked in joy, but as time passed, The villagers fell into despair. Uncle San's concerns were most pronounced. Lin Yu, it seems we have caught a breath of relief. But have you considered the impending arrival of the fisheries company? How will you respond? I have thought it through, Lin Yu replied calmly. You have thought it through? You intend to go out to sea to fish, right? Uncle San furrowed his brow. Lin Yu was cutting off his own retreat. Had they retained 100 barrels of diesel, it might have kept the village's fishing boats operational. Indeed, how else can one catch fish without going to sea? Lin Yu nearly laughed. You still find humor in this? What will your boats burn? Water perhaps. Uncle San raised his cane, nearly ready to strike Lin Yu. Lin Xing hurriedly grasped Uncle San's arm. Uncle San, let us speak calmly. Do not hit Lin Yu. If you become so angry, how will your health hold up? Let go. How can I not be angry? The fisheries company is coming the day after tomorrow, and if we fail to meet their requirements, we could lose everything. Uncle San struggled to free himself from Lin Xing's grip, but she held on tightly. Uncle San, do not let your anger consume you. Let us see what Lin Yu has to say. Yu Xiangtian was equally frustrated, believing Lin Yu had completely botched the situation. What more could he say? They might as well wait for their doom. Yu Zhenhai chimed in with a sardonic tone. Everyone is living well. Why wait for death? Lin Yu spoke courteously to Uncle San and Yu Xiangtian, but offered no kindness to Yu Zhenhai. Alive and well, survive today and tomorrow, and then we shall see how you fare. Yu Zhenhai chuckled ominously. Should Lin Yu fail, Yu Xiangtian would face consequences as well. Why do you persist in uttering such ill omens? Why must I die? Is it not possible to live well? If you believe life lacks meaning, then you need not participate in the fishing expeditions of Yangjiang village. When it comes time for profit sharing, do not turn envious. Lin Yu's disdain was evident. Without diesel, how will you go to sea? Are you still dreaming? Yu Zhenhai retorted. If I had diesel, what'd you say then? Lin Yu was aware that Yu Zhenhai and Yu Xiangtian were from the same family and did not wish to place Yu Zhenhai in a compromising position. If you have diesel, I would kneel and apologize as before. Yu Zhenhai was confident Lin Yu would not secure any diesel, which bolstered his assurance. You promise this? You will not go back on your word? Lin Yu couldn't resist a teasing tone. Certainly, but should you lack diesel, how will you account for that? Yu Zhenhai, having accepted Lin Yu's wager, sought to trap him further. I am just like you. If I fail to obtain diesel, I too will kneel and apologize to the villagers. For the troubles I caused must be borne by someone. Lin Yu's conditions were even more severe. A failure on his part could lead to not just disgrace, but also the potential destruction of his very existence. My dear village chief brother, I have not coerced Lin Yu. This was his own assertion, and he alone will bear the consequences. Yu Zhenhai felt triumphant, never anticipating Lin Yu would be so foolish. Lin Yu, if we fail to meet the fisheries company's requirements, we could devise a plan together. I will approach the team leader this afternoon and request a shipment of diesel for Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian was reluctant to witness Lin Yu in distress, so he sought ways to assist him. However, Yu Zhenhai was not pleased. Brother, what you are doing is misguided. Are you intending to involve the entire Yangjiang village in this? Lin Yu is ambitious and exceedingly arrogant. He ought to face some hardships. Indeed, ever since Lin Yu began his upheaval, Yangjiang village had known no peace. Yu Zhenjiang proclaimed loudly amidst the crowd, village chief. We can no longer allow Lin Yu to act recklessly. Look at how anxious everyone is. We have finally found some stability in our lives. And if this continues, Yangjiang village may end up in dire straits. Zhang Zhen emerged from the throng, equally disdainful of Lin Yu. Naturally, he yearned for Lin Yu to be forsaken by all, ultimately left with no recourse, allowing him to take charge and marry Lin Xian to Wang Laosi, thus legitimizing his own dependence. Lin Yu, you should cease your antics and perhaps speak a few kind words to your uncle Zhenhai. Let's persuade village chief to plead with Ma Chongpao for some diesel first, suggested San Shu Gong, who anticipated that Lin Yu would be unable to procure the diesel and thus pinned his last hope on Ma Chongpao. San Shu Gong, do you believe Yu Zhenhai behaves like an uncle in my presence? If he wishes to gamble, then I shall play along, Lin Yu retorted with a cold smirk. Xiao Yu, do not be obstinate. The crux of the matter is that you have not acquired any diesel. The fishing boats simply cannot set sail. Zhang Hai, typically stubborn, had no choice but to compromise for Lin Yu's sake. Why does no one believe me? Then come with me. I have already secured the diesel, and it is right outside the team headquarters. Lin Yu, weary of the charade, decided to reveal the truth. Are you feverish, Lin Yu? Otherwise, how could you utter such nonsense? Yu Zhenhai chuckled heartily. Whether it is nonsense or not, I am certain that your later supplications will be quite amusing. Lin Yu replied as he made his way outside. Lin Yu, do you intend to sneak away? Yu Zhenjiang grasped Lin Yu firmly. Release me. I will take everyone to see the diesel, Lin Yu replied impatiently. Go on and boast. If you truly secured the diesel, our family would kneel before you. Yu Zhenjiang echoed Yu Zhenhai's disbelief. However, Yu Shaoqian chimed in, playfully chiding, "Second uncle, if you must kneel, then kneel. There are so many of us in Yangjiang village with the Yu surname. How could we all kneel together?" Chapter 82, The Unknown Origin. Shaoqian, what are you doing here? Stay aside. This is none of your business, Yu Zhenhai reprimanded, as he was an elder to Yu Shaoqian. I'm not here for the spectacle. You underestimate Lin Yu. I advise you not to bet against him, lest you find yourself kneeling later, feeling embarrassed. Yu Shaoqian was not intentionally defending Lin Yu. She had received some insider information from Lin Xin that Lin Yu was indeed procuring diesel and had a high chance of success. Nonsense, I would lose. You're merely boosting his confidence while diminishing your own. Once I win, I will settle the score with you, Yu Zhenhai retorted, visibly agitated. How can we compare with Wang Laosi? There is no basis for such a comparison. Moreover, today's events transpired because Wu Guangwen secretly stabbed Wang Laosi. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain, Yu Zhenhai declared, dismissing Yu Shaoqian entirely. Lin Yu, where's the diesel you spoke of? Why are you so anxious? We are not setting sail until tomorrow. It does not impede matters. I would like to confirm with you. Are you truly certain you will not regret your decision? Lin Yu attempted to provide Yu Zhenhai an opportunity to withdraw, but Yu Zhenhai remained impervious to the gesture. Very well, since you are so resolute. I shall not cooperate further. It would be remiss of me not to treat you with due regard. Let's all head to the team headquarters to witness the spectacle. Lin Yu led the way, followed by a throng of villagers. Yu Xiangtian and San Shugong lingered at the back, utterly perplexed as to how Lin Yu would navigate this predicament. Behind the village office stood another separate building, where smoking and open flames were strictly prohibited. This was the storage facility for diesel, and even from a distance, a distinct diesel odor wafted through the air. On the ground outside, something was stacked high, covered with plastic sheeting. What is that? San Shugong inquired. Yu Zhenhai stepped forward, smugly answering. What else could it be? Empty barrels for storing oil. To prevent corrosion, they're covered with plastic. Why not just uncover the plastic and see for yourself? Lin Yu quipped, urging Yu Zhenhai to investigate. Zhanghai, Saiging VP then, knew all too well that these barrels had been placed there by him some time ago. He was acutely aware of their emptiness. Xiao Yu, what is the purpose of this charade? Brother Zhang, just wait and see. Some people simply refuse to accept reality until the bitter end, Lin Yu replied with a smile. As the plastic was lifted, 30 oil barrels were revealed, barrels the villagers recognized, previously taken to the oil station for refueling, but only with oil tickets. Yu Zhenhai, seeing the familiar barrels, could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lin Yu, what more can you say now? Why not give one a push and find out? Lin Yu asked with a grin. What use is that? I will kick it. With that, Yu Zhenhai raised his foot to strike an oil barrel. He assumed it would be empty and thus offer no resistance, but to his surprise, it felt as if he had kicked a stone, causing him to hop back in pain. Ouch! How can an empty barrel be so heavy? Yu Zhenhai exclaimed, clutching his foot. How could you assume it was empty? I urged you to take a closer look, and if the barrel were to speak, it would surely curse your ancestors. Lin Yu laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing. Yu Zhenjiang approached and forcefully pushed another barrel, only to be taken aback. Goodness! When did the barrels fill with water? Why are they so heavy? They're filled with diesel, genuine diesel. No doubt about it, Lin Yu teased. You are speaking nonsense. There is no diesel here. It must be water, Yu Zhenhai insisted, still in denial despite the pain in his foot. Brother Zhang, could you fetch the small hand tractor and try to fill it with diesel? Lin Yu, confident in his actions, displayed remarkable composure. When a hand tractor arrived, Lin Yu, seeking fairness, deliberately drained the diesel from the vehicle before refilling it with the oil from the barrels. As the villagers beheld the oil, some were rendered speechless. Typical diesel is either light yellow or brown, while the substance before them appeared almost colorless, resembling transparency. Particularly, Zhang Hai, who had more exposure to diesel through his fishing boat, had only seen dark, foul-smelling diesel. Lin Yu, is this really diesel? He stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. This is the finest diesel, suitable only for machines in large state-owned factories. It burns completely, produces minimal smoke, and offers substantial power. Lin Yu responded with an air of superiority. Lin Yu, do not boast. We do not know if the tractor will even start, Yu Zhenhai retorted, his foot no longer throbbing, but his arrogance heightened. This tractor was an old relic of Yangjiang village, and a hand crank had likely caused many a tooth to crack. Starting the machine was notoriously challenging. With the oil in place, it was time to test its power. Yu Zhenjiang pretended to crank the handle, ultimately throwing up his hands in defeat. The oil is no good. This tractor is likely broken. Step aside. Let me try, Lin Yu said as he pushed Yu Zhenjiang away. He did not adopt a boastful demeanor, but instead slightly bent forward, inserting the crank into the vehicle and gently swinging his arm. Who could have anticipated that, seemingly indifferent, the machine would suddenly spring to life, its movements more exuberant, and its sounds remarkably melodious? Thud, thud, thud. A plume of azure smoke billowed from the exhaust vent, a stark contrast to the previous dark, murky emissions. What exquisite oil! Indeed, Lin Yu, is this the quality of oil available here? The villagers began to count, eager to ascertain the number of barrels and whether they could sustain them for a fortnight. Excitement surged among the crowd. Who could have imagined that? In their moment of urgency, Lin Yu had discreetly acquired top-notch diesel, superior even to that from the supply station. Surely, it must be high-quality oil. The fishing boats of Yangjiang village can now operate without fear of running out. I am merely curious to see how Yu Zhenhai will fulfill his promise. As Lin Yu spoke, he abruptly shifted his focus, directing his words towards Yu Zhenhai. Previously, Lin Yu had repeatedly reminded Yu Zhenhai, yet he remained obstinately unyielding. Yu Zhenhai glanced at the oil barrels and then at the villagers, who were frowning in contemplation. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he slapped his thigh. Lin Yu, I suspect something is amiss. What do you mean, Yu Zhenhai? Are you trying to weasel out of your loss? Lin Yu responded, a mix of amusement and exasperation. The diesel you obtained is indeed commendable, yet its quality is so exceptional that it surpasses even that of the town's oil station. I question its origin, Yu Zhenhai asserted, his tone unwavering. Yu Xiangtian was also taken aback. There had indeed been incidents of oil theft at the station before. Lin Yu, you must clarify the source of your oil, he insisted. Uncle Yu, what needs to be clarified? Lin Yu retorted, momentarily bewildered. Yu Zhenhai, invigorated, pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Yu. So you went out last night to steal oil? Do you realize that such actions could ruin Yangjiang village? What nonsense are you spouting? My oil is acquired through legitimate means. Lin Yu, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, felt a surge of urgency. Just because you claim it's legitimate does not make it so. Without disclosing the origin of the diesel, no one will dare to use it. Yu Zhenhai clung to his inquiry, refusing to relent. Uncle Sin stepped forward, casting a knowing glance at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, how did you acquire this diesel? Be forthright, and I believe everyone will understand. Uncle San, the oil's origin is perfectly legitimate. Rest assured, I also intend to transport it to the fishing boats for refueling tonight. Lin Yu replied. To his astonishment, Yu Zhenhai was inciting the villagers to trace the diesel's origins, forcing Lin Yu to momentarily abandon his wager with Yu Zhenhai. Very well, let's catch the fish first and then trace the diesel's source, Uncle San suggested, not inclined to delve deeper, leaving Lin Yu in an awkward position. Yu Zhenhai, however, vehemently disagreed, positioning himself in front of Lin Yu. You must clarify the source of the diesel. Ask the village chief how the diesel incident was resolved 3 years ago. 3 years ago, the diesel incident? Lin Yu recalled the event from the host's memories. 3 years prior, an oil station in the town had been robbed, leading the authorities to uncover dozens of oil thieves, with 2 of the ringleaders sentenced to life imprisonment. Lin Yu just disclosed the source of the diesel. Yu Xiangtian, sensing that Lin Yu was aware of the previous incident, urged him to speak without excessive explanation. The diesel's provenance is impeccable. There is absolutely no issue. Lin Yu proclaimed confidently. If that is the case, then reveal how you obtained it. Yu Zhenhai pressed relentlessly, his tone growing increasingly forceful. Lin Yu, feeling exasperated, retorted, You said that as long as I secured the diesel, you would kneel and apologize. I haven't held that against you, yet you persist in this matter. One must stick to the facts. As long as you can articulate the legitimate source of the diesel, I would willingly kneel and admit my faults. Anticipating that Lin Yu would falter in providing an answer, Yu Zhenhai escalated his demands. Xiao Yu, as long as it wasn't stolen, feel free to speak up. Someone encouraged loudly. If it wasn't stolen, did it fall from the sky? Yu Zhenhai, emboldened by his logic, seemed intent on cornering Lin Yu. Steal? You make it sound so simple. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Yu replied, bemused. Xiao Yu, just say it plainly. As long as it doesn't violate your conscience or major principles, Uncle San will always support you. Uncle San stepped forward, his white hair swaying in the wind. Yet Lin Yu remained silent. His secret could not be divulged to anyone else. In that moment, he was merely borrowing the body of the original host, while his soul belonged to a 21st century mercenary captain, also named Lin Yu. The diesel here was obtained by Lin Yu in exchange for precious fish, which he later converted into points to purchase the finest quality diesel from the system's marketplace. System, this is your cunning idea. How am I to explain this? Most of these villagers are quite naive, and it will be hard to clarify. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yu recalled the system. Wasn't it self-proclaimed as the strongest brain? Ding. Host, this question is indeed tricky and difficult to answer. Enough with the excuses. I didn't summon you here to lament. Lin Yu muttered in frustration, astonished that the system was suddenly playing coy. Ding. Host, don't rush. Let the system think carefully. I'm not rushing. They are. Lin Yu cast a glance at the villagers, most of whom were kind-hearted yet gullible. Ding. Host, I understand. Listen closely. In that instant, it felt as if a multitude of explanations were being poured into his ears within mere seconds. Lin Yu, what are you pondering? Hurry and disclose the source of the diesel. Yu Zhenhai, fervently hoping Lin Yu would stumble, pressed even harder. Lin Yu approached Zhang Hai, resting a hand on his shoulder. There are matters I initially wished to keep private, but since everyone is eager to know, I must disclose the truth. Just say it. Stop beating around the bush. Yu Zhenhai pressed aggressively. I encountered the pirates who had previously robbed Brother Zhang. However, I'd assisted them, and in gratitude, they extended credit for 20 barrels of diesel. This explanation was also one of the system's suggestions, though it required Lin Yu to think on his feet. Lin Yu, how naive. Do you know how ruthless pirates can be? They would extend credit for diesel to you? You are grasping at straws. Yu Zhenhai laughed heartily, realizing Lin Yu was not one to fabricate lies. As I mentioned, I aided 2 of their members, including their leader. Out of gratitude, they provided me with diesel, though I will still need to pay them later. To mitigate the villagers' expectations, Lin Yu clarified that the diesel was not free. The more you speak, the more implausible it sounds. The pirates are hundreds of miles from Yangjiang village. Did you sail hundreds of miles, or will you tell the truth? Yu Zhenhai was relentless, determined to extract the truth from Lin Yu, who felt the pressure mounting. Suddenly, Lin Yu sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself between Yu Zhenhai and Yu Zhenjiang, grabbing each by an arm and shaking them vigorously. What are you doing? They exclaimed in unison. I am merely demonstrating why the pirates needed my assistance, Lin Yu replied, shaking their arms even more intensely. With 2 simultaneous yelps, Lin Yu released them, leaving one with a limp left arm and the other with a dangling right arm, both swaying in the breeze. Oh dear! The 2 men continued to wail in agony. Uncle San, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed, Lin Yu, what have you done? Uncle San, I merely reenacted my encounter with the pirates, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, clapping his palms together. What did you do to them? Uncle San, observing the immense suffering of Yu Zhenhai and his companion, furrowed his brow and inquired. Oh, it was nothing serious. I simply dislocated their arms. The medical facility at the Central Brigade cannot treat them, and they will have to go to the clinic in Yangjiang town, Lin Yu said with a mischievous grin. Chapter 84. A profound impression. Why did you dislocate their arms? Uncle San, well aware of the excruciating pain associated with such an injury, likened it to a woman's agony during childbirth. I did not wish to, but they kept doubting the origin of the diesel. I told them it was given to me on credit by pirates, yet they remained skeptical. I had no choice but to resort to this, Lin Yu replied, his expression serious yet tinged with helplessness. When I faced the pirates, I employed this very method to dislocate their arms, after which they begged for peace and requested I reattach them. Xiao Yu, did you truly engage with the pirates? Zhang Hai's eyes widened in shock, recalling how his fishing boat had been seized by them, nearly costing him his life. Pirates are not as fearsome as we have made them out to be. Lin Yu answered, his tone nonchalant. Xiao Yu, do not underestimate them. Those pirates are formidable foes, Uncle San cautioned earnestly. Yu Zhenhai, drenched in sweat and hanging an arm limply, approached Uncle San. Uncle, I feel terribly unwell. Could you help? What assistance can I provide? I am but an old man, devoid of money or strength. If you have matters to discuss, it is better to speak directly with Xiao Yu, Uncle San surmised, recognizing Yu Zhenhai's desire for him to intercede on Lin Yu's behalf. Yet he was unwilling to involve himself further. Uncle, please just speak a kind word for us to Xiao Yu, Yu Zhenjiang pleaded softly, his face etched with pain, his eyes brimming with tears. You must speak for yourselves. I cannot bear that burden, Uncle San retorted, his expression darkening, recalling how the brothers had previously cornered Lin Yu with their threats. Realizing their folly, the 2 brothers approached Lin Yu, their heads bowed in shame. Xiao Yu, we were too narrow-minded. Please, help us reattach our arms. Yu Zhenhai, who had been so boastful before, now found himself in a most humiliating predicament. Do you recall the wager we made earlier? Lin Yu remarked, casting a glance at Uncle San. Uncle San averted his gaze, stating, do not involve me. Your wager is your own affair. Those who gamble must abide by the consequences, for that is the essence of integrity. Gritting his teeth, Yu Zhenhai knelt before Lin Yu. Yu Zhenjiang, recognizing his own inevitable fate, followed suit. Xiao Yu, we were in the wrong. We should not have made things difficult for you. We have come to apologize. Please forgive us. Yu Zhenhai implored, his face a mask of bitterness. Enough of this. Reattach their arms, Xiao Yu, Uncle San relented, acknowledging that the brothers, being Lin Yu's elders, had taken the step to admit their mistakes. Very well, Lin Yu agreed. but it may hurt. I wonder if they can endure it? He wished to leave a lasting impression on Yu Zhenhai and his brother, so he intentionally delayed the process. Better a short pain than a long one. Go ahead. Yu Zhenhai gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Lin Yu placed one hand on Yu Zhenhai's shoulder and gripped his forearm with the other, forcefully pushing upwards. Ag! Yu Zhenhai screamed as if being slaughtered. Lin Yu flung his arm away, saying, "Do not whine. We have yet to begin, and you are already howling like a pig. You must endure a little longer." As Lin Yu exerted force, Yu Zhenhai felt as if he had descended into hell. The pain was seared into his memory, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. "Xiao Yu, I can endure. Just go ahead and reattach my arm." "Do you still doubt the origin of my diesel?" Lin Yu asked, somewhat irked. "No more doubts, no more. Those pirates possess quality diesel and gasoline. It is only right that they extend credit to you," Yu Zhenhai assured, eager to alleviate his suffering. "Then I shall proceed to reattach your arm." Lin Yu repeated his earlier actions, though he deliberately prolonged the procedure, taking over 10 minutes where it should have been straightforward. His only aim was to engrave the lesson deeper into Yu Zhenhai's memory. Yu Zhenjiang's experience mirrored that of his brother, enduring considerable agony. Yet ultimately, their arms were perfectly reattached, signifying a bittersweet conclusion. Lin Yu instructed Zhang Hai to drive the tractor, making multiple trips to deliver the barrels of diesel to the seaside dock, filling the fuel tanks of various fishing boats. By nightfall, 6 fishing vessels would set sail simultaneously, expected to return by the following evening. In Yanghe village, at the residence of Wang Laosi, several trucks of diesel acquired by Wu Guangwen had been delivered to the village's storage facility. Due to the diesel's impurities, Wang Laosi hesitated to use it directly. Over the next 5 days, Wu Guangwen planned to refine the diesel, for only through this process could it serve its intended purpose. Wang Laosi, his face flushed with anger, glared at Wu Guangwen. "Guangwen, your good deed has led to no profit, only loss. Fourth Master, you continually blame me. Have you considered your own missteps? You promised to teach Lin Yu a lesson, yet here we are, with Lin Yu thriving, commanding both wind and rain," Wu Guangwen retorted. "True. While Lin Yu appears prosperous now, needing diesel, does he have any? What a splendid opportunity squandered by you." Wang Laosi, though fuming, felt powerless against Wu Guangwen's words. He knew that dealing with Lin Yu required patience, yet diluting the diesel with water was a breach of business integrity. In business, regardless of the partner, one must prioritize quality over profit. "You pressure me too much, expecting me to prepare 1,000 barrels of oil in just 2 days. You overestimated my capabilities. Nevertheless, I have committed to refining the diesel within 5 days. Thus, you must settle the payment promptly, or I cannot provide an account for my actions." Wu Guangwen acknowledged his own faults, but felt compelled to rectify the situation. "Let us first navigate this immediate challenge. I refuse to believe Yangjiang village lacks diesel for fishing," Wang Laosi declared, unwilling to dwell on the matter further. "Fourth Master, are you confident?" Wu Guangwen still felt apprehensive. "I have placed informants in Yangjiang village. Nothing that transpires there escapes my notice," Wang Laosi replied, laughing heartily. The informant Wang Laosi referred to was his prospective father-in-law, Zhang Zhen. Initially present to witness the wager between Yu Zhenhai and Lin Yu, Zhang Zhen later ventured to the village office, where he noticed a heap of empty oil barrels, leading him to believe there was no mystery. Coincidentally, a few acquaintances invited him to play a few games and share a drink. Zhang Zhen, a man with an insatiable thirst for alcohol, was eager to seize the opportunity, completely forgetting Wang Laosi's instructions. Chapter 85, Awaiting the Spectacle. Zhang Zhen, when faced with drink, would lose all sense of reason. Little did he know, those who had invited him for a few games were all part of Lin Yu's deliberate arrangement. When Wang Laosi departed from Yangjiang village, he had called Zhang Zhen aside for a lengthy discussion, suspecting that Wang Laosi intended for Zhang Zhen to surveil Yangjiang village. Lin Yu did not immediately expose Zhang Zhen, but rather called upon several villagers to explain the situation. Zhang Zhen, inebriated to the point of oblivion, awoke the next day at noon, utterly perplexed as to how he found himself in his own bed, having spent the previous night indulging in drinking and gambling. Even more astonishing was the money resting beside his pillow. After deducting his initial stake, he had won a considerable sum. "My word, what splendid gambling companions I have," he mused. As he sat up, still feeling the effects of his hangover, he was surprised to find the very villagers he had gambled with the night before arriving again, this time bearing fine wine and sumptuous dishes. In a daze, he questioned, "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this? You come bearing both food and drink. Yet I scarcely comprehend how I won that money yesterday. Brother Zhen, you are unaware, but Yangjiang village is on the brink of ruin. It is likely that tomorrow will see us stripped of everything." The village chief sought assistance from the brigade leader, Ma Champao, for diesel fuel quotas. Yet Ma Changpao reprimanded him instead, leaving the chief empty-handed and scolded. It appears that all hope is lost, one villager replied, his brow furrowed in resignation. You mean to say that the fishing boats from Yangjiang village cannot venture out to sea? Zhang Jun had anticipated such a dire outcome, but did not expect it to unfold so seamlessly. Without diesel, how could they set sail? Li Wanqing's arrival in Yangjiang village would undoubtedly incite her wrath, leading to catastrophic losses for the village, after which a contract would be signed with Yanghe village. Another villager's face mirrored that of his companion, etched with bitterness. What is it that you wish for me? Zhang Jun, still not fully sober, asked with confusion. Brother Jun, you are on good terms with Lord Wang, are you not? We believe that Li Wanqing will surely collaborate with him. And we wish to align ourselves with Lord Wang as well. The first villager hastily added, offering a cigarette. You ought to have contemplated this sooner. Yangjiang village has languished in poverty for far too long. Yu Xiangtian is nearing 60, yet remains stagnant, failing to contribute. Aligning with Lord Wang would ensure we have regular meals. Zhang Jun, flattered by their praise, felt a surge of misplaced confidence. We merely wish to plan ahead. To avoid regretting our inaction when the time comes, another villager chimed in. Enough talk. Let us drink and play, suggested one villager. Zhang Jun quickly waved his hands. That can wait. Once I visit Yanghe village, I shall return to continue our revelry. In the meantime, you can drink and wait for me. Brother Jun, do not forget the matter we discussed. Speak well of us in front of Lord Wang, and we shall follow him. The villagers stood, showering him with flattery. In his inebriated state, Zhang Jun felt as though he were the king of Yangjiang village. Gentlemen, if we succeed, one of us may very well rise to the position of village chief. Should there be a chief, it ought to be you. A villager laughed in agreement. You gentlemen are too kind. However, if you follow me, rest assured, the rewards will be plentiful, Zhang Jun declared, filled with exuberance as he set out for Yanghe village. Upon arrival, he encountered several villagers who seemed to harbor prejudice against Lin Yu, convinced that within a day, Lin Yu would meet an irreparable fate without a burial place. Are you certain Lin Yu is completely without a way out? Wang Laosi, having dealt with Lin Yu on several occasions, expressed skepticism regarding Lin Yu's lack of resourcefulness. Gazing intently at Zhang Jun, Lord Wang, can I fabricate tales? I have spent the last day and night in Yangjiang village. Yu Xiangtian sought diesel from Ma Changpao and returned empty-handed, scolding Lin Yu in the process. It is said that Lin Yu and Yu Xiangtian have gone to the county town to seek forgiveness, hoping for Li Wanqing's leniency for a few more days. What Zhang Jun recounted was not first-hand knowledge, yet he firmly believed the veracity of his words, given Lin Yu's apparent inability to procure diesel. I have interacted with Li Wanqing. She does not give up easily. However, this situation may benefit Yanghe village. Li Wanqing's misjudgment in her choices will compel her to reconsider her partnership with Yanghe village, likely resulting in higher demands for cooperation. Wang Laosi was elated by this prospect. Then, I shall return. I still believe Lin Yu is Lin Xian's younger brother. I have taken care of them. So could you perhaps offer him a chance? Zhang Jun did not wish to witness Lin Yu's utter defeat and expulsion by the villagers of Yangjiang. Instead, he wanted to shelter Lin Yu, allowing him to continue seeking his favor as a subordinate. Very well. I shall heed your wishes, for you are to be my future father-in-law. And Lin Yu shall be my future brother-in-law. Wang Laosi acquiesced, though his mind lingered on Lin Yu's impending plight. Across the pitch-black sea, several fishing boats sailed side by side. They were Lin Yu and the villagers of Yangjiang, setting out quietly, with few aware of their departure, until all 6 boats had ventured into the open water. This discretion was a strategic choice by Lin Yu, who was acutely aware that spectators awaited his and Yangjiang village's downfall. Yet Lin Yu silently vowed to turn those waiting for his failure into the jesters of the tale. The boats maintained a close proximity to one another, ensuring mutual support while also marking Yangjiang's first foray into such extensive fishing in these vast waters. Lin Yu and Zhang Hai were aboard one vessel. For the safety of their expedition, Lin Yu had purchased the most basic walkie-talkie from the system's marketplace, although similar devices were available commercially at a steep price. Xiao Yu, I fear we may be venturing too far. If we proceed further, we risk encountering pirates. Should we face them, our chances of returning unscathed are slim. Zhang Hai, towering and robust, nevertheless harbored trepidation regarding pirates. It was precisely due to the frequent presence of pirates in these waters that fewer fishermen dared to venture out, resulting in an abundance of fish. This time, to make a splash, they had to take risks. The saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and Lin Yu embodied this sentiment. But what if we do meet pirates? Zhang Hai recalled his past encounter with pirates, a memory that still haunted him. Brother Zhang, you handle the nets for fishing. If pirates do appear, leave it to me. I will take charge of one boat while the rest of you retreat. Lin Yu, confident in his former identity, dismissed the threat of mere pirates. No, We must all go out to sea together and return together. Zhang Hai firmly disagreed. Look over there, a ship, one villager exclaimed. Chapter 86. Facing the enemy alone. Zhang Hai shuddered involuntarily. Encountering unfamiliar vessels in these deep waters was not a good omen, as he had previously experienced. Xiaoyu, I suggest we retreat. Those aboard that ship are surely pirates. Do not fear. Pirates are merely humans, no different from us, Lin Yu replied, a glint of mischief in his eye. They are ruthless and cruel. How can they be compared to us? Xiaoyu, I believe it is best to avoid their wrath. Zhang Hai Chenbo. Memories of past pirate encounters lingering. Brother Zhang, do you not recall? I purchased my diesel from them. We are already in a cooperative relationship, so you need not worry. Just watch how I handle this. Lin Yu reassured him, confident in his remarkable abilities. Further enhanced by the formidable oceanic pursuit system he had inadvertently acquired after his arrival in this world. If that is the case, I suppose I need not worry. Zhang Hai conceded, though his apprehension lessened only slightly as he observed Lin Yu's calm demeanor. Lin Yu produced the walkie-talkie and called out to all villagers. In order to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, please navigate your fishing boats away from this area. I will engage with the newcomers. Zhang Hai was filled with skepticism at Lin Yu's words. Xiaoyu, if everyone is present, it can bolster your morale, but if you are alone, I fear they might turn against you mercilessly. You are truly overthinking it. A mere handful of petty thieves are inconsequential. Lin Yu replied with an air of calmness akin to a gentle breeze. What petty thieves? Even the town's patrol team keeps their distance from them. Xiaoyu, you must not let your guard down. Zhang Hai remained resolutely vigilant. As time passed, the distant ships gradually approached, one of them notably larger, several times the size of the vessel Lin Yu was aboard. The person on the front ship shouted, You have entered our waters. You must halt and submit to inspection, surrendering your catch and valuables. It was evident that this individual was the leader of the pirates, and Zhang Hai's impression of him was vivid. The memories of his fishing boat being stolen and his own binding at their hands were still fresh in his mind. Xiaoyu, this man is their leader, known as Old Ghost. He commands a crew of 20 to 30 formidable brothers. Zhang Hai's voice quivered involuntarily. I am Old Ghost, and I am akin to Zhang Kuei. Brother Zhang, I shall share a secret with you, but you mustn't tell anyone, Lin Yu said, feigning mystery and lowering his voice. What secret? Zhang Hai also whispered. I dreamt of Ma Zu, the goddess who endowed me with formidable skills, instructing me to punish evildoers and protect the populace. Thus, I must fulfill my duty to bring justice upon the wicked. Lin Yu could no longer disguise his extraordinary abilities, invoking Ma Zu once more. Compassionate Ma Zu, I Zhang Hai, express my gratitude on behalf of the villagers of Yangjiang. Please safeguard us. Zhang Hai knelt towards the eastern sea, his devotion palpable. Yet, while Zhang Hai prayed earnestly to Ma Zu, the pirate ship showed no sign of slowing down and instead sped towards their fishing boat. The pirates aboard wore black hats, exuding a menacing aura. Some brandished steel knives, while others even carried firearms. Xiaoyu, they're drawing closer. It seems we cannot escape now. What do you propose we do? Zhang Hai questioned, aware that fishermen and pirates have historically been irreconcilable foes, often leading to a dead end when they cross paths. You see, it's truly nothing to fret over. I will go meet them. You stay here and lend me your support, Lin Yu replied, glancing at the pirate ship. Still about 10 meters away. You intend to approach them? Zhang Hai became increasingly uneasy. Typically, when villagers encounter pirates, their first instinct was to flee. And if escape was impossible, they would abandon ship and plunge into the sea, accepting their fate. If I don't go, shall I allow them to board our vessel? If a fight ensues, the villagers would surely be terrified. Lin Yu furrowed his brow in response. At this distance, are you planning to swim over? Zhang Hai was bewildered. Spotting a long bamboo pole on the ship, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea. Swimming would leave me drenched, which is rather unappealing. I'll use the bamboo pole instead. You all wait here. The bamboo pole was approximately 6 or 7 meters long, about the thickness of his wrist. Lin Yu thrust the pole forward and propelled himself upwards. As the pole sprang, Lin Yu soared through the air, his feet swinging, arms flapping like wings, and in an instant, he covered the distance of several meters. Lin Yu landed deftly upon the deck of the pirate ship. The leader, Old Ghost, gazed in disbelief at this unexpected visitor, his voice trembling. You flew over from such a distance? What is the big deal? Even if it were twice the distance, it would not pose a challenge for me. Lin Yu clapped his hands and surveyed the pirates on deck. Indeed, you possess commendable skills, Old Ghost begrudgingly acknowledged. What is your purpose here? If not, we will board your ship shortly. I did not quite catch what you were shouting earlier. I merely wish to hear it up close. Lin Yu pretended to listen attentively. I ordered you to halt for inspection and to surrender your catch and valuables before you can safely leave these waters, Old Ghost began to escalate his demands. Huh? Do you truly believe this sea belongs to you? You are quite mistaken if you think of yourself as a Malacca pirate. Lin Yu could not help but chuckle. Old Ghost was indeed audacious. Malacca? Although Old Ghost was a pirate, his understanding did not reach such heights. He was unaware that the world housed a Malacca strait. You may be young, yet your courage is remarkable. What do you intend? Do you wish to alter this situation? Old Ghost reached into his pocket and retrieved a worn-out handgun. Do you recognize this? It is a relic from when the enemy retreated. It can easily kill. Old Ghost brandished the gun, reveling in his arrogance. What a pathetic piece of junk. You dare boast before me. I could present any item, and it would instill fear. Lin Yu retorted with a cold laugh. He spoke truthfully. Within his system's marketplace, with sufficient points, he could acquire any advanced weaponry. Then why not show it to us? A pirate taunted, trying to provoke Lin Yu. With a thought, a voice resonated in Lin Yu's mind. Host. Procure for me the most advanced compact handgun of the 21st century. I wish to intimidate these pirates. Ding. Host, the handgun is available. But it requires a substantial number of points. I want one with a 7-day unconditional return policy. Ding. Host, do you think this is some online marketplace? You are aware that possessing firearms privately is illegal these days, right? I merely wish to frighten these pirates and persuade them to turn back. Lin Yu sighed. Ding. Host, I sense you are quite the rogue. The system also sighed in response. However, when Lin Yu's hand emerged once more, indeed, he held a handgun, elegant and compact, resembling a toy, with a silencer affixed to the muzzle. Huh, merely a trinket for women. How does it compare to mine? Old Ghost scoffed, lacking discernment. Lin Yu raised his hand and pulled the trigger at the ropes of the ship's mast. The sound was faint, akin to a mosquito's buzz, yet in an instant, the ropes snapped and the sails fell. How does this compare to yours? To be honest, I do not require a handgun to deal with you. This trinket is merely for those lacking confidence. Lin Yu tucked the gun into his pocket. He had already negotiated with the system for a 7-day unconditional return, meaning he wouldn't consider the handgun secondhand. Do you think you alone can defeat all of us here? Old Ghost holstered his gun, realizing that its power paled in comparison to the young man before him. It is unnecessary to defeat everyone. Defeating just a few will suffice. Lin Yu's gaze swept over Old Ghost, his peripheral vision resting on the two men behind him, Old Ghost's right and left hands, whose skills were nearly on par with his. About 10 meters away, Zhang Hai and the others stood anxiously on the deck, unable to discern what Lin Yu was discussing with the pirates. Without Lin Yu's command, he dared not bring the fishing boat closer. The other fishing boats also prepared to turn back. The fishermen aboard lacked the courage to confront the pirates head-on. On the pirate ship, Old Ghost and Lin Yu faced each other, a newfound admiration for Lin Yu's audacity blossoming within Old Ghost. What is your name? If you manage to defeat my two brothers, I will allow you to leave. My name is Lin Yu, and I must ask, will you only me go? Lin Yu casually stated his name. How dare you become greedy? Allowing you to leave alone is already a significant favor from our boss. Do not be ungrateful. One of the subordinates mocked loudly. What if I were to defeat everyone? Lin Yu chuckled, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ha ha, is that even possible? Even if you possess remarkable skills, a pair of fists cannot hope to contend with 4 hands. The Old Ghost burst into laughter. You too. Show him what we're made of. The two men behind the Old Ghost finally sprang into action, darting towards Lin Yu with astonishing speed. Lin Yu, however, had no intention of engaging them in a brute force confrontation. He sought to conclude matters swiftly. In his previous life, Lin Yu had mastered a unique technique known as the Dragon Disarm, aptly named for its ability to dislocate an opponent's arms, rendering them incapable of fighting in the shortest amount of time. As the two men struck at him with increasing ferocity, believing Lin Yu to be intimidated by them, he deftly evaded their blows. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped one man's arm, twisted, and with a sharp crack, dislocated it. The man shuddered in pain, and as the other fist rushed towards him, Lin Yu swiftly captured that arm as well, producing another resounding crack. Now, both of his arms hung limply at his sides, swaying with the motion of his body, while beads of sweat dripped from his forehead onto the deck. You bastard! The remaining assailant, witnessing his companion's misfortune, summoned all his strength to engage Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu regarded him with disdain, executing the Dragon Disarm once more in record time. The man staggered back, wailing loudly, just as his comrade had. The Old Ghost turned to Lin Yu, his lips twitching with annoyance. Lin Yu, I didn't expect you to possess such skill, but you have angered me, and I will not allow you to leave. Then let us see if you have the ability to prevent it, Lin Yu replied, smiling with ease. Prepare yourself. Finally, the Old Ghost made his move. He could have let his pirates swarm Lin Yu, but feared the backlash of being accused of bullying with numbers. Unfortunately for him, he was no match for Lin Yu, and within mere seconds, both of his arms succumbed to the dragon disarm, swaying rhythmically with the ship's movements. The other pirates raised their weapons, rusty guns, and chipped steel blades. Facing the agitated crew, Lin Yu remained composed. Do not act impulsively. Allow me to clarify. If their arms are not reattached within an hour, they will face permanent disability. Furthermore, who among you wishes to experience the agony of having their arms dislocated? Come forth, I shall not hold back. To demonstrate his prowess, Lin Yu picked up a harpoon, which was uniquely crafted entirely from iron. With both hands gripping the harpoon tightly, he exerted force, astonishingly bending it into a perfect circle. What the hell? Are you performing magic? One pirate scoffed, charging at him with a large blade. Lin Yu ensnared the pirate's arm with the bent harpoon and executed the same technique, rendering the pirate's arms powerless as they hung limply. The speed of his actions was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving onlookers in shock. Does anyone else wish to test their luck? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. All the pirates stood frozen in disbelief. The old ghost finally grasped that the seemingly youthful Lin Yu possessed extraordinary abilities, and they were far from his match. Brother Lin, we have inadvertently trespassed upon the Dragon King's temple. We no longer recognize our own kin. Who is trying to be friendly with you? Ask yourselves how many fishermen you have harmed in recent years. Lin Yu retorted scornfully. We are merely trying to survive. If we adhered to the old ways, do you believe coastal fishermen would have any chance of survival? The old ghost countered helplessly. I do feel sympathy for you, spending years confined to a solitary island. If you could reform your ways, I believe the local fishermen might be willing to accept you. Lin Yu sought not to intensify animosity and wished to offer the pirates a chance at redemption. But our hands. The old ghost struggled to raise his hand, feeling as though we're no longer attached to his arm. If you promise to cease harassing the coastal fishermen and return the stolen fishing boats, I will consider reattaching your arms. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. The philosophy of using evil to combat evil was not always effective, and he sought to employ both kindness and severity. Come forward. Let Brother Lin reattach your arm first. The old ghost smirked, curious to witness Lin Yu's skills. The pirate hesitated, approaching Lin Yu as if facing a malevolent spirit. Lin Yu, can you truly reattach my arm? Whether you receive it or not is irrelevant. Lin Yu scoffed. Come closer. Kneel before me. The pirate's face contorted in agony as Lin Yu grasped one of his arms. Ouch, he cried, sinking to the ground, heightening the tension on his arm. This position makes it difficult for me to work, Lin Yu remarked, releasing the pirate's arm and shaking his head. Gritting his teeth, the pirate knelt down. Is this height suitable? At that moment, the pirate harbored a wicked thought. Once his arm was reattached, he could launch a surprise attack on Lin Yu, hoping to overpower him. Lin Yu seized the pirate's arm, pressing down on his shoulder and forcefully thrusting it. With a crack, the pirate's arm was reattached, but unable to endure the excruciating pain, he twisted his body and cursed. You bastard, can you be gentler? Indeed. Another crack echoed as the pirate's arm dislocated again. Lin Yu sighed. Why are you twisting your body? It was going smoothly until you interfered. The pirate endured in silence, allowing Lin Yu to continue his torment. The more Lin Yu exerted himself, the more severe the pirate's eventual retaliation would be. Regrettably, Lin Yu only managed to reattach one of the pirate's arms, leaving him nearly exhausted before loosening his grip. We'll attend to that arm later, otherwise, you'll struggle to withstand it. What do you intend to do now? The pirate asked, grimacing. Aren't there 3 others waiting? Lin Yu replied, glancing at the old ghost and his crew, who were significant figures among the pirates, holding considerable influence. Brother Lin, please show me my arm. The pain is unbearable. The old ghost pleaded quietly. Fear not, I shall reattach it, but the intensity of the pain will correlate with the sincerity of your repentance. If your remorse is feigned, you can expect even greater agony. Conversely, genuine contrition may lessen your suffering. Lin Yu toyed with the anticipation of pain, leaving the outcome dependent on the old ghost's true feelings. I swear I will never harass the coastal fishermen again, the old ghost declared, attempting to raise his hand in an oath, only to find it impossible. Well, relying on mere words is futile. In any case, I can manipulate you. Should you commit any further misdeeds and fall into my hands, I will ensure every joint in your body dislocates. Lin Yu did not expect the pirates to immediately amend their ways, but he aimed to instill a sense of dread within them. Subsequently, Lin Yu kept his promise, employing the gentlest methods to reattach the old ghost's arm, causing him to experience nearly no pain, almost unbeknownst to him. The other 2 pirates endured varying degrees of suffering, as Lin Yu explained that the old ghost's greater skill allowed him to withstand more pain. The last remaining pirate, however, was the least skilled and the most wicked among them. He had been waiting, enduring, with the resolve that as soon as Lin Yu reattached his last remaining arm, He would unhesitatingly draw his dagger and plunge it into Lin Yu's heart while he was off guard. Lin Yu seemed genuinely unsuspecting, allowing the pirate to kneel before him. Do not blame me. Your skills are indeed insufficient, which is why you are in such agony. I understand. I should not have spoken so carelessly before. Please expedite the reattachment of my arm. The pirate desperately sought to appease Lin Yu. It is of no consequence. I do not expect you to behave like a civilized person. I merely hope you will commit fewer misdeeds in the future, preferably remaining on this island and never venturing to the coastal areas. Lin Yu grasped the pirate's dangling arm, shaking it in his hand. The pirate trembled, his face contorting in pain. After a series of cracking sounds, his arm was reattached, but Lin Yu ignored him, turning instead to the old ghost. Boss, you may leave a ship behind and take your men away. Suddenly, the pirate's demeanor shifted, and he lunged at Lin Yu with the dagger aimed at his heart. Sensing the rush of wind, Lin Yu crouched and extended a leg. The pirate missed his target, crashing to the deck. With a swift motion, he sprang back to his feet. Everyone attack. Leave this man. We shall have no good days ahead if we do. The band of pirates, wary of Lin Yu, contemplated the potential for future repercussions, and several positioned themselves behind the pirate, intending to outnumber him. Y anticipatayori intentions. Did you truly believe your arm was reattached properly? Lin Yu laughed heartily. The pirate instinctively glanced at his other arm, and suddenly, realization struck him. His arm had been reattached incorrectly, with his elbow facing outward. While it appeared unremarkable, it severely limited his movement. Let me inform you, although you do not feel intense pain now, once your arm has fully set, it will be beyond recovery. Even the most skilled physicians in the world would be powerless to restore it, and you will suffer torturous agony. Lin Yu proclaimed with righteous fervor. An improperly reattached arm? Many pirates who had initially intended to confront Lin Yu, upon witnessing this turn of events, hastily discarded their weapons. They did not dare to risk such a fate. The experience of a severed limb was intolerable. The pirate fell to his knees, crawling forward to Lin Yu. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I do not wish to become a lifelong cripple. You acknowledge your mistake. Lin Yu mocked. I truly do. I beg you, show mercy. The pirate had entirely lost his bravado. However, reattaching your arm is still an option, but it will be far more painful, tenfold at the very least. If you are afraid, you may simply endure it as it is. Lin Yu, seeing that this man had caused the most trouble, was inclined to let him suffer further. I can take it. I'm not afraid. Please reattach my arm. The pirate's head struck the deck with a resounding thud. Very well. I shall reluctantly oblige. Lin Yu responded, bending down. Before reattachment, the arm must first be severed. The pain of amputation was beyond comprehension. The pirate wailed, struggling to endure it. Lin Yu methodically detached the pirate's arm and, with a serious expression, inquired, will you attempt to stab me again? No, I would not dare. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would not. The pirate, drenched in sweat, resembled someone emerging from water. I believe you would not dare. Is there any alcohol? I am weary and in need of a drink to invigorate myself. After all that had transpired, Lin Yu found himself parched. Yearning for a sip of liquor, after taking a few gulps, he began to reattach the pirate's arm, but not without first emphasizing, this will be more challenging, considering your impure motives. Brother Lin, I was wrong. The pirate cried, tears streaming down his face.